day. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help. So right then and there, we all walked right out of church, grabbed our tools and materials, and we all rebuilt that fence together. I'll never forget how that felt. Seeing an entire community stop everything to protect one family's home. That day taught me something I've built into Moxie Pest Control. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. And when people show up for each other, a community becomes a family. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure. Moxie Pest Control, the highest and most reviewed pest control company in Arizona.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Arizona answer backs were on full display yesterday. After a very rocky start for Eduardo Rodriguez, the Snakes found themselves down 7-0 by the fifth inning, but a Nolan Arenado two-run shot in the eighth eventually made it a 7-7 ball game, and Max Kepler would walk it off in the bottom of the 10th for what can only be described as the best win of the season so far for Torrey and his team. And here was Lovello post-game.
Everybody from that point forward grouped together and fought to win a baseball game, and that's what's super inspiring to me, and that's what makes me most proud of these guys is the way they went out there and did it.
It was a big 8-7 win and a big series win as well, but the Diamondbacks are right back at it tonight as the A's are in town. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after 39 days and 48 nations, it was Spain left hoisting the World Cup trophy after their 1-0 win over Argentina in the final on Sunday and put a bow on what has been an all-time World Cup. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. The details are at casinoarizona.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans. How's everybody doing? The team is back in full, Jared Carlin. We got Vinny back to my left. We got Sammy back from the racetrack.
No.
By the way, Vinny, welcome back, by the way, Vinny.
Oh, it's good to be back.
It's good to have you back. You did not know this, but Sammy took off Friday because the horse that he and his siblings bought a stake of ownership for his father, for their father, was scheduled to make its debut this weekend.
Right. So
Scheduled.
So I didn't take Friday off because I was heading to a wedding, but it just so happened that horse was running in Saratoga over the weekend.
Okay.
And so
What's the horse name?
Elevated. Her name is Elevated. And
This is the first race?
So it's a she. Got it.
so it's a she. It's the 7th race on a 12-race card in Saratoga, and it was on the day of the wedding. So I'm trying not to make it about the horse. So I'm trying,
As we all do during weddings.
as
you
we
know.
all do.
That happens.
And so it rolled around, and I'm getting really excited. The family group chat's popping off. We're ready to watch this horse.
Can't believe we're stuck at this stupid wedding.
And as they start to bring the horses out of the paddock and, walk them around, the jockey goes to get on our horse. And as soon as the jockey gets on the horse, Elevated goes up and over.
Elevates.
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 Goes on her hind legs and goes over and falls down.
Oh, no.
And so the horse is okay, but at Saratoga, there's a rule, and it's mandatory. If a horse goes up and over in the paddock, it's an automatic scratch.
Oh.
And why is that, by the way? Because they don't know if the horse is injured or something?
It's strictally precautionary, and it's
probably don't know about how the horse is going to behave either.
The disposition?
Right. So it's in other racetracks, if it goes up and over, the vet will come and check it out and make sure that it's ready to go, or it'll be a vet scratch. They don't mess around with that at Saratoga, and I'm sitting there like, oh my God. Like, A, my horse is hurt and he will never run, or B, it was such a nightmare. And my dad and I are just on the phone.
How was the wedding, though?
Wedding was spectacular, super fun.
Anybody go up and over at the wedding?
Well, depends.
It depends on you to find up and over.
So it was, I was pretty stoked on Friday. On Thursday, I was letting these guys know it's a big week for the horse.
Yeah.
It's first race. We will have to wait till this coming weekend.
So it gets recycled into this weekend's races.
Yes, so it is healthy. They made sure it's all good to go, and it'll be ready to go.
Yeah, and Saratoga, that's in New York, so you guys aren't contemplating going to see it.
No. If and when, like, the horse runs in, like, stakes company races, like, the best of the best, then we will maybe contemplate going. But for now,
the horse went off at 5-1. We checked it out on Friday.
So the morning line was 5-1, but because of its like pedigree, it went down. It was the favorite going into the race.
Oh man, brutal.
Yeah,
that is brutal.
It'll probably be the favorite on Saturday too, if I had to guess.
Yeah. Well, I believe the last person to say, "Let's make it about the wedding. I don't want to make it about the horse." Catherine the Great, maybe.
Well, didn't she actually marry the horse?
I don't know.
Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Crazy game at Chase Field ended in an 8-7 10-inning win for the Diamondbacks over the St. Louis Cardinals. Cardinals jumped on Arizona starter Eduardo Rodriguez for 5 runs in the third. They chased him from the game with 2 outs in the inning, tied for his shortest start of the season. That lead would balloon to 7-0 in the 5th, but the D-backs started to chip away in the 6th, turning 3 hits and 3 walks into 3 runs to pull within 4. Geraldo Perdomo had a 2-run inside the park home run in the 7th, and that set the stage for Nolan Arenado's game-tying 2-run blast in the 8th. Juan Murillo worked out of a jam in the top of the 10th, and Max Kepler won it for the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the inning. RBI double scored Jorge Barosa with the winning run. The comeback ties a franchise record for the biggest in a win. D-backs also came back from 7-0 down to beat the Phillies 13-7 on August 29th of 2022. And all told, they take 2 out of 3 from the Cardinals out of the break. They start another home series today as the Athletics are in town, the team without a city. In the Valley for 3 games, first of which tonight, 6:40. Mitch Bratt scheduled to go for the Snakes against fellow lefty Jeffrey Springs, which sounds like a wonderful place to grow up. Where'd you grow up? Jeffrey Springs.
Oh, it's beautiful there in the spring.
Oh, it really is. You can hear it all on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with the D-backs BP show at 6. A very, very interesting, eventful weekend, all things considered, for the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Diamondbacks. We're going to get into that as the show goes on today.
Always interesting for the Cardinals as well.
Yeah. Corbin Carroll of the D-backs suffered a hyperextended elbow while striking out in the 7th inning is being considered day-to-day. Carroll stayed in the game defensively, but was then replaced by pinch hitter Jorge Barosa in the 9th inning.
Man, if he'd just start hitting the ball, maybe he wouldn't hurt himself.
Well, there's that.
No, I know. I don't mean to make fun of that.
No, I have other thoughts on the way this is unfolding, too. We'll get into that. Spain wins the World Cup 1-0. España! 1-0 triumph over Argentina in what may have been the most one-sided 1-0 game in World Cup history. Ferran Torres scored in the 106th minute in extra time to provide the winning margin. Spain outshot Argentina 20-2 total, and Argentina did not manage a single shot on target the entire match for a team that I think was the highest scoring team in the whole tournament.
They did the same. They swallowed up France whole.
Yeah.
That has to be the best defensive soccer club in history.
It has to be. They gave up 1 goal.
in the entire World
tournament.
Cup. Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. It truly is. And they just swallow up great players.
And the only goal was scored by Belgium.
And their best
take pride, U.S.
That's right.
And their best defender is 19 years old.
Yeah.
Spain wins the championship for the second time in history, the first time since 2010. Argentina runners-up for the fourth time in team history. But they are also getting a national holiday in Argentina today, regardless of the loss. Reason to party, I guess. England took third place in this year's tournament with a rousing 6-4 win over France in Miami on Saturday. Suns wrapped up their stay in the Las Vegas Summer League with an 86-81 consolation game loss to the Spurs on Saturday. They did not play Kaman Malawach, Koa Pete, or Rasheer Fleming in that game. Suns wrap up their Summer League stint at 3-2. The Golden State Warriors are the champions of the Summer League. They rallied to beat Memphis 94-90. To win that crown, Yaxel Lendeborg, 21 points and 10 boards to lead the Warriors in the win. Trade going down in the NBA yesterday. The Oklahoma City Thunder sending guard and former Arizona State Sun Devil Lou Dort to the Atlanta Hawks in a 3-team deal. The Hawks get Dort and Ryan Nembhard from Dallas. The Mavs come away with former first overall pick Zachary Rizashe.
What up, Dort?
And the Thunder net 3 second-round picks. Initial takeaway from this is, man, the Hawks got some dogs on defense. Oh, my goodness.
And another takeaway is the NBA is this is a very, very wonky policy. This second apron stuff is leading this league into some very, very weird places.
Yes, it is.
My third takeaway is, boy, does it matter what year you get that number one pick.
Yes, Zachary Rizashe.
Between Wemby and Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Well, now he's teammates with Cooper Flagg. Mercury snapped a 5-game losing streak with a 72-63 win over the Connecticut Sun at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tawana Bonner, 21 points and 6 rebounds, and in the process, overtakes Brittany Griner as the Mercury's all-time leading rebounder. Alyssa Thomas had 11 assists for Phoenix, which is now 9-18 on the season. Ugh. Mercury will be in L.A. to take on the Sparks Wednesday afternoon at noon before heading into the All-Star break. And Ryan Fox dropped an 11-foot birdie putt on the 18th hole to capture the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale by 1 stroke over Cameron Young. Fox birdied 4 of the last 5 holes on Sunday on the way to his first ever major championship. He had never finished top 15 in a major, but he wins it. And the second ever New Zealander to win a major, joining Michael Campbell, who won the U.S. Open at Pinehurst in 2005.
I love this guy. This guy is a hulking man.
Yes.
Son of a rugby player.
Oh, yeah.
And
Son of a rugby player.
And he plays super fast.
Oh, my God.
Super fast.
He took one of his last shots. There was people still clearing the green.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, you don't see that.
I know. It was fantastic.
It was kind of cool.
Yeah.
There you go. There is your splash for a very busy Monday, July 20th. As we continue here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, was it a great comeback or a great gift? Either way, we'll talk about a great win for the D-backs next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 2-2. Swinging a drive to right. Going back out of Newport. Still going back. It's over his head. One hop against the wall. Barossa around third. He's coming home. D-backs win. D-backs win. D-backs win.
Can the D-backs continue the bat parade versus the A's at home? We discuss on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
After the D-backs Dodgers game on Friday, August 7th, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring Jayco. Add a concert field pass to your ticket and see the show from the field. Visit dbacks.com/concerts.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Morana talk D-backs baseball now.
The 2-2. Swinging a drive to right. Going back out of Newport. Still going back. It's over his head. One hop against the wall. Barossa around third. He's coming home. D-backs win. D-backs win. D-backs win.
Just like that, the
Good
D-backs
Lord, Mike Farron, it's not the World Cup.
Show some emotion, Mike.
God.
They win their second World Series in team history.
It's like a library with Mike. Show some emotion, Mike, now and then. Come
on. Pretty unbelievable unfolding yesterday at Chase Field with the Diamondbacks coming back from a 7-0 deficit where they were dead in the water. Start to chip away. They get 3, then they get 2, then they get 2. Gets to extra innings. Murillo works out of a jam. Not a great series for pinch runners, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd say it again.
The gaff on Friday night with Jorge Barossa, and then the Cardinals running into an inexcusable out in extra innings yesterday. But a win is a win, and it made Torey Lovello very happy.
I know you guys were in the clubhouse, and you got a feel for what's going on in there. But what a great team win! I watched player after player make a sacrifice and a commitment to one another to go out there and win inches all over the field. When it seemed like we were flatlined, we just gave ourselves a little bit of life by loading up the bases against a pitcher that had our number there for the first couple times, and we scored a few runs and felt like we were right back in it. And the early parts of this game was tough to go out and I'm sure be a part of from a player standpoint. Erod had a tough time finding the zone in that third inning, and then everybody from that point forward grouped together and fought to win a baseball game. And that's what's super inspiring to me. And that's what makes me most proud of these guys, is the way they went out there and did it.
Yeah, and look, when you consider the weekend as a whole, the Diamondbacks went into the All-Star break on a high, obviously with the sweep of the Dodgers. They come back. They're at home against St. Louis. I thought Friday night losing that game in the fashion that the Diamondbacks lost that game was a gigantic step backwards, because they had played such a sharp series against the Dodgers. And yeah, it's hard to keep that up for a week when there's not a lot of action going. But it was not indicative of what type of baseball they wanted to play. So for them to get 2 wins on the back end of that Friday loss, you have to chalk this up as a very successful weekend.
Friday was a baseball team not at all locked in, which is really damning for a team that was coming off a 4-game winning streak. Saturday was much more what you expect to see from them. It was crisp, it was connected, it was the kind of game that made you go, okay. And then yesterday was just theater of the absurd. First of all, Eduardo Rodriguez getting touched up the way he did. Hey, that happens. If you were a Diamondbacks fan and you were one of the people that booed him when he left the game, shame on you. Okay, I get it's your right to boo somebody, but after the season he has had, you're not going to show him some grace.
A lot of people will say, read the room, read the year.
Yeah, read the year is right. Show some grace to a guy. If that was Zach Gallen, I would understand it, right? If it was a guy in a string of bad performances, I get it. But give that guy a break.
That was such an outlier performance by Erod. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, then the Cardinals just basically laid out the red carpet. They walked home a couple of runs, bases loaded walks. That's pretty, thank you very much, right? Geraldo Perdomo's inside the park home run was one of the most egregious acts of defensive outfield butchery you'd ever see.
Yeah, not great out there.
Yeah, I think that guy was actually wearing a bloody apron.
Yes. And Geraldo Perdomo was like, he was slowing up coming into third, and they're rounding him, and he's like, really? What's going on behind me?
Yeah.
And so that was the gift stuff that was and then the double play in the 10th inning on the Cardinals side, that was also another gift. The one thing I really, really liked about it was Nolan Arenado's 2-run home run, because it really kind of crystallized for me that, Carlos Santana, Nolan Arenado came to the Diamondbacks, and we both I think we all knew that both players were flyers. They were veterans with track records who were not costing a lot of money. Let's hope we can catch lightning in a bottle. Certainly didn't happen with Carlos Santana, who's no longer with the club. Nolan Arenado got off to a real slow start. Some people wanted him DFA'd immediately. Nobody on this show went that far, but people did. And I've got a lot of respect for Nolan Arenado. I think he has upheld his side of the bargain.
He's been solid.
Look, I mean, the days of Nolan Arenado putting up elite offensive numbers are gone for a couple of reasons. First, he's getting up there in years. Secondly, he's not playing at Coors Field anymore. You have to acknowledge that those numbers were probably a little bit inflated, but I would say, yes, when you talk about the timeliness of hits that he's had some of the more timely, clutch situation hitting that we've seen for this team this year, and he's still an elite level third baseman. I think, all things considered, he's been a really good pickup.
Yeah,
and going into next year, I would have no problems with Nolan Arenado being the third baseman next year.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a long way to get there, but
yeah.
Here's Torey Lovello, too, talking about what this type of win can do to a baseball team.
I think so. It galvanizes the group and just solidifies all that hard work that you're doing. And when you group together and have a moment like that, it's a great celebration and a well-earned celebration. We've had a lot of wins like that. The 3 in Dodger Stadium were pretty special. That's why coming in and laying an egg in Game 1 was so frustrating. But these guys rebounded. And that's what stands out.
Yes, a win like that can ignite things for a team, but it's up to the team to do it. And we've talked about wins like this all season long that have not led to any sustained success.
Yeah, I totally agree. They're going to have to show it, because we've had these moments all season long. Is this going to be the game that serves as the launching pad? Look, this team clearly has a locked-in problem. They're not always locked in. and they certainly weren't Friday night. They certainly weren't for half of the day yesterday. The reason why it changed yesterday might be a story in and of itself we're going to get into in a little bit. But for now, you take it and you run. You say thank you very much. That victory gives the Diamondbacks the season series against the Cardinals.
Which is huge.
Which could be huge.
Yeah, could be a tiebreaker scenario after the season is over. Wasn't all great. Corbin Carroll leaving the game, hyperextended elbow. Here he is talking about what that injury felt like.
I was having difficulty kind of getting that arm back extended. Without it kind of tightening up, guarding up on me, so just wasn't able to go for today. But I think tomorrow or the next day should be in a good spot.
Yeah, and the Diamondbacks came out and Torey Lovullo said Corbin is day to day, and they're not even going to require imaging or anything like that. Which again, fine, they're handling their situation. But does it seem to you, Bick, like Corbin Carroll's the one guy on this team that every time something happens, they're like, it's not that big of a deal.
Yes.
Where everybody else is like, we got to get imaging. We have to look for
he's
something.
on the shelf for at least a week.
Yes. And look, Corbin Carroll is really struggling at the plate.
Yes.
We can all acknowledge that, so maybe a day off is not the worst thing.
Yeah.
But that looked very concerning.
Oh, listen.
He wasn't even in his full backswing, and he was grimacing.
Yeah, listen, those non-contact injuries when you're swinging the bat, that's the sign that something is amiss,
yes,
generally.
It's been a couple of years since we've dealt with this. There was a stretch a few years ago where Corbin went through this a few times, and it was never a sustained absence. It was treated with, the requisite care, I suppose, but maybe it's just kind of he's that in tune with his body. They got to get him right. And the fact that they're winning games at the clip that they're winning without really getting big contributions from Corbin Carroll or Ketel Marte, who did have an RBI on Saturday, and obviously Perdomo came through with a little help from the shoddy butchery of the Cardinals defense. But those guys still are not producing at the level.
No, they're clearly not.
That you would equate with this type of winning. It's weird.
Yep. No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. So, but again, this is, there's still a lot of baseball to be played. You've got a beatable team coming in next for the Diamondbacks, and they've got to hit go right now. So even though the aesthetics this weekend were at times troubling, as equally as troubling for about half the weekend as it was the other. They've just got to build, and they've got to win. They've just got to stack wins.
Yep, A's in town for 3 starting tonight. Coming up next, did the World Cup end with a worthy finale or a big old flopperoo? We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Everyone's
here on Arizona
asking
Sports.
that.
Yeah, and using that terminology, too. That's next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales Event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And don't sweat looking for your next ride, because at Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. You can get serious savings like on the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. You can save some serious coin with available 0% financing as well. These offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details, and the offers end August 31st, 2026. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull, for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
You gear up, you ride safe, you follow all the rules. Then someone crashes into you and suddenly you're guilty until proven innocent? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you're a rider, you're already fighting every day just to be seen. Distracted drivers love to blame riders, even when the facts say otherwise.
We have been promoting motorcycle safety and trusted by the riding community for nearly 30 years. Do your research after a motorcycle injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
What could you do if you didn't have a mortgage payment? Would you retire early? Maybe help your kids buy their first home? Or finally take that bucket list vacation? Hey, it's Tom Chambers, and whatever it is for you, my friend Harold Perkins and his team at Galaxy Lending Group are helping people turn those dreams into reality. Harold, I played 16 seasons in the league. You're telling me a mortgage doesn't have to last even that long?
Not even close. We've got clients finishing in 5.
5? I hadn't even hit my prime yet in 5.
It's true. We've had clients retire years earlier than they planned. Others are putting their kids through school, traveling, investing. It's an incredible feeling to watch someone realize their home is completely theirs decades ahead of schedule. And it's easier than you think. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, your existing cash flow does the heavy lifting with no lifestyle changes.
Just give Harold a call today or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I knew with this pregnancy something didn't feel right.
I was scared. I was scared a lot of the time because I just felt like no one heard me.
I'm glad I didn't stop at no. And I'm glad someone finally heard me. Someone finally listened to me.
Black women are more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications. Learn the warning signs and be the one to hear her concerns. Visit cdc.gov/hearher. It could help save her life.
I'm U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. The sound of a seatbelt. It's one of the most important sounds in our car. It means everyone is ready and everyone is safe. The more our kids see us put on our seatbelts, the more natural it is for them to put theirs on too. Make it a priority. Buckle up every time. Hear the sound? Make it a habit.
Paid for by NHTSA.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks at one point yesterday were down 7-0, but a Nolan Arenado home run in the 8th would eventually tie the game at 7 apiece. And in the bottom of the 10th inning, Max Kepler stepped to the plate.
The 2-2. Swinging a drive to right. Going back out of Newport. Still going back. It's over his head. One hop against the wall. Barossa around third. He's coming home. D-backs win.
An 8-7 win over the Cardinals in what had to have been the win of the season for the Snakes so far. And they're right back at it again tonight. The A's come to town. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the 2026 World Cup wrapped up yesterday with Spain lifting the trophy after a 1-0 win over Lionel Messi in Argentina. It was substitute Frian Torres with the winner in the 106th minute. That was the difference for Spain's second World Cup. And your champion golfer of the year, Ryan Fox, walked it off on the 72nd hole at Royal Birkdale to beat Cameron Young by 1 stroke and take home the claret jug. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule today.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Arizona Cardinals exceed everybody's expectations in 2026? We're getting you ready for training camp at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It was a surprise, but it shouldn't be a surprise. They were suffering against the likes of Cape Verde. They were suffering against the likes of Egypt. They suffered against the likes of England. So when you come up against a dominant team like Spain, you're going to suffer. But it's the way they suffer, guys. You can lose but it's how you lose. They never once were in this game. And if you have the world's greatest player that's ever played, you got to give him a chance to affect the game. A guy who was averaging 4 big plays a game, 4 big chances a game, touched very little of the ball.
Hercules Gomez, soccer broadcaster, talking about Argentina. No showing in the World Cup final. They lose 1-0 to Spain. Look, they ran into a better team. Spain, I think you said it perfectly. I don't have a lot of historical, data to back this up. But when you look at the sheer numbers, they gave up 1 goal the entire tournament. Argentina did not come close to scoring yesterday.
No.
And that was a team that had set a record for the most late goals, basically, in World Cup history, with Lionel Messi being a major factor the entire tournament. And they just did what they did. They were completely frustrated by the end of that match yesterday. It was an unbelievable performance by Spain.
Listen, it's amazing to me how this tournament has alternated between, who's the greatest team? Is it France? Is it Argentina? Who is it? Then it went into stars. Erling Haaland, the next, huge big thing in soccer, and then Kylian Mbappe and at the end of it all, it was all about Spain and this great day. You know what Spain is? Spain is the 2000 Baltimore Ravens.
Basically.
They're the 2000 Baltimore Ravens. Maybe the 2015 Broncos, but I think the 2000 Ravens works better.
So I have the historical statistic of expected goals, right? We love expected goals.
Wait, what does that mean?
It takes into account chances created versus actual chances converted. So Spain's defense tournament long, the expected goals was 2.84, the lowest in World Cup history, right below the 1994 Brazilian team. So in expected goals, they're the greatest defense in World Cup history.
They outscored opponents 14-1 in the World Cup. If you just look at shots on target, according to FBreference.com, 55-8. 8 shots on target. Argentina's goalie had 11 saves himself.
Yes,
the most ever in a World Cup final.
He was getting peppered and was an amazing performance by him, but we just saw dominance the entire month.
Yeah. Listen, I was a huge fan of Team France early in the tournament, the way they played. In fact, I was raving about them consistently on this program. Spain swallowed them alive, and Mbappe got nothing that game. And the same with Messi and Argentina. That team is a nightmare.
Yes. They held 3 opponents without a shot on target in the entire tournament.
It's incredible. And then you ask yourself, so what did you like better? Did you like that wild-ass third-place game with all the breakneck up-and-down scoring?
That was a lot of fun.
Or did you like the defensive battle yesterday?
I would prefer a little bit more scoring, but my biggest takeaway for me personally was sitting through that game yesterday. And I'm not even talking about it being a chore. I became a soccer fan because I appreciated what I saw yesterday.
Oh, okay.
From the defensive side of things. And a lot of people that have had lifelong careers and grew up playing the sport or broadcasting the sport are complaining about how terrible that match was. I thought when you got into extra time, it got really intriguing.
Yes.
Because all it was, even though it was a one-sided match in terms of chances, when you have Messi on one side and if they were able to squeeze one across and get that to PKs, they're probably going to win.
And that was just it, because Argentina, it seemed like time and time again, have done just that.
Yes.
Like no matter really who's, granted, Egypt is not Spain, England is not Spain, but they were able to get across the finish line in a manner of scoring the late minute goal. And it did feel for a second like they were going to get it. And Spain just, they didn't allow it to happen.
Jarrett, did you watch the third place game out of
curiosity? I did, yes.
But you're shaking your head.
I hated it.
Really?
In general, I have a real trouble watching things that don't matter. And that game, you could tell, absolutely did not matter for those teams. Because it looked nothing like...
Mattered in the second half.
It looked nothing like any other game you watched the entire World Cup. It was 6-4. There was no defense being played, and it showed you that when you don't have the defense really going all out, how much they can score in these games.
Okay, I'm going to reframe this. That first half, it was clear France didn't care.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
It was 4-0 at halftime. After halftime, you didn't think that was two teams really trying?
No.
Wow.
Do you think if it was two teams really trying, a team could score 4 goals in a half? Let me ask you this question. You watched the game?
Of course.
Did you notice there was a lot less flopping?
I did.
And there was a lot less penalties?
Yeah.
Because they didn't care.
France did. But I agree with Bick's assessment. France wanted no part of that game in the first. They wanted no part of contact. They wanted no part of defense. The amount of space the players had when they gathered the ball was incredible, like we hadn't seen before. But
it felt like an NBA All-Star game to me.
I could not.
And maybe there was pockets where the teams were really trying, but it felt like an NBA All-Star game. It was the equivalent of just throwing half-court alley-oops.
I thought when France started to narrow the gap a little bit, it got really intriguing, and I thought it was a hell of a lot of fun. And to hear those, the announcers were gushing over. They were begging for 25 minutes of extra time.
The commentary was just over the top crazy. In fact, there were a lot of people on social media who said that if high-level soccer had this much scoring, it might usurp the NFL in America.
I think almost everybody that watched it loved it.
Yeah.
Everything I saw was like just exactly what you said. If soccer was like this all the time, oh my God, I would watch it.
Yeah.
To me, I think going into the game from the very beginning, my mind was already made up.
Yeah.
It didn't really matter what. So I think I was heavily influenced.
And I was right there with you. And the way France played in the first half, it was like, this is the dumbest thing possible. And yet the embarrassment of that first half was so profound that France decided to really, play all out in the second half. And it turned into an unbelievable theater.
But I think even then,
I was at a party on Saturday night, and that match was all anybody was talking about.
I don't think England's was on defense. They weren't trying as hard as they could in that second half. Maybe eventually they were, so they didn't blow the game.
England didn't even start their best players.
Right?
No, they didn't.
That being said,
here's the thing:
we had the polar opposite in the final.
What I think the paradox that you're searching for is this. You can't replicate that kind of game because the lack of pressure in the game is what made it so special. If they were playing for the World Cup final, there would not have been the chances taken that were taken in that game.
I agree.
It's kind of like when a golfer's like 6 shots back on Sunday and he can just start seeking every pin.
Yeah.
And he goes like 8 under and comes in second. He was never really in the tournament.
Right.
But because there was no pressure.
There was no pressure on the person. Yeah, no, listen, that's I think there's some accuracy in that as well.
Let me sum it up through the Jarrett lens. Jarrett hates low-scoring soccer games, and he hates high-scoring soccer games. I think Jarrett's takeaway from this World Cup is that you overall hate the sport.
I like the final much more than the third place game.
I would like to have seen you play goal for Argentina yesterday and see how your theory worked then.
No, but if I played goal for Argentina, or if I played goal for Spain, would there have been any difference in who won that game?
Yes, because you still have to kick the ball.
Who won? No.
Okay, that's all I was saying.
But
the outcome would not be different.
But that wasn't your original premise.
My original premise was the outcome would not be that.
The score would have looked a lot different. It would have been about 17-0 yesterday. Spain would have won.
Right. I should have specifically said maybe like if I played goal for Spain.
One of
he doesn't have to.
One of the crazy
make
things.
One good save a game.
One of the crazy things about covering a lot of Olympics like I have is when the Olympics are over and they leave cities, there's always this lull. The host Olympic city always goes through like a couple months of depression because they were hosting the world and all the excitement and all the television coverage, and then the next day it's just gone. And then it's back to life as normal. I don't know about you or you all, but I am going to miss this tournament. I am going to miss having these matches waiting there for me when I get off work in the morning.
It was the perfect time of year to have the tournament. You know what I mean?
Yes.
In between football, big events, where there's only baseball, part of it went over the All-Star break. The timing was perfect. We'll get back into the World Cup later, but I'd like to hear your opinions on where you guys go from now in your soccer fandom.
It's a great question.
I'm starting to watch
I'm going to Holland. good. Isn't that weird?
I'm going to watch the MLS on Apple TV.
Are you really, man?
Coming up next, a relative unknown won his first major in golf, but nobody's talking about him. Everybody's talking about Bryson. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. You're on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
2nd and 9 to the 29. Two receivers right, Fitzgerald to the left. Warner barking out the call, play clock at 3. Kurt got the play away. Back to throw. Warner with ton of time, throwing right side. Fitz open, caught at the 5, heading for the pylon, and he is going to be ruled in touchdown Cardinals! Larry Fitzgerald! Do you believe it? Larry Fitzgerald, you are absolutely ridiculous. Oh, my goodness.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do it like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
When your air conditioner stops working or a plumbing problem cannot wait, you need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
The spotlight is on Talking Stick Resort for Arizona's biggest showdown. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship runs from August 13th to the 19th, celebrating 20 years of high-stakes action. This year's tournament boasts an estimated $3 million prize pool. It's a monumental week of poker right here in the Valley. Get all the championship details at TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Arizona Diamondbacks able to shut down home run derby champion Jordan Walker and pick up some big wins over the St. Louis Cardinals? We'll be reacting to that series at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
After an animated exchange with R&A rules officials at the fifth hole following his round, Bryson DeChambeau spent nearly 20 minutes in the scoring tent before the R&A announced it was assessing a two-stroke penalty for what they called an accidental improvement of the, quote, protected conditions affecting the stroke. DeChambeau then walked past assembled media and asked, "Are you guys having a good night?" He was then asked if he was having a good night, to which he said, "I'm having a great night. I'm going to hit some golf balls." DeChambeau then went to the driving range for 45 minutes. His manager was asked if DeChambeau would be playing in Saturday's third round, to which he responded, "We'll see."
That's Mark Schleybaugh. Of course, Arizona basketball fans' favorite golf announcer, Mark Schleybaugh. Bryson DeChambeau at the heart of it again. Yeah. Going back to Friday night, you heard the situation. He went after his round to the driving range and hit balls until 10:30 p.m., holding up the release of tee times for the Saturday morning.
Yeah, listen, let me lay this whole thing out very sequentially so people understand why this matters. Before the Open Championship had begun, Bryson DeChambeau, a lot of people were taking shots at his game, at how non-competitive he has been recently in majors, in what his future was going to be, where his future might be. There was a time when LIV was starting to break apart, when Brooks Koepka came over and Patrick Reed went bye-bye. Bryson DeChambeau thought he had all the leverage in the world with the LIV people, and he was going to extract another $500 million from the Saudis. That's all up in smoke. Bryson DeChambeau has no idea what his future in golf is. So the week begins with Brandel Chambly lighting him up, saying he's more concerned with social media content than winning championships. And then Sir Nick Faldo basically did the same, said he's got zero strategy. Bryson DeChambeau goes out and plays a great round of golf, plays another great round of golf on Friday. In the midst of it, cameras catch him stomping down fescue looking for an errant tee shot. To the naked eye, I don't know if Sammy agrees with me or disagrees with me, it looked beyond what it looked like the player was trying to kind of tamp down his surroundings to aid his next shot wherever it was going to be from. Now, when Bryson DeChambeau later learned he was docked a two-shot penalty for those actions, he went nuts. He immediately believed people were out to get him, and then he turned this thing into a performative thing. Yeah. Like you said, he left the scoring tent, got in a cart, went back to the range. Then he stopped and took selfies with fans, joked with fans, signed autographs, and then just went out bashing golf balls.
Well, didn't he demand to be taken back to the fifth hole, the scene of the crime?
Yeah, that's right. He had to go back, and the Open Championship, they obliged him that to let him get this out of his system. He didn't. He was on the range till 10:20 at night, and he kept the entire tournament hostage so Bryson DeChambeau could do this performative thing. Whatever, and I say that word on purpose. So it was really a wild scene. The worst part about it was Bryson DeChambeau literally told the rules officials at the R&A, "I'm not going to play tomorrow. Mm-hmm. I'm not coming back." Basically threatening them that if you're going to penalize me, you're going to lose me as a draw. That's not something you say to the R&A. Because you don't matter. Nobody matters to the R&A. Nobody is bigger than the game to the R&A. Okay. Then he lobs in a phone call to the president. He tries to get this reversed the way Team USA did in soccer. That doesn't work. He comes to play on Saturday, and Rory McIlroy lights him up.
Yeah, here's
to the media.
Here's what Rory McIlroy had to say.
Yeah, I won't pretend to be up here and defend Bryson. I'm not particularly fond of him. I think a lot of it's performative. I think a lot of it's for attention. And to hold the tournament hostage like that and have all of us, volunteers, players, everyone waiting on him to depart, I didn't feel like it was a great look.
Do you think he knew what he was doing?
Look, he's going to say, again, I'm not in his mind, I'm not in his, but it didn't look good.
And listen, I agree with Rory on that. And I know that Sammy thinks Rory's a little bit hypocritical about this. I don't think the whataboutism matters here. I think what Bryson did in time is what matters here. And where this whole thing is going with Bryson, nobody has any clue. Because he hung around for a bit yesterday, and then he triple bogeyed a hole, and he was bye-bye gone.
Yeah, 72 yesterday.
Yep.
Finished tied for 14th. Sammy, you're going the hypocritical route on Rory?
So, I say what you want about Bryson. Like, I understand he's a performative guy, and he cares what people think, and he's gone on record saying that he cares what people think. Rory is the complete opposite. I don't think Rory really cares what people think, but for Rory to say that he thinks Bryson is performative when there are 5 to 7 minute clips of Rory's career being arrogant, performative, and disrespecting the game, I think is a little hypocritical, because he kind of attacked Bryson when all he really had to do was say that what his actions were didn't look good, and that he's not part of the RNA, and the ruling was what it was. I do agree with Rory of saying, like, Bryson going to hit balls and threatening the RNA to not show up, that's petty and that's childish. But that's what Bryson is a little bit. Mm-hmm. And I get if that's not your cup of tea, and clearly it's not Rory's. But for Rory to stand and talk to media when he himself is denied media after losing the U.S. Open, he himself has thrown clubs into lakes, and he himself is not the exactly poster child when it comes to golf and behavior. So it rubbed me a little bit the wrong way, but I get where he's coming from.
To me, what you're describing, though, to me, from my viewpoint, is frustration as opposed to performance.
Yes. I think there's a little bit of a difference here, Sammy. I think what Rory was getting at is with Bryson, a lot of what he does, the pumping of it's all done for his image.
Sure.
That it's not necessarily frustration born, it's showmanship, if you will. I will say this. You're exactly right about one thing, that at the Open Championship, it's a complete clash of two different worlds. That's the old school mentality of golf. Bryson DeChambeau is the new. He's part of the bro culture, the new era of YouTube golf and social media golf. It's not traditional old standard kind of golf. And I think that I think Rory wanted to go on record as really sticking up for all the little people who ended up working till 10:30 at night at the golf course when they should have been home by 6.
Right. And we say all this, and I know this was the story. Scotty was talking about it, saying, I don't think he's a cheater. And Russell Henley went on. That was the story. But at the end of it all, a guy that is neither, when you think of country club, you think of golf. Like Ryan Fox won this tournament, and he couldn't be further away from both either Bryson and Rory.
Mm-hmm.
In a tournament that was filled with controversy and what was right, what was wrong, this guy winning the tournament was just fantastic, I think.
Boring.
See,
Ryan Fox, come on.
Jarrett doesn't care at all.
Son of a rugby player.
Yeah.
That's great.
There was one shot of him walking down after a tee shot where his shirt was untucked.
Yes.
He's got a little bit of a belly. I was I like this guy.
He's from New Zealand, though?
He's from New Zealand.
That's 80% of the people there are son of rugby players. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, it wasn't as weird as their first series post-All-Star break last year, but the D-backs weekend against St. Louis still had all kinds of weirdness and wins. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
In sports, the three magic letters are MVP, most valuable player. But once you get on the roadways and in the automotive world, it's BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new car, make it the ride of your life. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW. Here's how you get that done. First, pick a location, Chapman BMW in Chandler or Chapman BMW on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix. If you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, it will literally change the way you feel about about driving. It's the handling, the maneuverability, the power, the luxury, the comfort, the swag, that iconic logo. It's all there. You will look forward to every trip you make in your new Chapman BMW. As one of their young techs once told me, there's greatness in the DNA of every car they sell. And unlike a lot of luxury providers, BMW has never forgotten the average car buyer, which means they make luxury attainable. And those 2 locations give you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. So again, pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. I remember one Sunday at church, our pastor stood up and said, "Services are canceled. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then, we walked out and rebuilt that fence together. That taught me something. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Arizona answerbacks were on full display yesterday after a very rocky start for Eduardo Rodriguez. The Snakes found themselves down 7-0 by the 5th inning, but a Nolan Arenado 2-run shot in the 8th eventually made it a 7-7 ball game, and Max Kepler would walk it off in the bottom of the 10th inning for what can only be described as the win of the season so far for Torrey and this team. And here was Lovello post-game.
Everybody from that point forward grouped together and fought to win a baseball game, and that's what's super inspiring to me, and that's what makes me most proud of these guys, is the way they went out there and did it.
It was a big 8-7 win and a big series win as well. They're right back at it tonight as the A's are in town. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after 39 days and 48 nations, it was Spain left hoisting the World Cup trophy after their 1-0 win over Argentina in the World Cup final on Sunday. And this report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Snap throw to first, and they pick Barossa off. Barossa had a huge secondary lead. Dave McKay standing over him with his hands on his hips. And Barossa picked off at first, and they will not challenge.
Fair in the corner. Tim Tawa keeps it alive. It's a 2-out double. And here comes Marte. The winning runs at the plate.
Strike three, and the Cardinals have won it.
Cattell didn't challenge.
Why not?
And that would have been overturned. That's a ball. Cattell's got to challenge that.
Absolutely.
He's got to challenge that.
Yeah, that was some of the weirdness, the way the weekend started. Yeah. Friday night in a 5-4 win by the St. Louis Cardinals. Again, have to say this early. Credit to the Diamondbacks for bouncing back from a game where I thought there was a lot of people at fault. Torey Lovello going to Paul Sewald in a non-save situation. The Barossa, a pinch runner getting picked off first base in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
And then immediately... Dreadful, because the result was Tawa gets a double that Barossa's probably scoring on to tie that game, and Ketel Marte not challenging, strike 3 with 2 challenges in his back pocket didn't make any sense to anyone.
As anybody said, if that pitch was right down the middle, you challenge it.
Yeah, you have to. So you can't let the game end that way.
Yeah, so the question becomes, and what everybody wants to know is, how can something like that happen, particularly with a player like Ketel Marte? There were a lot of jokes on social media that for the second consecutive year, Ketel Marte was a no-show for the first game after the All-Star break. There was a lot of anger towards Ketel Marte. I'm sure his stands were ready to defend him to the death like they always are. Because it's our issue, because we're haters in the media, because we want him out of town. Vinny, I don't know if you knew that.
I checked with people. I don't think anybody does. But we've crossed over into this weird territory with certain athletes where they're above criticism.
It's the darndest thing, and I don't know what the psychological reasons are for it. I don't know whether it's an issue of a younger generation of sports fan not understanding what constructive criticism is. I don't know whether it's who knows what it is, but it's one of the weirdest things I have ever experienced. Yeah. There's still people who defend Ketel Marte to the end, who still don't know what went down after the All-Star break last year.
That's true.
I mean, but that to me is even more frightening. Look, so Ketel Marte has this brain-dead moment, and then the manager has no explanation for it, hadn't even talked to the player by the time he met to the media, and it led to a lot of, okay, here we go again. Post All-Star game, Ketel, post All-Star game, Diamondbacks. They come back on Saturday, and they play a very crisp game. It's exactly the kind of game you wanted to see on Friday that would make you think this team is out of the woods. This team is now really locked in to make something of this season. And then we get to Sunday, and whether it was the starting pitcher for the Cardinals or not, they were once again not locked in. Not at the level that they should be. And do you know why I know that? Because Geraldo Perdomo told us so after the game.
Here's Geraldo Perdomo talking about what happened in the 5th inning concerning Jeff Bannister, the bench coach, and Dave McKay, the first base coach, getting into the team a little bit.
They said the 5th, 6th inning, they were short enough for us. Sometimes it's kind of hard when we throw by 7, probably 8 runs, probably more than that. It's kind of like hard as our offense, as a players, and they thank God they showed up for us.
Danny and Mac.
Yeah. They was really upset about it, but like I said, they did great for us right there, and our energy came back.
So that was why you went and got Danny on that one?
Yeah. And McKay, that's why I tried.
Just a random.
No. That's why I tried to throw it to Gerald House, but Benny, I remember what he said, and the two guys was Benny and McKay, so that's why I thought that they get it to McKay.
So that was the explanation.
Wow.
Perdomo, after the walk-off hit by Kepler, dumped the Gatorade on Jeff Bannister, tried to get Dave McKay. Okay, good win, right? Mm-hmm. After the game, everybody's talking about the good win. Torey Lovullo in his post-game press conferences asked, did you hear what McKay and Bannister told the team in the 5th inning? This was very, very curious to me.
I did, and I don't want to talk about it. I know exactly what happened. I don't want to talk about it.
Very, very strange answer. The whole thing, for those who believe that Torey Lovullo is not a firm enough hand with this baseball team, which leads to the problems of not always being locked in, all of that stuff is fuel for that fire.
There's two ways to interpret what he said there. The one way is to this is a private matter in team. We don't need to start saying what they said, all that stuff. The other one is I don't want to talk about it because they, this is my job. Why did they, usurp my?
Yeah. Well, when I read the comments in print before I heard the audio, and I would agree with you reading the comments in print. You're like, okay, it's an in-house thing. But Torey Lovullo has gone out of his way in the past to say, hey, look, what happens in the dugout, we're going to keep that here. Credit to those guys for lighting a fire under the team, whatever. Then I heard the tone in which he said it, and it was very I don't want to talk about this.
Yeah, he sounded aggravated or irked.
Like the tone even kind of shut down a follow-up if there was one in the chamber.
Yep. That's well said. That's very, very well said.
This series, to me, was just the perfect encapsulation of the season. The first game, sloppy.
El
Succo not locked in. The second game, crisp, clean, D-backs baseball. The third game, the first half, sloppy, not locked in. The second half, miracle come. This is it. They're just a team. They're not bad enough to go on long losing streaks and be a bottom dweller. Yeah. And they look at times like they're not good enough to be a real contender. Yeah. They're truly about a 500 team that's going to keep going up and down and up and down.
Jack Summers tweeted this out before the game yesterday, and we have Jack on the show, and I think he does wonderful work, and I think he pours through statistics, both, the basic statistics and the analytics probably better than anybody right now. But this is a very basic fact that anybody could find, but Jack put it out there. 2017, Torey Lovullo's first year, that was a playoff team. That was a good baseball team that ended up running into a buzzsaw against the Dodgers in the playoffs. They had a 13-game winning streak, but after that season, 2018 till now, currently.
9 seasons.
The Diamondbacks have not had a winning streak of longer than 6 games.
Wow.
In 9 years.
Wow.
That is unbelievable.
That is unbelievable.
And there was some bad baseball teams, Mick. I mean, the COVID Diamondbacks were awful. The 21 team was not much better. But there's been some decent to good baseball teams in that mix, too. But they're just kind of one step forward, one step back.
So in examining this Jeff Bannister, Dave McKay contributions, for Torey Lovullo to say what he said the way he said it, I completely agree with how you framed that up, Vinny. Shut down any future questions. It made it seem like a couple things. Either he didn't like what his coaches had to say to his players, or he didn't like that the coaches took it on them to go at the players that brusquely. And yet, Geraldo Perdomo chose to give both Gatorade showers.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. It's very, very interesting stuff. I find this really, really fascinating.
Yeah, I wonder how much of this is going to be revisited today pregame in Torrey's press availability.
Yeah, maybe.
And again, I'm not going to say it puts a damper on the weekend, but there's a little bit of a cloud, I think, with that answer. After a rousing win like that?
Yeah, well, I don't know if we're dampening the win. We're just talking about that whole series in totality.
Yeah.
And there was
lots of stuff
as
from
Jarrett
it
just said, there was a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff.
Coming up next, Cardinals training camp starts this week, but some off-the-field news already stealing headlines. We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend does it again!
Larry Fitzgerald is headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th as a first ballot inductee. And we're celebrating with the ultimate fan debate.
Larry Fitzgerald, the Japanese fighting fish.
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown of the win.
16 plays, 4 rounds, 1 winner. It's a bracket-style showdown. Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. Round 1 voting is open right now through July 22nd. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is loose 40, 30, goodbye!
Winners announced August 7th. You don't need to be listening to win. Countdown to Canton. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. And do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? If so, that means you probably can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or maybe even get through a work day without exhausting pain. At QC Kinetics, you can find permanent relief. QC Kinetics patients are not bracing for their next jolt of pain. It's gone, and they are back to living their lives. And that is because the advanced regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics, what they do is they repair and restore damaged joint tissue right at the source, and it makes a gigantic difference. The inflammation backs off, the pain backs off. Suddenly, you're kind of feeling like yourself again. QC Kinetics, these treatments, they're all organic. They're done in the office. You get your treatment, you walk back out the door, you get on with your day. No downtime, no surgery, no steroids. If you're dealing with chronic joint pain of any kind, go check out how these life-changing treatments can help you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books for a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what can customers expect right now from your service department?
What's up, Dave? It's our red, white, and blue sale all month long. You can save $25 off any service, including oil changes. Plus, with our after-hour drop-off, you can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and we'll have it back to you on the road by the next morning.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
I'm U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. The sound of a seatbelt. It's one of the most important sounds in our car. It means everyone is ready and everyone is safe. The more our kids see us put on our seatbelts, the more natural it is for them to put theirs on too. Make it a priority. Buckle up every time. Hear the sound? Make it a habit.
Paid for by NHTSA.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
And if Jacoby Brissett does not get a new contract or a new contract extension before training camp, going to be a lot more reps coming Carson Beck's way, and that is excellent news for him.
That's Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, on Friday, talking about what he has learned. The latest is that Jacoby Brissett won't get a contract extension before training camp starts, which is 2 days away.
I don't know why. I don't know why he would. If he hasn't by now, I don't know why he would. You know what I mean? It would almost look more foolish to do it now.
It's like that old Simply Red song. If you ain't paid me by now, you will never pay me. No, you won't.
So does that mean that they're going to call his bluff and they're playing chicken with him and just saying, okay, are you really not going to show up now?
I guess. I mean,
I know.
This is such a goofy story. But a goofier story happened on Friday.
I think that's absolutely right. I think that the Cardinals are basically going to go, we will pay you what we said we're going to pay you, and you can play football if you want to play football, but it's your call, man. Look, we've been back and forth with this. I can make an argument for both sides, and I oscillate daily.
All right, so
oscillate.
You're salating somehow.
Yeah.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
What's your prediction? What do you think happens? Do you think they blink? I don't think they're going to blink either. I think we're looking at a hold-in.
Yeah, and I think the Cardinals go, okay. Look, it's the only way that, again, you can make an argument for both sides. The prudency of this. Do you need to spend the money for Jacoby Brissett or not? The area for problems for the Cardinals are if there's a significant chunk of people in that room that is convinced without a doubt that Jacoby Brissett is by far the best quarterback they have. And if the Cardinals don't pay him, that's going to cause issues with the team. Because keep in mind, starting quarterback in the NFL, there have been a lot of people, most recently Josh Weinfuss of ESPN, who has, Gambo reported this too, who claim that the Cardinals told Jacoby Brissett, you are our starting quarterback. Mm-hmm. Now, Jacoby decided to take that and use that to be paid like a starting quarterback. The idea that you don't have to pay him will have ramifications in the locker room if a majority of players think that's our best guy and you won't even give him a bump. Okay. But do they feel that way? We know Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., Elijah Higgins, Keaton Slovis, I think one other, went down to South Beach to train with him. We know Buda Baker went on Twitter and kind of, will you sign the guy already?
Yeah. What are we
doing
here?
He's not asking for much. Will you give him some money?
Yeah, he used the phrase bare minimum in that post, by the way.
Yeah. So what I think what Buda is saying is that in terms of NFL starting quarterbacks, what he is asking for is less than what any other starting quarterback in the NFL is making. That's what I think Buda Baker is saying.
And for the record, vacillate and oscillate both would have worked.
Okay.
Pretty much synonyms.
Okay.
You can combine them. He vacillated.
But I think sprinklers oscillate, not vacillate.
Yeah. Fans oscillate.
Fan.
Yeah.
Humans vacillate. All right, let's move on.
I think I found the song of the day.
Yeah. Yeah. STP, Vaseline?
No.
Oh, okay.
Something different. The other story that happened Friday after you got off the air on Friday, Bick. Director of college scouting for the Cardinals, Ryan Gold, suspended indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy. Over the weekend, his attorney, Mike Caspino, called the accusations blatantly false. Quote, Ryan Gold has been an outstanding NFL executive for over a decade. The accusations made by the league regarding his participation in prohibited gambling activities are blatantly false. We have demanded an appeal, and we look forward to clearing his good name. Caspino went on to say the gambling activity was Gold's wife making $10 weekly bets with a group of high school friends on parlays, and that Gold was not involved. He also said that Gold could not have divulged the Cardinals' draft pick, which was in question from the original reporting about the suspension, could not have divulged the Cardinals' draft picks because he didn't know who they were picking, and that only team owner Michael Bidwell and general manager Monty Ossenfort did. My understanding was that was at the heart of the suspension, is that privileged information was used in terms of turning it into a parlay, which paid off a substantial amount of money.
Yes. And so what the attorney is claiming, as you pointed out, that it was just his wife in a $10 a weekly kind of, hey, let's put together some bets to have fun kind of thing. I don't know what this defense, if it's going to work, because the NFL apparently talked to people and
they did an investigation. And they're not suspending a respected, tenured executive for any NFL team based on $10 weekly parlays that a wife is partaking in. That's the way I look at it anyway.
And listen, I saw a lot of Cardinal fans react like, why can't this organization ever get through an offseason without any of this happening? I'm not so certain this is an Arizona story, folks. I think this is something all over the world of sports. I mean, this country has become one giant casino. These prediction markets were built for people with inside information to go and profit off inside information. And it's ubiquitous now. It's everywhere. And all of these sports leagues, they went running arms open into this bear pit. And what they're getting now is the residue of that.
And remember Ron Burgundy's response when he lowered himself into the bear pit to save Veronica Corningstone. I immediately regret this decision. Larry Fitzgerald is headed to Canton, and Arizona Sports is celebrating with the Countdown to Canton bracket. Vote for the best Fitz moments now. Round 1 voting is open through Wednesday. When you vote, you're entered to win one of 3 autographed Larry Fitzgerald footballs. Text FITZ, F-I-T-Z, to 620-620 for the link to the bracket. Coming up next, all the big stories on this Monday morning in the Reboot with Sammy Sabalka. Bickley Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch, swing and a drive, deep left field. Back is Fermin. He leaps. This game is tied. Nolan Arenado, a 2-run blast to left, and this game is tied at 7.
Can the D-backs continue the bat parade versus the A's at home? We discuss on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Oh, summertime vacations, pool time, baseball games, and of course, triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and AHS Home Warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems, like your AC, your plumbing, or your fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com, cahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks at one point yesterday were down 7-0, but a Nolan Arenado home run in the 8th would eventually tie the game at 7 apiece. And in the bottom of the 10th inning, Max Kepler stepped to the plate.
The 2-2. Swinging a drive to right. Going back out of Newport. Still going back. It's over his head. One hop against the wall. Barossa around third. He's coming home. D-backs win.
An 8-7 win over the Cardinals in what had to have been one of the wins of the season for the Snakes so far, and they're right back at it again tonight. The A's come to town. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the 2026 World Cup wrapped up yesterday with Spain lifting the trophy after a 1-0 win over Lionel Messi in Argentina. It was substitute Frian Torres with the winner in the 106th minute. That was the difference for Spain's second World Cup. And your champion golfer of the year, Ryan Fox, walked it off on the 72nd hole at Royal Birkdale to beat Cameron Young by 1 stroke and take home the claret jug. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, it is Monday. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I am Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys the big stories going on in sports. And we're going to start with our baseball team. The Diamondbacks took 2 out of 3 in a somewhat weird series, I would say, with the Cardinals this weekend. And I don't know if you guys caught on the broadcast over the weekend, Perdomo was mic'd up at short, and he said something almost to the extent of pleading Mike Hazen to go by. Yes. Like, Mike, go by. If they do decide to do that, do you think they'll go kind of star hunting, or do you think it'll be a couple of smaller moves?
I don't think it's star hunting.
I don't think so either.
No. I think they're going to try to target, obviously, a left-handed bat if you can find one.
Okay.
And then maybe if you can find a potential starting pitcher. But it's, again, you've got to weigh what assets and how many assets you're willing to trade to make a run at this postseason. And it's kind of funny that, first of all, the idea of baseball players being mic'd up in-game, what do you guys think of that?
I think it's fun.
And it's weird to see it on a local broadcast. It's more of a national thing.
Mm-hmm.
I had missed that and went back and watched it, but my son had pointed it out. He texted me and said, yeah, Perdomo's mic'd up during the game. I was like, this is not a national game. To the context of what Perdomo said, like, all players want their team to go out and be buyers. That means you're in a good spot. And the Diamondbacks, they won, 6 out of 7?
Yeah.
At this point. I don't know if this is the start of them hitting their stride. The next week is still going to be very, very telling for this team.
Mm-hmm.
When you got this series against the Athletics and then the weird 3-city road trip, having to go to St. Louis for one on Thursday. This next week is going to be very telling. I wouldn't say they're out of the woods and buyers just yet.
I agree. Now, if there's rumors, there's buzz because the trade deadline is coming around, is there one specific name to you guys that has kind of stood out and been like, okay, he's available, he would look good in Sedona Red?
I don't know if there's a specific name. I haven't delved into it that far, but you got to look for, obviously, I think starting pitching is very important because the Zach Gallen question is still looming right now.
Yeah.
Look for the guys at the end of their contracts that are having good years on bad baseball teams.
I mentioned Tarek Skubal is too rich for the Diamondbacks' blood, but I think Reed Detmers of the Angels.
Yeah, you've mentioned him.
I've mentioned him repeatedly. He's a left-handed pitcher. Mm-hmm. He's under control through the 2028 season.
Still young,
but because you get that control and you get a young pitcher, he is also going to cost you a lot.
Yeah, and what we need to point out, as we've pointed out the last few years, with the added wild card team, there's not as many sellers as there used to be.
Yeah, it's
a lot of teams. As long as you're near 500, you're still in it.
And so there's a lot of teams in that category.
There's only a few real sucko teams this year.
I'm curious on the Skubal thing because he is. I mean, I think he's obviously a rental for any team like Arizona.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't think the chance is 0 that they go after him.
Oh.
But I think the chance is probably close to 0 that he would stay here after this season. I mean, it's just a matter of time before he's holding up a Dodgers jersey, right?
You would think
so?
What I was thinking. All right, last Diamondbacks thing real quick. So how concerned in general with health and his production as of late are you with Corbin Carroll?
I'm concerned.
I'm more concerned with his injury.
Okay.
And if this is something serious or not. Yeah, listen, Corbin Carroll will figure it out. It's just a matter of how long it takes him to get there. From experience in watching him a couple of years ago, he was flailing around until Jock Peterson said, hey, why don't I get you with my guy and see what my guy can do for you? My point is it strikes me that Corbin Carroll is constantly a tinkerer, always kind of looking to fix and get better, and it sometimes takes him a while to get out of these funks.
I think you just solved the problem. Full circle, Bill.
Get Jock Peterson in here.
Jock Peterson, there's the left-handed bat you're looking for.
Oh, man, Vinny.
And then he can bring his guy back and get Corbin Carroll right.
Yes.
Wow. I think we just
That's
solved.
And what is Jock Peterson? Is he still El Succo?
He's
better year this year.
Way better this year than last year. He's hitting 243, 16 home runs.
Oh, he's way better.
818 OPS, pretty good.
How about it? Okay. The World Cup ended yesterday. Spain won, and there were a lot of takeaways that we've covered on this show. But one main takeaway for you guys from an all-time World Cup, in my opinion.
Okay, I had the realization, Sammy, that as a country, we have become El Succo.
Ah,
wow.
The World Baseball Classic, Venezuela won.
Yes.
Team USA, kind of a joke. Manager didn't even know the rules at one point in time.
That was a
Hey, they made it to the championship game, though.
The World Cup comes, Spain wins, the U.S. exits in some level of shame. Wimbledon, an Italian played a German in the men's final while Czechia has taken over the women's game. The Open Championship, Ryan Fox from New Zealand wins. The best player in Major League Baseball is Japanese. The last 8 MVPs in the NBA, all foreign-born players. The Australian Open went to Carlos Alcaraz, a Spaniard. The Ryder Cup, our team choked. The PGA Championship was won by Aaron Rai. Who? Where is Team USA gone?
I think we just
all of our basketball, baby.
All of our national pride we put into 250, Bick. Celebration.
Okay.
Vinny, you said you're all the way in now.
I really enjoyed it, and my biggest takeaway, just through the American perspective, is I think this. People pointed at '94, and I think rightfully so. That was kind of an elevation for American soccer to a degree. It helped get the MLS off the ground. This is an opportunity for American soccer to take the next step. And I'm not talking just at the World Cup level. I'm talking about in terms of popularity of the Premier League in this country, which is MLS. They need to step it up. They need to be more competitive. I think the Americans, North America, because you can't leave out Mexico and Canada in this, it's the perfect venue. It's the perfect soil to have a tournament like this on because of the availability of stadiums. There was not one stadium that had to be erected for this tournament. That's the way it should be. So that points to the World Cup coming back in relatively quick fashion. But this is an opportunity for America to elevate. Sorry, I didn't want to use your horse's name.
It's okay.
In vain.
And so the Premier League
delayed elevate.
Hey, Saturday, baby. The Premier League does start in 32 days. Are you guys like more inclined to
32 days? Is that right?
To kind of pick a team?
Yes.
When you were gone, I've been workshopping in my head of what team Bick should support. I've got it down to a couple of teams.
Okay, let me know.
Okay, I will let you know. When I get it to 2,
right.
I'll bring it to you. I can do the same for you, Vinny.
I got a team.
Oh, you do?
My son is a huge Premier League fan.
Okay.
And he's a Chelsea supporter, so I got to go with my boy Patrick.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Father, son, there we go. Okay,
I look forward to it. I look forward to your recommendations.
Okay,
Sammy.
and I'll give you the 2 and have you pick because I will say the Premier League is a very fun watch, especially when you have the soccer bug. When you have the soccer bug.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Would the who won the championship last year?
In the Premier League?
Yeah.
Arsenal.
Would they beat Spain?
It's a great question. They play very similar. Spain would have won. Spain would have beaten Arsenal.
Because a lot of times they say like the best pro teams would beat these national teams just because of the talent.
No, it's a fair question. Spain would have beaten Arsenal. But okay.
They would have beaten their Arsenal.
Pick their Arsenal.
Gosh. All right. There you guys go.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah.
All rebooted on this Monday. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, the Suns have wrapped up their stay in Las Vegas for the Summer League. What did we see from the players we wanted to watch? We'll let you know next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Pleased to be joined by Diamondbacks General Manager Mike Hazen on the Arizona Sports Line.
Do you see yourself being a buyer or seller at the trade deadline?
I would love to be able to add to this team, given if they show us that they belong in the wild card race. But we're going to see where they take us in the next couple of weeks. Like I said, we're going to be facing the competition we're standing next to in the wild card standings, and we kind of control where this thing goes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and we all know that life doesn't stand still. It might be a new job, the arrival of grandchildren, maybe a new home. That's why it's vital to have financial alignment in your life, to have a coherent vision guiding everything you do. And that is why, unlike traditional firms, Trajan Wealth provides a true all-in-one family office model. Their dedicated professionals coordinate your asset management, your tax preparation, and your estate planning all under one roof. It's a seamless seamless integrated strategy designed to protect your wealth, reduce your tax burden, and help you retire with confidence. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with Trajan Wealth where they can give you a second opinion on what you've got going on your current portfolio. They can give you personalized strategies, and as a fiduciary firm, their number one priority is you, your needs, your goals, your risk tolerance. Finally, Trajan Wealth, also a veteran-led company, and just as our military heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Get your plan started. Give them a call today at 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, Arizona. Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds. Just honest deals on trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now here's where it gets really good. Grab the 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And the best part, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference. Or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
The D-backs host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a weekend series starting Friday, August 7th. Get your tickets for the matchup now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What would a successful rookie season look like for Jeremiah Love? We'll discuss starting at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I mean, patience comes with everything. I mean, for you to be able to be successful, you got to be patient. And my opportunity wasn't denied. It was just delayed. And I understood that. I'm not going to put my head down and blame anybody else or put my head down and complain. I just put my head down and worked hard.
Come on, Malawatch of the Phoenix Suns. Let's go back to last week during Summer League in Vegas, which has wrapped up. Congratulations to the Golden State Warriors for lifting that trophy. Hanging the banner.
Yeah. Okay.
Suns played pretty well, I thought, 3-2 during their time in Vegas.
Yeah. I think the Warriors have landed themselves quite a good young player in that Yaxel Lendeborg, I'll tell you that much.
He was one of my favorite players last year to watch.
Yeah.
And the fact that Michigan won the championship as easily as it did without Lendeborg being really fully healthy or functional was amazing. I think he's a really, really good player.
Yep.
It's a good pickup for Golden State. But we went into Summer League focused on 4 players, basically. Kaman Malawach, whom you just heard from, Koa Pete, Rasheer Fleming, Kobe Brea. I think, by and large, when you look at the performances of what you wanted to see from these players, what they wanted to accomplish, this was a good stretch for those players and the Phoenix Suns. And we'll start with Kaman Malawach, who had 4 double-doubles. He was comfortable shooting the three-pointer. He hit 40% of his threes at a pretty good clip. He shot 5 threes a game, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
That looked really good to me.
I'm not sure if his shot looked all that good to me, but
I don't. Does it go in?
It did.
Does it go in? That's what I care about.
No, I guess you're right.
I watched the Portland game, the opener for the Suns Summer League, and I gotta say the first half, maybe the first 2.5 quarters, was arguably the worst basketball I've ever seen played at any level. It was atrocious. The Suns caught fire. They win that game.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that concerned me about what I saw was Kaman Malawach being very loose with the basketball. And he had 7 turnovers in that game. The fact that in his next 3 games, and Malawach, Fleming, and Pete did not play in the 5th game, he only had 3 turnovers the rest of the way. I thought that was a real plus. But he had 2 15-rebound games. He had 51 rebounds in 4 games. I loved what I saw from Kaman Malawach in the Summer League.
Yeah, he did exactly what we all were hoping he would do. He looked like the most dominant player on the court in every game he played.
Yeah.
And it's really, I mean, the numbers, it's Summer League. It's the optics. It's how the player conducts himself. It's the attitude the player has. It's the attitude that I'm too good for this league, for this competition.
Mm-hmm.
You don't say it, but your play says it. And I think Kaman Malawach certainly checked that box. I think to a couple of different levels, Rasheer Fleming did that, especially in his last game.
Yes.
The difference with the Rasheer Fleming minutes, while Rasheer Fleming was not as loud, literally or figuratively, as Koa Pete, who is very demonstrative about wanting the ball and getting downhill with it. And we saw how vocal Kaman Malawach was on the team, aligning the defense and barking at people in front of him, which is great. But the minutes that Rasheer Fleming played and the role he played in the Summer League more closely mirrors what he's going to be doing in the upcoming NBA season than what Kaman Malawach. Kaman Malawach isn't going to have those kind of minutes in the NBA season. Well, maybe he will. Maybe it'll be a huge surprise.
I think ideally he's working his way up to that workload.
Okay,
but not right away.
Not right away.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, out of Koa Pete, Kaman Malawach, and Rasheer Fleming, you would probably say Rasheer Fleming was the least loud in terms of performance, but it might be the most meaningful because it mostly resembles what he's going to be asked to do.
You mean I think those 3 players played about equal. I didn't total up the minutes, but it seemed like they all played between 24 and 28 minutes in every game. You could see that workload maybe for Fleming. Let me ask you this question, because we talked about Malawach. Over the 4 games, he had a positive plus-minus in every game and was plus 48. Koa Pete was plus 30. Rasheer Fleming was a minus 16 total his time on the floor.
Ooh.
Does that concern you at all? Or am I just reading way too much into Summer League box score stats?
I don't know. Maybe I would probably say the latter. I don't know. I didn't have any real. I didn't come away from this going, wow, his defense has slipped or anything like that.
Okay. On Koa Pete's performance, what stood out to me was for a player who came into the league with the label, and it's fair to say because that's the reason why he wasn't a lottery pick and why he lasted to number 30. Wow, this guy can't shoot at all. We only saw him take 2 threes total in 4 games. But he played, to me, with a real confidence offensively, which I thought was very promising.
Well, would that translate, though, when he's playing against, quote-unquote, real men, though?
Yeah, that's the big thing to me. It's when you, and it's why I look at Koa Pete and Kaman Malawach a little bit differently. I think what they did in the Summer League, it's going to be hard for them to duplicate the exact same type of performances when you're going up against veterans, men, big dudes.
And then there's the bigger question is, will any of these guys even get the chance once the regular season?
That was a big topic of our discussion all last week, Vinny. It's that, okay, they've created all this excitement around these 3 young players in the summer league, and now they've whet the fans' appetite for more. We want to see more of these kids. We like these kids.
Yeah.
Yet the team now does not seem to be all that interested in having a developmental lane attached to the season. It looks like they want to go all out to win basketball games.
We went through the roster and we named 9 guys in the rotation before we got to any of these 3 guys.
Yeah.
Which I think you nailed it accurately. That's what it's going to look like until what happens in the NBA? Injuries.
Guys get injured.
Do we see teams go into very many, even singular games now with their rotations intact? No, we don't. So to answer that question that you asked, Jarrett, they will all get opportunities this year. What they do with those opportunities remains to be seen. I think there was a lot to be excited for on the front of those 3 players. Kobe Bryant, to me, I think he was a bit of a disappointment in the summer league because his calling card was elite shooter, and we saw in one game he hit 6 threes against Milwaukee. But outside of that, he shot 11% from 3-point range. The rest of the league,
he was 0 for 7 in the first game, 0 for 4 in the second game, and Sammy and I were watching these games, going, "Isn't this guy supposed to be a good shooter?"
0 for 4, 0 for 7, 6 for 11, 1 for 3, 1 for 4.
Yeah, that's not promising. That's not good.
But again, he's coming back on a 2-way deal for the second straight year. He's under that label. I think if the Suns were all that excited about him, I mean, they want to keep working with him, and maybe it turns into something. But for a player that you're in love with, that you're confident can really wrestle down a rotation spot, you're not putting the 2-way. You're not putting him under a 2-way deal for a second straight year.
You're not.
If it works, it works. But I don't think there's the same expectations on him as there is the other 3 players.
Yeah, I'm with you. So I think all in all, it was a good experience for the Suns. I think it did. If the Suns were hoping to get some affirmation from a couple of their young players that they're ready to continue moving up the ladder, and if they wanted to get fans excited about homegrown players and the next generation of Phoenix Suns, they did all that.
Yeah.
Now it's a matter of keeping them developed, keeping them on a path.
Koa Pete fell short of leading the league in offensive rebounding, as his goal was going in.
Sorry, he didn't have enough games.
He had 3 offensive rebounds.
Okay, then.
Oops.
It was just the Suns were making too many shots.
Exactly.
Not in that first game. Good Lord. That was daring people to watch. Coming up next, we hit the second half of this Monday show. Bick's kicking it off with the blast. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year 1 of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
What could you do if you didn't have a mortgage payment? Would you retire early? Maybe help your kids buy their first home? Or finally take that bucket list vacation? Hey, it's Tom Chambers, and whatever it is for you, my friend Harold Perkins and his team at Galaxy Lending Group are helping people turn those dreams into reality. Harold, I played 16 seasons in the league. You're telling me a mortgage doesn't have to last even that long?
Not even close. We've got clients finishing in 5.
5? I hadn't even hit my prime yet in 5.
It's true. We've had clients retire years earlier than they planned. Others are putting their kids through school, traveling, investing. It's an incredible feeling to watch someone realize their home is completely theirs decades ahead of schedule. And it's easier than you think. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, your existing cash flow does the heavy lifting with no lifestyle changes.
Just give Harold a call today or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
I knew with this pregnancy something didn't feel right.
I was scared. I was scared a lot of the time because I just felt like no one heard me.
I'm glad I didn't stop at no. I'm glad someone finally heard me. Someone finally listened to me.
Black women are more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications. Learn the warning signs and be the one to hear her concerns. Visit cdc.gov/hearher. It could help save her life.
I'm U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. The sound of a seatbelt. It's one of the most important sounds in our car. It means everyone is ready and everyone is safe. The more our kids see us put on our seatbelts, the more natural it is for them to put theirs on too. Make it a priority. Buckle up every time. Hear the sound? Make it a habit.
Paid for by NHTSA.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, July is an exciting time for truck buyers.
That's right, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sales happening all month long with huge savings on some of our most popular trucks. You pay what we pay. Employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. And if a midsize truck better fits your lifestyle, you can lease a 2026 GMC Canyon for just $319 a month.
So stop by Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Arizona answerbacks were on full display yesterday. After a very rocky start for Eduardo Rodriguez, the Snakes found themselves down 7-0 by the 5th inning. But a Nolan Arenado 2-run shot in the 8th would eventually make it 7-7, and Max Kepler would walk it off in the bottom of the 10th for what can only be described as the win of the year so far for Torrey and his team. And here was Lavello post-game.
Everybody from that point forward grouped together and fought to win a baseball game, and that's what's super inspiring to me, and that's what makes me most proud of these guys is the way they went out there and did it.
It was a big 8-7 win and a big series win as well. They're right back at it tonight, though, as the A's are in town. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after 39 days and 48 nations, it was Spain left hoisting the World Cup trophy after their 1-0 win over Argentina in the final on Sunday. And this report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Don't call it a comeback, because the Diamondbacks' walk-off win on Sunday was something else, something extraordinary. It was a gift from the opponent, a reprieve from what might have been a very damaging weekend at Chase Field. Now, I'm not talking about Ketel Marte and how he went brain dead with the game on the line on Friday. I'm not talking about the crisp performance on Saturday, where the Diamondbacks looked way more like the team that swept the Dodgers in Los Angeles, the team that looks capable of making the playoffs. This is more about how unfocused the team was to start Sunday's game, and how Geraldo Perdomo credited Jeff Bannister and Dave McKay, a pair of assistant coaches, for lighting a fire under the team. Perdomo even went so far as to give both men Gatorade baths after the game. Wittingly or not, Perdomo made two things very clear. The team was more locked out than locked in to begin a crucial game on Sunday, and it was not the manager who lit the much-needed fire. And for whatever reason, Lovello did not want to discuss the latter after the game, and for those that are questioning the manager's grip on this team, it was more fuel for the bonfire. But you know what they say, all's well that ends well. The Cardinals gave our baseball team a much-needed assist on Sunday, and in this odyssey of a baseball season, let's hope the Diamondbacks won't look a gift horse in the mouth. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
A good win, you know. No most to say about it. That's all the credit to the coach. Because we don't have like enough energy until the 6th, until we pitch a max. So after that, I think we get some energy and things start getting better.
Geraldo Perdomo talking about a good comeback win yesterday. You hit on something very, very apropos at the beginning of the blast, as you normally do, Bick. And that is, it was impossible not to think about being on the other side of that yesterday. My first thought was, I sat through the whole thing. I watched the whole comeback unfold. It's a good win for the Diamondbacks. That is a horrific loss for the St. Louis Cardinals. And I can only imagine what their fan base is talking about this morning.
When you're up 7-0, you demand that your pitchers not walk batters. Especially don't walk batters with the bases loaded. They did that twice. There's 2 runs right there.
Yeah.
And the misplay in left field on Geraldo Perdomo's 2-run inside the park home run, it was butchery at its finest.
One of those silly things also that, like, that's not an error.
Thank you.
Thank you. They originally scored it an error. It was a single and a 3-base error. But Bob Brenly, even on the broadcast, made reference to it, the trajectory of that ball. And he said, if your left fielder makes a diving attempt on that play, you're basically screwed. Yeah. And I'm paraphrasing. There was no dive.
No.
That was just a left fielder just completely misplaying that ball. And then not exactly busting after the ball once it got past him.
No. And when you watch Geraldo, when Jerry's coming towards third, he's very much expecting to be held up. And you can see almost a little surprise, like, oh, I can keep going? So listen, I'm not minimizing the victory. I'm not minimizing the comeback. Please hear me properly here. But this was a gift to the Diamondbacks, the way the Cardinals opened the door and let the Diamondbacks get back into that game. Nolan Arenado paid it off, a monumental, huge, clutch 2-run homer, and great to see Max Kepler with that walk-off double. That was a real clutch at bat, and they accepted the gift that was given to them. Once again, you hope it's a turning point, but again, as somebody who is watching this team and all of the conversations about this team dating back to when I was in Prague and the whole Ketel Marte, when Torrey blamed everything about the discourse about Ketel on a media narrative. Right? You remember that? There was a report from Bob Nightingale who basically said, correct me if I'm wrong because I was out of the country at the time, who basically said he is still an issue in the clubhouse, that his actions are still reverberating in the clubhouse. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And then Torrey came out and said this is a media narrative, which it is most certainly not. Now, maybe this year, Bob Nightingale's a veteran reporter. He's getting information from somebody. So my point is we're not getting the full story about this because there is great effort to protect this player and to keep everything positive, happy, happy, happy. After the game on Friday, when Cattell went brain dead, not tapping his helmet and reviewing a called third strike that wasn't even a strike.
The biggest part of that was, to me, it wasn't close. I mean, when you look where that ball was, and Miller was the home plate umpire on Friday night, and he was missing everything.
Yeah.
It was up around his shoulders, and there was just no reaction. And his explanation was, well, I didn't get the pitch I was looking for. I was confused. He fooled me a little bit. Okay, that happens. Credit to the pitcher for fooling you in a big spot.
Right.
But you're armed with a failsafe there to keep the game going.
Right.
It's no guarantee the Diamondbacks win that game. I thought Barossa getting picked off first base
was even worse.
Was more egregious because
agree.
he's a pinch runner, and you can't have that. And it probably cost the Diamondbacks a run if all things
Certainly
remain
did.
After Tawa gets the double.
Double follows, yeah.
But that, to me, was, again, discouraging. Moving past the Nightingale stuff that was reported, whether or not that's an issue in the clubhouse, this is where you have to start to look at this baseball team in terms of playoff projection, chances to get to the postseason. We're getting close to the trade deadline. They're 3 games above 500. Ask yourself, does this look like a playoff team? I would argue no, it doesn't. But in the current Major League Baseball landscape, you don't have to be a good team to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, you certainly don't have to be a very good team.
And you can answer that question. Does this look like a playoff team? At times, yes.
Yeah, Saturday they did.
But if that
and
the second half,
the last 4 innings, yesterday they did.
But if that's your answer, at times, ultimately the answer is probably no. They've won 6 out of 7 games.
They had 1.5 bad games, 1.5 good games in a 3-game series.
And really, they're still floundering offensively, at least at the top of the order. If you look at what these players have done in July, it's not a lot.
No, I agree.
Geraldo Perdomo in July has, of the big 3, if you will, has the best OPS of the 3 at 675.
It's not very good.
No, that's terrible. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is hurt again.
He's a guy that, I mean, we talk about buy, sell. I don't know if teams were calling for Lourdes Gurriel, but man, has he just been non-existent all season.
It's been a frustrating year for him, no doubt about it.
It really has been a total washout season for him so far. And Perdomo just never has got it going. At least Marte and Carroll have had streaks where they've looked like their old selves. Perdomo really just a bad season.
Corbin Carroll's hitting 118 this month.
Man.
So we talked about, yes, he leaves the game yesterday, and there's all kinds of concern. I can't say all kinds of concern. It was kind of brushed over. He said he's not that concerned. They're not even going to subject him to imaging. But maybe a day off in this series opener. I was looking for him to maybe get away from the team.
Yeah.
But he got 1 at-bat in the All-Star game, and he struck out in that at-bat, too.
And listen, and I think Corbin is one of these guys who Torrey goes up to him occasionally during this and says, you want a day off? Corbin is the guy that says, no, I feel like I'm still in the battle. Yeah. Every at-bat, I feel like I'm still in the hunt. So, no, I don't want the day off. You're right. This might be a good time just to park him and just say.
Although the A's are going with a lefty, he's hit lefties better than righties this year.
Which
Somebody
is another
explain that
inexplicable thing.
Weird. But if you're gonna jumpstart Corbin Carroll for a stretch, maybe a spot against a lefty's good. I don't know, but the fact that this team has won 6 out of 7, and especially look, the Dodgers series, they were the better team for 3 days. That's not over the course of the year. The Dodgers are the best team in baseball. Those 3 days, they were the better baseball team. I don't know if they were the better baseball team in the St. Louis series, and they won 2 out of 3.
That's up for debate. And again, I'm not going to single out any player Friday night, but the collective vibe Friday night was way too low pro for me. You're coming out of that Dodgers series where you really made people know we're hungry now. We got it. We got the message. And then you come out first game back, and it's that, and you're just like, come on. When is this team going to keep the candle lit?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. D-backs and A's tonight, 6:40 in the opener at Chase Field. We are in the peak of summer, and water safety matters more than ever. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes reminds you that 2 seconds is too long to look away from your kids around water. Text SWIM to 620-620 to learn about the 5 layers of protection. Coming up next, last year, the city of New York flipped for Cam Scadaboo. This weekend, Cam Scadaboo flipped in the city of New York. And did fans flip on him? We'll get all of it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
So much of what is going on with the Arizona Cardinals right now is about these players, these young guys developing. What if Will Johnson just suddenly became a shutdown corner? Walter Nolan, what if he is destined to be one of the best 3 techniques in the National Football League? What happens if these guys develop so quickly and profoundly that suddenly the Arizona Cardinals start winning games?
I think,
is that a possibility?
Yes. I think, yeah, that's a possibility.
You know what? I know there's guys out there, you're going to be laughing at that. That's fine. Laugh all you want, man, because I've seen it happen.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
By now, you know Sweet James, the official accident attorney of your Phoenix Suns. Quite certain you've seen the television commercials of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I say it all the time. I don't know whether that vertical leap is real or whether it's digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on the opposition you are going to be facing if you are ever injured in an accident. Here is what they're going to do for you. They're going to get you all the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve, and they're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. This is a law firm full of extremely talented attorneys who are not afraid to litigate, and all their trial experience with the 98% winning record sends a strong message to those insurance companies that Sweet James will not back down. It's why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. And know this, having the right attorney on your side, it's essential in this climate currently. Can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you've been injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Remember, the call is free, the consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. Here's the number, 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I'm going to address the elephant. I will not hurt myself before the season. Something to do with the fact.
When I looked at it though, I was like, that's the most explosive I've seen Scott. He over-rotated. He did. He said the floor was a little bouncy.
Yeah, so what happened was, I don't know if you guys know WWE or not. Those floors are bouncy. So when I took off, I was midair like, holy cow, I'm not going to land this. I'm way too high. Landed, but it had too much cushion. It wasn't a stiff, firm ground. So it's when I kind of like went back, safely landed, got back up, was good to go. So nothing came out from that. I'm perfectly fine. Nothing happened. We're good.
Cam Scadaboo of the Giants at Fanatics Fest. Talk about an event that really generated some headlines.
Yeah.
Saturday, Cam Scadaboo comes out in a, I don't know exactly what the context was, but he comes out.
They have an area at Fanatics Fest where you could do a WWE entrance.
Okay.
And they have music and they have graphics and you're walking out of the curtain through the aisle.
So Cam Scadaboo comes out with the music. Part of his entrance is he lifts up his pant leg to show the scars from the surgery he had from a gruesome football injury in his rookie year back in November.
Yep.
So we're talking about what, 8 months?
An injury, by the way, that derailed a really good season.
Yes. And then he immediately responds part of the entrance by doing a backflip. He doesn't land it, as you heard him explain. Fell backwards, immediately popped back up.
Yep.
It garnered the reaction, what the bleep are you doing?
Yes. Yeah,
and I think
it's warranted.
So.
It's warranted. Look, we all love Cam Scadaboo. We all love his fearlessness. We all love everything that makes him Cam Scadaboo. But at some point in time, you know, I mean, come on, man.
He's like the new Gronk, but like even more so. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
He's Gronk squared.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Because Gronk, I mean...
It's the next evolution of the Gronk.
It's just not that. He was in a cast at that other wrestling event when he got into that fake scuffle. But again,
Hasn't he said like dumb stuff on podcasts and stuff?
Yes.
He's just had like a
CTE's
really...
CTE's not real.
CTE's, that was...
it's an excuse. Like, all right.
I get leaning into the whole bro thing. I get it. I do. And people love him for that. But
do you though?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I get having a brand and playing up.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's
something that makes you
on the football field. Is that not enough?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You don't. I just think that you're tempting the football gods when you do something like that.
He also went on and look.
He fell right back on his tuchus, Jarrett.
He's getting a label. We've kind of hinted at the label. Like, what does this guy have anything going on upstairs? Cam Scadaboo addressed that too at Fanatics Fest.
Do you enjoy being like the wild maniac moniker? Is that insulting or is that like, yeah?
No, I totally enjoy that part. I think I less enjoy the brain dead kind of guy. But it is what it is. I mean, the New York people love it, so I'm just going to keep being me. And if they want to say I'm brain dead and I don't have no brain, then who cares?
Well, listen, I hope he gets back to being the guy that he was over the first 100 carries of his NFL career. He was very effective. He scored 5 touchdowns. City of New York fell in love with him.
It's an interesting team if he's healthy with what they got there on offense.
I had this lined up for a hardware for our hardware segment.
Yeah,
but I'll let you know what I labeled the award. It was the here for a good time, not for a long time award.
Time? Yeah.
Does Cam Scadaboo not strike you as that type of athlete?
Very much so. Yeah, very much so.
I think, I hate to say this because I root for the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Although, again, I don't know why he's leaning so much into this bro thing. Whatever. Tom Brady's leaning into it now, too. That makes even less sense to me. Maybe that'll come up later.
Yeah, I got a word for that.
Yeah, I don't know what Tom Brady's doing, quite honest with you. He should be a little more dignified than that, given the fact that he's football royalty.
The fact that he's a team owner as well.
Yeah.
Whole thing, too.
But again, he's another one of these guys who's quite obviously terrified of aging.
But I also think that there's a real good chance that Giants fans a decade from now are going to be like, man, remember how fun Jackson Dart and Cam Scadaboo were for that year and a half?
Yeah, Yeah, that's the one thing you don't want. You don't want to be tempting. You shouldn't be doing backflips like that in boots or whatever he was wearing after you've had major reconstructive surgery.
Look, and I just think part of the reason why we gravitated towards Cam Scadaboo locally was obviously what he did for ASU, but it was also the attitude. It was the attitude that my health be damned for the good of the team while on the football field. There's something commendable about that because the whole tendency now for professional athletes and organizations and agents and team doctors is to err on the side of caution. There's no caution in Cam Scadaboo's persona. And again, there's something commendable about that. But I enjoy watching him play football, and I would like to do that for as long as possible.
That's it. That's exactly right. And as a huge Cam Scadaboo fan, right? The guy that gave him my Heisman Trophy vote. May I remind everybody, I'm exactly the same way. I don't want his career cut short due to shenanigans. Stupid wrestling garbage.
Shenanigans like on and off. I mean, shenanigans from how hard and reckless he plays on the field. But like we were just pointing out, since he got injured, he's nonstop still been in the headlines, and almost every single one is because he did something stupid.
That's it.
Let's be honest. It's not going to stop.
It's not going to stop
until like he does something like the backflip that he re-injures his leg.
Well,
like that. All of this right now. I know his podcast comments have gotten like backlash. The backflip thing, like he said he's fine, right? So in his mind, this is all good for him. Like he's thinking, oh, this is good for me. This is good publicity. Like the Giants, me and Dart. Like I'm going to be playing next year. I'm going to be healthy. Until something goes poorly, like the kid is not going to stop being the kid.
No, it's true.
But again, you're talking about a brand new coach there in John Harbaugh, who is all business, who has won a Super Bowl, 2 of them even, right?
One.
And I'm quite certain he has had to say something to Cam Scadaboo. Like, son, we love you, but you got to be smart.
Like, rein it in a little bit.
Just a bit.
And again, I'll take it to a different level.
Mm-hmm.
This parade of former Arizona State athletes who leave campus and make it real hard to root for them.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't even talked about Brandon Ayuk and what he's been up to.
Oh, yeah.
Really good football player.
Talking himself right out of a job.
Now he's turning on Jaden Daniels.
Wow.
It's something. Coming up next, we will talk some Diamondbacks baseball. Cole Tucker, who was in the broadcast booth this past weekend for that weird series against the Cardinals, he'll join us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Cardinals moving left to right. Warner to pass with time. Fires over the middle to Fitz. Caught at the 45, 50. Fitz is loose 40, 30. Goodbye. 10-5. Cardinals lead. Touchdown. Larry Fitzgerald.
You gotta be kidding me. Larry Fitzgerald running the post route. Kurt Warner
Saul put it on it. He turned upfield and ran it home. To the house, Larry Fitzgerald. 22-20. A 64-yard touchdown pass by Warner to Fitzgerald, and the Cardinals lead Super Bowl 43 with 2:37 to go.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks at one point yesterday were down 7-0, but a Nolan Arenado home run in the 8th would eventually tie the game at 7 apiece. And in the bottom of the 10th inning, Max Kepler stepped to the plate.
The 2-2. Swinging a drive to right. Going back out of Newport. Still going back. It's over his head. One hop against the wall. Barossa around third. He's coming home. D-backs win.
An 8-7 win over the Cardinals in what had to have been one of the wins of the season so far for the Snakes. The A's come to town tonight for two. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the 2026 World Cup wrapped up yesterday with Spain lifting the trophy after a 1-0 win over Lionel Messi in Argentina. It was substitute Frian Torres with the winner in the 106th minute, and that was the difference for Spain's second World Cup. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. This summer, get employee pricing plus 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 15,000s at Freeway Chevrolet. New retail delivery by August 3rd.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
D-backs take 2 of 3 from the Cardinals. They got the A's in town for a 3-game series starting tonight. Are they hitting their stride? They won 6 out of 7. Here to talk about it with us, he was in the broadcast booth this past weekend. Cole Tucker joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Cole, good morning. Welcome back to the show.
Cole.
Good morning, gentlemen. Dan and Vince, thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
No, thanks. Good to talk to you again. We've been talking about what just transpired. Obviously, taking 2 of the 3 from the Cardinals, a good thing, but we can't get past kind of the, starting on Friday night, just kind of the weirdness of the series. The way that game ended, obviously coming back from 7 runs down is weird in a good way. How did you sum up the whole weekend experience in that series with the Cardinals?
Yeah, Friday, it was very obvious, a very, bitter night for the D-backs. Everyone went home kind of pissed off, and understandably so. You come back from the All-Star break, you just sweep the Dodgers, and then you're in a dogfight with the Cardinals, and you have 7 or 8 or 9 chances to win the game, and we don't. So that one really hurt. But then they did a great job. They didn't play a perfectly clean game Saturday, but they showed up, stayed in it, found a way to win. And then yesterday, I think when you look back at the 2026 D-backs, this will be a signature win for them. If they make the playoffs, we will be looking back towards yesterday's game.
One of the things that I really loved about yesterday's game was Nolan Arenado's 2-run game-tying home run, because it really crystallized that after maybe a slow start to his season, he's really been worth the effort, and he's brought a lot of maturity and a lot of stability to this team. Do you agree?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Nolan has had a brilliant big league career. It's no secret. But what he brings to this team, especially on the defensive side, is paramount. The D-backs really wanted to shore up their defensive effort this year coming into spring training, and he's been a huge part of that. I mean, his influence on the guys, like walking around in the clubhouse, you can just see it and feel it. Nolan's a true pro, and everyone's better for having him around. But the homer yesterday had to feel good for him. Playing against a team that traded you, he's 1 hit shy of 2,000 in his career. Like, that's a bad man. And he may not be 2018 Nolan Arenado right now, but that's okay. Like, he's still a really, really good big league player who adds a lot of value to this D-backs team.
All right, Cole, take us into the clubhouse from an experience standpoint. Everybody's talking about what kind of effect a win like that can have for the D-backs. So take us through that side, but also take us through the flip side, because it was also really hard to escape the feeling that was a horrific loss for the St. Louis Cardinals. So kind of sum up the clubhouse experience on both sides of a game like that, if you could.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it just gives you so much energy and, excitement when you come back and you're down 7-0. You have 3 shutdown innings, which are so huge in a game of baseball. 3 shutdown innings, you win the game. Max Kepler, who's obviously in a unique situation this year, comes up and comes through, and he's the hero, and you love to see the boys giving him some sugar after that. But on the other side, the Cardinals, they're in the hunt, and no one expected them to be, but they definitely have been feeling themselves. They're hunting down postseason baseball, and they definitely went on the plane to Anaheim last night just feeling down. But you could see the energy in the D-backs dugout. I mean, everyone was freaking out. Coaches are fired up. The trainers and the staff assistants are fired up. That was a game that can just, re-energize your whole entire team. And as bad and as terrible as Friday was, that was a sloppy game. Sunday definitely makes up for it, and it's all about winning the series in a big league series, and they did that.
You know, the phrase being locked in, it's everywhere in sports now, but this team up until this point has struggled with that, with being locked in to start games and that sort of thing. Do you think what happened yesterday, do you think maybe this will be the game, the moment that crystallizes how this team needs to approach every team and every game on their schedule?
I really do. I think that they are playing with a sense of urgency right now, and that's why Friday night hurt so much. I mean, just being around and talking to some of the coaches and talking to Torrey and talking to some guys on the team, like that one really stung. They went home not feeling too great about themselves, and understandably so. But I think that it's now or never. They're either going to go one way or go the other way. But with so much on the line right now heading into the trade deadline and the uncertainty of all that, I think that these boys are going to come to play. Especially with who's coming to town.
Yeah, Cole Tucker, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You led me where I was going with the trade deadline coming up, and I know over the weekend, Geraldo Perdomo came out and said while he was mic'd up on the field, hey, we want Mike Hazen to be a buyer. They're playing good baseball, winning baseball right now, 6 out of 7, but I don't think they're out of the woods to determine whether or not they're buyers or sellers just yet. But let's go on the optimistic side, Cole. If there is an element, an ingredient that you think this team is missing that they should address if they are buyers at the deadline?
Yeah, let's say all goes well. They sweep the A's and they're playing well on this road trip. They're going to buy. I think we're going to learn something in the next 10-ish days. But I think this team could really use a left-handed bat. I don't know who's going to be available. I know Lars Nootbaar that we just saw with St. Louis might be a name that could come up. I know Vinny Pasquantino might be available. But I think this team really needs starting pitching. If they're going to go on the pitching side, I mean, just with Gallen's troubles this year, him being on the IL, Ryan Nelson being on the IL, just kind of it being a shakier rotation right now, I think that they're definitely kicking tires on starting pitching around the league. Maybe another bullpen arm. Their bullpen's been magnificent this year and kept them in a lot of games, just like yesterday's game. So we'll see. But I think a left-handed bat, a starting pitcher or two, and this team could make some noise in the wild card.
All right, so taking us back to Friday night, and I'm bringing this up because I think what the Diamondbacks need more than anything, well, along with some other things, is to have Corbin Carroll back healthy and playing to his optimum level. Same with Ketel Marte. How could an end game situation that happened to Ketel on Friday night happen through the eyes of a former player?
Do you mean like with the error with the challenge?
With not challenging a called strike 3 when it's the last strike of the game.
Yeah, totally. I think that Ketel is obviously a great player and he's locked in. I think it was just a moment where he thought he got caught in between. He said he was looking off speed and just got beat by a fastball and it kind of surprised him and he thought it was in the strike zone. But in talking to the team and talking to Torey Lovullo, it just goes back to awareness of the situation. If it's the end of the game and you either get another pitch or you have to go inside and eat and take a shower, you might as well tap your helmet. The game's over anyway. So I think he just got caught up in the moment and thought that he got beat. But it's just a really unfortunate circumstance. And with every game mattering so much and meaning so much, that one really stung. It was a really unfortunate situation. But they bounced back. They did their thing. Time is of the essence. These games starting tonight, are so important going forward. They have so much to play for right now.
Cole Tucker, our guest here on Arizona Sports. And we waited for so long for basically slots 4 through 9, maybe 5 through 9 in the lineup to start producing at a level conducive to winning baseball games, Cole. That's happened. The bottom of the order has been really, really instrumental in this stretch of winning 6 out of 7. If you look at the top 3 in Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, Corbin Carroll, they've not had very productive Julys right now, yet they're still winning games. How much of a concern is that moving forward, that those 3 who have been counted on to fuel this offense aren't exactly doing that right now?
It's a concern as soon as those guys 4 through 9 stop hitting. I know coming into yesterday's game, that big 3 in Perdomo and Marte and Carroll, they were hitting $125 collectively in the last 6 games. But the team had won 5 out of 6, so it kind of gets ignored and overlooked, and it's no big deal. But if they start losing ball games, it's a panic button that needs to be hit. But as long as somebody steps up right now, whether it's Tim Tawa, Nolan Arenado, Ryan Waldschmidt, as long as somebody steps up to win the game, until these big 3 can get hot and Corbin can get healthy with hyperextended elbow and everything, I think good things are going to happen. But if they go quiet and the bottom of the order goes quiet, we've got big problems.
Biggest question of the morning for you, Cole. Did you get your Geraldo Perdomo audio bobblehead over the weekend?
You better believe I did.
Nice.
I did. I almost gave it away, and I was like, I've got kids. I should totally take
Right,
this.
yeah.
So it's sitting on my kitchen counter.
Keep that in-house, Cole. That could be worth something down the line. Cole, good to talk to you again. Thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, of course. You guys, too. Have a great one.
You too. Cole Tucker joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. The Diamondbacks, they welcome in the A's for a 3-game series starting tonight. Then they get that makeup game against St. Louis. It would be nice to see them take it out on St. Louis again because they have to make that that unnecessary trip.
Yeah, that's the game that you want to hand it to them, right?
Yes.
Like, okay, you made us come back for this one. You're going to pay for this.
And it's got to end in Paul Sewald striking out the side.
And we all want the same thing. We don't want anyone to think we're being too negative about what happened over the weekend, but you've got to be loyal to the story, not necessarily players or the team, the story. And the story of this baseball team has been very up and down and up and down and up and down, and we're all waiting for them to change that. And I think the series upcoming against the A's is a great opportunity.
Totally agree. Coming up next, for 6 weeks, America fell in love with soccer, but was it just a summer fling, or is this going to be a lasting relationship? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, so I say it all the time. I've got an entire file full of incredibly grateful clients of Life Changer Loan who did not know something so amazing exists. This is my favorite. It's the story of Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had a good interest rate, below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer Loan where they're now going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity on the Life Changer Loan. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. All the principal gets paid first. And like I said, all your income goes to wiping out all of your debt. And the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, 5 years, which is not only pretty incredible, it does a lot of great things, gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth. Having 24/7 access to your equity, also a very, very important thing, especially in terms of financial instability. Should it ever arise, having access to your equity is a great advantage. It helps you navigate those waters a lot easier because you always have the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want, whenever you need. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Arizona Diamondbacks able to shut down home run derby champion Jordan Walker and pick up some big wins over the St. Louis Cardinals? We'll be reacting to that series at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, the summer fling. Great memories from youth, right? When it's time to say goodbye for the summer.
Yeah.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Well done, Jared.
Met a girl crazy for me.
Well done, Jared.
Is that what this was with sports fans in America and the sport of soccer?
It's a great question.
The World Cup. I think it's an interesting way to frame it, actually, because I don't think there's any doubt that this was a pretty hotly burning fling between sports fans and soccer. I saw a lot of people jump on board for the first time. I'm not going to say I jumped on board for the first time. I'm deeper into soccer on an international scale now than I ever have been in my life. And I'm not somebody who's been a soccer basher. And I think that's a pretty common phenomenon for a lot of American sports fans.
Yeah.
But now that it's over, and you said earlier in the show, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you were like, I'm going to miss these games.
Yeah.
It was nice for a month. The way the television scheduled work and exclusive windows for every match, you could have ostensibly watched every match of the World Cup if you were willing to put in the time. So they were all available to you. And having that even as a background noise or a fallback option was really great. And I think it was good for the sport. But where does it go now?
Yeah, well, listen, a couple things. For all the people who initially complained about the tournament expanding to 48 teams, that was a godsend. There were 104 total games. And did I immerse myself in them. I was, even yesterday, I took my kids to see the Odyssey in the morning, and so I taped the World Cup final. I was so diligent in staying away from social media and off my phone because I wanted to watch that game in its entirety without knowing the outcome. I would never do that kind of thing for a soccer match in the past. The question really becomes, is this a function of the World Cup, or is this a function of soccer just growing in profile for everybody in this country? And if it's the latter, it's been predicted for decades. But I think it's more a function of the World Cup. I am now of the opinion that this is the greatest sporting event on earth.
Especially given how, it's over 40 days, right? So from day one, you can kind of have, there's the group play, and I agree with Jarrett, some of the group play games, the third group play games, maybe don't mean as much, but, from the start to the finish, it's way better than the Olympics.
Way better.
And
way better.
And from a simple game standpoint, the Super Bowl is great, but, it's one day.
One day.
The lead up to it, I always think is a little overrated. The Radio Row, you guys have been.
But you can't compare this to the Super Bowl.
Sure you can.
You definitely can.
You can compare the final to the Super Bowl.
I'm talking about sporting events. The Super Bowl's an event. You want to talk NFL playoffs? Okay.
The NFL playoffs versus the World Cup.
Okay. It's just the immense magnitude of it, and what it puts it over the top for me, and this is what I don't know if I can replace. Vinny and I, we talk about this all the time. I know this from a personal belief. For me, the best thing about sports is the community involvement. When a sports team matters so much that it galvanizes an entire community, if not an entire state, if not an entire country. And that, to me, is the magic of the World Cup, when these guys are representing their homeland. It's not just what it means to them. It's the crowds and what it means to the people involved. And all the people from Norway and the rowing and the people in England singing Wonderwall and country roads. And
the Azteca in Mexico.
That's it. The pageantry of it all.
So can they replicate that? Because the fan bases of each of these Premier League teams, they are passionate and they have traditions and stuff. Can that be replicated, though, with an American viewer who doesn't really have connections to any of these clubs and are just adapting them?
No, but I think that's kind of the question that I was asking is what does it do to the American fan now? Is there more of a buy-in, and even though Team USA went out in disappointing fashion and really got dominated in Belgium in the round of 32 or round of 16, are you going to be invested when they play friendlies now? Are you going to be invested when they play in the Gold Cup?
And the Copa America.
Copa America. Are you going to buy in and look at the individuals on this team if they were able to capture your imagination? And are you going to follow what they do on the international scale? That is where it's at. Like, I'm actually interested, not just American players. Mm-hmm. This tournament for me was enough to light the fuse. Like, okay. A lot of these players on Spain, like Nico Williams, like I want to follow him now on a international scale. I want to see where these guys play and maybe watch their matches.
Erling Haaland, what team does he play on?
My boys, Man City.
Because that's to me that's going to be like the test.
I totally agree.
Did he break through enough that people are now going to start buying his Man City jersey, start watching his games to see him?
Well, that's the thing.
I would think the answer to those questions are resounding yeses.
Yeah.
At least for a little bit. I think at least people will try at first.
And I do
see
think
what it feels like.
I do think, to Vinny's point of, okay, with the Americans, no one's going to be tooth and nail like watching the friendlies, but what we do have on our what's coming up is the Copa Americas here in 2028. So the United States team is going to be on another high-level scene playing a meaningful soccer. And it's only 2 years away. And I'm really curious within those 2 years of the next big American soccer match. I hope a majority of people are like you. And not only do they want to follow Pulisic or Freeman or those guys on the United States team, the star power of Mbappe, Haaland, Yamal, those guys, are you actually going to watch soccer to now when the Euros and Copa come around, there are going to be actual more fans?
Yeah, and one other thing that stood out to me, and it really reversed itself, because leading up to the tournament, and especially with the games on American soil, the United States was getting really, really bad PR for a number of reasons, with the way visitors were being treated, referees coming in from different countries, journalists, things like that. Teams themselves being placed, or having to be displaced for practice facilities. But once the games started, I think it was a great boon for the United States on a global PR scale to have foreign visitors from all over the globe basically sharing their experience of what a good time they had while they were here.
Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people.
And that might be temporary, might be very temporary, but damn it, we needed it.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Yeah, there's no doubt that kind of softened what, our image had become geopolitically.
Yeah. Literally during the tournament, like when we interfered to get a rule change and our player back.
Exactly.
That was not good PR.
No, not at all.
But I'm not talking about that specific instance.
What I'm saying is that I think the
fan experience.
The rest of it, yes, I think the rest of it was able to overshadow that, because you saw so many clips of, the Scottish taking over the Boston bars and, people, the Irish doing parades down. It was really, that was
fantastic.
Fun to see.
Yeah. That's what it is. The community engagement of the World Cup is where the magic is for me.
Yeah.
And then you look, going forward, I don't know. Is Mbappe still playing in La Liga?
Yeah, so he's on Real Madrid.
Okay.
Real Madrid and him don't really get along, so I'd imagine he's going to be on a new team soon.
Yeah. So it would be beneficial if all these stars that we saw in the World Cup were in the same league. But now you've got Messi in the MLS.
Yeah.
You've got Haaland in the Premier League. You've got Kylian Mbappe in Liga MX.
This is also one of the problems of international soccer. One, the schedule is all over the place. They start, then they stop, then a guy gets lent to another team, then they have a tournament here, and then a different tournament. For dumb American fans who are used to one specific way that their leagues work, it's hard to follow all this different stuff.
And for those of you who are not watching the show, when Jarrett said dumb American fans, he tapped his own chest.
Why did I do that? That was subconscious right there.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Spain, not the biggest winner in this tournament, by the way. Biggest winner, Hidden Valley Ranch.
It's 1,000%.
Oh, the actual dressing.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Their global reach is...
yeah. Just don't put it on iceberg lettuce right now.
Certainly not.
Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here. And a long time ago, over 25 years ago, I was looking for freedom from glasses and contacts. I had LASIK surgery, changed my life, but as I've gotten older, my vision's still pretty good. But I was wondering what was going on because I do find myself squinting at times, and I have had to use readers from time to time. So I scheduled a consultation with Dr. King at K2 Vision. I got a thorough exam, and it turns out I'm like many people that have LASIK in their younger years, I'm a prime candidate for a refractive lens exchange, an RLE. That is a permanent solution that not only fixes your vision, but also ensures I would never get a cataract. The team of surgeons at K2 Vision have performed over 300,000 procedures. So if you're in the same boat I was, and you're wondering what's going on with your vision, I know from my personal experience that they will know what the best procedure is for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
We are, by definition, a golf show. Jim Hill here, one of the hosts of Bunker to Bunker.
I'm Greg Ellis, Jim's co-host, and we also do our best to entertain. Like, for example, the laugh we had following the recent story about achieving calm.
How do you get into a tranquil state of mind?
Well, weed is legal now.
Always lots of fun.
Fill out the foursome and join us Saturday mornings at 7 on 98.7 Arizona Sports.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
At the UPS Store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Arizona answerbacks were on full display yesterday. After a very rocky start from Eduardo Rodriguez, the Snakes found themselves down 7-0 by the fifth inning, but a Nolan Arenado two-run shot in the eighth would eventually make it a 7-7 ball game, and Max Kepler would walk it off in the bottom of the eighth for what can only be described as one of the wins of the season so far for Torrey and this team. And here was Lavello post-game.
Everybody from that point forward grouped together and fought to win a baseball game, and that's what's super inspiring to me, and that's what makes me most proud of these guys is the way they went out there and did it.
It was a big 8-7 win and a big series win over the Cardinals as well. The Diamondbacks will be right back at it tonight as the A's are in town. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after 39 days and 48 nations, it was Spain left hoisting the World Cup trophy after their 1-0 win over Argentina in the final on Sunday. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, the 9 o'clock hour. That means it's time for some social studies. We are at Bickley_Marotta on X, at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, and you can watch us live every single morning over on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, first question for you guys on social studies today. It's a Diamondback question. What is the one thing you've learned about this team this season, and why?
That they're capable of looking like a playoff team, but not capable of sustaining it for long periods of time.
It's hard to disagree with that. Every year is a different iteration of a team.
Mm-hmm.
But there's been so much carryover from the last two seasons to this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's been the case for like the last three baseball seasons for the Diamondbacks. So I don't know if I learned it this year. I guess I learned that I'm disappointed that that's continued.
Yeah.
But there's nothing that a long winning streak or a really good stretch of 20 games of baseball, if they went 17-3, that's a nice cushion. And it would be huge for this team in terms of the wild card standings. But I guess I learned that I'm disappointed that they haven't been able to do that yet.
Yeah, to your stat that you found from Jack earlier, since 2017, the last time they won 6 games in a row.
More than 6.
More than 6 games in a row.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a crazy stat.
Jarrett brought it up.
That's sweeping 2 series.
That's 2 series.
And then winning unbelievable.
It's that was wild.
Right now, currently, the Red Sox have won 13 in a row. The Orioles have won 7 in a row currently.
Yeah.
Wow. A couple responses.
Break up the O's.
J-Rod Card says, unpopular to some maybe, but Torey Lovello is a very good manager. Who else could get more with less? Jay said that this is a fun team to watch, but this team could have been special had the stars aligned. Injuries and underperformance from key guys have us where we're at today. That said, there's enough fight to make a wild card push, and anything can happen. Ruth said that they're inconsistent. I don't think they're a playoff caliber team, but I'm also not impressed by the teams they're in contention with. And speaking of that, only a half game back of the last wild card spot right now.
Can I read one response?
Yeah.
From it's Joff29. Love your show, but the tone of the show is like the tone of Tory. Disturbing. We won a huge game, and all the talk is about all the other BS. Tied for the biggest comeback in team history, and you all talk about the discord. You all have the Monday negatives. Fair that you think that. We've certainly talked about the positives that are going on, too. They won 6 of 7. I don't know how many times I've used that phrase today. That is a positive. But Bick said it perfectly before. You have to be loyal to the story.
Yeah.
And part of the story that's going on right now is we've been down this road before. And it always regresses back to 500.
Yeah, and so the whole, and again, I don't think we've been overly negative at all.
No.
I think we're covering I think we're covering this very honestly and very objectively. And I think our hope is that victory yesterday, no matter how you interpreted it, that victory will be a moment that this team gets right.
Yes.
For the long haul.
Right.
Yes.
And I think we, in context of all of our D-backs discussions, have taken the full weekend of games.
Yes.
Yeah.
As you would do on a Monday. We've discussed everything that happened in the series, which was all over the map.
Yeah, because let's face it, Friday night was unacceptable in a lot of different ways. Saturday, great. Overall result on Sunday,
right?
Great. To come back like that, unbelievable.
Exactly. What we were going to be talking about Monday morning through 5 innings of yesterday's game would have been overly negative, probably. And they turned it around.
They pulled it out of the fire is what they did. That thing when it was 7-zip, that thing could have been, we could have been looking at a James McCann game.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh no,
you know what I mean?
Arm is rested.
Keep him on the shelf for as long as possible. All right, next question. When Spain won the World Cup, they'd only given up 1 goal all World Cup. And so it brought up the question, who is the greatest defensive team in sports history?
With all due respect to the 2000 Baltimore Ravens, it's the 85 Bears.
Babe.
Bears.
They were a wrecking crew there, Bob. I didn't hear one Chicago accent on my trip.
Oh, come on.
Not one.
Really?
Come on.
Not one.
Where did you go?
Chicago.
How is that possible?
You know why? They're all in Arizona. No Chicagoans live in Chicago anymore.
All right, touche.
That's funny.
85 Bears. That was. They were.
The 85 Bears were also. They were a circus in all the great ways. They were full of personalities. The reason why I deemed Spain the Ravens is because that Ravens team was just defense. It was Trent Dilford quarterback.
That's true. They didn't really have a Walter Payton.
Yeah, but that Bears defense was way better than their offense.
I totally agree.
Any NBA team spring to mind as defense kind of thing? I guess you usually think of like the ugliness, like the Detroit
bad
Pistons.
Boy Pistons.
Yeah.
When the Pistons won the title most recently, that defense was nasty.
It was,
Ben Wallace.
but it was also part of a nasty era of basketball where the scores were low and it was just
right. You don't
unsightly.
praise the defense. You sort of like think of
how bad the
84 to
offense
78
was.
finals.
Right. Yeah, I always gravitate towards football on a question like this.
I agree. A lot of 85 Bears. Tom said 85 Bears and 26 Spain soccer team. Let's call it a tie. And then Yeah, Las Vegas, the 85 Bears, largely recognized as the best defense of all time. All right, last question. My disappointment from...
You know the 86 Bears actually gave up less points than the 85
Yeah,
Bears?
people don't know that.
Yeah.
That's a crazy stat.
And that was with Vince Tobin as defensive coordinator, not Buddy Ryan.
That's wild. All right, the last question we had was, what was something that you heavily anticipated and were so excited for that wound up completely disappointing you, and why?
Ooh, wow.
This was brought up on our horse was supposed to run this Saturday, and it scratched.
I remember one time the Coyotes, remember them? They went out and acquired all these old-timey stars like Brett Hull and Mike Ricci, and I thought...
And Maurice Rocket Richard.
Well, no, they didn't get him. And I had these and I remember going out to a practice, and their vibe was immaculate, and their expectations were enormous, and I thought, this is going to be the next great entertainment team in the Valley, and oh boy, did they fizzle out.
That is such a wide-ranging question.
It is.
And I can't believe I don't have stuff off the top of my head, being as pessimistic as I am by nature.
For me, it was the first remake of Willy Wonka, the movie. My favorite all-time movie is the Gene Wilder version.
Mm-hmm.
When I heard they were remaking it, I was a little weary. But then I'm like, Tim Burton is directing, and it's starring Johnny Depp. If you're going, this is a perfect combination. And that movie was
so weird.
It was such a bad interpretation to me of the source material.
And if Willy Wonka fans are saying that movie was weird, it had to be really weird.
And I'm hoping...
That's what I really like the Timothée Chalamet prequel, because it paid homage to the Gene Wilder version.
I'm hoping... I'm going to see the Odyssey this week, and Bick saw it.
I did.
I'm hoping that movie is not disappointing. I don't think it will.
But again, it's just try to avoid all media.
Yes, I have been. Right. I've been really, really good with that.
He's been avoiding spoilers for 3,000 years for the Odyssey.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm putting it on the show sheet. We're getting back to this because there's some good
there
answers.
are some great responses. So we'll get back into it at Bickley_Murata.
I'm just writing down. Disappointed! That was for you, Bick.
I love it.
We're Bickley and Murata elsewhere.
Disappointed!
It is Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Alex Weiner takes a look at how the Diamondbacks managed their best win of the year. A Cardinals executive is reportedly appealing his suspension for violating the NFL's gambling policy. And Diamondbacks outfielder Corbin Carroll is day-to-day with an elbow issue from the Cardinals game. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed out from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the All-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the All-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877-0429.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people have a 401k and a CPA, but no real plan tying it together?
Right. They have accounts, not a strategy. And without a coordinated plan, your income, taxes, and investments can actually work against each other.
So where do people start?
With a conversation. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll show you exactly where you stand and what to fix. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this sounds like the month to upgrade your SUV.
That's right, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sales going on all month long, and we've got some incredible offers. You can lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month or save up to $6,000. If you're looking for something bigger, the new 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases starting at $699 a month.
Stop in a Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from two neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, we do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where did the Arizona Diamondbacks stand in the National League wildcard race after their series against the Cardinals? We'll discuss starting at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Kepler to right. Get over it. Newtbar can't get it. Here comes Barossa. Max Kepler walks it off for the Diamondbacks.
That's the way it ended yesterday. D-backs TV, Steve Berthium, Bob Brenly on the call with Greg Kinn in the background.
How about it?
With lyrics, too. Did you borrow that from the Wolf and Luke folder?
Are we really ready for Lars Nootbaar, one of the nuttiest names in sports, to be joining the Diamondbacks?
One of the nudiest names.
Nuddiest names, that's right.
Cole Tucker brought it up as a possibility.
Yeah.
If there's a bat available.
The Jock Peterson thing, really, I don't even know if he's available.
Texas is near the top of the
probably
AL
not.
West.
Probably not.
But the Diamondbacks do come back. They complete tied for the largest comeback in franchise history. Only the third team this year to come back from a 7-0 deficit.
Mm-hmm.
Second time they've done it as a franchise, down 7-0, looking dead in the water. And it was just one of those games, too. I think the 7-0 felt a little bit more uphill.
Yeah.
Because of the pitcher that the Cardinals built that lead against. Eduardo Rodriguez has been so good this year.
Yep.
And for the offense to be able to pick him up, kind of to pay him back for what he's done for this team this year, maybe that's one of the ingredients that goes into a long run by the D-backs. Because the bullpen wasn't perfect.
No.
They dealt with a lot of traffic all day long, but they got it done. Here was Erod talking about not having it, but getting picked up by the bullpen and the hitters.
I mean, I feel like I made a lot of spots with the changeup. The forcing wasn't working great today, like I always been with the fastball up, And I mean, like I say always, I had a good plan. They had a good plan. They executed it, and they take advantage of it. They get a lot of hits on my changeups. That is, like I will say, one of my best pitching. I was missing a lot of spots. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, I give it up to the bullpens. The guy, it was 7-0, and then we come back and win the game. That's what it's all about, helping each other. That's what we are a team together, and somebody's down. We never let it down, and we end up winning the game. I mean, I know what I have in the bullpen. I know what I have behind in the lineup, and they went out there and they executed, and we end up coming back and winning the game, which is the most important part right now. The bad start are going to be there. Today was me, like I said, I wasn't executing all my pitches and I paid for it, but we ended up winning the game.
Yeah, and I have, right now, it sounds weird that I would be saying this because we certainly didn't feel this way until this year. I've got zero concerns about Eduardo Rodriguez moving forward. I think it was just one of those days.
I hope you're
day.
right. I hope you're right.
Yeah.
I don't know if my concerns are at zero, but I hope you're right. And as I said earlier, I'm all for freedom of expression in sports stadiums without the vulgarities. But to boo Eduardo Rodriguez coming off the mound yesterday, that is so short-sighted and so amateurish. Given, I mean, if anybody on that staff is entitled to a bad start or two, it's that guy.
If there's ever a time to do the old, it's all right, man, they'll get him next time.
Man. Yeah,
you know.
that would have been it.
His first appearance at home after making an all-star appearance in that uniform? I don't understand it, but
I don't get it either. But again, I think it also does underscore the levels of frustration with the up and down nature of the team. The fact that going into yesterday's game, it kind of felt like a must-win to a lot of people because you do not want to come out of the All-Star break and boast about sweeping the Dodgers in Los Angeles, then promptly lose a home series to the Cardinals. So to rally from that did some very important things. More than anything, they've got the season series on the Cardinals no matter what happens on their final game in St. Louis, the makeup game, which means if it comes down to the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals for the last playoff berth, all the Diamondbacks have to do is match the Cardinals' record and they're in. We know how that works. We've been on the wrong side of that equation before, right? So if you are going to look for positives, I think that Brandon Pfaadt continues to be very, very good since being brought back up to the parent club. Fantastic. And I think that Nolan Arenado, that was a big-time, game-tying home run yesterday. And for Max Kepler to win it, you hope that maybe Max can be that guy, but I think we've seen enough of Max to don't know if he can be that consistent, thumpish kind of slug bat that they need in the lineup. But my thing is this. The Diamondbacks can now claim they have won 6 of their last 7 games. It didn't look like it over the weekend. They did not look like a hot baseball team in its entirety. Now, the hope is to take that dramatic comeback and the gifts that were given to them along the way by the Cardinals and now take flight. Because if you go and you sweep the A's, now you're talking.
Well, yeah, the A's are coming in 15 games under 500. They are not very good right now. They did win on Saturday 15-1 over the Nationals, but that was their first win since July 1st. They are
they're scuffling.
I mean, their offense, 2 runs, 1 run, 1 run, 1 run, 0 runs, 1 run, 2 runs yesterday in their loss. This is a series that is non-negotiable for the Arizona Diamondbacks. If you want to be a buyer, if you want to be a playoff team, you got to take care of business and win 2 or 3 against the A's before you go out on the road. Because it is a challenging road trip. A 3-city trip turned into a 4-city trip. If there is a concern on the injury front right now, it's with Corbin Carroll. Took an awkward-looking swing and striking out. Stayed in the game defensively, but his next turn up at bat, he was pinch hit for by Jorge Barrosa. Here was Corbin Carroll after the game yesterday.
Hyperextended that elbow. Kind of lingered on me, so yeah.
Was that the first time you felt it?
I'd done it on a couple swings, before the break, but they didn't linger. This one just lingered a little bit, but not concerned about it. Just maybe a day. We'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, and look, Corbin Carroll apparently knows his body very well. Nobody knows the body better than the individual athlete. If he's not all that concerned, I don't know if there's reason to be concerned. If he needs a day off today, might be a good time to do it.
Yeah.
Going back to the A's, though.
Okay.
They did win 15-1 against the Nationals on Saturday. The day before, they lost the opener of that series 23-4.
I saw that.
That's the score that would cause Gambo to freak out.
Yeah, exactly.
23-4.
It's kind of, it sort of is underappreciated how bizarre it is to be playing a team that has no city in their name, that is playing in a minor league stadium, that has 3 different cities that apparently don't want them, don't want it. They are a very odd franchise the last few years.
I agree with that.
The A's. That's it. Like, share.
Yeah, that's it.
Coming up next, we will hand out some Monday hardware. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know how important the home court advantage can be, and that's exactly what you're going to get from my friends at Advanced Window Products, and here's why. They're a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They have got their own factory right here in the Valley. It's located in Tolleson. That means you're going to get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, great pricing, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. You'll also get windows that are built specifically for the harsh desert climate, talking about triple low E protection that reflects and repels 98% of the harmful UV rays. These windows all come with monsoon seals to help them during our summertime storms. Also get a great warranty, accidental glass breakage, which means if a rock, if a golf ball, if anything ever breaks one of your windows, they come out and they replace it. No questions asked. I had all of my windows replaced by Advanced Window Products. Can't say enough good things about how they look, the installation process, the cleanup process. Their workers were absolutely incredible. Found out there's a reason for that, because they're all vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and these are windows that will literally pay you back. Give them a call, find out what they've got going on with the great summertime special at 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I am with Brian Griffiths, who is a captain of Moving Team 6. Brian, how are you doing?
Not too bad, Wolf. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, brother. Tell me why you got involved with Moving Team 6.
I used to be in the Navy, had gotten out, doing a couple other things, and wanted to get back into something that actually helps people again.
How did being in the Navy actually help you with Moving Team 6?
It helps out a lot. It gives you the discipline, big things, showing up on time, work ethic, show up, you get the job done, get it done the right way the first time, makes everything much smoother and easier.
How much did it matter to you that Moving Team 6, they proudly support and hire veterans?
Oh, it mattered a lot. That's one of the reasons why I started working here.
So, Brian, if there's another veteran that is listening right now, what would you tell them about Moving Team 6?
First of all, it's a great place to work. Similar kind of brotherhood you had while you were in with the guys and the other veterans that we have here.
Thank you, Brian. Go to movingteam6.com.
Where your move is our mission.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks at one point yesterday were down 7-0, but a Nolan Arenado home run in the 8th would eventually tie the game at 7 apiece. And in the bottom of the 10th inning, Max Kepler stepped to the plate.
The 2-2. Swinging a drive to right. Going back out of Newport. Still going back. It's over his head. One hop against the wall. Barossa around third. He's coming home. D-backs win.
An 8-7 win over the Cardinals in what had to have been one of the wins of the season so far for the Snakes, and they're right back at it tonight as the A's come to town. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the 2026 World Cup wrapped up yesterday with Spain lifting the trophy after a 1-0 win over Lionel Messi in Argentina. It was substitute Fran Torres with the winner in the 106th minute, and that was the difference for Spain's second World Cup. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 30 years is old news. What's new is the Ownership Accelerator loan from a Galaxy Lending Group that helps you pay off your home decades faster. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to learn more today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports poll question: with 13 games left before the trade deadline, how many games do the D-backs need to win to be buyers? Is the number 7-9, 9-11, 11-13, or they're already buyers?
They're 3 games above. So if they went 7-9, that'd be a nice little cushion.
Yeah.
I'll say 7-9.
I think that's the right answer.
Ooh, wow. 54% say they're already buyers. 25% say 9-11. 16% 7-9. And
54%? What if they went on a 13-game losing streak? Sorry for being negative, but come on. There's 13 games left.
I know. Yeah.
We live in the weirdest sports town in America.
You can say that
Vinny,
again,
it's so
brother.
strange.
You can say that again.
So strange.
Today's poll question. You can vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
They're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
It is our belief on Bickley and Marotta mornings that the world needs more award shows.
Yeah.
So we do one every Monday morning. We hand out hardware, a couple of awards apiece based on what we took in over the weekend. It doesn't even have to be sports related.
We should almost have Jarrett deliver comedy on Monday and Friday. Do an award show monologue.
Too much for me.
My first award is the Blazing Award. I'm giving it to Scotland's Josh Kerr, who shattered the world record for the fastest mile ever run. He clocked a 3-minute, 42.66 second mile. He was at 16 miles per hour, which is faster than the e-bikes you see all over your neighborhood and is likely faster than any treadmill setting you can program at your gymnasium.
Where did he do this?
On a track.
At the Diamond League meet in London. It was all part of a plan. He needed to shave 222 seconds off his personal best to set the record. So they called this Project 222, and he pulled it off. That's an insane.
342?
That's mind-boggling.
342.66.
Yeah, at one point, the
342.
sub 4 mile at one point was the, 56-game hitting streak thing that you could never get to.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
What was the Hurricane Carlin record for the mile?
Oh, I was not a distance runner. I hated. I ran cross country in middle school, but I hated it so much. I was a sprinter.
The speed of Josh Kerr, that's a sprint. He's sprinting for a mile.
Oh yeah.
That's insane.
Oh my gosh.
But if you want to put it this way, football players for short bursts are clocked at 21, 22 miles per hour.
Uh-huh. Corbin Carroll's 21, 22.
Yeah. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is. Really is.
Yeah, I saw that. And I'm not a big track aficionado, but when you have the 4-minute mile in your head, that blew my mind. 18 seconds less than 4 minutes.
Crazy.
My first award is the even Jared Carlin should appreciate this award. It's a soccer award. Doesn't have to do with the World Cup. Trevor Ammon of Pittsburgh Riverhounds SC of USL Championship, which is the league that Phoenix Rising plays in. He scored a hat trick in his team's 3-1 win over Louisville City FC Saturday night. Hat trick, that's an impressive accomplishment on its own rate.
No doubt.
Ammon scored 3 times in a span of 3 minutes and 27 seconds, or about the time frame it takes Josh Kerr, it was Josh Kerr, right, to run a mile. 3 minutes and 27 seconds. The previous record in that league for the fastest hat trick was 7 minutes and 17 seconds during any span of the game. So he cut that in half.
Wow.
I watched all 3 goals. 2 of them were headers. Trevor Ammon, household name. Pittsburgh Riverhounds.
Wow. There you go.
Get him to the Premier League.
My first award is maybe he has to pay child support and alimony after all award, and it goes to Tom Brady. Because the only explanation I can have for what's occurred over the weekend, over the last several days, is he needs money or something. Because Tom Brady appears to be on a collision course to have a professional wrestling match with Logan Paul.
Yes.
Now that collection of names and words is insane to me, as somebody who loves wrestling. And it started, this is all took place over Fanatics Fest, this gigantic, it's like Comic-Con for sports and collectors, but even bigger. First he appeared on a WWE wrestler Cody Rhodes podcast, said, I'd like to wrestle one day maybe. Yeah. Then at some other event there, he got into some shouting match with Logan Paul, and then he slapped him. And then at the World Cup, they're screaming at each other. He's giving him the finger and stuff.
He gave each other the bird. It was ridiculous.
Over the course of 3 days in New York, in the New York area, he seems to be building a feud with WWE superstar and extraordinarily annoying YouTuber Logan Paul.
Yes. And I don't know why he's football royalty.
But to be fair, Lawrence Taylor fought in a WrestleMania match. The 1985 Bears fought in a WrestleMania match. It's not like this hasn't. Mike Tyson appeared in WWE. But Tom Brady is not like overflowing with charisma or anything, and never seemed like he would be into something like this.
The individuals you mentioned, Lawrence Taylor, Mike Tyson, they made some questionable personal decisions during their lives.
That is true.
Tom Brady
did not have the reputation that he had.
No, and royalty's the right where he's the greatest quarterback that ever lived.
And that's the other thing.
He's making $37 million a year just for being a mediocre broadcaster.
But it's not like so Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns and Tyrese Halliburton were all in WWE over the weekend at Madison Square Garden at Saturday night's main event.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the Logan Paul connection also that's extra gross and beneath to me.
I agree with
Tom Brady.
Yeah.
All right, my award is You Wouldn't Believe Me in a Million Years award, and I'm giving it to Anthony Rizzo and Michael Bush. So in the bottom of the first inning at Wrigley over the weekend, Michael Bush hits an absolute bomb to right field. And guess who's in the bleachers that weekend in a Cubs jersey? Anthony Rizzo.
Wow.
With his child in his hand, catches the home run ball from Michael Bush.
They were celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the World Series.
Yeah.
And he's been very present at Wrigley and with the Cubs all season. But my guy, get it. Can we get you a better seat? I know the bleachers are fun, but
that's where the party is, right?
I guess, but he's got his kid in one hand and he's catching a home run ball. It was wild to see.
Can't catch a home run from behind home plate.
You can't.
No, you can't.
No,
you can't.
All right, my last award is the Home Pitch Advantage Award. I'm giving it to Spain because the 2030 World Cup will be the first World Cup ever held by 6 different countries.
Is that right?
I thought it was only 3.
Spain, Portugal, Morocco.
Portugal, and Spain. And Spain's going to become the first defending champion ever to host the tournament. There's also going to be satellite matches in Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay.
Oh, interesting.
That's really strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the centennial celebration of soccer, 100th anniversary of the tournament. So,
the first World Cup was 1930.
Yeah, listen. So, and one of my first takeaways after watching the final last year was, why don't we do this every 2 years? Do we have to wait 4 years in between World Cups? Why?
Yes.
I know you're shaking your head, but why?
Because we have the Euros and the Copa.
Who cares about the Euros
No,
and the Copa?
I'm telling you, the World Cup being every 4 years
makes it special.
Makes it what it is.
It makes it also harder to just have like one dominant team win like 3-4 years times in a row. You know what I mean?
That's a great point.
Because there's roster turnover.
That's a good point.
I see it going in that direction. They've already expanded it once. They're going to expand it again. Why not just move it up 2 years? More is better.
They may eventually.
All the money. Look at all the money.
It's only set out to the one after that next one in Saudi Arabia in 2034. So we'll see what happens after that.
Yeah. My last award is the I Hope He's Not Right award, and I'm giving it to Dana White, who, of course, is the big wig with UFC. But he's also the man behind Power Slap. And over the weekend, he was at the CNBC Sport Boardroom Game Plan Summit, actually on Thursday. And he said this about Power Slap, quote, "It could be just as big as the UFC. When you look at the numbers, we have the most viewed YouTube short ever in sports on Power Slap, the most viewed ever in sports on TikTok, and the numbers are just astronomical on what we pull this thing, and it's global. It's already a global business." He said they get more advertising dollars for Power Slap in 2 years than it took the UFC to get for 10 years. Look, UFC, I know it's got a fan base. It's not exactly my cup of tea. I'm aware of it. I do watch some of the matches. There's strategy and real competition in UFC going on. Two people just hauling off and slapping each other in the face, that's not a sport to me.
It's nearly literally something from Idiocracy.
Yes.
That would be like...
Absolutely. I hope he's not right. I hope he's just gaslighting us.
I don't think anyone actually watches it, if that makes you feel better.
He did talk about it. It lives virally, basically.
Yes.
But my goodness, Idiocracy is right.
It's a great call.
We've run out of time on hardware. Coming up, some final thoughts. Spickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Rosen in shotgun, a bunch set to the right. David Johnson in the backfield. Snap to Rosen, looking left all the way, throwing left to Fitz. Caught at the one. He's hit there, but he bounces off a tackler and gets in for 2 points. The Cardinals extend their lead to 3, 18-15 with 34 seconds to go.
Did you see what he did, David? Larry Fitzgerald spiked the football.
I don't know that I've ever seen that.
Just running a flat route, Josh Rosen put it on him, and Larry spiked the ball.
More memories of number 11 as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Waltz TV and Appliance is a Valley institution. They have been serving the Valley since 1957, way back when Eisenhower was president. They have seen a lot of trends come and go in the marketplace. What has never changed is their commitment to you, their customers in Arizona. Here's what Waltz will give you. They'll give you a great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, great selection of audio components, great selection of outdoor televisions. They are soon to be in the golf simulator business, which is very, very exciting, and they're going to give you great service. In fact, they have got an incredibly knowledgeable staff that can answer all of your questions and give you the insight you will never get from the big box stores. Now, people think, wow, for all that experience and all that expertise, they must charge a lot more at Waltz. Wrong. They're as competitive as the big box stores on all the inventory you are looking for. They will also match any any price you bring to them. And talk about service. You can get same-day delivery 7 days a week. You can get a professional installation done by a professional. You'll get 10 times the service at Waltz while paying the same price you would pay at those big box stores. Finally, when you're at Waltz, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyer. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, you handle retirement planning, financial planning, tax planning. How important is estate planning to somebody's overall portfolio?
Listen, I think it's one of the most overlooked things. A lot of people say they're going to get to it eventually, and they never do. Look, I mean, here's the thing. I sometimes say I'm a bit hypocritical because I've been preaching the importance of having an estate plan and a living trust for 20 years. I just got mine done a few years ago. So a lot of you out there know they need to get it done because, look, here's the thing. Probate is not an evil process. It's just expensive and time-consuming, and it's a process you can avoid by having proper estate planning.
And especially for those of you in split families, because then you've got to divide assets among 2 different families. It becomes very difficult. If you want to get an estate plan as part of your portfolio, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
Are you familiar?
I think I've heard this song. I can't quite place it. So if we were playing Mustache, Not a Mustache, I'd be in big trouble right now.
Well, there's been no lyrics yet.
There's no lyrics in the whole song.
Oh, no.
The answer is The Smiths. This is The Smiths without Morrissey singing. But the name of the tune is why I played it.
Okay.
Because we were going... You were having the debate between oscillate and vacillate.
Uh-huh.
And both were the right answer.
Yeah.
This song is called Oscillate Wildly.
Oh, okay.
A rare instrumental from the Smiths. So if you can't stand Morrissey, this is the song
right
for
your
you.
alley. If you're a big Johnny Marr fan and you can't stand their lead singer,
which I think
this is right for you, which is a lot of people.
To a lot of people.
Yeah.
That, Oscillate Wildly by the Smiths. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we had a social studies question we didn't quite get to about things that you've looked forward to that just fell through and left you completely and utterly disappointed with the result, stemming from Sammy's story about Elevated.
Yes.
His family's horse that was supposed to make its debut at Saratoga. By the way, did you see George's?
Yeah, I know. It's
George
crazy.
is going to be at Saratoga, and it's going to get a chance to see Elevated run.
Wow.
So is
This
that
weekend.
that's like his home track? Is that?
Yeah, so he trains at Saratoga. She trains at Saratoga now. She trained in like when she was young and just learning how to do all this at a different track. But Saratoga is kind of like the cream of the crop in the summer racing world. So she's training there, and she'll run there this Saturday. And George is going to be there with a bunch of his high school buddies to then watch it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very cool.
That's very cool.
I thought of my own personal one, though. Nothing's ever going to beat Game 3 of the 2001 World Series for me. When I was stranded outside of Yankee Stadium.
Oh,
As
yes.
a cruel, as
Tell
a
the story
cruel
once
plot.
again if
I've
someone
told the
isn't.
story a million times.
New listeners and viewers all the time.
I was doing a radio show with Bruce Jacobs at the time. Diamondbacks go to the World Series. They're playing the Yankees. We had a caller, Brooklyn Joe or Pizza Joe or somebody. The details are getting fuzzy as time passes. Who calls us up on the air and says, I can get you tickets to Game 3 of the World Series.
Way.
All you have to do is have your station fly you to New York and get a place to stay, but I got your tickets covered. So we check with the station, management, and they're surprisingly willing to say, yes, we'll pay for this. You can do your show from New York. We had a place to stay, everything. So we get all set up. He says, meet us. There's this famous sports bar, I forget the name of it, right outside of the old Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. We get there 2 hours early. We wait. Nothing. He's not answering his phone, not answering any text messages. We keep waiting. The crowd starts to file in. The helicopter delivering
George
President Bush,
Mm-hmm.
to throw out the first pitch flies overhead, and we're like, we're not getting in. Well, it turns out he had a vendetta against Bruce at the time and was paying him back for said vendetta.
My
Wow.
gosh.
And I got caught in the middle of it. And I remember how pissed I was taking the subway back to Manhattan to watch the game on TV, which is where we watched games 3, 4, and 5 in an apartment in Manhattan.
Oh my.
But he got a big kick.
Now, didn't he call into the radio show the next day?
Yeah.
And basically
And explained
rub
his
it in
whole
your face?
nefarious plot. Said, you made fun of me on the air years ago, and I vowed to get you back. And I got you back, Bruce. And I said, what about me? And he's like, oh, sorry.
I've
That
obviously.
is one of the worst
Brutal.
stunts I've ever heard in my life.
It's one of the, the collateral damage pranks. To get. I've heard this story a bunch of times. In retrospect, does it seem fishy now that you look back at it? Like, did everything seem rock solid, like this was going to come through?
And didn't Bruce know at the time that guy was an op?
No.
Really?
No, there's no way we would have gone.
Yeah, that's true. There's no way you would have gone.
Yeah.
Now, nowadays, this would just be an electronic transfer to your phone.
Yeah.
With the ticket. You wouldn't
They
need
didn't
a
have that
physical.
back then.
That's
There had to be the handoff, and the handoff never happened.
And the handoff never happened.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I got to sightsee in New York for 3 days, though.
Yeah.
So, sort of like Kyler Murray on 3rd and 1 against the Titans. The handoff never happened.
And we can assure if anyone listening, this will not happen when we all go to London for the ASU football game.
Oh, Jared's going now, too?
What? Well,
we got to start this campaign.
All right,
It's getting late in the
can
game.
Somebody ask our bosses if we can do this. Jared, you're the producer. Make a pitch.
You're the talent and the stars, though. You're the
glad
guys.
you recognize
You're the
that.
guys with the.
We got to get to some of the
pull.
answers on being disappointed.
We do. Mike just said becoming an adult, way overrated.
Amen.
Dillingham on the core said the final season of Game of Thrones.
Oh, that's great.
Personally, I thought it was fine. Daniel said Mayweather versus Pacquiao should have happened 5 years earlier.
True.
Let's see. Daylight Film says whenever someone overhypes a restaurant or TV show, oh, you got to eat here, you got to watch this show, 8 times out of 10, I'm disappointed.
Let's face it, every Floyd Mayweather fight falls into this category.
Yeah.
And
you're
then
all waiting for somebody to pummel him and nobody can hit him.
Right, exactly. And then Eddie V was specific. He said the Hollywood Walk of Fame. It was a spot on our summer trip we did with the kids. Worst experience ever. Dirty, smelly, stepped in human, and aggressive street performers and scammers everywhere.
That's a good one. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Cole Tucker. We'll catch you tomorrow. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Larry Legend does it again!
Larry Fitzgerald is heading to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th as a first ballot inductee. And we're celebrating with the ultimate fan debate.
Larry Fitzgerald, the Japanese fighting fish.
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win.
16 plays, 4 rounds, 1 winner. It's a bracket-style showdown. Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. Round 1 voting is open right now through July 22nd. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz's lose 40, 30, goodbye!
Winners announced August 7th. You don't need to be listening to win. Countdown to Canton. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Arizona answer backs were on full display yesterday after a very rocky start for Eduardo Rodriguez. The Snakes found themselves down 7-0 by the fifth inning, but a Nolan Arenado two-run shot in the eighth would eventually make it a 7-7 ball game, and Max Kepler would walk it off in the bottom of the 10th for what can only be described as the win of the season so far for Torrey and his team. And here was Lavello post-game.
Everybody from that point forward grouped together and fought to win a baseball game, and that's what's super inspiring to me, and that's what makes me most proud of these guys is the way they went out there and did it.
It was a big 8-7 win and a big series win over the Cardinals as well, and the Diamondbacks are right back at it tonight as the A's are in town. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford Arizona. The Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event is on. 0% financing, 0 payments for 90 days, and $1,000 toward your down payment. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer expires August 31st.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. John Lund is in for Wolf. John, what's going on?
Look at our center screen.
Yeah,
I'm sorry people can't see that. But I'm sorry to do this right out of the gate. Just take us into left field.
It's sort of distracting.
But there's this guy in an orange jumpsuit. Obviously, he's been in jail, and he's looking up like this.
Yeah.
And it says, naked on top of train.
Yeah,
naked
that's
man rides on top of moving train. How to avoid chronic health diseases. And okay. So anyway, top story of the day today on news channels. Naked man rides on top of moving train.
That's
back to you, Luke.
I was going to say there's really no. We weren't going to lead the show with that. That was the 11 o'clock hour.
Just took over. It's what I was looking at.
I can't blame you for that one because as the music started, I saw that too, and I was like, oh, it's going to be one of those Mondays.
Okay.
All right,
let's go. Diamondbacks. Let's go. Sorry about the.
Yeah, we
man
got a lot here.
Train.
First of all, training camp starts this week in the NFL. Well, for the Cardinals.
Look, see Jamal's clapping. I'm clapping.
We've
made it through the dark winter of no football.
The dark winter of summer.
Yes. A dark winter of 110. You understand.
You and I were talking before the show, and I don't think it was that bad this year. I don't know if it was because of the World Cup. It's because the Diamondbacks are in this. I don't know what it was. Summer League I thought was more compelling this year.
All the above.
So we are going to talk World Cup with Jake Zivin, who's become friend of the show the last couple of weeks. MLS on Apple TV broadcaster will join us in the noon hour to sort of put a bow on the World Cup. Tyler Drake, our own Tyler Drake's going to join us in an hour and a half to talk about the start of training camp, which technically opens on Wednesday for the Cardinals. First open practice is Friday. We're going to be out there next week. Jody Jackson will join us, though, here in about 40 minutes, talk about what the Diamondbacks did. We may have a D-backs player on later in the show, too. John, let's just start with the fact that they took 2 of 3 from the St. Louis Cardinals. If you go back to before the All-Star break, which those games count, too, they're 6-1 now in their last 7 games. So overall, a lot to feel good about, but it was a weird series against St. Louis.
Yeah, it was hard because on Friday, when Ketel Marte didn't challenge that very challengeable pitch, and it's the last pitch of the game, so I'm no expert
but I don't think you need any more challenges, so you might as well just use that one. They don't, they don't aggregate. You don't get to keep them, anything like that. It's not a savings account. You got to use them or you lose them.
I've heard a few people say even if that last pitch is perfect down the middle, you may as well challenge it, and that's spot on.
So, and I don't want to dwell on the negative because it was generally a good weekend, especially given yesterday that you're down. There's people in their car going, "We were down 7-0, and we came back and won a game." Can't you start with that? I can, and we
start
should.
with that.
So you win 2 of 3, and that's what you got to start doing.
Well, actually, you started with a guy on a train, but now you've moved on to baseball.
And by the way, he went from Arizona to Colorado, so it's kind of a local story. And we like to stay local.
It was local,
we'll
but
keep
it
up.
moved.
Yeah, we'll keep you up to date.
Now
on
it's
the
a
Naked
Colorado
Man
story.
Top of a train, and look, they're showing it again.
Sports radio in
they
Denver.
have video of it. But anyway, so I do not want to be negative today, but it does put a sour taste in your mouth to a certain extent because this could have been a sweep, and it's the Cardinals, and you get them one more time, and they're the team currently in possession of the third wild card, which is, let's be realistic, the one that you're going to shoot for because the way that the Cubs and Phillies or could be Braves if they dump into that spot. But I think 2 of the 3 are taken. So the team you're targeting right now is the Cardinals, and they happen to be in your house, and it would have been nice if you could have swept them. You do have the season series, which is nice, but if it comes down to one game, you're going to be staring at the game going, you should have challenged it.
Yeah, I go back and forth, and they had a couple chances, actually, to get that tying run in the 9th inning on Friday. I guess the flip side, and I'm going to go glass half full on you, sorry, but you could make a case they shouldn't have won yesterday. Yeah, so right out of the gate, John Lund is the bad guy.
Clearly, I'm the bad guy.
Because I could certainly look at this series and say, probably should have won on Friday, but I could also look and say, hey, probably should have lost on Sunday. Yeah. So I think 2-1 is, I hear what you're saying because this team missed the playoffs 2 seasons ago, or missed the postseason to Atlanta and New York on a 3-way tiebreaker where 2 of the teams got in and the one that wasn't was the Diamondbacks. So you don't want to leave runs or games out there, especially against teams like St. Louis. But the fact that they came back and redeemed themselves a little bit yesterday, I think it lessens the sting.
Yeah, it is. It's strange because, like you said, you're down 7-0. I don't know what those charts say. 99. It's probably 99%. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you're pretty close to the bottom of that. So the question of that one is, we talked about this on Friday, right? The Dodgers series into this series is their momentum. Okay, you just took 2 of 3. You just came back from 7-0. Is their momentum? You got to hope so. And the A's, by the way, in their last 30, the team they're now playing, they're 7-23 in their last 30.
Yeah, but the Diamondbacks don't have a starting pitcher. I mean, all due respect to Mitch Bratt, but he's on very limited pitch counts. Yeah. Maybe it's stretching out a little bit more, but this is not just like a rookie. It's a guy who's pitched in a couple major league games. We don't even know who's starting tomorrow, and then Merrill Kelly starts Wednesday. So we'll get more into that, but whether you believe in momentum or not, they just took 2 of 3 from St. Louis, and they've won 6 of their last 7 games. And now there's a real risk you might be giving back games because you don't have a full starting rotation right now. But either way, they won yesterday. They were down 7-0. What a comeback!
Yeah, it was amazing. And it's one of those things where you're seeing it. Like I was flipping back and forth from the World Cup, and when it was 7-0, I was like, "There's nothing to see here." And then, like most people, I've got like an iPad watching the Diamondbacks game. You got like 3 things going on. And so once they started to make it like maybe 7-3 for me, I flipped back over.
7-3 with bases loaded.
Yeah,
too,
and I said, okay, let's see what's going on here. And then you can see, because this happens in all sports, it's hard to, you get the intensity, pedals to the metal, you get out to a big lead, then the other team starts coming back, and you're like, how do I find that gear again? And it's really hard. And so you started to feel that momentum. And I think, obviously, when Arenado tied it, and by the way, he's got a 910 OPS this month, Arenado, with Carroll struggling, with Marte struggling, the big bats, 4th rate is really doing the damage for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, total flip from last month.
Say what you want to say about certain things that Mike Hazen has or hasn't done. Getting Nolan Arenado has been great.
Yeah.
And the way, and he did it against his old team. You could see it. It wasn't just another home run to him to tie that game against the Cardinals, and you could just feel the dugout. And they talked to Max Kepler after the game and the post game, and he's kind of new around here, and the numbers don't look great, but he took a pretty good changeup and won the game with it. So just to win it that way, and to have a team like the A's coming in, you got to feel really good.
Here's the final call from yesterday's rally.
The 2-2. Swinging a drive to right. Going back out of Newport. Still going back. It's over his head. One hop against the wall. Barossa around third. He's coming home. D-backs win. D-backs win. D-backs win.
Here's Corbin Carroll.
Yeah, it was an awesome win. Very, very grindy. So it was really fun to just see everyone, rolling a little bit. Just think that, these wins are all big ones, especially when it's a team that's, very much in the hunt like the Cardinals are. And so, I think it was an exciting win, and I think it could definitely carry over.
There's so much to unpack here because now Corbin
we haven't
Carroll's
even touched the surface.
hurt. Yeah, I mean,
because I thought you were going to be positive, and then you kind of smirk on your face for those who didn't see it, and you said, "And here's Corbin Carroll."
Wow, this is going to the player. I knew he wasn't going to be a great call, great final call there by Mike Farron. I knew Corbin Carroll was going to sound a lot more
that
calm.
great call to everyone's enthused in their car to here's Corbin Carroll, and you know where you were going. Don't act innocent.
Here, I haven't heard this one from Jerry yet. He could be all over the place. Here's Perdomo.
A good win, not much to say about it. That's all the credit to the coach. Because we don't have enough energy until the 6th until we pick up a max. So after that, I think we get some energy and things start getting better.
But trust me, we are just scratching the surface of this one.
There's a ton.
We will get more into the end of Friday's game and whatever flipped things in yesterday's game and why Torrey doesn't sound happy about it. He's happy about the comeback, but not maybe what triggered the comeback. We'll get into all that throughout the show. There's a lot to unpack. All right, stay locked in on the D-backs all season long. Scores, trades, roster moves, analysis via the Diamondbacks Insider newsletter right in your inbox. Text Insider to 620 for more information. All right, when we come back, training camp starts this week for the Arizona Cardinals. Is there any way they can surprise people in 2026? What would that even look like? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundson for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 2-2. Swinging a drive to right. Going back out of Newport. Still going back. It's over his head. One hop against the wall. Barossa around third. He's coming home. D-backs win. D-backs win. D-backs win.
Can the D-backs continue the bat parade versus the A's at home? We discuss on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, sports fans, you know this. Every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose the problem, they adjust, and they execute. Pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it. That team is Desert Institute for Spine Care, DISC. These are fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. It uses incisions smaller than 1/4 of an inch. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to life, the life that you love. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes who need to get back super fast. If pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time to get your life back. Go to sciatica.com and connect with DISC today, because pain shouldn't be your opponent. That's sciatica.com. Or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Advanced Window Products is the local manufacturer of high-grade vinyl replacement windows. The name homeowners trust here in Phoenix. And right now, we're offering $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Hi, I'm Joe with Advanced Window Products. Imagine your home feeling cool and comfortable, even in this extreme summer heat. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to boost your comfort and lower your energy bills by keeping that precious cool air inside your home. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for this crazy Arizona climate. And we install them and guarantee them for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600. Don't forget, you get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Call 480-676-3600 and get a free estimate on upgrading your windows today. Advanced Window Products. Check us out at advancedwindows.com. Again, advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Arizona. Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds. Just honest deals on trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now here's where it gets really good. Grab the 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And the best part, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference. Or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
90 players begin camp. Only 53 can make the roster when the regular season begins.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Cards Camp live from the farm. Wolf and Luke coming your way with training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right, well, here we go anyway. Arizona Cardinals 2026 training camp opens in 2 days. 4 days for open practice. That'll be on Fridays, the first open practice. We'll be out there next week. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf today. John, let's start. Here we go. Like, this feels like the start of the season. I love it. Like, this is so I'm just going to start here with the win totals. If we're going to have a conversation about if and how the Cardinals could surprise people. And this honestly might be a listeners only topic later on this week. But I'm looking at the latest NFL regular season win totals according to Las Vegas. And the Arizona Cardinals and Miami Dolphins are the lowest at 4.5. That's the over-under. So as far as surprising people, the bar has been set pretty low by Vegas. I would say, based on just everything you read or see nationally, and ESPN, Pro Football Talk certainly, NFL.com, I would say the bar's even lower than 4.5 wins. But the Vegas over-under win total is 4.5. So I'll just start there. Do you believe the Cardinals can surprise people this season?
In regards to that and go over that number, they could, but it would take the end of the season. You and I have discussed this many times, and I know you have with Wolf too, which the beginning of the season looks really, really rough. So you would have to have a lot of luck involved. We talk about luck in winning on Friday. There is luck in winning. It's not all just skill. You've got to have things happen.
Especially in football.
Right. But I'll give you an example. Like the A's are 7-23 coming in here. It's a pretty good time to be hitting up on the A's.
Yeah.
In the NFL, what it is it's injury issues. Is your quarterback out? Is your key guy out? Do you have and that's reality. Sometimes, it happens some in basketball and football, but it happens a lot in the NFL. So it's not only the team you play, and we sit here and we try to project these wins, but do you have your quarterback? Are the guys playing the way they're supposed to do? Who's out? Because it's not who's going to be out. It's when they're going to be out and how long they're going to be out in the NFL. So can you get some luck? That's number one on the Cardinals' agenda. Can you get some luck to win those games? The beginning looks really tough, but for example, the Niners are an older team. What happens if Matthew Stafford's back goes out? I'm not talking about Cardinal things. I'm assuming health for just a second with him. But if Ty Simpson has to play in a game against the Rams, would you have a shot? If Sam Darnold is a turnover machine one weekend for Seattle, which wasn't in the playoffs, but he's been, could you get a shot? So there'd have to be a lot of things go right. But then also the end of the season, when you're playing the Raiders and the Jets, which might be the first overall pick, things like that, they can win. Are they in a position like last year? Not only were they losing games in an embarrassing fashion, but they had a lot of injuries too. You mentioned Mack Wilson, your leader of the defense. If those guys are out, and even if you're playing those lesser teams, you're not going to win. So I don't mean to avoid the question, but what I'm saying is they've got to have luck. They've got to have health. And then it's really the early season is where they could do that if they were going to do some things. Teams like the Chargers, who, everybody is saying, well, they're not going to win that opening game. Well, they could. Could they beat Dallas again like they normally did? They could. So it's some of those swing games plus getting a little bit of luck That's what it would take for the Cardinals to exceed those expectations.
And I know there's a lot of people driving around right now or at work, and they're like, yeah, I don't want to win 5 games. Five games
that's
is the 9th pick in the draft or whatever. You can't. You might actually, let's reset here. You might be able to get your franchise quarterback in next year's draft with 5 wins. You might very well be able to. You also might not get him with 1 win. You know what I mean? Like you might pick the wrong guy, whatever. But I will reiterate this every week of the season probably. If you're picking in the top 5 next year, you have to take a quarterback. Because if you're picking in the top 5, then Carson Beck wasn't the guy. And I don't mean it was Carson Beck's fault. I mean, the only way you can justify not taking a quarterback in next year's draft if you have a top 5 pick is if Carson Beck is somehow amazing and clearly the franchise guy. And if he is, you won't have a top 5 pick. You know what I mean?
So is that the quandary that we find ourselves in, that we're very excited, and when you usually go into a season, this is the best time of year, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no records. Everyone's excited. Maybe we can surprise people. Teams often and always, actually, there will be a worst to first. Now, will it happen in this division? Not likely because it's so good, but just because we're talking about it. But is that the quandary that people find themselves in is, yeah, we want to be good because naturally in your head you want your team to win. But the other side of it is you need your franchise quarterback, so you don't want to win too many games.
I think you just don't want to be stuck in the middle. That's so like for me, this is and I have had to like psych myself into this, right? But now training camp's here. I want them to win. I want the team to win games. If we get to week 18 and that game against the 49ers is like, hey, with all the tiebreakers and everything, if the Cardinals win this game, they're picking 7th, and if they lose, they're picking 2nd, then it might be a little bit different. You know what I mean? But right now, because everything you just said about luck in the NFL is on the table right now. You may catch a bunch of teams when you're playing their backup quarterback. Look at the Patriots last year. They had the easiest schedule ever, but then they also caught teams when they didn't even have their starting quarterbacks. If everybody just stays healthy all season, I don't see how the Cardinals can win more than like 5 games tops. And that's like LaFleur comes in and his offense is clicking and Jeremiah Love is just unstoppable. And I'm assuming they get the quarterback situation like rectified in the next 3 days or whatever. And even that's kind of pushing it. I get that. But that's not the way it works. Guys get hurt. It's a couple of these teams on the schedule that we're looking at right now and saying they're going to be amazing, that the Cardinals face won't be amazing, or they'll be the team that gets hit by a ton of injuries, or who knows. I just think the worst thing you could do would be like win exactly 6 games. Unless, and this is the caveat that Wolf has brought up a number of times, you win those 6 games and you won them because of Carson Beck. He comes in week 7 or whatever, and then going forward, you end up going, what would that be, like 6-5, and Carson Beck is like a clear reason why you're winning, then it's different. But the worst you could do is just kind of hang out right there in the middle, other than obviously like not winning any games.
Yeah.
The worst.
And like I said, it messes with your head as a fan because, see, I don't think that way. I'm not going to think, hey, I want him to go into the season and win 2 games. I don't
want him
so.
to win.
I do think that the overall objective for the first year for a new coach, I was going to say regime, but it's not a new regime, is to develop the players. Because as a fan, just thinking as a fan, what would I want out of the season? Of course I want wins, but I want development. These guys that we're constantly talking about on our show, whether it be Marv or the questions about Love, even though he's a rookie, or guys like Darius Robinson or anything like that, I know it sounds weird, but almost more than wins, because let's be realistic. Second game is Seattle, third game is San Francisco, Detroit, at Los Angeles, Denver. It's just you playing a really hard division.
Seahawks, Rams, Chiefs.
It's a really hard schedule till you get to the end. I think if I'm a Cardinals fan and I'm sitting here, I want all these questions that we're asking this year to be answered.
That's it.
Because I'll give you the Suns for an example. You saw progress. Suns fans are fine. You saw progress. You won 45 games. You just saw Maluach in the Summer League. Fandom is a process, and so when you're seeing positivity in young players and you're in that kind of certain stage, you can be okay if your team's not winning at a high level. But the Cardinals right now have a lot of question marks among their personnel, and you don't see the light at the end of the tunnel, and that's the most frustrating place to be as a fan.
I think you just kind of hit on what both Wolf and I have sort of come to terms with individually. His whole thing this season is development. And I don't disagree with that. I think what I'm looking for is similar to that. It's like development adjacent, right? I want clarity. I want some answers on all these guys. Hey, this guy, he could be good from the 2024 draft. Well, he either needs to be or not. Like, they need to know what they have by the end of this season in guys like Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson. It's not just those 2 guys, but those guys are the headliners. You need to know what you have. The idea of like, okay, I'm a big fan of this team, and so I want them to lose a bunch. there's so much bad that comes with losing a bunch, and there's no guarantee, even in this upcoming draft, that it's going to be worth it, because the damage. We had Mike Hazen on once, this is last season or whatever. He summed it up pretty well. I've seen this in hockey a ton of times for teams, and we've seen it in basketball. You could argue we saw it with the Suns for a few years there, where you get caught up in this, like, hey, we really want the high pick, so we're just going to, a guy gets hurt and he's out for a month instead of a week or whatever, and we're just going to lose and teach our young players about losing, and this is what life in the NBA is. You build this losing culture. That's why an NFL team's not going to do it intentionally. They're not going to go out there with a new head coach who, if they start 1-9, might lose the team and lose his job. Or even if he doesn't lose his job, he's in a real bad spot going into year 2. Like, you don't look at all the ramifications of having a really bad season. They might have a really bad season. Like, on paper, it's set up to have that. But you're going in there trying to find any way where you can grind out 8 or 9 wins. I know 8 or 9 wins sounds crazy. I'm not picking that, but I'm just saying that's their mindset, I'm sure.
There's no doubt. Look, if you look at through the history of sports, if you hit the number 1 pick, if you hit the LeBron James of the world, it does change your franchise. But like you said, why is it that the same teams are drafting in the same places year after year? They're getting the picks. Yeah. The Jets have been bad for a long time. They've gotten the picks. Why are they still bad? You can say that through a lot of sports. The reason why, you just mentioned culture, that's one of the reasons. But the second reason is it starts with ownership and goes down. Bad owners, bad GMs, bad everything. And you say to yourself, well, geez, why can't we get any better? They're in those same places every single year. Yeah. And like, you look at the NBA, okay, you got DeBonsa, if you're Washington, it worked out for you. You got Darren Peterson. It seems to work out for you, Utah. That's not a guarantee. We'll see where they go. Yeah. But you know what? Probably for at least one of those 2 teams that I just mentioned, they'll be back in the lottery next year and the year after that. I don't know why they can't break the cycle, but if we assume just because you get the first pick, you're going to be great, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
I don't want Paris Johnson Jr. and Will Johnson and Walter Nolan and Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson to all. It's not like they're going to go into a season being like, oh, it's okay to lose, but I don't want the only thing they know to start their career to be losing, or you do keep losing. The Cardinals in the last 4 years have picked 6th, 4th, 16th, and 3rd. That's 3 top 6 picks. Again, if they have one, get your quarterback. But I don't think you go into the season looking to have another top 6 pick, because the previous ones haven't gotten you out of this spot yet. All right, when we come back, let's get into soccer since the World Cup is now over and Spain won. How'd you feel about the final? And what exactly did hosting the World Cup do for soccer in the U.S.? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group by diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks had a stressful but successful weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are back in action tonight when they start a 3-game series at Chase Field against the Athletics. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mitch Bratt will get the start for the Snakes. He'll oppose Jeffrey Springs. And we are just 2 days away from the start of Arizona Cardinals training camp. For everything Cardinals, head on over to arizonasports.com. And that is what is trending now.
You've got this new head filled up with smoke. I got my veins all tangled close to the...
Hey, it's Gambo. What would a successful rookie season look like for Jeremiah Love? We'll discuss starting at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf today. World Cup is over. 48 teams down to 1, and that 1 is Spain. I don't know. I enjoyed it. I would have enjoyed it even, what is it, next time it's in like Morocco and Portugal and Spain, actually. I'll enjoy it then, too. It wasn't just because it was here, but I did enjoy it more because it was here.
Oh, the time zones, right?
That's
do
why.
we know what time it is in Morocco right now? That's going to be difficult.
We're big in Morocco. This show's huge. So.
We're huge in Morocco.
Yeah.
We are.
That's our target audience.
We are Morocco's sports leader.
Yeah,
but,
that's true. We don't say it because it's just implied.
Exactly.
I would assume it's probably about 8 hours ahead there. Right?
It is 6:33. Luke, you're on it.
Wow. How do you know
Look
your
at
time
that.
zones like that?
I know my Morocco because we're Morocco's sports leader.
We didn't talk about that in the pre-show. That was just done. That was not AI.
How weird would that have been if we had talked about that in the pre-show?
Wow.
Let's start 10:30 with a little Morocco.
I had a chance to travel abroad there in college, and I didn't. I regret that. It was too expensive.
Sure. Morocco just seems like it would be exotic too.
Oh yeah.
Apparently it's great. I've got a professor that from college that loved going there, and he had a whole trip planned. And
should we all go there for the World Cup in 2030? Just
why
as
not?
a show?
Why not?
All right.
like I said,
But
we're
would you
huge
rather go to Morocco, Spain, or Portugal? Because all three of those sound good.
They're all
Spain
pretty
is
close,
nice.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's just the water. So,
Portugal's supposed to be underrated too.
Yeah.
And a cheap place to travel to.
All right, so that's how we're going to pitch it to management. That Portugal's a cheap place to travel to.
There you go.
But then when we get there, we'll have to follow the U.S. team to Spain and Morocco.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's a good plan. We should have hashed this out before we went on the air, but whatever. We worked
I know
it out.
a little bit about Spain. There's a few spots there. I think if we went to Spain first, we'd never leave.
Okay, so we'll go to Spain last.
Yeah,
We'll go,
there's
we'll go Morocco,
there's
then
some
Portugal,
beaches
then
in
Spain.
Spain where probably not going to leave.
Are we even going
People
to?
don't really wear clothes.
Are we going to get the show? I don't know if that's always a good thing. Depends on who the person
Well,
is.
yeah, for us,
If
but
it's a
we just
naked
stay
guy on
completely
top of a
clothed.
train, you can see that here.
Which we started the show with.
Well, I guess now in Colorado you can see it, but you
it was an Arizona story for a minute.
All right, so let me ask you this: 1-0 final, Spain over Argentina. This is our chance to sound like Americans one last time.
I'll admit it.
Look, whatever. 1-0. I understand if you're a soccer purist, you really respect how Spain plays. Spain gave up 1 goal in the entire tournament. I'm not going to go down that path of like there needs to be more goals because there was 10 goals in the third place game on Saturday, and that was
we
amazing.
could go on that for a minute.
My only problem with the final is I am not a soccer expert. And did we not all think Spain's going to win 1-0? Like what? That was exactly what was supposed to happen. It was a 1-0 Spain win.
Jump in there. Because I know you have an opinion on this.
Didn't both of us pick Argentina?
Yeah, I picked Spain, but no big deal. I'm not the expert. Jamal, see, I said this on Friday.
Who
Jamal
picked Argentina? Spain didn't give up a goal.
You
two picked up. You both of
Argentina?
You picked.
I picked Argentina because I just thought that the Messi
we're gonna have to go to the
would
tape.
continue.
We're gonna have to go to the
I
tape.
wanted Argentina to win.
Oh,
Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I thought you said Argentina. I thought you said. It was in my head watching the game because I knew I was in
actually,
today.
I think you guys both had Spain.
Oh, okay.
Just
Okay,
only
my bad.
because they don't give up goals.
Okay, because Luke's face right there told me he was telling the truth.
Yeah, but
I thought I was the lone wolf on Spain, and I came in here to ho, but I guess not.
No,
I must not be.
I thought that Argentina would win. Because I just didn't doubt Messi, but Spain was too good. They're like the soccer equivalent of the 2000 Ravens as far as defense goes, or the 85 Bears or the Legion of Boom. Like their defense was just so good. There was just nothing Argentina could do.
They couldn't even get Messi the ball.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like that's the problem. Is you can be a great soccer player, but you may never have the ball.
Every time Messi got the ball, John Strong, the announcer, would be like, "And Messi's got the ball!"
Yeah.
Like
It's like 60 yards from the goal.
It's the big thing. I've never seen a game like this, and I don't know if we can Americanize this. If anybody has an idea off the top of their head, I don't think we've ever seen a game like this, championship or not. Spain had 20 shots at one point, and Argentina had none until like
They got like 2 at the end.
Yeah, the second extended period.
But the actual shots on goal were 12-0.
Yeah, and it was like I've never seen a game in which it's such a dominant performance by one team, but yet the score's tied.
Yeah.
Like, it was so ridiculous.
That's the thing. Like you see like the write-ups today, and it's like, oh, Spain absolutely embarrasses Argentina. 1-0.
It's
like, well, I don't know. You want to Americanize it, and This is me Americanizing it for a second, but I'm trying to be reasonable about this. I've always hated offside in soccer. I've always hated
like
it.
the guy had his finger offside for the second Spain goal.
And it would have just been another Spain goal. It wouldn't have affected who won. I'm not like I know other countries hear us talk about soccer and we're like, well, you got to make the goal bigger, or you got to do this and that, or take. No, I don't. The games don't have to be 6-4. That was awesome on Saturday for a game that didn't matter.
That's an Americanized game.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be 6-4. I'm not even saying that scoring has to be up that much or even at all. The problem is so many of the best plays. The most exciting plays that lead to awesome goals, they look over, and the offside ref, who must be a lot of fun at parties, is just like, nope.
Yeah, hall monitor.
And I finally have figured out what it is. In hockey, if you are at all onside, you're onside.
Right.
In soccer, if you have one finger offside, just make it where your whole, like, you have to be offside. Like, if any of you is onside, you're onside, because the problem is, when it's, and you don't see it so much in the World Cup, but when you see like lower level soccer, the bad teams will just, we're too slow, so we'll just walk forward so they can't get behind us, basically.
Exactly. You pull back, and then that makes them offsides.
Yeah.
Which is no good.
No, it shouldn't be like if you're bad, that this is a tactic, you know?
Yeah, that second goal should have counted. The other thing is, and again, this is dumb American watching soccer time. When in America, this is interesting, and there's the two sides of this is very stark in that you give a red card. Well, it was 2 yellow cards this time, so Argentina has to play a man down. In a championship game in I'm doing air quotes, American sports, They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't have a guy out. If that was the rule, it would almost take you taking a machete and
yeah.
and ending someone's life to get a red card in American sports, because they know what that kind of effect it would have on the game.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't do that in a championship game.
I wonder, I agree with you. I'm not sure if it's right or wrong that
That's what I mean.
we don't do that.
People are like, because you hear all the time in the NBA, there shouldn't be a superstar treatment.
Yeah.
The rules are the rules. Well, in FIFA, the rules are the rules. It doesn't matter what player you are.
On the field,
if it's a red card, it's a red card, or 2 yellows, you're out.
Yeah.
And so, Argentina's sitting there going, basically, come on, man. You're making us a guy short, and we're already getting smoked like this?
What would the game have looked like if Spain was the team that got the 2 yellow cards and they were playing short? I still think they would have won. They may have won in penalty kicks or whatever, but it just... So, I don't know. I thought the tournament overall was great. Even that's obviously from an American perspective. Even the final was... I don't want to say dramatic, because Argentina never had a scoring chance, so it really wasn't that dramatic. But my biggest takeaway, as far as if you want to Americanize the game, I don't think it's ridiculous. I know they'll never change it, but I'm not saying take away offside or only have offsides outside the box. I'm not saying any of that. It's just how about if some of you is onside, you're onside, because they put together a compilation the top 10 goals earlier on one of the screens out in the newsroom. It's you could put together a compilation of the top 10 goals that got called back, and they were some of the most exciting goals. And if a guy's way offside, I get it. But if he's 80% onside, I'll never understand why that's your role. I know they're not changing it. Soccer's not changing things for the U.S. other than reversing red cards for us, but they're not changing the rules of their sport. That's the one thing that I would change if I could.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I think overall, though, I don't know what everybody is going to ask today. Are there going to be any lasting ramifications? Is it going to be more positive? Are more kids going to play? What does this mean? I'm not smart enough to know that thing, but from my standpoint of just a month of soccer, it was great. It was about as good as it gets from a sports standpoint. Yeah, we got knocked out, but it was still compelling. The TV numbers, and here's the thing from the haters and everything. TV numbers are huge. We can tell, obviously, that the numbers and analytics through social media, the way that people were interacting. We saw all the stars yesterday at the final game, the halftime show. Everything on American soil, if you just ask somebody who was involved in it, it was by far a success.
I think the conversation that we've all been having of is this growing the game and is the U.S. going to be better at soccer? It's almost like two different conversations, right? I think the star power here and just the fact that it was here grows the game, because I think you're now influencing a very young generation of soccer fans that want to go out there and be like Erling Haaland or Kylian Mbappe because they saw it firsthand here. And, to your point, the games aren't on at 2 a.m. They were on when you could watch them here if you're a kid. But I don't know that doesn't just instantly make the U.S. better in 4 years. I think you need that. Obviously you need your youth soccer to be generating your actual national team over time. But that's not going to get fixed in 4 years, because you look at Spain or Argentina, and they're like, oh, yeah, here's this guy we're subbing in the 87th minute, and he's the best player on his Premier League team. And you get to the U.S., and it's most of our guys aren't even in the Premier League.
Yeah, it's an MLS bench guy.
Yeah, so that's where it's going to change.
You know what it comes down to, honest, like everything else in this world, look at college football right now, look at the haves and the have-nots. It's just the teams, all of a sudden Texas Tech has money. All of a sudden Indiana, with the largest alumni base in the country, has money. And they dump it into the program, and guess what? They win. So that's, if the U.S. wants to make the proper contributions to being good at soccer, we will be. If we don't, we won't be. And to this point, we haven't been.
You're saying we should introduce the NIL into international soccer?
Yes.
All of a sudden, Kylian Mbappe will be playing for Texas Tech.
Yeah.
I got confused there. All right, when we come back, did the Diamondbacks just save their season again yesterday? We're going to talk to one of their broadcasters. Jody Jackson joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Clock is running, 38 seconds and counting. Back to throw goes Palmer. Looks over the middle, throws end zone for Fitz, goes up and makes the game-winning catch. Larry Legend does it again. Touchdown. Cardinals win. Fitz is hurt. He needs help from the trainer. Man, he got lit up, but he hung onto the ball. and the Cardinals win the game 18-15.
Oh, the Japanese fighting fish on the seam routes, and Carson Palmer just dropped a dime.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, Arizona, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds. Just honest deals on trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now here's where it gets really good. Grab the 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP, or the 2026 Buick Envista, 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And the best part, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference. Or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
1-2. Is swung on. That's hit pretty well to left field. This one's got a chance, and it's gone.
Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today.
No days off for the Diamondbacks. Not for a while, thanks to that St. Louis weather, because they're 1 day off here in this first week.
You know
and a
who
half.
doesn't have to go to that one game?
Jody Jackson. Jody Jackson is
the best schedule ever.
No days off. No days off. No days off.
Well, Jody Jackson's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. They were talking on the TV broadcast yesterday about how Todd Walsh has to get ready for this 4-team trip through St. Louis, Washington, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland. I believe Jody's back in Arizona. She's not still on a beach. I don't know that for sure, though. She's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Jody?
Yeah, beach time is over. But yeah, that is always the worst and unfortunately for Todd, he's going to be having that tacked on to this trip, and that will be, I'm on the next 3 nights, and, I know he's getting packed and mentally ready for that. So I think it wouldn't be as bad unless these are all cities, though, with, like, rain potential. So you can't really worry about it going into it, but you know that could be a potentially hazardous situation every night, and it's going to be a bit of a grind. But the good news for the D-backs is they're showing they're up for the grind these days, which is really encouraging.
Yeah, it is. That trip that's coming up is 10 games in 11 days through St. Louis, Washington, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland. But let's focus on this past weekend, Jody, and I'm going to start with yesterday. They're down 7-0. They come back and win 8-7. That's rare to do that in a game. I get that, but it feels like, and this is not something you can necessarily measure with stats, but it does feel like this year's team, wherever this season ends, has some level of that resiliency where when you're about to count them out of a game or the season, they rally quickly and do stuff that not every team can do. Like I said, I don't know where that leads them to ultimately because they put themselves in some tough situations, but you're around this team almost every day. Have you noticed that resiliency?
Yeah, I really have, and I think that it's starting to come together at this point in the season, which is also encouraging to see. Because they're making believers not only out of the fans and everyone watching, but I think they're building belief in themselves at the same time. When you go into LA and you win 3 games and then you come back and and to be honest, they could have swept the Cardinals if you look back at it that way with Friday night, the way that it went, such a close game. But they bounced back in a big way, and then they were down yesterday 7-0. I was just like the rest of you watching it on my couch and thinking, oh my gosh, this is going to be horrible because not only is it going to be a boring game if it just stays 7-0 and then, the A's come in, but, what interesting topics are we going to have? And now we have a plethora of interesting topics. You have Erod who had, a bad start, which rarely happens. And you kind of almost sit there. I'm sitting there thinking, like, if anybody is okay with having a bad day, like, it stinks, but you give him a little bit of grace, right? That guy has pulled everyone along on his coattails the whole year. But I was there back in 22, the night that Corbin Carroll debuted, and they had that win, 7-run comeback over the Phillies, and it felt magical. It felt special. It felt like Corbin Carroll was a big part of that and the arrival and the belief. And then last night yesterday, I should say, to see them come back again and do it in a unique way. I mean, yeah, they took advantage of some mistakes, but, the bottom of the lineup really contributed. And we saw some special things. We saw the bullpen, even though they were a bit taxed. But you're seeing it come together. And to answer your question, Luke, yeah, I think they're trying to fight their way through to can we be special? And I think they're making us all believe that it's possible. It's possible this could be a special team. Meanwhile, the Padres are falling back. The Nats are falling back a bit. You still got to battle some teams, but they're only a half game out now, which, again, helps really reaffirm everything they're doing.
Plus, they're playing the teams that they've got to beat that are ahead of them, so that's the great news about it. Jody, let's go back to Friday because, look, you take 2 of 3. You'll take that every single time, and you'll probably stay in this thing. But, I'm trying to rationalize or think about it. If I was in Ketel Marte's position and you got those challenges left and he doesn't take them. But my thought is that there's so much that's going through a guy's mind. And Ketel, after the game, said, look, I was just thinking he beat me with a really good pitch. And nowadays, and this is still new, but hitters have got to come up to the plate thinking to themselves, okay, I think about situational hitting. Part of situational hitting now is, do I challenge here? Is it the 3rd inning, the 1st inning, the 9th inning, the 8th inning? How many are out? How many are on? Like, it's another thing that you have to add to the list in your head of situational hitting. And I just don't think at this point it was in his head, but it's got to be, right?
Well, I mean, and hopefully you're right. And hopefully now it's cemented in all their heads, if it wasn't already, that, hey, if you still have a challenge and it's the end of the game, you absolutely do it. I mean, we saw the Cardinals yesterday lose their challenges, I think, in like the 7th inning, and that's a massive disadvantage. So it's also the whole reason why the Diamondbacks have gone about it a really smart way. I think they're one of the best in the league at it. It bears it out if you look at all the stats, that they're doing it the right way. They're having challenges reserved for the right times in the game, and that's why you do that all game long. That's why you're smart with it. And so now I think Tell and really hopefully everyone on the team, you know, and you're right. It's like anything in life. We all prepare for moments, but then can you do it in the moment? And I think that's a really big learning lesson for him. And unfortunately, you know, we don't know how it would have turned out, but, you know, hopefully it carries him the rest of the way with that mentality that now if I have one at the end of the game, I'm going to use it.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, we've seen Brandon Pfaadt now 4 starts since he gets called back up. 4 starts, 4 wins. And they obviously desperately needed it, and he came through again, and he's come through against the Dodgers. Like, it's not like he's just been coming through against the worst hitting teams in baseball. That said, when you look at the rotation and the fact that it's Mitch Bratt tonight, and we don't even know for sure who tomorrow, if they're going to stay in this, how urgent is it that they add another starting pitcher?
Yeah, it's pretty urgent right now because Soroka's still, I mean, my understanding is, you know, he's building back up, so he's looking more like August, and we're already to August almost. But, yeah, it's a big deal because you now are relying on Mitch Bratt, and, you know, something else on Tuesday will happen, whether it's a call-up or a bullpen game of some sort. Now the bullpen's pretty, again, they had to run through a lot of bullpen arms all weekend long. So not sure what their plan is there, but Mitch Bratt, you're going to you know, you hope to get more than 3 innings from him today. Ryan Nelson, he's not coming back as a starter anytime. He's building back up, too. So I think you definitely, this team, the whole goal is to stay in it. We've known that since the beginning, and they're in a good spot right now. Heading into that trade deadline on August 3rd, you want to be in a spot where you can pick up another starter. And I think even if you were only down one guy, you would do that anyway. But since you're down Soroka and Nelson, I think it's definitely a priority for Mike Hazen.
Jody, great stuff. This season continues to add more and more drama and intrigue, so we appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, we'll talk to Jody Jackson again later on this week for sure. Thanks to Jody joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, let's get back into football. Training camp starts this week, so is that Jacoby Brissett contract dispute getting resolved this week? And what happens if it isn't resolved this week? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
It's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2 Vision RLE.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks had a stressful but successful weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are back in action tonight when they start a 3-game series at Chase Field against the Athletics. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mitch Bratt will get the start for the Snakes. He'll oppose Jeffrey Springs. Mark your calendars because the dates for NBA All-Star Weekend in Phoenix have been set. The event will take place February 19th through February 21st of 2027. And we are just 2 days away from the start of Arizona Cardinals training camp. For everything Cardinals, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf today. Training camp starts for the Cardinals on Wednesday. All right, let's start this way, John. What happens first? Resolution with Jacoby Brissett or LeBron picks his team? This is the week I think LeBron picks his team.
Such a good question.
Because now the World Cup's over, and it's not like everybody's training camps get started. So I was on the record saying LeBron picks his team today, and we are running out of time. But I do think he picks it this week. Well, I think he picked it 4 months ago.
Yeah.
He's going to announce it this week.
Yeah, he didn't want to be overshadowed by the World Cup.
Or he's just, what I'm surprised he isn't doing is just we're down to, 28 teams he might go to, just removing one each day.
That would be amazing.
Like an advent calendar of LeBron.
That would be amazing. And he comes on and he says, the reason I'm not going there, gives ESPN like 30 seconds, like a little mini presser or something.
And then they run with it for 48 hours.
Why wouldn't he go to that team? And then they break down the whole roster.
He could throw shade at every team he doesn't go to. One each day.
Yeah. Well, he did that in New York at the Fanatics thing. Tyrese Halliburton asked him to go to Indiana. He's like, are you kidding me? Going to Indiana?
That's what got me thinking.
To do that every day.
So now we know he's not going to Indiana or the Lakers.
Right.
So each day he should be 28. Like, okay, there's no way, obviously, that I'm going to Sacramento.
Like Brooklyn should be today. Yeah, Sacramento.
Yeah, really. But then occasionally mix in a really interesting team, like, but I'm not going to Golden State. That would be in like 2 weeks, but just throw it in there.
But like he threw in a thing like he said something about the process, and everyone in Philly went, oh, he's coming to Philly. But then he debunked that, said, no, it doesn't mean that. He's just loving this whole thing.
This is ridiculous.
So your question, though, to stay with Carter, your question is, will it be, I think it will be LeBron first.
Okay.
But you asked a really good question, which I hate giving you credit, but
I know you
asked a really good question before the show and in your notes this morning, which is how long is too long in Jacoby Brissett? Since you asked it, I'll have you answer it. How long is too long until we actually think, hey, you know what? Jacoby Brissett's waited too long, and this might actually be a competition.
Well, this whole time, they've always been. It's not Mike LaFleur's fault. He walked into this, right? I mean, this is nothing he could do. But this whole time, whether it's LaFleur or anybody, they're like, well, it's voluntary OTAs. Okay, well, it's minicamp. Yeah, maybe he could be here, but it doesn't matter. Once Wednesday hits, it's training camp. There is no like, well, this is the mandatory portion of training camp. It's training camp. So there's no more hiding behind the like, well, he doesn't, Jacoby, he's basically Tom Brady. He doesn't need camp. But no, I think with a new coach, they all need to get on the same page quickly. So I would say the second we get to like that first open practice is Friday. If he's not practicing with the team on Friday, the questions they're going to go up like 10 times much as they've been.
Well, and let's have a little bit of fun here. They've got the extra game. If you're trying to pine for maybe Carson Beck could start, this is a new offense. We've looked at lists all through the offseason. One of the ones I saw recently, I can't remember who does it because everybody does them, but Jacoby was ranked the 31st best quarterback in the league. I'm sorry, that doesn't scream, I have leverage. It screams the opposite.
What, are you going to go get the 32nd best quarterback in the league?
Hey, you know what? You're second to last. I'm second to last. You could be worse.
I would frame it more like top 31 if I were his agent, or that's him. But
then you have an extra game here in which, let's be honest, the Hall of Fame game is going to be all about Larry Fitzgerald, and I get that. But it's also going to be Carson Beck gets extra time. It's going to be between he and Slovis, so it's going to be Slovis Beck, but Beck's probably going to get a half in that game. And you're talking about a new offense that, well, the players and the this and that, and everybody runs a version of the Kyle Shanahan / Sean McVay type of offense. So it's not like Jacoby can't pick it up pretty quickly, or it's not the same. Maybe just the language is different.
Yeah, but you want your teammates on the same page with you, too.
And I agree. So the longer he's out, the more the door, it's more so that the opportunity, not that he can't catch up, but it's more the opportunity gets opened for Beck.
Yeah. And Minshew, honestly.
Right. And if so, but especially during the Hall of Fame game, like remember Brady played in a Hall of Fame game against the 49ers the whole time was like, this guy's a lot better than the goat farmer they took in the third round. And so, but you could kind of tell. So, and I remember you've mentioned Russell Wilson, I think before. Russell Wilson, when he was there, Matt Flynn was their quarterback, and Wilson, every time he went out in the preseason was really good. So I'm just saying, okay, if I'm Jacoby Brissett, he doesn't have an agent, but if I was advising him somehow, I'd say, look, you're opening the door more so than you just holding out. You're opening the door, and you're the 31st ranked quarterback.
Yeah, you got a new head coach who's an offensive-minded head coach. Like, at least if you were on defense, if this was whoever doing this on defense, if this was Mac Wilson, you could be like, look, it's the same defensive coordinator. Right. I know what we're doing. Like, I don't have to go out there and think my way through it. I honestly, I think like it's this week he's got to get back because, and it's what you just said. It can be spun anyway. The team can spin it like, Jacoby's totally fine. He's not missing anything important. I don't know that they're going to keep spinning it this week. I think you get into this Friday and this weekend and going into next week, they're probably like, hey, let's get going here. Otherwise, you are opening the door, whether it is for Carson Beck or Gardner Minshew. You're opening the door because, you're not Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. Like, I like Jacoby Brissett. If I were him, if I were advising him, I'd be like, okay, right or wrong, you're going to start hurting yourself, not the team, if you're not in there by the end of this week because, go out there, play on a team with Trey McBride and Jeremiah Love and Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson. You vibe with him, and just put up as many stats as you can. You'll probably be down in a lot of games. You have a chance to put up stats, and it helps your career beyond just this season.
Point.
You open the door for Minshew or Beck, and maybe that door gets closed on you.
One of the things you mentioned, too, that's interesting is how will Mike LaFleur, who's a new head coach, handle this? Because you hit it right on the head. He can hide behind during OTAs and any kind of camps. We don't have a game till this point or this and that, and he doesn't need, he already knows things. He said all those kind of things to defend him. But once you get into camp, and I've covered camps where you had high-profile players be hold-ins. They're there. They're just not working. Maybe at the beginning of camp, he may say, if he does continue to hold in, hey, he's getting the mental reps. That's not the same thing. It's just not. And he may protect him to a certain extent, but at some point, he's going to have to say publicly, he's got to get on the field.
My perception has always been when training camp starts, it starts. Like I understand if you're a fan, you're not like, I have to watch that first preseason game. I get that, although this year it's going to carry a little more weight. But if you're a Cardinals fan, but it just feels to me like when training camp starts, the race starts if you're a player. And so if you're Josh Allen and you're holding out, you can afford to miss the start of the race because you're probably starting however many yards ahead of everybody else anyway. But if I'm Jacoby Brissett, it's not an attack on Jacoby Brissett. I'm just trying to put myself in that position. I would be like, the race is starting on Wednesday, really, but especially on Friday. I got to be running in it because I'm not a top 5 quarterback. I'm sure he doesn't believe he's the 31st best starting quarterback. Honestly, if he's there from the start of camp, I think he's better than the 31st best starting quarterback. But the reality is they won one game with him as the starter last year. We're not talking about Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Like you got to be going when it starts or you're just going to get past. Football more than any other sport. Like it's going starting this week.
Well, and what happens with leverages in this business in sports, this is life. The person behind you really does dictate how much leverage you have. And then the difference between he and Minshew and possibly Beck, I don't know is that big of a difference for the Cardinals. And here's the other thing too. I'm stuck in a quandary here because deadlines spur action. So we are at the deadline. But having said that, the Cardinals haven't done anything.
Yeah.
And so my other part of my head says, if they were going to do something, they would have done it.
That's it right there.
And so they could go to him right now, to his non-agent, but say, okay, we're talking to Jacoby, the agent here. Hey, tell your guy that, you know what, it's time to get here and we haven't offered anything and we're not.
Yeah.
So let us know if he'll show up, okay? Have him give us a call.
I hope when they go to Jacoby and he's the agent, he wears like a fake mustache and goes by a different name. All right, when we come back to Diamondbacks, a weird weekend. Took 2 of 3. Corbin Carroll, though, is hurt. We don't know how hurt yet. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch. Swing and a drive. Deep left field. Back is Fermin. He leaps. This game is tied. Nolan Arenado. A 2-run blast to left. And this game is tied at 7.
Can the D-backs continue the bat parade versus the A's at home? We discuss on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
What could you do if you didn't have a mortgage payment? Hi, I'm Tom Chambers, and I played 16 seasons in the league before I retired. Harold, you and the team at Galaxy Lending Group help your clients retire their mortgages in an average of 5 years? Come on.
We do. The Ownership Accelerator loan makes it happen. And it's an incredible feeling paying off your house decades ahead of schedule.
To learn more, text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
At the UPS Store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Alex Weiner takes a look at how the Diamondbacks managed their best win of the year. A Cardinals executive is reportedly appealing his suspension for violating the NFL's gambling policy. And Diamondbacks outfielder Corbin Carroll is day-to-day with an elbow issue from the Cardinals game. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, well, you just heard it right there from Tyler Drake. TD is actually joining us in here in 15 minutes.
He was early. He's stoked.
He's fired up.
I talked to
He
him.
came in at 11.
He's like, let's go.
Well, John convinced him, like, hey, why don't you come in here right now? Let's fit him in. And then Rick Rulemaker was like, get out.
That's exactly how he said it, too. He was very stern about it. You're not on till 11:30.
Rick, you threw down. You were like, leave.
Whoa. Had his head down, very dejected. Hope he's.
He'll come back, though.
Yeah. I hope by 11:30 he's got his confidence back.
Yeah, he's probably back there, like, getting fired up in the bullpen right now.
You can do this.
But you heard him say it there at the end of that intro. Corbin Carroll day-to-day right now with an elbow thing. Now, it's Corbin Carroll. I don't even think he took a break during the All-Star break. I know he played in the game, but then even those additional couple days, what did they say? Torrey was like, hey, take a little bit of a break here, Corbin. And Corbin was just at the facility working out, which is his version of a break, I guess. He was 2 for 10 for the series. So it's not like he's like suddenly tearing the cover off the ball. He's in that short list of players, even if he wasn't a Diamondback, where it's like, oh, he's in a slump, and he's in a pretty big slump right now. Going back to pre-All-Star break, I'm not worried about it. I'm just not worried about it. But an injury, I can get a little bit, because I don't know, has the injury affected him? Did it really just pop up yesterday? Is he Corbin Carroll's version of day-to-day, which means he will play tonight and not miss a game? Or is he a different player's version of day-to-day where he's going to be day-to-day for 5 or 6 days and then, maybe go on the IL or something? They haven't said that, so I'm just going to assume he plays tonight or tomorrow, but he is day-to-day. That's worth noting.
The numbers I saw, he finished up June 4 for 27. In July, he's 5 for 47, 9 for 74, which is 122. That's a pretty big sample size for a guy. Like, July, he's 5 for 47. That's not great, but okay, he'll get at it. I'm not saying he won't, but I do wonder because they were saying that, okay, the swing prior, he hurt himself, but he was saying, too, that this had been something before. So it wasn't just these 2 swings that got him. So I do wonder if this is something that has been lingering because he's so good. And I know everybody goes through these stretches, but 9 for 74 is maybe you have to dig a little bit deeper and say, okay, what's going on? I do wonder if this is something that's been bothering him a while. And every game is important at this point, but you're playing 3 against the A's, who you might be able to beat. The A's are 7-23 in their last 30, and then it picks up and you're playing the wild card teams again. I just do wonder if they might give him a day or two to just say, hey, this was happening before. Let's get this thing completely right because we're going down the home stretch here shortly. We're not quite there, but as far as their season is concerned, this is, I think, it for them. Are you, not only in the season, but are you going to be a buyer? Are you going to be a seller? We're talking about it coming up. This is the determining final 13 games before the break. So I do wonder if they give him a couple of days just to try to get right because not only is it the injury, but he's just not right.
Trade deadline is 2 weeks from today in Major League Baseball. So now this isn't some distant thing that we're talking about. And the reality is you don't decide 2 weeks from today. Okay, should we? Well, let's buy. Let's start calling the Mariners like we always do. Like you're already leaning heavily one direction, I'm sure, behind the scenes. I mean, Mike Hazen has consistent. The last 2 times he's been on the show, he said he wants to buy. They've won 6 of their last 7 games, so they're giving him a reason to buy. I would say at any point now, it's not crazy to think we might hear breaking news that they made a trade for somebody. I don't expect it today, but certainly if they...
Well, within the range now, you could hear trades. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, at any time. So because now we're starting to see some teams realize, okay, we're probably not going to make it. Or, I joke about the Mariners, but you brought this up off the air before. They've got so much starting pitch and they don't know what to do with it. And the Diamondbacks and Mariners almost exclusively just trade with each other. Mm-hmm. So you might be able to help them and they can help you. It's different leagues. And so they know what they need right now and you know what you need. And so, like I said, I don't expect a trade today, but if they keep winning, it doesn't have to happen on August 3rd. It can happen before then. But to bring it back to Corbin Carroll, you'd really like him healthy and playing right now. What I find interesting is you look at yesterday's comeback, and it wasn't just one guy. You don't make up 7 runs with one guy, but it's like Max Kepler with the winning hit. Brandon Pfaadt, you could say, was the main reason they won on Saturday, one of the main reasons. That Dodgers series going into the All-Star break, it was Tim Tawa one game and James McCann the next. These are not your main guys. Your main guys are still involved. Ketel's been kind of up and down. I get that, but he's still Ketel Marte. Perdomo's come up big in some of these. Gabby Moreno continues to come up big, but your headliner from each of these last few wins, a lot of these are kind of your off the radar guys, which you need to have happen, but you can't lean on that for the next 63 games.
Well, we've seen this movie before and we saw it this year. Early in the season, Vargas, there was a number of guys who were doing it until, remember, Ketel Marte got off to a really slow start. Perdomo did. Carroll at times was kind of up and down, and then he went on a heater. But we saw this earlier this year, but where they really hit the skids was when those guys stopped hitting, which they're going to at some point because that's why they're hitting 4 through 8, 4 through 9. And then, or not 4 through, but, end of the order. But then it was like, okay, get going, guys. And Ketel Marte wasn't at that point. If they can get everybody going, then things are fine. I'm like you. I'm not overly concerned about Corbin, but I'm more concerned about, not that this is a major injury, but it's just something that's affecting him. And as I look at the stretch here, I think maybe the A's, not a resting point because that's not fair, but I might be surprised if he's in the lineup tonight, only because let's give him an off day. He doesn't want it, but let's give him an off day. Let's make sure that's right because we're going to need you in these games against the teams you're going to, against the Pirates, against the Nationals. We can't rest you then.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And maybe, injury, whether it's impacting his slump or not, this feels weird to say, but this might be a game to do it, like you just said. It's hard for me to even say the words, but this might be a game to sit Corbin Carroll. But I think realistically, good luck sitting him 2 games in a row. He's just going to show up at the top of the lineup tomorrow. If you sit him tonight and you're like, hey, you know what, Corbin, we're going to give you one more. He's going to go out there with the bat in the first inning.
You're not in the lineup. Sure I don't care.
He's waving off like Ildemaro Vargas. Hey, just get back there.
He's looking at Tori like I saw my name in the lineup card. But
I wrote Tori sees Ketel crossed out in the first line and just Corbin Carroll up there or something. Here's Corbin Carroll talking about the injury.
Was having difficulty kind of getting that arm back extended without it kind of tightening up, guarding up on me. So just wasn't able to go for today. But I think tomorrow or the next day should be in a good spot.
Something's off. He doesn't hit. Would you say 9 for 74?
Yeah, I mean that's ridiculous for him. He goes through slumps. Everybody does. But to me, it's something beyond just Corbin Carroll struggling at the plate. When you get to that many numbers, 74 plate appearances is a lot. Sorry, that's at bats. That's not plate appearances. That's not walks. That's 74 at bats. So he's got walks mixed in there, but still 9 for 74. That's 122. Corbin Carroll, something's wrong.
No, and if this weren't within 2 weeks of the trade deadline, I would say it actually is probably a no-brainer to sit him for a game. Even if his arm isn't the issue, give him. I don't know if one day heals your elbow. I don't know that it does, but maybe just, hey, Corbin, you just kind of take a different perspective for a game, and we'll get you back in there tomorrow. But like I said, easier said than done with him, because he seems like the sort of player where you're like, hey, Corbin, why don't you take a break? You're not going to play tonight, and you find him in the batting cages during the game or something. You know what I mean? Like, he's just still down there hitting. So, but because it's so close to the trade deadline, every one of these games is so massive, even the ones against the A's. Like, you hope you can grind one out, even if he's not in the lineup. Here's Torey Lovello on the injury.
Corbin is day-to-day. It was a hyperextended right elbow, and he just felt a little zing in there. And it was very unusual, I'm sure, as it was happening. To pinch hit Barossa for Corbin, but Corbin could play defense. I was told he was unable to take his at-bat, but I was going to run it out as far as I could and keep him on the field for as long as possible. But he'll be day-to-day.
Any concern it can kind of linger for longer than?
I have the small part of me says he'll be good enough to play in the game tomorrow, but we're going to monitor him for the next 24 hours.
Did you get any imaging?
No.
I feel like that small part of him that said he might be good enough was Corbin handing him a piece of paper and be like, say this, because I'm playing.
I'm playing. By the way, two guys, we talked about guys who have been kind of carrying the team a little bit. In July, Nolan Arenado's got a 911 OPS, and all of a sudden he's on pace to hit 22 home runs and knock him about 75. If you told me at the beginning of the season with his defense he would do that, that's great. And then I don't think we're talking about Gabby Moreno enough. I saw a number this morning, WAR, what is it good for? Well, a lot of people like that stat. Dylan Dingler of the Tigers is number one.
Is that going to be your analytics website you create?
Yes.
Okay.
You like that?
Yeah, it's good.
But look, Gabby all of a sudden is by WAR, is the second best catcher in all of baseball. And he's been on a heater for a long time. So I think we can say, okay, he's actually good. Like, I'm fond of putting, okay, this is what I know is in the bank. This is what I question.
Yeah.
Like, Gabby's legit now.
If Gabby stays healthy, I think they make the postseason. I mean, not to oversimplify, there's got to be a bunch of other moving parts, but it's not a coincidence that as he's quietly gone on this tear, they've been winning more and more games. Because we saw this in 2023. I mean, he impacts the game so many different ways, even if he's not getting hits. Like, what is your complaint, if you have one, about Gabby Moreno this year? He doesn't have a ton of home runs? I don't care.
Yeah, but his at-bats are all good.
They are.
He hits liners all over the field. We say the Diamondbacks have a big three. They have a big four now.
Yeah, they do.
And then if
which is what they were supposed to have.
And then if they can get the rest of some of these guys, but Arenado this month, okay, now you got 5 guys, that worry about it. You're not ever going to have a lineup top to bottom unless you're the Dodgers or something. But they're getting to the point where you're starting to say, hey, Moreno's definitely part of it. You're seeing Arenado, especially like yesterday with the big hit against his former team. He's a guy that you want up in clutch situations. You still got to add more. Was Tyler peeking his head here?
Yeah, but I think Rick's gonna let him in here at 11:30. We're gonna have Tyler.
Look, he's laughing. He might just say, "Nah, 11:45."
It would be funny if Tyler came in and Rick's like, "Get out of here, come back at noon." All right, we come back.
He was very depressed before.
What story? Well, he was just so fired up to go. What storylines is Tyler Drake watching when camp opens up this week in Glendale? That's next. Our own Arizona Sports Cardinals reporter joins us in this studio. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend does it again!
Larry Fitzgerald is heading to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th as a first ballot inductee. And we're celebrating with the ultimate fan debate.
Larry Fitzgerald, the Japanese fighting fish.
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win.
16 18 plays, 4 rounds, 1 winner. It's a bracket-style showdown. Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. Round 1 voting is open right now through July 22nd. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is 40, 30, goodbye!
Winners announced August 7th. You don't need to be listening to win. Countdown to Canton. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Hey Arizona, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds. Just honest deals on trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now here's where it gets really good. Grab the 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP, or the 2026 Buick Envista, 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And the best part, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference. Or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Hi, it's Lisa Lund. Imagine finding the perfect home, only to find out that you're not quite ready to make an offer. It happens more than you think. Here's a little insider tip. Before your realtor starts showing homes, one of the first things they're going to ask is, have you been pre-qualified? And when you find the right home, the seller will want to see your pre-qualification. I've never had anyone tell me they regretted getting pre-qualified first. I've talked to plenty who wish they had. So save yourself the frustration and call Lund Mortgage today. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks had a stressful but successful weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are back in action tonight when they start a 3-game series at Chase Field against the A's. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mitch Bratt will get the start for the Snakes. He'll oppose Jeffrey Springs. Mark your calendars because the dates for NBA All-Star Weekend in Phoenix have been set. The event will take place February 19th through February 21st of 2027. And we are just 2 days away from the start of Arizona Cardinals training camp. For everything Cardinals, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right. It's Wolf and Luke.
You're on fire, by the way. That's all I'll say. Because we got to get to football, but you're on fire.
The off-the-air stuff.
Yeah, you are on fire.
10 today. John Lund's in for Wolf today. Tyler Drake, TD, is joining us in studio right now for some Cardinals talk with training camp opening this week. What's going on, Tyler?
What's up, guys? It's been a crazy week. Had a little vacation, and I am trying to work through it. I have a 5-year-old now, which is very weird.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Brady.
Yeah.
Yes. Wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
Did you say Daddy will see you
in
January?
Yeah. I said that to my wife a couple times, some of my friends.
I feel like Brady already has caught on.
Yes. She's ready to make her
knows.
predictions for the year, so we'll have that coming soon. But
Yeah.
she's ready to go. She saw some of the stuff I was working on. She's like, "Oh, football. Yeah. Football. Cardinals, yep, football, yep."
She's like, "I'll see you in January, Dad."
Nice.
All right, well, let's go big picture here with camp starting up. Where's your excitement level? Knowing the expectations for this team, but just football is back. John and I were talking about this last week. It's not just the Cardinals. Like, just the NFL is back right now.
How can you not be excited? I mean, I think if you have a job like this, like what we do, and you're not excited about this, you should be doing something else.
Probably should be doing something else.
You should be go sell cars, go do something else. Like, you cannot not be jacked up, like Wolf would say. Can't be jacked up. But, I mean, yeah, exactly. You get into there, and obviously, yes, the expectations are low for this team. But you look at what the development you can get out of a Jeremiah Love. Who are some of these breakout guys that you might be able to see that could push the envelope for a long-term success down the line? What do we see out of Mike LaFleur in year one? How much does this kind of resemble what we're seeing across the NFC West? I mean, just the practice schedule is a little bit different to kind of mirror those teams. Can we actually see the product that is following those said teams in Arizona? Like, there's just so many things, so many little intricacies of having a first-year head coach again, where it's like, how different is just the setup really going to be? And I think that's one thing that I'm looking really forward to.
I mean, obviously the quarterback thing is obvious, but just to go on what you just said, because I think you're 100% right on this. There's all these intricate things, even camp-wise. But, I mean, you saw them through some of the camps we've already had. But do you expect something different? Is there an energy level? Is there something like when you go from Gannon to LaFleur? What do you expect to be different?
I think we're just going to see a lot more offense. I think we're going to see a lot more splashiness, I think. Like, with Gannon, it was much more about key technique, just doing the basics. I think this is more of we have the offseason already to work on things. We've got to really crank it up if we're turning things around how everybody wants us to. I mean, I keep going back to what Michael Bidwell said. He wants a quick turnaround. You've got to have a good offense to do that. So I'm looking a lot at just how do they utilize guys in the run game? How do they utilize Jeremiah Love as a receiver? Like, that's going to be something that is going to have a lot of eyeballs on, and rightfully so. If you can get that other level out of Love and pull out another CMCS type player, you could really not make up completely for the quarterback situation, but you can alleviate some of those issues there for having a guy being that dynamic. So it's just going to be very interesting to see how everything comes together. Who's going to be RB1? Who's RB2? How is it all the pecking order? Where's James Conner fit in? Like, I could keep going. Where's Elijah Higgins fit in? Could he have the break? Could he be the breakout guy for the Cardinals this year? Everybody talks about Trey McBride, but what about this guy? He looks like he's taking step forwards. Does Marvin become this red zone target that we've seen from Devontae Adams with the Rams? I mean, he's bulking up even more to fit kind of that role, in my opinion. I mean, you can get that out of him. We saw him as a rookie have a lot of success catching touchdowns. Just go catch touchdowns.
It's a great point, because if you're talking about fan excitement and kind of knowing what that would look like when we see it, even if they only win 4 games because the schedule's brutal and they still have flaws. If we come out of the season feeling like, yeah, but this offense is actually one of the top 5 or 6 in football, they just can't win games yet, then there's a legitimate reason to be invested beyond this year. We're talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, the quarterback situation, John and I were talking about this earlier. Up to this point, it's been easy to write off and say, oh, this is voluntary. Oh, this is just mini camp. But to me, it's almost like a race is starting on Wednesday if you're Jacoby Brissett. And if you don't start by like Friday or Saturday, I feel like you're opening the door for other guys to pass you. Yeah. We know like Buda's in support of him. It seems like Marv and Trey McBride, these other guys, maybe it's not the whole team, but it seems like a lot of the high profile guys are in support of him. But at the same time, at a certain point, if he's missing reps with a new coach and a new offense, you could argue he's costing Michael Wilson money. You could argue he's costing other guys money. So where's the breaking point here?
Yeah, I mean, heading into the offseason, I felt like Jacoby Brissett had a lap lead on every other quarterback here. We knew Kyler Murray was leaving. Maybe they were going to go get a rookie quarterback, but still Jacoby Brissett had a good lead on everybody. He brought Gardner Minshew in still. It was reported he was going to back up Jacoby. That lead is not that lead anymore. Gardner Minshew came in this offseason, and he worked with everybody. We had not heard any bad things, and obviously they're not going to say a ton of bad things. But to go to the extent of saying how much they liked working with Gardner and thought that he was coming in and transitioning really well, and Mike LaFleur already has that kind of relationship with them from 2019 at the Senior Bowl, like all of that put together just erased that lead for Jacoby for me. Because if you want to turn to this guy, another veteran journeyman who has proven he can get it done and has been in the league for long enough to know that he can get it done, why would you not just go that route? Like you said, he's already got the reps in the LaFleur system. Jacoby Brissett stood around and watched during minicamp. Nothing to take away from Jacoby what he did last year. I thought he did great. I thought for what he had to go through, 1-11, tough start, but that's not just him. That's the defense falling apart. That's the line falling apart. That's no run game. You listen to Trey McBride. You listen to Paris Johnson. You listen to all of these guys who are backing him. But at some point, you've got to move on. And if you continue to hold him through training camp, now you're taking away from those guys. Like you mentioned, Michael Wilson's going for a contract extension. When there's a question mark at quarterback, which there was kind of last year, but I think everybody knew Jacoby was going to be the guy the rest of the way, that could have an impact on how you're going to go about it or how much they want to pay you or throw you money. It's going to be something that everybody's going to be watching. And if he's going to hold in and if it's going to extend days and days and days into camp, it's just too much of a distraction at that point. Just move on, go with Gardner, go with Carson, and get to 2027. Because, again, I've said it multiple times, you've got to see what you have out of Carson Beck. And it can't be let's start him after the bye and get 4 games, 5 games, we'll call it good. No, you've got to get at least 10 games with this guy to really make a concerted effort and not have another issue of we cannot find a franchise quarterback.
When you walk out there on day one, do you expect to see number 7? Or do you think he's going to be holding in?
I expect to see him out there. I don't expect him to do much.
So is that a hold in, or is that
hold in?
Because if he's holding in, then he can't be on the field. And see, that's where I think the attitude of the Cardinals starts to change from all these other camps where it doesn't matter. And LaFleur backs him to the point where when it becomes training camp, it's like, we can't back him anymore. He's got to get out here.
Exactly. For a first-year head coach, you want to have the least amount of distractions, especially when it comes to quarterback, especially if you're offensive-minded coach where you know how important quarterback is. If I'm Mike LaFleur, I'm giving this another couple days, and then I'm probably going to Monty and said, hey, can we just get going?
We got to move on.
Can we just move on?
Yeah.
Gardner's already doing enough. Carson is going to be the starter at some point. Let's just move on.
The league's going to move on.
The league,
they want to
and that's
not.
the other thing too is like Jacoby could go find another spot easily. They could make this a trade. They could get him out of the building, but they have to come to an agreement and they have to get past this saga that is currently not. It's just not going away.
Yeah.
And it's not going to go away until one of those big things, I think, shakes.
It's gone from being a weird story to now it's like urgent, with camp right here. Tyler, great stuff, man. We're going to have you in here a lot this season. We're springing that on you right now, but we would love to do that. So.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you. It's Tyler Drake joining us right there. When we come back, what allowed the Diamondbacks to come back yesterday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lunzen for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, Macedonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Waltz off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, Arizona, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds. Just honest deals on trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now here's where it gets really good. Grab the 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP, or the 2026 Buick Envista, 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And the best part, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference. Or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where did the Arizona Diamondbacks stand in the National League wildcard race after their series against the Cardinals? We'll discuss starting at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, we have some answers to that question right there from Gambo. Diamondbacks are a half game back of the third wildcard spot, which is currently occupied by the Cardinals, Marlins, and Pirates. So they got to jump some teams here still, but just a half game back. They have won the season series with the Cardinals. They still have another game, that floating Paul Sewald game that's coming up here later this week in St. Louis. But they've already won 4 of 6, so they will have the tiebreaker if it comes down to that. This was a weird series this weekend, John. John Lund's in for Wolf. We talked a little bit earlier about the odd ending to the game on Friday with Cattell not challenging when he had a challenge on that called strike. We'll get back into that deeper in a little bit. Saturday was just a strong performance by the Diamondbacks. Yesterday, I'm going to play 2 cuts for everybody, okay? And I know you've heard the first one and you've read the second one. The second one's a 5-second cut. Right. But I want to hear your reaction to how the second one sounds. Because yesterday's game, for anybody that was watching the World Cup or maybe just wasn't home and you just kind of saw how it played out, the Diamondbacks are down 7-0 in the 5th inning in this game yesterday. They came back and won 8-7, but they were down 7-0 in the 5th inning. And then they just started chipping away. 3 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. They end up winning it in the 10th. That's a huge game. This is not playing some random American League team. This is the team you are chasing, and we are after the All-Star break. This is what Geraldo Perdomo said happened in that 5th inning.
They said the 5th, 6th inning, they were showing up for us. Sometimes it's kind of hard when we throw by 7, probably 8 runs, probably more than that. It's kind of like hard as our offense, as a players, and they thank God they show up for us.
Benny and Mac,
yeah. They was really upset about it, but like I said, they did great for us right there, and our energy came back.
So that was why you went and got Benny on that one?
Yeah. In McKay, that's why I tried.
Just a random.
No. That's why I tried to throw it to Gerald House, but Benny, I remember what he said, and the 2 guys was Benny and McKay, so that's why I thought that they get it to McKay and the water to Benny.
How normal is it for them to speak up in the middle of the game like that?
It's very normal for them. They do all the time, and when they see we just try to give up, that's when they came out and say something. So I really appreciate the way they handle for us, and every time they show up for us, and I really appreciate every effort they make for us.
Okay, so that's Geraldo Perdomo, obviously a leader on this team. If you saw the very ending, he went and got it was water or Gatorade to dump on. It looked like it was on Jeff Bannister, but he said he was referencing Dave McKay too. So he's talking about Jeff Bannister and Dave McKay during the game, basically going off on the players when they were down 7-0. So in the dugout right there, okay, and obviously, if you believe it was that or something else, that's when the game flipped. This is seemed
like a positive.
Yeah, and Perdomo's talking about it like it's a positive, right? It almost felt like an in-game scenario of when Torey Lovello talked to the starting pitchers back 33 games into the season in Chicago and was like, we got to be better. And all of a sudden they were amazing for the next month or whatever. That's what that seemed like. And I think most people heard Perdomo's quote that we just played right there after the game, and he was fired up. He was looking for them specifically to celebrate. So this is, I know you know this quote, John, but you haven't actually heard it. Listen, this is Torey Lovello after the game. He was asked if he heard what Dave McKay and Jeff Bannister told the team in that 5th inning.
I did, and I don't want to talk about it. I know exactly what happened. I don't want to talk about it.
That doesn't seem as positive.
Well, it's either there's some confusion there, or because the way Perdomo went off for a minute.
Yeah. And then he looked for them the second the game ended.
And I'm sure what they said to the players was not pleasant. Something along the lines of a lot of profanity. Let's get it going.
Well, what are you going to say when you're down 7-0? Yeah, hey, good job, guys. At least it's not 8.
And it could be something along the lines of, this is a team we got to beat. It was a motivational thing where at times coaches, and I don't care what sport it is, or veteran players, have to get into you to wake you up. You're down 7-0. How could you perform like this in such a big game? And, I'm sure that was something, so much so, like you said, that Perdomo, when they were celebrating at the end, wanted to dump Gatorade or water, whatever, on them because they thought that was that integral to say that at that time, and that it was a part of why they won. And then for Torey, somebody's going to have to ask him this again, because for him to then come out and say, yeah, I know it was said, I don't want to talk about it. Wait a minute, it seemed to me that it was a positive. Now, I don't know if anybody followed up on that, but it sounds like there's almost like a miscommunication there.
I'm kind of surprised. So you had read the quote first, then you heard it. What did you make of his tone? Because I'm surprised, because this feels like the sort of thing Torey would be like, yeah, and we needed it. And look what happened. And this is how these guys respond. I thought he was going to lean into it.
Yeah.
And instead, he flat out said, I don't want to talk about it.
And especially after a win like that, right? That's maybe what he would have said on Friday.
Yeah.
Hey, why didn't Ketel Marte challenge that last pitch? I know, play it in that context. You would go, oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I know what he was thinking, and I don't want to talk about it.
But he talked about that,
right? But then you win a game after being down 7-0. your coaches get credit from a player, from a leader on your team of saying, hey, that really got us going and motivating us. So either something's lost in translation or what Perdomo perceived it to be and what Torrey perceived it to be are two totally different things.
You're right. Somebody's going to have to follow back up, which is easy for us to say because we won't be there because we're doing the show.
Why aren't you doing your job?
But just because knowing Torrey Lavello, like I feel like we mostly all do, that feels like the sort of thing where he would have been. Because think about how if they lose that game yesterday, if it's just 7-0 and it ends 7-0 or 8-1 or something. Look how we're looking at the series now. Okay?
You'd be calling for heads. I know you. You'd be like, Torrey's got to
that's
go.
Me. Yeah, that's always my go-to.
You'd be hunting for heads.
No, but think about how everybody would perceive the series. It'd be like, okay, you didn't challenge with the game on the line on Friday, and then you went out there and just no-showed the game on Sunday. That's how people would perceive the series. And all of a sudden, it would be like, and by the way, you're falling further behind the Cardinals. And instead,
totally different.
Because of that rally, and I don't know how much of it is because of what Jeff Bannister and Dave McKay said, but Geraldo Perdomo, who has a pretty good beat on the pulse of this team, made it seem like we needed that, and look what happened. Like it almost felt like coming out of the All-Star break, a little sleepy. Maybe Cattell wasn't paying attention as closely as he needed to be at the end of Friday's game, and then we all kind of just were sleepwalking through Sunday's game, and all of a sudden, here we go. Like, let's get going. And it worked. That's the thing, is it worked.
Well, honestly, when have you ever heard someone after a game hunt out a coach for the motivation of it? So I'd love to know what was said. Again, we probably couldn't say it on the airwaves. FCC would be like, hi, here's a major fine for you. But it was probably something where, but it woke them up to the extent where one of the leaders on the team said, hey, I'm going to pour Gatorade on this guy's head because he got us going.
We needed this,
and then for Torrey to say, and maybe Torrey was still a bit steamed from how did we fall behind 7-0, but winning is the greatest deodorant ever. So you come back in the way that you did, that certainly overshadows. In fact, I look at that game as an amazing positive because I think it is. I've said before, I don't think momentum exists, but it does when you come back 7-0, something like that, where there's a mindset from your team. And Kepler said it after the game. There's a mindset of we won't give up. And teams always go back to a certain time in their schedule. Let's say you're successful. When did this all flip? Oh, we were down 7-0 to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
We came back and won. And from that point forward, our mindset was we can win any game.
It does feel like, it's funny you say that, it does feel like the sort of thing where if they make the postseason, I think we'll look back and point to the Dodgers series, obviously, because they were on the ropes and going to L.A., and they managed to sweep that series. But, depending now how they respond in the next 2 weeks with the trade deadline coming up, it does feel like yesterday's game in particular would be something you would point to. And it also feels like had they missed the postseason and lost yesterday, you'd be pointing to it. But you're right. It feels like the moment in the sports movie where it's like, dude, we're just a 500 team. We can't get going. We can't. I heard the stat. I think Jack Summers had it. They have not won more than 6 games in a row since 2018. Like, and this obviously doesn't start a massive winning streak. Who knows, right? They've won 2 in a row. Maybe they go on a run or maybe they don't. But it just feels like the moment in the sports movie where it's like, okay, we're just kind of falling back to 500. Yeah. And whoever it is, in this case, it was Jeff Bannister and Dave McKay, but whoever stands up mid-game and is like literally in the middle of a game, you're trailing 7-0 and just wakes everybody up. Again, whether it was them or not, the Diamondbacks then scored 8 unanswered runs and won the game. I'm shocked that Torrey was like, yeah, I don't want to talk about that.
I would have thought everything in the postgame would have been positive. And especially, like you said, reading it is one thing, but also hearing the tone. And I'll give the reporters a break on this because in the way that he said it, it's almost like, I don't want to talk about it.
And
so
I'm not going to.
Right. And so if you're a reporter, especially a beat reporter, for those who don't know, when you're a beat reporter every day, you got to keep some sort of a rapport with the people that you need information from.
Yeah, it's probably a smart way to do it.
So when he essentially says, and I don't want to talk about it, look, certain people would say, hey, I understand that, but I think he probably made eye contact when he said it to certain ones. Yeah. Like, that's it. I'm not talking.
Well, and Torrey is always willing to talk about anything.
Right.
So
he cut that off pretty quick.
In that sense, it's just kind of surprising. But then also, again, I just feel like that would be something he came in and started talking about before anybody even asked about it. So maybe we'll get clarification today. Either way, they won the game. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. John Lund is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports,
countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Warner under center on second down from the Philadelphia 9. Warner takes, short set, has time, looks left, throws over the middle to Fitz. Caught inside the 5, breaks a tackle, and Fitz is in. Touchdown Cardinals on the opening drive. They take it the length of the field. Warner takes it, it's a pitch to Arrington. He's going to throw it back to Kurt. Far side of the 25. Now Warner going deep, airing it out, middle of the field. Fitz is there, he caught it at the 10, at the 5. Put down Larry Fitzgerald. The trickery of the Arizona Cardinals. Warner takes, back to throw, fade, left side Fitzgerald. He got it. Touchdown, his third of the day. It's 20-6 Arizona.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get like one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough, and then that puts you in a real tough spot. Orchard changes that, though, because with Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make the investors compete. It just makes more sense. You're going to get a better offer that way with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They have that access. You may as well tap into it because then they'll come to you with offers. You get to review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle for one offer or worry about maybe leaving money on the table that you didn't even know about. This way you see every offer side by side. You know you're getting top dollar because Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard offers. Just go to orchard.com. Check it out. Again, that's orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541. This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey, y'all. Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with a Ford Summer Sales Event. And the deals? They are too hot to ignore. Don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings. And that ain't no bull. Get serious, sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long. Get it now at Earnhardt Ford, trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks had a stressful but successful weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are back in action tonight when they start a 3-game series at Chase Field against the Athletics. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mitch Bratt will get the start for the Snakes. He'll oppose Jeffrey Springs. Mark your calendars because the dates for NBA All-Star Weekend in Phoenix have been set. The event will take place February 19th through February 21st of 2027. And we are just 2 days away from the start of Arizona Cardinals training camp for everything Cardinals. Head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Monday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. John Lund is in for Wolf today, and Rick is here. Rick, we got everybody back.
The Arizona Diamondbacks came back from 7 runs down to grab a series win over the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday. The D-backs have now won 6 of their last 7 games.
6-7.
Our Arizona Sports poll question up now on arizonasports.com asks, with 13 games left before the trade deadline, how many games do the D-backs need to win to be buyers? 7-9, 9-11, 11-13, or they're already buyers?
11-13. Now you got to go 13-0 if you want to be buyers. I think they're honestly, I don't want to say already buyers, but I think, certainly 9-11 for sure. I would say 7-9, honestly. As long as you don't go on like a losing streak right now, because I think most of the trades are going to start to get put together behind the scenes before you get through 13 games.
Well, they're a half game out now. And so if you're Mike Hayes and you're looking at this thing, and outside what you just said, if you have these good feelings now coming in, and I think there can be momentum when you come back from a 7-zip game and you win it. The A's have lost 23 of 30. So if you take care of business here, and I don't know what the Pirates matchup is. That could be scary because Jared Jones has come back and pitched really, really well. But I'm going to go they're already buyers. Because I don't think – the reason I say that is because I don't think they're going to tank. I think they're going to stay. I think that they're going to get some guys back. The pitching is starting to come around a little bit. I think they're already buyers, and Mike Hazen is probably already starting to buy. The Dodgers, by the way, traded for a reliever. You said this earlier. We're in the zone of trades. It's going to be a flurry at the deadline, but we're already in the zone of trades.
They're tentatively matched up to get Chandler, Keller, and Jones in the Pirates series, but not Skeens.
Ooh, that's nice.
So,
all right, so 7-9 is what we're going with.
I would say, like, yeah, even if you just, I don't want to go 500 for the next.
Yeah.
Well, you can't in 13 games, but yeah, I would say if you go 7-6 or 8-5, you're good.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so they're already buyers leads 49%, and then 9-11, 26%, 7-9, 17%, and there are 7% of people out there that think they should at least go 11-2 in order to buy. So Okay.
Or maybe 13.
Well, they're a half game out. If they went 11-2, they wouldn't
even need to buy it.
Yeah.
I still want them to buy a first baseman, whether they're in it or not.
Agreed.
The World Cup concluded yesterday with a 1-0 Spain win over Argentina. Do you guys think this World Cup, being in the United States for some of it, helped grow the game in the United States?
I think it did, just because look, soccer purists are going to know the stars every year, but it feels like, or has felt like for the longest time, it's like, it's Messi and Ronaldo. And obviously Mbappe was on the radar last year. I think he had a hat trick in the final. But even for a lot of American fans, I feel like that was kind of like, this is the first time we've really watched Mbappe extensively. But now it's like Ronaldo was still there. Messi was just pulling magic out at the end of almost all these games. Mbappe was chasing Messi for the Holland was
he was awesome.
He was probably the face of the World Cup.
He was the most
here.
Americanized guy,
And the U.S. looked good until they had to play a good team, and then weren't as good. I get it, but I feel like it being here with as much star power as there. I mean, we're leaving other guys out, certainly, that are stars too. So I do think it helped grow things here. I don't know if it'll make us any better in 4 years, but I think it jump-started the game a little bit.
Yeah, look, I thought it was awesome. I don't know what it's going to lead to. Sometimes things are just entertainment, and that's how I look at it right now until I see different, because every time we ask this very same question. When you go to a movie, you get entertained, you leave. You don't need a sequel. I mean, maybe if it was really good, you'd like a sequel, and they'll probably make it, but you don't need it. You have the entertainment, it's over. Well, this is extended. The time that it was here, 6 weeks or whatever the World Cup is, I was really highly entertained. I hope it goes somewhere, but I don't know that it will.
So, this is a borrowed take from my buddy who works up in Denver as a TV.
Just steal it. Don't give him credit.
Reporter.
We never do.
He said that, he thinks that this World Cup has grown, and I totally agree with him. It's grown the game in the United States. Like, people have become bigger fans of soccer, but what I'm not sure it has grown is MLS, USL. Like, I don't know if people are going to really flock to their local club as much as we would think. I think people are just going to get into the teams in Europe. Like, I'm considering buying a $21 a month package because I have Scottish heritage, and one of the big clubs in Scotland.
Oh, they're fun.
Celtic is a team that I like.
Plus, you'd fit right in. You would fit right into the Scottish. You would have been in Boston.
Rick
you would
playing
have been
the bagpipes.
Yeah.
I mean, but I tarps off with them is like that's not even the beginning.
Why is your tarp on?
They have tarps and bottoms. Like it's everything's gone. It'd be amazing.
Horrible.
The question I would ask too is that every 4 years is the World Cup. Of course, we'll get into it then. But what about like World Championships? And are we going to just get into that too?
I could honestly talk about this for an hour, because I think it's similar to the NHL, where a lot of my roots are in hockey, where it's like people watch during the playoffs and like, this is amazing. Why isn't it? But then if you don't market your players,
right,
then as a fan, you're just kind of like, okay, would I go watch Premier League soccer now? I mean, it's going up against college football in the NFL, so that's tough. But if I were going to, it'd be like, okay, well, Erling Haaland's there. The other guys are there. Like, okay, I know some of the names that I'm watching. It's something I think the NHL has traditionally done a bad job of, that they're doing a better job of now. When you catch the audience, give them a reason to stick around, because no matter what the next soccer game you watch is, it's not going to have as much on the line as the World Cup did. So you have to have other reasons to get invested.
A lot of games, though, I will say, are on at 7 a.m., so you can watch it and then watch college or NFL.
But you're telling people they have to break their habits. So if they're going to watch even if it's, they're not just going to jump in on the MLS, but if they jump in on Premier League soccer, they got to have a reason. It can't just be, here's Liverpool and Leeds. But I don't know anybody on either of these teams, and it's 1-0.
All right. The Arizona Cardinals open training camp on Wednesday. Do you guys think there will be a resolution to the Jacoby Brissett contract dispute by Wednesday when training camp opens?
No. I think there needs to be one by Friday or Saturday, but I don't think there will be one by Wednesday, because otherwise I think the Cardinals would have just already had the resolution if they really wanted to resolve it.
If Jacoby had an agent, I think that agent would be able to talk some sense into him and say, Jacoby, they're not budging. You could go out and put up some numbers here. This is a really good offense. It is what it is. Let's just get out there. I don't think that's going to happen, because I think without an agent, his ego gets involved, and a hold-in is not good. And at some point, Carson back and Gardner Minshew they're gonna start saying, you know what, these guys know the offense well enough. We might be able to get a 5th or 6th round pick. Maybe there's an injury to somebody in training camp. I just think he's reading the situation all wrong, has to this certain point. But then again, it is a deadline. Those do spur actions. But he needs someone, an advisor. If he doesn't have he needs an agent, an advisor to tell him this isn't going to end well for you.
I just feel like in this instance, they have all the leverage.
They do.
So I'm not even sure how much that pressure point matters. Like if it's kind of even back and forth and you guys just need to meet in the middle, that's one thing. But it sort of feels like right now this is going to get resolved when Jacoby Brissett caves, whether that's right or not. It just feels like the Cardinals have all the leverage, given the situation and everything that factors into it. So hopefully it's done by Wednesday, but if it can be done by Wednesday, why couldn't it have been done 2 weeks ago, right? All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, the Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from St. Louis over the weekend, but should it maybe have been a sweep? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Go! Yeah! Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts, man. All Pro Shade Concept. They came out to the Wolfley compound, and, man, they addressed our shading needs, Basinonians, and I can tell you right now it's one of the best things that we have done. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. When you work, by the way, with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating, as a matter of fact. Also in 2025, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, of course, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you, man. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool, plus bicentennial bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Empty slogans and cute jingles. Lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from 2 neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, we do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sideline sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
1-877
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Vince Marotic, and the D-backs keep it going against the A's. We'll talk about that and a lot more Tuesday morning starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf. Rick is dancing behind the glass, and Jamal left. Rick, are those things related?
100%.
Rick is feeling the music, which I respect on
I
Monday.
love Sandstorm.
But why did Jamal leave? Just
I don't know.
Maybe he's dancing out in the newsroom.
Plus, I've gotten used to Rick dancing. At first, it was a little alarming, but now it's like, okay.
I feel like that one wasn't as bad.
No,
there are some.
it was good.
There's some where we
fine.
have to make sure the camera's not on because we don't want everybody. But that one I thought was fine right there.
I don't know. We should have Rick dance cam. That would that might be good. See, there's no music and he's still vibing right
maybe
there.
he has the music. Who knows?
Could
but
be.
we don't have it.
But yeah, Jamal did leave, and those things are definitely
He went
correlated.
running out of there and was like, "I'm done." The amount of times Jamal's like, "I'm done" in the middle. He came back. He came back right when Rick stopped dancing.
Rick stopped
so
dancing.
I feel
He
like
came back.
that's
we have to ask him
pretty
if the two are
right
related because they have to be. He saw Rick dancing. He's like, "I gotta go."
Rick, can Jamal hear us if we ask him? Jamal, did you leave because Rick was dancing? Is that what happened right there? Because the timing was like pretty much impeccable. No, I think he can't.
Oh, no, he can't hear.
Okay, all right.
Oh no, okay.
Okay, now
There he is.
he's been caught up. That's why
You left because Rick started to dance.
Yes. I like how there was a conference and then you leaned in like you guys were playing Family Feud and you were like, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
The answer is yes.
Good answer. Good answer.
That's usually why I leave.
Yeah. He starts dancing. You're like, oh my god, I'm disgusted.
Just like a cloud of smoke in the shape of Jamal gone.
Let's go vomit.
Yeah. There's a barf bucket outside the door.
Yeah, I've been there.
All right. So the game. The Diamondbacks win yesterday. They win the series. I told you at the start of the show, John, I've made peace with they took 2 of 3 this weekend. Probably they should have won Friday and Saturday and lost Sunday. They won Saturday and Sunday and lost Friday. The situation on Friday, for people that didn't see it, they end up losing 5-4 to St. Louis. But in the 9th inning, Nolan Arenado gets on base. Jorge Barosa comes in to pinch run for Arenado, gets picked off first. That's not why you're brought in as a pinch runner. It's not to get picked off first. Arenado could have got picked off first. Then Ildemaro Vargas flies out, but Tim Tawa doubles. So first of all, if Barosa doesn't get picked off, it's a tie game. Yep. Tawa doubles him in. Tawa's on second. Ketel Marte comes up, counts 2-2, ball 3. They call it a strike. It's a bad call. It's not a horribly bad call, but it's a missed call. Diamondbacks still have 2 challenges. Ketel just walks off the field. He doesn't challenge. Everybody loses their mind because, again, even if the pitch is down the middle of the plate, you have 2 challenges. You may as well challenge. Yeah, but he doesn't challenge. It would have been ball 3. It doesn't mean they would have won the game or even tied the game, but it's a horrible way for the game to end.
Well, there's 2 things. Would he have gotten a hit? We don't know. You're 100% right. We love to speculate, and this is perfect for it. But there's not in their entire lineup right at this particular time a player you'd want to at that time than Ketel Marte. He's a big-time player in those kind of situations. Corbin Carroll's not hitting very well. So if you said, look, to tie up the game, who would you want up to play? You'd say Ketel Marte, regardless how he's hitting, because he's a big-time player. I'm not defending him here when I say this, but at this point of the season, you go up and it's situational hitting. And part of your situational hitting now has to be when you come up as a hitter, am I going to challenge? I know, and Jody Jackson said this earlier, and she's right. The Diamondbacks both challenging pitches and on both sides of it, whether it's Gabby Moreno behind the plate or whether it's hitters, they know what they're doing. And there are certain teams that have said, I've talked to people who say this, they don't challenge in the first inning. They may not challenge in the first 3 innings, but as you start going, you better have a challenge late in the game.
That's been a Tory rule since day one.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I have a challenge late in case we need to go to it.
So first pitch of the game, Ketel Marte's up there, and it's clearly a ball, but it's called a strike. He's not going to challenge that. So there's got to be some strategic knowing that when you're going to challenge pitches. Well, especially because you have 2 left. You've got to know that going up. Okay, I've got Tim Tawa at second. I'm up at the plate, and all these things are going through your head as situational hitting goes. What this guy did to me last time, all these things. What you've got to add to that, and we're 100 games in, so you got to know this. What you have to add to that is, do we have a challenge left? And if it's close, am I challenging? Well, if it's the third inning, you're not. If it's in the ninth inning and you're the final hitter, and you know you have two,
this is why you save your challenges.
You have to know that.
That's why I think everybody. I mean, first of all, yes, it's 1 out of 162 games, but look where we are.
Yeah.
Look how important
early in the
these games
season
are.
I could get. Oh yeah, I forgot. We can do that.
And it's the first year, so yeah. But and I even get the explanation to a certain extent. I mean, he's just focused on that play, and then you got to challenge so quickly that maybe you're like, okay, wow, he got me. That's essentially what Cattell said after the game. But you're right, 100 games in, or whatever at that point, 97 games in, you got to be aware because
you have a golden ticket.
Every game against St. Louis is 2 games right now, and the trade deadline is here, and it feels like college football, NFL football. It feels like a football coach saving his timeouts as the clock runs out and they lose. That's what it feels like. Hey, we were in field goal range. We could have at least tied it. Just call timeout and kick the ball. Is there a guarantee the kick goes through? No, but that's why you save the timeouts, right? You don't just run the clock out on yourself. That's what it felt like, and especially to start the series, it set a really bad tone.
I have a bit of a different opinion on this, and it's just more of a question than an opinion. Cattell earlier in the year was really bad at challenging, and he did it too early in the game, so I wonder if they had a conversation with him about, not challenging so much. And earlier in the game, he had challenged, and I wonder if they had a conversation like, I'm glad it was correct that time, but maybe let's hold off. You're not great at this. And, maybe he was just following the rules. That's just it's speculating, but that's just the thought that I've had. And maybe this is on the coaching staff, maybe it's on Torrey and not Cattell.
I don't know. I mean, I think you're right that if you lined up all of Cattell's skills, he's got plenty of them.
Yeah.
And this wasn't a skill you had to have before this season, but challenging calls is not his best skill.
And I get that.
But at the end of the game, everybody's got to be.
Right. And Rick, to your point, too, I would imagine, maybe they don't just do this. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But because this is so new, you would think in that inning that even the most experienced hitters, guys, we got 2 challenges left. Anything close, you're hitting the top of your helmet. You got to make sure it's quick. Like, there's reminders, and I don't care who you are as a hitter or what kind of place you hold in a team, they're going to remind you. That's what managers and coaches do. Hey, by the way, Dave McKay running to first base. Hey, we got 3 challenges, guys. Make sure you use them. We're not going down with them. Maybe they didn't do that. Maybe they have to. Maybe they shouldn't have to. The one thing is, and this is not a rip on Cattell because I know how Diamondbacks fans think, you're ripping Cattell again. Nah. Listen to this closely. Sometimes he doesn't have the best baseball instincts. Is he a great baseball player? Yes. Is he a master of the game? Sometimes he can be a bit flighty at times where he's not completely locked into the game. And I think this is part of the time where, okay, you got fooled on that pitch. I get it. But it's part of the game now that you have a golden ticket. And if you don't like a pitch or you don't like a call, you can do something about it.
Yeah.
And that's got to be part of that. And that's about being locked in all the time. And I don't know that he's locked in all the time. It's not a rip on him. It's just sometimes he's not.
You got to know who he is. Yeah.
But isn't this just more on the coaching staff in general?
But he has to challenge it, though.
Yeah, but do you think they had that conversation? Like, you guys need to challenge everything in this inning.
I would think, but you're right. We don't know. But
that's
right.
where I'm like, I don't know. Because sometimes I wonder why they make a lot of decisions. Like on Saturday.
My gut would be they have that conversation, but maybe didn't because we're 97 games in. Now, to your point, maybe you need to know that Cattell might come up, so you need to have it. Just dealing the reality of Cattell's an all-star. He's a great player, but he's not. He reacted like it was 2025, which is not like unforgivable, but
like he had forgotten he had an opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
But what were you saying? You're saying something about Saturday?
Oh, just on Saturday, Brandon Pfaadt was out there, and I was like, okay, it's time for Brandon Pfaadt to not be out there. And they left him in for another batter, and I believe that batter reached base. And it's like, it's just there's a lot of decisions that this coaching staff makes that I question.
But at least with the Pfaadt situation, like they're so thin in the rotation that I understand, like you can't have your bullpen pitching 5 innings every game. I think, look, lost in the shuffle of all this, and it got asked afterwards. Torrey brought in Paul Sewald in a non-save situation, and he gave up the run. He's not the same guy in a non-save.
That's what he does on non-save.
But look, Cattell, whether the coaches reminded him or not, Cattell can't ever make that mistake again because that's that's a huge mistake. But the bigger deal in that inning is Barosa getting picked off at first base. To me, I think like
brutal.
You're brought in as pinch runner. You can't get picked off first, especially when Tawa comes up and doubles. That would have doubled you in, So
well, that was Friday was sloppy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all there is to it. And at this critical of a juncture, and I get it, you're not going to play perfectly all the time, but at this critical of a juncture, I don't think that your coaching staff has to tell Barosa, don't get picked off first. Has to tell Marte, it's the bottom of the ninth, and we're down a run. You've got to challenge. Like at some point, you're at the professional.
Because they're doing other things too. They're trying to get. There's other stuff going on.
Should they, as Barosa's, hey, by the way, don't get picked off first? Like, do they really have to tell him as he's leaving the dugout to pinch run, don't get picked off?
Hey, we're pinch running with you because we believe in you as a good runner, not a guy who get picked off first base like a fan would.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Like, and again, I would have. I would have been shaking and nervous, and he'd have been holding the ball going. Yeah,
I wouldn't have even stepped off the bat.
And would I have tapped my helmet? No, I would have been too nervous. But I'm not Ketel Marte.
I would have tapped my helmet after every pitch because I wouldn't have been swinging. All right, when we come back, where does Jeremiah Love need to rank among all NFL running backs after this season for that pick to be the right pick? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 2-2. Swinging a drive to right. Going back out of Newport. Still going back. It's over his head. One hop against the wall. Barosa around third. He's coming home. D-backs win. D-backs win. D-backs win.
Can the D-backs continue the bat parade versus the A's at home? We discuss on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey Arizona, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds. Just honest deals on trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now here's where it gets really good. Grab the 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP, or the 2026 Buick Envista, 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And the best part, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference. Or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Hey,
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks had a stressful but successful weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are back in action tonight when they start a 3-game series at Chase Field against the A's. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mitch Bratt will get the start for the Snakes. He'll oppose Jeffrey Springs. Mark your calendars because the dates for NBA All-Star Weekend in Phoenix have been set. The event will take place February 19th through February 21st of 2027. And we are just 2 days away from the start of Arizona Cardinals training camp. For everything Cardinals, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Frank Caliendo's going to be on the show tomorrow.
That is cool.
Now we're all kind of hoping, Rick brought this up, that maybe LeBron would sign during, well, he's on for a half hour tomorrow in here with us, right?
Yeah.
So we could just go to Frank Caliendo as like 10 different analysts and break down. We can still do it because it's not like LeBron's like, it's still going to be new news or more likely, I guess he won't have it even signed at this point. They're talking to Jim Gray on TV.
Because he, of course, was part of LeBron's decision. So, I mean, they are digging so deep for anybody to guys. There's producers going, what else can we do? What else can we do?
Let's bring on Jim Gray.
How about Jim Gray?
They should just
unbelievable.
They should just recreate the decision. LeBron and Jim Gray should sit down and just at this point.
That would be funny.
It's the only way this would be funny.
It would be.
You were in here when it was first announced that okay, he's not coming back to the Lakers. And we're like, okay, how long is this going to take? And then gradually we're like, he's not doing it before the end of the World Cup because that's a big deal and it's here and he wants the spotlight entirely to himself. Although the clip earlier, what did they say? I wrote it down. LeBron wants, quote, complete happiness, unquote, in free agency.
I'm going to take my talents to South Beach.
Imagine how full circle that would be. Him making another decision to go back to Cleveland.
That's what I'm saying. That's what he should do. He should absolutely do that.
That would be funny. With Jim Gray, the whole deal.
Yeah.
Have all those kids in there.
Bad plaid shirt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, the plaid shirt. What are you doing?
You got to redo it. You got to do it all.
That was so 2010.
Or what is the opposite of plaid? I don't know. Like, I guess just a plain shirt.
Polka dots.
Polka dots.
Yes.
That was like the era of the era when nerd fashion was in, like when everybody was wearing like those big glasses and it was a weird time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like my grandpa's, his wardrobe became fashionable. It's like, what are you wearing?
He was like jackpot.
Exactly. It's so wild. You're right though. That's what they should do. 100%. Because I will give him this, his only transgression really through all of this has been that for most people.
Yeah.
And if you kind of made fun of it, maybe that would be full circle.
I mean, now that you've put these major national networks through this, where you and I talked about it the day it happened, like the higher ups were like, oh, LeBron, okay, we got to talk about this nonstop for the next 2 days till he makes a decision. Like, oh, so you don't pay attention, you just know LeBron's name because this is going to be going for a while.
They've officially run out of ideas when Jim Gray is being presented to the show so they can talk about the decision.
Hey, Jim, do you have any idea where LeBron's going? All we've gotten from his agent is he wants, quote, complete happiness, unquote, which apparently he hasn't decided where that is yet. You brought this up in the pre-show meeting. I think this is an interesting conversation.
I love this, yeah.
ESPN's been doing their lists of, top 10 at each position. They talk to different executives and coaches around the league. And so we talked about last week how, the Cardinals only had a top 10 safety and a top 10 tight end. They had Trey McBride was number 2 among tight ends behind Brock Bowers. And I believe Buda was 7th when it comes to safeties. They didn't have any other top 10s. And so we were kind of talking what other players have that potential they could get there after this season, let's say. Just kind of, I know it's an arbitrary measuring stick, but I don't think any Cardinals fans were up in arms like, oh, they clearly forgot so-and-so. It's pretty true. They have basically 2 top 10 players right now. But you brought this up before the show. Where does Jeremiah Love have to rank on this list after this season, considering they just took him with the 3rd pick in the draft?
And because so many people they loved the pick, and then now they're criticizing the pick. Oh, you can't take a running back that high when you need all this stuff. So, like you said, these running backs are kind of all the same. Bijan Robinson 1, Gibbs 2, Barkley 3, McCaffrey 4. Those are the multi-purpose running backs. And then you get to the Jonathan Taylor at 5 and the Derrick Henry at 6 that are more of the traditional back. So I'm not going to say that Love has to be after McCaffrey at 5. Because, look, Jonathan Taylor's really good if he's healthy. Henry's really good. But after 6, I would think that to justify this pick somehow, I think he needs to be better than like a James Cook, Achane, who I really like, Kenneth Walker, who's in Kansas City now, and Breece Hall at 10. I would hope that he would be like 7 on this list next year.
I think that's fair. I would say 2 things. One, I don't necessarily need him in the top 10 after this year. I mean, he needs to be a top 10 running back overall for, most of the years of his career to justify the number 3 overall pick. I don't think he has to be top 10 after this upcoming season because I don't know how well the Cardinals are going to be set up to utilize him this season. Again, we don't know who the quarterback is.
Well, especially if you're down, you're not running the ball, right?
Yeah.
So like you're saying, that the split becomes weird because you got to start throwing the ball to get back in a game.
But I do think you drew an important distinction there. And again, this is one of your patented moments where I don't know if you realize you drew the distinction or not.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
That's good. Because you have this look on your face like, all right, let's see where this goes.
Yeah.
The fact that those top 4 backs are all in the mold that he's built in. Bijan can run. Great runner, but he can catch. Jahmyr Gibbs, same thing. Saquon, same thing. Christian McCaffrey, same thing. Even if he doesn't end up being one of those 4 guys who could all be Hall of Famers when all is said and done, certainly McCaffrey and I would assume Barkley will be, and the other 2 could be as well. They just need, more seasons like they've had. The reason I was comfortable with them drafting him is because he's a dual threat. Like you get down to Jonathan Taylor and Derrick Henry, if he was built in that mold, there's no guarantee. Like you got to be great to be Derrick Henry or Jonathan Taylor. Not that they can't catch, but they're not like that dual threat back the way those other 4 guys are. The reason I personally was comfortable with them taking Love is because he can be a receiver out of the backfield too, which I think is huge for whoever their young quarterback is going to be. If it was just, hey, this guy is built in the mold of Derrick Henry, I don't think I would have taken him at number 3 because he might not be Derrick Henry. You know what I mean?
Well, if you're going to go 3rd overall, he's got to be a 3-down back. He's got to be able to catch it, block. He's got to be able to run, do all those things. The reason why I put him there is, look, that's really high to take a guy like that. And we talked about this before. Now, if David Bailey was there and it was an edge, which is a higher positional ranking, just not as maybe as good of a player, but positional ranking, maybe they would have taken him. But the fact that you're going to dedicate yourself to it means as much as they can, and you bring up a good point, if you're down, you're throwing the ball, you're going to get less opportunities to run the ball, but he can also catch the ball out of the backfield. I just want him to be a dual threat, one of the top 10 running backs in the league, which is a big ask. And I'll take the other side of it, which is you cannot be, whether it's your fault or not, Astringente, which a year ago, everyone was saying the same things. Where the Raiders took him, he's going to be great. He's going to lead them to this, that, and the other. I don't think that a lot of it was his fault because the offensive line of the Raiders stunk and they were behind in a lot of games. But the reality was, even when he did get some blocking, he wasn't worthy of that pick last year. So I don't want to be sitting here, you and I sitting here going, he wasn't worthy of the pick. That's the worst thing you can say.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for me, the way I'm set up for this year, I'm going to give him a year. Now, big picture, you took him with the number 3 overall pick. He needs to be, like I said, most years of his career, like a top 7 running back, realistically. I mean, you took Marv with the number 4 overall pick, and he was supposed to be generational, and maybe he still can be. He needs to be a top 10 receiver, which is tougher because there's so many more receivers, and there's a lot of great receivers right now. I don't know how many great running backs there are. I mean, there's probably 6, maybe you can get 7, 8, whatever, but like I will grant you it's tougher to crack a top 10 list as a receiver right now because there just are so many more receivers and there's a lot of great ones right now. But you take Marv at number 4, he should be in that conversation. So we'll see.
Well, just real quick, because I'm looking at the ages. Here's the thing, too, is that, okay, even if it's not this year, Bijan's the number 1 running back ranked by ESPN. He's 24, and Gibbs is the number 2 guy. He's 24. And then you start going to Barkley at 29 and McCaffrey at 30. Okay, I'm taking those 2 guys out. But Gibbs and Robinson, it needs to be a conversation of Robinson, Gibbs, and Love for the next X amount of years.
Yeah.
Because he's in that same age range as those guys. So they'll basically be compared, and they're supposed to be the same kind of back. So by year 3 then, he's got to be in the conversation, and they're having a hard time ranking the number 1 running back between Robinson, Gibbs, and Love.
Yeah.
That's how you can say, okay, it was worth it.
Yeah, exactly. I like the pick, but if we get into through his second year and he's not a top 10 back, then something's wrong. I mean, then I guess it wasn't the right pick. Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater September 16th, and we've got your tickets. Text CHANCE to 620-620 or head to our contest page to enter for your chance to win. All right, when we come back, what type of impact did this World Cup have on growing soccer in the U.S.? We're going to talk to MLS on Apple TV broadcaster Jake Ziven next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Not 2, not 3, not 4.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
First down and goal, no timeouts remaining. Cardinals down 6 with 23 seconds left. Fitzgerald wide to the right, 2 receivers left. Nemeth in the backfield. McCown dropped the throw, lobbing near side for Fitzgerald. He's got a touchdown, Cardinals!
He got the one-on-one coverage right there with Fitzgerald, and he just underthrew the football. Howard did not have a chance because Fitzgerald was between him and the football, and he took advantage of Larry Fitzgerald's best asset, his jumping ability and great hands.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
And now, a no-frills ad brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Here it is. You can save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's it. See? Just a good old-fashioned, straightforward ad. See if you can save at Progressive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Arizona
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
After the D-backs Dodgers game on Friday, August 7th, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring Jayco. Add a concert field pass to your ticket and see the show from the field. Visit dbacks.com/concerts.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Monday. John Lund is in for Wolf. World Cup has ended. Spain won, which I guess most soccer experts told us was going to happen a month and a half ago. And for some reason, I thought France was going to win, but it doesn't really matter. Spain did win. They gave up 1 goal in the entire World Cup. And Jake Zivin, MLS on Apple TV broadcaster, is going to join us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. He's become a friend of the show over the last few weeks. John, you've been in here for some of these too. Jake, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
It's going great. It's going great. A little sad. A lot of withdrawal today that the World Cup is over. But it's okay. It was a great 6 weeks.
Yeah, I think a lot of us kind of feel that way. And especially you're so embedded in the world of soccer. So I just want to get your perspective on how you think it went here in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada. And, you know, what really did work over the last 6 weeks and what maybe could have been different.
Yeah, I think it was phenomenal. I think it was better than anybody's expectations on and off the field. You know, and that tends to happen with these big events, World Cups and Olympics. The lead-in, a lot of the talk and the stories are about things that could go wrong or, you know, worries of how whether it's new rules on the field or what's happening off the field. And then the games start and everybody gets so into it and the stadiums are completely packed and sold out. And it's just an incredible event. And to me, this was the best World Cup in the history of the game, the best major sporting event, I think, in the history of the world. I don't think that's hyperbole. It was incredible. The final maybe didn't give us the entertainment that everybody wanted, but over the 6 weeks, I just think it was a fantastic tournament, a fantastic event. I think it took over the United States. I think it brought people together. I think it created a lot of new soccer fans. And I just think in pretty much every way it was an overwhelming success.
Jake, and I agree with everything you just said there. The final itself, though, and you certainly know the sport a lot better than I do, I have never seen a game in any sport so dominated by one team, but then a 1-0 victory. At one point, It was 20 shots to none. It was just, I felt like I was sitting there just waiting for Spain to score, and I give Spain a ton of credit. But there was no doubt in my mind, obviously, who the best team was.
I mean, that's the thing about soccer. There's no other sport where a team can be utterly dominant for a whole game and they might not win.
Yeah.
Right? Like basketball, baseball. I guess in football, American football, if you turn the ball over 5 times in the red zone, you know, you could lose a game in a fluke. But then how good were you, right? Your ball control is a very important part of that sport. So that's kind of the equivalent. But in soccer, it happens because it's hard to score a goal. And that's what some people historically in America maybe haven't liked, but it's what a lot of people love about the game is that tension and that elation that comes when you finally break through, when you finally get that goal, and it's the waiting for it and it's the build up to it. And yeah, that was the final, right? I mean, Spain was so comfortable. They were so good. They were so in control. Argentina knew the game was going to be that way. They came out to muck it up, right? I mean, they wanted to be physical. They wanted Spain to be out of their rhythm. They wanted to defend. I think if you told Argentina at kickoff, we're going to go straight to penalties, they would have been fine with it without playing 120 minutes. They were playing for that. And look, in finals, sometimes that's how it goes. And it was practical from Argentina to do it. But yeah, Spain deserved to win the game. They deserved to win the tournament. They were incredible this World Cup. The best defensive team we've ever seen, I think. And, sometimes that's how the game goes, though. You're utterly dominant, and you kind of eke out a win 1-0, which is what happened with Spain yesterday.
Talking to Jake Ziven. Jake, I just want to get your thoughts from your perspective being in the sport constantly. When you look at the star power that was here in this World Cup, especially with it being on U.S. and Mexican and Canadian soil, in your mind, was there a breakout name or two? Like, obviously, a guy like Erling Haaland is known throughout the soccer world, but I mean just to, sort of newer U.S. fans. Everybody knew Messi. Everybody knew Ronaldo. I think everybody knew Mbappe. But anybody outside of those three that you think really won over fans as just a face of the sport?
Yeah, you said it, Erling Haaland, in the United States. And like you said, among non-soccer fans. Erling Haaland is and has been one of, if not the best striker in the world for several years. He plays for Manchester City, one of the biggest and most successful teams in the world. But in the United States, he wasn't a household name, and now he certainly is. And I think, he kind of won the culture war. He won the kind of Instagram war of this World Cup, right? like people love his blonde hair and how he just embraced American culture in all the cities he went. So there's no doubt it is Erling Haaland. But to me, on the field also, that was a big storyline of this World Cup. I think what it will be remembered for is the established stars showing up and making this their World Cup. And a guy like Lamine Yamal, who is a World Cup winner, but who I think many people would have thought is going to be the breakout star of this World Cup. This is going to be his World Cup where he takes over, kind of on the global stage and discourse from the established stars. We thought that would happen this summer. It did not. And maybe it'll happen in 4 years, and that will be his World Cup. But this wasn't. He was just a part of Spain's team, scored just one goal, good player, but wasn't the star of this tournament. And maybe that was a little surprising, to be honest. It was the OGs. It was the established guys, ultimately, that took all the headlines this year.
So, Jake, how do we capitalize on this as a country, or is this just a one-timer because it was in our country, in our time zone, we got caught up in it, or is there a way we can capitalize on this?
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, first of all, like I call games for MLS on Apple TV, so I of course hope that the people who watched this World Cup in the United States and got into it and loved the games and watched every game, I hope that they turn to their local teams and support them. If you're in an MLS city, then that. In Phoenix, the Phoenix Rising and the USL Championship, who get great support and are highly successful at that level. Because I believe that this game is most enjoyable, and any sport is most enjoyable when you have a personal connection to that team, when you support your local team. And we have a great soccer culture in this country at all levels. If you want to watch the Premier League, do it. It's the most popular league in the world for a reason. Yes, it is maybe the best league in the world. So I think you'll find when you start watching it, got to pick 2 or 3 teams, because otherwise your teams have no chance of winning a championship, which is very different from what we do in the United States in our sports, which are parity and competitive balance, which personally I enjoy. But yeah, look, I think the legacy of the 1994 World Cup in the United States was the creation of Major League Soccer and us having a league. We already have that now. We have an established soccer culture now. I think that the legacy of this World Cup is going to be the game going to the next level in this sport and being a relevant, really major sport in this country. It is already to an extent, but even more so. And I just think, look, if you enjoyed the World Cup, if you started to love this sport, keep watching. Watch your local club. Watch whatever you want. It is a great sport. And everything you loved about the World Cup, that exists in this sport on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis.
Yeah, well said. Now's the time to really capture everybody's imagination and run with this. Jake, thank you so much for your time, not just today, but throughout the World Cup, man. We really appreciate it.
Of course. Great to talk to you guys. Take care.
All right, you too. Take care. That's Jake Ziven, MLS on Apple TV broadcaster. And yeah, I mean, he's so right. He kind of said what we were saying earlier. Like, you got to And this is on the leagues, but the World Cup helps establish that personal connection. It's one thing to be like, okay, I'm going to watch soccer now because I'm kind of in the routine of doing it. But if I don't know any of the players on the teams, it's going to fade away again unless every game is amazing. Whereas, like, if you know specifically you're watching Erling Haaland or Lamine Yamal or Harry Kane or whoever you like, there's a little more like connection to it. You're tied to it.
Well,
more.
you know what I would think is, first of all, what he said, because he broadcasts for the MLS. If you're in those kind of cities, you've got to market the heck out of it now and try to get people involved with your local team, because then they'll have some kind of connection. But the second part is, and they do some of this, obviously, the Premier League, and they kind of seem like they're above us. Oh, those Americans. But if you come over here like we're trying to do in the NFL and really bend over backwards to bring your product over here, and they do some of that, but do even more of it, because like an Erling Haaland right now, if have him come over and play some games over here.
If Man City played a game over here like in 2 weeks.
Because all of a sudden it's like you want to keep that momentum, and they've got to be thinking, look, I get it. You own the rest of the world. Soccer is awesome all around the world. But if you could get us too, we got a few bucks in our pocket.
They should have to trade with us if we're sending NFL teams over.
Right.
But they're probably at a certain point be like, you just keep sending the Jaguar. Here, you can have West Ham versus East Ham.
That is true. Hey, you can have the Jaguars. So like, God, why do we want them?
You can have a Premier League game, but it's just the two Hams playing each other. Hosted by John Hamm. All right, thanks to Jake Zivin for that. When we come back, let's get back into baseball. Are we at the point where we got to trust Brandon Pfaadt now? He's made 4 starts since he got called back up, and he's won all 4 of them. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 5-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hey y'all, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with a Ford Summer Sales Event. And the deals, they are too hot to ignore. Don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings. And that ain't no bull. Get serious, sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long. Get it now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discounting samples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks had a stressful but successful weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are back in action tonight when they start a 3-game series at Chase Field against the Athletics. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mark your calendars because the dates for NBA All-Star Weekend in Phoenix have been set. The event will take place February 19th through February 21st of 2027. And we are just 2 days away from the start of Arizona Cardinals training camp. For everything Cardinals, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where did the Arizona Diamondbacks stand in the National League wildcard race after their series against the Cardinals? We'll discuss starting at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, thanks to Jake Zivin for joining us last segment. Sort of put a bow on the World Cup. It will be interesting to see how soccer takes this and runs with it because, like I said, we had the conversation for hours. But he was a good one to have on because this is the time to strike while the iron's hot. If you're the sport of soccer in the U.S., but also the NFL starting up here soon. So you got to...
NFL's just an avalanche.
Yeah,
just everything in its way.
The other sports like basketball and baseball and hockey have a hard time against the NFL. It's
hard.
All right, speaking of baseball, Brandon Pfaadt, another... really good start, and not like amazing, but a good start, I should say, over the weekend for the Diamondbacks. So, John, you had the exact stats. I want to pull them up here. I believe it's a ERA just over 2 in his 4 starts since he got called back up. He's faced the Giants, the Padres, the Dodgers, and the Cardinals. And not only is the team 4-0 in those games, he's 4-0. Like he's actually got the decision in all 4 of the games. I guess it depends on what your definition is of how much you trust a pitcher, but he's definitely a part of the rotation for the rest of the season as far as I'm concerned. He's just clearly a better starter than reliever.
Yeah, here's the numbers right here. Since being recalled, 21 innings pitched, 5 earned runs, that's a 2.14, and 0.95 whip if you're into that. Here's the biggest part, 13 strikeouts, 1 walk.
Yeah.
Which is telling you he's been dominant. And so do I believe in him? Yeah. I do believe in him because, like you said, this isn't the first time he's done this. And the reason I believe in it is because he got out of the rotation. He went down to the minors. He worked on some things. You can tell that they're different. And we're getting up to 4 starts. There's 30 in the season. So, I'm not saying it's a high percentage, but the bar that we set, I think when you and I were talking about this, and the bar we set when he came back was, and for a lot of their pitchers through these injuries, is can they keep them in games?
Yeah.
Can they say, hey, offense, if you do enough, I'll keep the number low enough to where we can win games. I believe Brandon Pfaadt can do that.
We talked about this before he made his first start back. The last 2 years, he made 65 starts for you. With Brandon Pfaadt, what you get in the sense of he's been really good in big moments in the past. And for the most part, he keeps you in games and gives you a chance to win, and he will give you innings, and he will make his start every 5 days. Now, the downside is he'll have that bad inning. His ERA last year was not great. His ERA the year before was not great. It had 4.71 2 years ago and a 5.29 last year. But as we talked about ad nauseum, and I think we're seeing the best case version of this right now, a lot of those games, he would give you 6 innings, and 5 of them were really good innings. He would just have that blow-up inning, which is an issue over, consistency over time. Like, is he going to be able to keep this up? Maybe, because like you said, he changed things. But even if he's not able to keep up this ERA in the low 2s as a starter, he's given you a chance to win. And even the last couple of years when his ERA was not good, if you looked at each of the games, a lot of them he gave you a chance to win until one inning just took him out. So do I think he's like their ace? No, but yeah, I was fully on board before the St. Louis start. Once he showed he could do it against the Dodgers, yeah, he's your guy. He's one of your guys. Erod is your guy, but I feel relatively comfortable with Merrill Kelly and Brandon Pfaadt now too. The issue is you don't have any starters beyond that right now.
I know we're gonna have a guy who's gonna be dancing on the mound. It just freaks me out every time.
You should go watch Mitch Bratt in some of his minor league throws.
Yeah.
Like in the majors, he looks a little more conventional. Yeah. Some of the ones when he was starting in the minors, it's just all over. Any concern at all? Are people really at all concerned about Erod having a bad start?
I can't get concerned over one.
I can't either.
Like it's got to be a few to me. Before you do that, guys aren't going to go through every start and pitch the way Erod has. It was. I think before this, he only had really one blow-up start. So we're talking about one more other blow-up start. I would say this, though. You talked about this earlier, and you're right. People have got to start thinking in this way. It's July 20th. The deadline is 2 weeks from today. Teams are going to start trading. Now, the major trades will wait till the last second because that's where the leverage is for the teams that are trading and the desperation of the teams who need the players. But the Dodgers traded for a reliever today. We're starting to see some trickle in. And you mentioned this earlier, one team to look at, even though I don't know that they match up perfectly like they did last year when they traded Naylor to Seattle, but Seattle's got 6 starting pitchers. And one of them I was listening, and I've got some friends up there. George Kirby might be the guy who's out, and he's really, really solid.
Yeah.
Like he's not a 1, but he's if he was your 3, he's a really, really solid 3. And so somebody like that, like they're not going to go after Skubal. I understand he's a guy who's from Arizona. I could see some people saying that. I think Detroit is ultimately going to cave and trade him, but so find somewhere between Skubal and maybe a Kirby. There's a lot of pitching out there, so I think there's no doubt. If we put it in order, would you rather a first baseman who could slug a little bit? Probably, but the way this rotation is banged up, I definitely think they need to go get a starter.
Well, here's Torey Lovello. He was on with Burns and Gambo on Friday, so this was before they took the series from St. Louis. But just kind of talking about how the rotation may have to look until some of these guys start to come back.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit dicey here. We're going to probably dip into player development a little bit for the next set of names. That's Cabrera. That's Cole Drake. We have Bratt here right now. So I'm grateful that we have built in this type of depth from some of our guys that we've developed trade for or developed inside of our system. But for right now, it's going to be Kelly, Pfaadt, Erod, and then Bratt on Monday. We have an open on Tuesday, have an open spot on Tuesday. We'll figure out what we're going to do here in the coming days. Not yet been determined. But Soroka's getting after it. He's trying to get back here as soon as possible. He's going to throw a second and third bullpen this week, live, hopefully a very short time after that, and then we'll see where he's at. I don't think his recovery is going to be as big as it will be for Corbin Burns because he's got to get built up from basically nothing. And in this case, I think, hopefully sometime in this month we see Soroka, if not very early in the next month. And then I think Corbin's going to be somewhere a month after that.
Okay, so that was Friday. If they get Soroka in July, I mean there's less than 2 weeks left in July, so that'd be great if they could do it. And like you said, maybe early August, if not July. So I think they can get by to that point, but it just sort of leans into that basically coincides with the trade deadline anyway. So the problem is, do you have enough starting pitching to get you to the trade deadline? Because he said in that cut again from Friday, we have an opening on Tuesday. Well, it's Monday, and they still have an opening on Tuesday.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, and let me ask you this, because Burns is whatever. Like, if he were to do it, it'd because you made the playoffs or something like that. But is this a team or is this a rotation that would get you in the playoffs? So Erod is already here. Fott's pitching better. Kelly's pitching better. He mentioned Soroka. Jody joined us earlier. She was talking maybe more a little bit early in August. But is Erod, Soroka, Fott, and Kelly, will that get you in the playoffs, do you think? Because to me, I'm going. So
I would say just based on the intangibles of this team, where it doesn't totally add up sometimes, and they still find ways to win games. I think you may be able to find your way in, but I don't know that you can find your way into the postseason with 3 starters, and then assume Soroka comes back, but you can't assume anything else.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's
I still think they need a starter, and it doesn't have to be a Scooble level
Kirby's
starter.
a great name.
Yeah, see, I had heard some people up there bouncing around his name as kind of their 6th starter, and I'm thinking here he'd be maybe 2. He'd certainly be a really solid 3.
Hazen's good at identifying teams that are in those situations, and he's good at calling the Mariners. So
exactly. That's why I did it. I was like, who's the team that, they call Seattle a lot.
They have 2 starters that have to pitch. What were they doing? Calling it the piggyback with Castillo and Miller, and they both hated it, and they're still both pitching well. Larry Fitzgerald is headed to Canton, and Arizona Sports is celebrating with the Countdown to Canton bracket. Vote for the best Fitz moments now. Round 1 voting is open through Wednesday. When you vote, you're entered to win one of 3 autographed Larry Fitzgerald footballs. Text Fitz to 620-620 for the link to the bracket. All right, when we come back, talk about finding a team that has excess players to trade. There's probably an NBA team, although they have one less excess player to trade after yesterday. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you're Mike and you're trying to read the terrain here a little bit, there are a few teams in there that feel like they could be fizzle-out candidates. Miami feels like a fizzle-out candidate. St. Louis maybe ends up being a fizzle-out candidate. San Diego, who knows what they're going to do, right? Like, if you believe that eventually those teams are going to slide out, that might be one of your motivating factors to do it as well. With the bullpen performing the way it is, and with the pieces that are in place and some of the guys that are coming back, I could see them being a buyer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool, plus buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's what we at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He had heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular two-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, there's a lot of excitement around the dealership this month.
There is, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale is here. Lease a 2026 GMC Train for just $269 a month, or drive home a new 2026 Canyon for only $319 a month. Plus, you pay what we pay, employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% for 36 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Let's go!
And now it's time for a Cam Scottaboo update. It's Cam It Vertical on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Well, that was a very Cam Scottaboo moment, was it not, over the weekends?
No. Go ahead.
Well, I just
because you're going to describe it.
I don't want to speak for you, but I'm guessing you can't do a flip or a backflip. Okay, we'll do one. We're on YouTube.
There's just not enough room here. Yeah. But I mean, my athleticism. I mean, you know,
you can't contain.
Don't
your
judge a book by its cover. You know, I'm very athletic.
Well, I'll tell you what. It won't be on YouTube, but then after the show, out in the newsroom, just do one, and we'll all see it.
All right.
Okay.
Back me on that tomorrow, Jamal. That you saw it.
Yeah.
I've seen you do one already.
Yeah.
See?
You were doing them during the break.
Yeah.
I was like, why can't you just do one on the air?
Yeah.
Well, Cam Scottaboo can, but he is coming off a pretty bad injury.
Well, maybe he used to be able to.
Yeah, I don't know. He tried doing one at Fanatics Fest and didn't quite land it. Here he is afterwards.
I'm going to address the elephant. I will not hurt myself before the season. Something to do with the fact.
When I looked at it though, I was like, that's the most explosive I've seen Scott. He over-rotated. He did. He said the floor was a little bouncy.
Yeah, so what happened was, I don't know if you guys know WWE or not. Those floors are bouncy. So when I took off, I was midair like, holy cow, I'm not gonna land this. I'm way too high. Landed, but it had too much cushion. It wasn't a stiff, firm ground. So it's fine. I kind of like went back, safely landed, got back up, was good to go. So nothing came out from that. I'm perfectly fine. Nothing happened. We're good.
Can you imagine if Patrick Mahomes working his way back from this injury and they're at like press conference, he's standing behind Andy Reid and he just does a backflip?
The worst part is he like showed his leg before he did it.
Yeah.
Like
right
you're like,
before.
oh yeah, my leg is perfect, and then immediately just botched a backflip.
Yeah, you're right. That was like foreshadowing. Like, look, everything's fine. Now I'm gonna do this backflip nobody asked me to do and not land it.
He might be in WWE quicker than he thinks because John Harbaugh, he's going to come walking in with a big smile on his face, and John Harbaugh's going to go, Come here.
Hey, guess what?
Do that again, and you will be a former Giant.
You know who I'm not? I'm not Brian Dable, and we want you on the field here, okay?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because Scat is Scat, and I get it. It's who he is, and it's got him to where he's going to be. But you get it. There's a new coach in town, and he's a little different.
That is,
he's a little different.
But that is what makes him Cam Scatterbo.
So that's what I mean. It's going to be interesting.
That's what won New York over as quickly as it. That's what got to the point where even Philly fans were cheering for him and hoping he got better when he got hurt. So that's he has carved out this very specific lane that only Cam Scatterbo is in. But yeah, you're right. I think Harbaugh's going to be like, okay, party time's over.
Yeah.
I got a receiver who's great that can't stay on the field. I don't need a running back that can't stay on the field.
Yeah, I'm not
either.
sure he's been doing backflips in the end zone or anywhere else.
No.
No.
Well, actually, if you set the over-under at 1.5 backflips this season, I will take the over. He will definitely do one after a touchdown. Don't you think?
I mean, I know he'll want to. I know the Harbaughs, and they're not overly flashy, but we'll see.
Harbaugh's going to have to run out there and tackle him in midair. Like, stop doing the flips. All right, so this basketball trade, this is a pretty significant trade that happened yesterday. And for anybody that missed it, I mean, you're talking about the number 1 overall pick from, 2 years ago in Zach Risache going to the Dallas Mavericks. Mavericks also getting a second-round pick from Atlanta. Atlanta gets Lou Dort and Ryan Nembhard, and then the Thunder get 3 second-round picks, 2 from Atlanta and 1 from Chicago via Dallas, just to make it complicated because it's the NBA. But the big takeaway, I probably to a lot of people, is that Dallas got the guy who was number 1 overall pick just 2 years ago. The one to me, John, is that Atlanta was able to get Lou Dort away from Oklahoma City. That's a guy, and I knew obviously the Suns weren't going to get him because they basically have their roster. But that's a guy that, like 2 or 3 months ago, I was hoping maybe the Suns would be able to go out and get. Don't misconstrue this as me saying, oh, Lou Dort's better than Miles Bridges. That's not what this is about. I'm just saying a couple months ago, that's who I was hoping they might be able to go get because Oklahoma City has too many players. And that's, to me, a team to target again in the future. They're going to have too many players. So during this season at the trade deadline or next offseason, they have these guys, sort of like you were saying with George Kirby before with the Mariners, like, okay, yeah, maybe he's the Mariners' number 6 starter, but he'd be the number 3 on a lot of other teams. I would take Lou Dort on the Suns or whoever the Thunder have to get rid of next year because they have too many players. They can't keep them all.
Well, and the thing is, too, to look at it, because the way I see it is this Oklahoma City, everyone's saying it's Oklahoma City, San Antonio for the foreseeable future. They've gotten rid of Wiggins, Joe, and now Dort.
Yeah.
And they're all valuable pieces.
Joe's a great last name.
Yeah, absolutely.
They got rid of Wiggins and Dort. Joe.
But Dort is kind of their guy, even though, he can't shoot from the outside. He's got certain limitations, obviously, offensively, but he sets their tone defensively. He is the guy that when they play physical and everybody complains how physical Oklahoma City plays, they're talking about him.
Yeah.
So he's one of those pieces that statistically, they don't lose a lot, but from a heart standpoint, they lose quite a lot. And they lost some of their depth, which is what they are. And what it's starting to happen is Oklahoma City knew years ago when they lost their big 3, you had Durant, you had Westbrook, and you had Harden, they didn't have the financial resources to keep them. So what they did is they sided with role players and thought they could still have those guys, and it blew apart in their face, and they ended up winning a championship. Now they're saying, let's keep our core together, but we're going to have to lose some of these, some of these role players and depth players that have made us so good. They're taking a chance on that.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm not saying that Phoenix is going to catch Oklahoma City this year, but what I'm saying is that Oklahoma City doesn't have the financial resources to continue. They just dropped under the apron. They blew about $50 million off their payroll. That's what this was all about. If they could have kept those players from a financial standpoint, they would have. Now, they did have 2 first-round picks, and they're hoping that a couple of guys can fill those spots, but maybe they can, maybe they can't.
Yeah. It's funny because you and I are looking at this and from – 2 different sides, but it's the same story, right? Like you're saying Oklahoma City's going to have to lose players.
Yeah, regardless of how they lost them, they lost them.
Yeah, and it's just like, I just feel like Oklahoma City's going to replace these guys. They have so many picks. They've shown that they're so good at adding these players. Lou Dort's unique. He's tough to replace, but I think Oklahoma City will be fine. But to me, I'm looking at it from again, if you're the Suns, this is something that people have been talking about for 6 months. Target Oklahoma City. Not that you're going to not that Oklahoma City's stupid and you're going to trick them in a trade. It's they have to trade some of these guys away. They may totally reload. It may not hurt them at all, but I'll take some of these guys. And so, like, if you look at that trade yesterday and you say, okay, well, yeah, Atlanta got Lou Dort, but they had to give up, a bunch of second-round picks and they had to give up Risache. Maybe people don't like him, but he was the first overall pick just 2 years ago. I'm not even looking at it from that side. I'm looking at Oklahoma City in that trade. It's a 3-team trade, so it gets convoluted. But in a 3-team trade, they gave up Lou Dort for 3 second-round picks. That's doable if you're the Suns. You could go get a player. Yeah. You could go. Lou Dort would have fit on this team perfectly. Now, again, they couldn't get him yesterday. Their roster's already pretty filled up. But I'm just saying this is a team to watch going forward in Oklahoma City. They're going to have 2 or 3 other players that are outstanding that they can't keep because, as you said, they're keeping their core, which is probably the right way to do it. Yeah. But that means it's like they're throwing out what is trash to them is like, or they're taking stuff and donating it to a thrift store. And it's gold for other teams.
Well, and it's also one of those things where if you look at Dallas, they're trying to build their team back up. You have a guy who was, like you said, 22 years old and is a former first-round pick. Is he ever going to live up to that standard? Maybe not, but he could be a really good role player still, and he's at 22 and can get better. So they do something nice. Atlanta, which could have, like you said, the Suns could have replaced. They get a player in Dort to be better defensively, and you put him with Dylan, like Daniels or something like that. You don't have any shooting, but you can certainly defend teams. And then Oklahoma City has to get under financial resources, and they get 3-2s, which, as the Suns just showed you, if you have second-round picks, you can get into the end of the first round if somebody drops. So it's another thing, too, to your angle of be patient. Be patient. Because maybe if you were sitting back and you were making calls and you knew Oklahoma City had to get rid of Lou Dort, why not be patient and just see and keep your resources in place if he's a guy that you could have fit, because a defensive wing like that, who's a tone setter defensively, that would have been nice.
Yeah, and I mean, essentially, they got for Lou Dort what the Suns gave up for Koa Pete. Now, I'm not saying you should have gone out and got Lou Dort instead of Koa Pete. I like the Koa Pete pick, so I'm not going to change my stance on that. But I'm just saying, monitor this in the future, because I don't think anybody thinks this Suns roster is complete right now that's going to win a title. I think the Suns roster is pretty much complete right now for this upcoming season, at least for the start of it, but you're still going to have to make moves, and Oklahoma State is going to have more guys that are just going to have to become available. It's funny, I saw so many times people post how awful the 2024 draft is, and Reese Shea was the first pick, obviously. I mean, that draft's 2 years old. First of all, Castle was the 4th pick. He's not bad. And then I saw somebody post the 2013 NBA draft. They're like, no, this is awful. Anthony Bennett, number 1. That was so bad. Otto Porter, Cody Zeller, Alex Len, Nerlens. That's a bad draft.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, let's get back into football. Another national outlet says the Cardinals have one specific breakout candidate on the roster. Who is it, and why does everyone seem to agree it's this one specific guy? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it? Well, you know what? Those are two different things, are they not, brothers? Well, Trajan Wealth, they help me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, and estate plan finally working together, explained clearly. No pressure. I'm a client, and I haven't looked back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Call Trajan Wealth today, 855-TRAJAN-1. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, and estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and became a client. They're fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, Let's go places. 3.99% with 1841 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks had a stressful but successful weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are back in action tonight when they start a 3-game series at Chase Field against the A's. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mark your calendars because the dates for NBA All-Star Weekend in Phoenix have been set. The event will take place February 19th through February 21st of 2027. And we are just 2 days away from the start of Arizona Cardinals training camp. For everything Cardinals, head on over to arizonasports.com. And that is what is trending now.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf. John, I think you just nailed it. How do we know that we have, as a nation, turned the page from soccer to American football?
ESPN has NFL Live on right now, and they're 3 minutes into the show, and it's Ryan Clark. We don't even have the sound up, but it's Ryan Clark with the Cowboys in the background, and they just show Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Like, ESPN's like, countdown. When can we show Dak? 3, 2, 1, woo! And Dak Prescott is the first guy you see on ESPN NFL Live this Monday.
When's the last
Football's back.
When's the last time you saw Dak?
Around January.
Yeah, that's true.
Or no, when does the season end? Because Dallas doesn't get in the playoffs. What am I talking about?
December. Well, I guess early January. To be honest, I did see him. Somebody had, I was probably AI, but somebody had put it together where it was him in a France jersey after France got eliminated in Dallas.
Of course.
And they were like, "Hey, look, this is why France lost in Dallas," and it was just Dak.
Oh, how amazing is it? And how predictable, but very, it's back.
It's back. Let's go around the room here real quick, okay? I just want to get everybody's top breakout candidate for the Arizona Cardinals. This is something we've talked about as a show, kind of going back and forth. I don't know that we've all laid them out on the table, though. So can't be a rookie. Breakout candidate for this season. Just pick one, whoever your most likely breakout is.
I have to start. It has to be me.
We can start with Jamal. I'll throw mine out there first. I'll take one.
Look at the look at me. This guy. I just threw it off. I needed a second, but
All
no,
right, Jamal, what do you got?
it's okay.
You know what?
I'm ready.
Jamal might take mine. That's why you go ahead.
I hope I do.
Okay, I hope you don't.
Will Johnson.
Yeah, you should have started. I should have, because I was thinking Will Johnson.
All right, well,
but I wanted to think about it for a minute.
I guess now I'm just copying Jamal with Will Johnson. All right, so that's 2 Will Johnsons, Rick.
This is probably a boring answer, but I do think Marv will break out this year.
I'll tell you what, if you're right, that's not a boring answer. That would be the greatest of all.
I just feel like a lot of people would say that.
Okay.
No, that would be my guy. I mean, I think the number. Well, just
I thought you would say Darius Robinson.
If we put
I
that
did
to
say
the
that
listeners,
Friday, didn't I?
I don't feel like most listeners are going to say Marv at this point.
Okay,
By the way, most
you know what?
listeners seem to be indicating they're done with soccer now during the YouTube live chat.
I saw a pretty funny thing on social media today. It said it was a tombstone and it said R.I.P. and it said my soccer fandom June 26th to July 26th, which is what a lot of people are.
Yeah.
You know what? I will, because I said this Friday. I'll go Darius Robinson. And the very reason is you and I went down to do a camp, I don't know, a month, 6 weeks ago. And I was so impressed by the fact, because I was wanting to not like him, because everyone's like, he's a bust as a first-round pick. And then he walks in, and he looks like what you would draw from scratch of a guy who plays his position at 6'6", 285. I mean, he just looks the part. And then he talks about routine, because a lot of guys, what happens is they don't know what they're doing. And at the level they've played, either college or whatever, they could just physically manhandle people, which you could see that's what he could do. So he never developed technique. He never developed habits. But he has. He has developed habits. He has developed techniques. I don't know why he doesn't succeed, honestly. He has the physical ability to do it. He has the mindset to do it.
He still could.
And
I mean,
he could.
all these guys still could.
Yeah, but I think that he would be incredibly important, because Josh Sweat's staying. He's going to, be on one end, and if Darius Robinson could be in the other, and I really think he could be that kind of guy like Michael Bennett was in Seattle, where he goes inside and then he can go outside. He can play both those type of plays. And I think it would be monstrous for this defense. So yeah, I am gonna. You corrected me right. I'm gonna say him.
Well, I mean, my pick is anticlimactic because Jamal already took.
That's
Will
your
Johnson,
fault.
But
You had it. You had the leadoff spot and you passed
and
it.
I did. Yeah.
Like Family Feud. We'll pass.
That's true.
And Jamal stole it.
What a mistake.
My points.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, assuming you're right. But now if you're wrong, then I lose that way too, because then it was my pick.
Oh, do you have a backup pick so you could be original or no?
No, I'm not doing a backup pick.
Look how down he is now. We're offering you a backup pick.
I can't sit here and be like, I'll take these 7 guys, and if one of them breaks out, I win.
Is there another guy that you would say that if you had to pick another guy? Because you're very dejected that you did. Go ahead. Why don't you expand on Will Johnson?
This is a good segue. No, the magic's gone.
Man, he just is like.
This is a good segue. Jamal's going to walk in here wearing a Will Johnson jersey before the end of today's show somehow.
So dejected that you stole it.
Well, what's interesting is none of us said the name that every national outlet keeps picking. And so we've referenced a few of these stories where these places are picking a breakout for each team. But NFL.com, this is a little bit different. They just put together their all breakout team. So there doesn't have to be a Cardinal on it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's not like, oh, each team gets one. No. Like it's an all breakout team. They did offense last week. They did defense over the weekend. And on their defense, they have Walter Nolan, which I guess if you made me pick a backup, it probably would be Walter Nolan, but I'm not. My answer is Will Johnson. Take that, Jamal. My answer is Will Johnson. I'm going to stand proud with that answer. But,
our Johnson. Our
Will
pick
Johnson
is Will Johnson. We're sharing that pick.
You know what? When
He's getting so mad.
When he becomes a shutdown corner, Jamal, you and I can celebrate.
You can both
and
walk
everybody
in.
else is going to be like, wow, what a great pick that was by Jamal. And then Luke copied him.
Yeah.
But
that's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I know. As I was thinking it out loud, I saw
Jamal
you.
said
and I was
it
like,
first.
Yeah, that's a good point. But Walter Nolan is the one that everybody nationally seems to be picking, whether it's, hey, you have to pick one for the Cardinals, or in a situation like this, just context of the entire NFL, they're still all in on Walter Nolan.
I like him, but the difference is that with your guys' pick, Jamal's first of Will Johnson, he can have a great year by himself. Like if the rest of the secondary stinks, it does affect him, but you get corners that can be shut down and they can be good individually. What Walter Nolan kind of needs, though, is who's next to him? How good is Josh Sweat going to be? I just talked about Darius Robinson. A defensive line, if you only have one guy, then everybody can move over and double him. Where you have the problem becomes what the Rams are going to probably have, which, we have Myles Garrett. Oh, you got to deal with him. Oh, there's that guy. Oh, yeah, that's right. Aaron Donald is there.
Yeah.
And Kobe Turner is there. And all of a sudden they have that's what Seattle gives you is their front seven, and I know their secondary is good too, but it's so good that you've got to kind of pick your poison. And it's not that I don't think Nolan can break out. He can, but some of that is dependent on the players around him.
Real quick before we go to break, we all agree, though, if you could pick whoever you want to break out, we're all taking Rick's pick, right? Marv is the one you want.
Marv.
Yeah, non-rookies, yeah.
Marv.
OH.
Marv.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Wrong one.
For the wrong reason.
Also, I do think like the sneaky strong point of the Cardinals this year could be their secondary. I
agree with that.
Like that, if honestly, like Walter Nolan would probably be my second or third, but Rabbit I think could also break out.
Yeah.
I really like Rabbit, and then Denzel Burke once again another Buckeye.
Yeah.
But
But
another Buckeye.
That's why he did it.
but he showed points last year where he can actually play.
Wait a minute, Will Johnson went to Michigan, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
He's given up the pick.
Maybe I was seeing if you might change and you could have him on your own.
Yeah,
but it didn't work.
It didn't.
He went to somewhere in the Big Ten. I don't remember where he went.
That is something to watch, though, because the secondary, you already know what you're getting from Buddha. So your secondary could be like Buddha, Rabbit, if Will Johnson really does break out, if Garrett Williams is healthy.
Yeah.
You feel really good about two of those guys. I think you feel pretty good about the other two. And then it's just, do any of these, Denzel Burke, Star Thomas, Sean Murphy Bunting, does anybody step up and take that other spot? Because, then you could have a pretty good secondary. Yeah. The next 4 peaks for seats drawing is for D-backs Cubs, August 24th at Chase Field. 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers up for grabs. Text seats to 620-620 to enter. All right, when we come back, speaking of the Diamondbacks, Mitch Bratt steps in tonight. Can they keep this rolling against the A's at Chase Field? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lunzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend does it again!
Larry Fitzgerald is headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th as a first ballot inductee. And we're celebrating with the ultimate fan debate.
Larry Fitzgerald, the Japanese fighting fish.
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown of the win.
16 plays, 4 rounds, 1 winner. It's a bracket-style showdown. Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. Round 1 voting is open right now through July 22nd. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz's loose 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Hey, students, are you on summer break and need a great paying seasonal job? Are you looking for work this summer because you're just that kind of productive person? Well, your Uncle Wolf is here. I got a great opportunity with you, an amazing company, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 has excellent pay, great benefits, overtime, and bonuses that will make your summertime fruitful. And they are looking for go-getters just like you. And this is more than a job. You're going to be joining a team. And when you make the decision to join Moving Team 6, you're actually going to get a signing bonus of $500. Listen, their East Valley location is continuing to build and serve, giving them full coverage of the basin right here. They got one in Mesa, and they have one in Phoenix as well. No one wants to move in the summer, but it's inevitable. You know what? Get the professionals to do it. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find a full lineup of JBL Party Box speakers. These are perfect for tailgating, perfect for backyard parties or indoor events. They bring the sounds, the lights, and the energy to the party, no matter where it's happening. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner to check out their great selection, great pricing, and extremely knowledgeable staff. And while you're there, remember to drop my name for big discounts. Shop online at Waltz.com.
Hey y'all, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with a Ford Summer Sales Event. And the deals, they are too hot to ignore. Don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings. And that ain't no bull. Get serious, sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long. Get it now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discounting samples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code MULTIPLY.
Hey, it's Vince Marotic, and the D-backs keep it going against the A's. We'll talk about that and a lot more Tuesday morning starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
How do they already have odds for the 2030 World Cup up on the screen? Why?
I'm going to go ahead and say this. Okay. I should turn on my mic before I say. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say this. But I'm going to go ahead and say this. If you're betting on the World Cup, I don't care that it's the biggest sporting event in the world or whatever people say. If you're betting on an event that is 4 years from now, you just might have a gambling problem.
Is that even fun?
Brendan Sorsby's already put lots of money on it, but I'm just saying, you might have a problem.
Man,
4 years from now.
Is that even fun? Okay, now I just got to wait, see if I make $8 in 4 years.
Where's that ticket I had 4 years ago? Come on, true. Man, you got a problem.
You're definitely going to lose the ticket over the course of 4 years.
It was in my wallet. Yeah, okay. Whatever.
Well, the Diamondbacks are back at it tonight, and they are facing the A's. Just the A's, not the Oakland A's or the Las Vegas A's or the Sacramento. Just the A's. Just the letter A is coming to Chase Field tonight. But this is a series the Diamondbacks need. The A's don't really necessarily need it. But the Diamondbacks are short on pitching right now. It'll be Mitch Bratt tonight. It'll be who knows tomorrow. And it'll be Merrill Kelly on Wednesday. The one thing the A's have that the Diamondbacks don't have in this series is they have their starters set for the whole series. So you don't want to be giving back the games you just picked up over your last 7 where you went 6-1. You don't want to be giving anything back here against an A's team that, as you've brought up multiple times to the point where it sounds like you have a vendetta against them. They've lost 23 of their last 30, the A's.
Well, the only reason I have a slight vendetta is I did go to their stadium. The third day it was open in Sacramento. They played the Cubs. And I couldn't believe it. Was like, why are the Cubs here? It was a minor league park. There was about 8 people there. I got a third row seat right behind home plate for $36. I mean, you could park almost right up to the gate, walk right in.
Park in left field.
Yeah, it was minor league of minor leagues. And so I was just because I felt like, I'm compelled to check this out where this team is actually playing.
Yeah.
It's horrendous. I mean, it's
not great.
Oh my God, is it bad?
I've seen the stadium in Vegas that they're building.
Yeah.
It's right there. It's right on the strip. It's right across from the MGM. It's right there, but it's also just the outline of left field right now. And there's still talk of I'm not sure they have enough money to finish this. Okay, well, it seems like the sort of thing, if you're going to start building the stadium, you should make sure you have enough money to finish building the stadium.
Not good. But the team itself, as you said, at one point they were 28-31, and if anybody's looked at the AL West, that might win 3 under might win the division.
At that point, they were running away with the division.
Now they're 42-57, so they're 7-23 in the last 30. They're 5-15 in the last 20, and they broke a 10-game losing streak on Saturday. So if you give back the games you just stole, especially the one yesterday, and you lose 2 of 3, you should sweep. You should at least take 2 of 3. Because this team is, at this point of the season, they've already got the golf clubs out.
Yeah.
They're we don't know where we're playing. We play in a minor league park. We're not happy about it. And by the way, Nick Kurtz, who's one of the best young players in baseball, is not playing.
Yeah.
He's hurt.
That's the other part of this. the A's do have some good young hitters. Like Kurtz, Shea Langoliers, Jacob Wilson, GCU is pretty solid too. But Tyler Soderstrom's decent, but Kurtz is the one where it's like, okay, look out for this dude, and he's not going to, at least he's not playing tonight. So this is not a situation where you can be giving back games, because I think going back to a conversation you and I were having earlier in the show, and it's the poll question today that Rick brought up, are they already buying? And if not, how many more of the next 13 games before the deadline do they need to win to be buyers? I also think a lot of it is timing. Like, obviously the games against St. Louis or the games against Washington are a bigger deal in the standings, but these are the ones in front of you. If you could somehow go sweep the A's, which I know you should in theory, because the A's are not winning games, but again, Mitch Bratt, we don't know tomorrow, and then Merrill Kelly Wednesday makes it tougher. But if you could somehow sweep the A's, it's not just the number of wins, it's when you're doing it. I mean, you might be buying on Thursday if you could sweep through this series. So there's a lot on Mitch Bratt here tonight. I don't expect him to give them like 6 innings or anything, but just give them a chance to win and see if they can recapture that magic from the second half of yesterday.
And you're right. I mean, the A's do have some sticks, really young, hitters that can really play. So they can hit the ball. So you're going to have to probably score some runs here. But look, their pitching is worse than the Diamondbacks. Jeffrey Spriggs is 3-9 with a 6.08. I'd like a detailed scouting report on Jack Perkins. I never heard of him. 2-5 with a 6.87. And then Gage Jumpin's an interesting guy.
Been good.
He's one of their top prospects, and he's 3-5 with a 3.78. So he might be able to give him something. But those first two guys, a combined ERA of about 6.5. So you're going to have to score some runs. The one thing the A's can do with all this young hitting is hit. Even without Kurtz in there, they've got some guys who can swing the bat. So this is going to be a series where you should win it, but you've got to bring the bats to the yard, because the A's could score a few runs.
It's also possible, I mean, going back to that Torrey cut, and again, that was from Friday, but saying they were hopeful they could have Soroka back by the end of this month or maybe very early next month. If you can get through this series, the next time Mitch Bratt or the empty spot in the rotation right now that's just empty on Tuesday and then on Sunday against the Nationals, by then maybe you would have Soroka back on the 29th, maybe, or if not, maybe you've made a trade by then. Again, keep saying this. You don't have to wait till August 3rd to make a trade. Now, there's a reason teams wait, because so many teams don't think they're out of it yet with the way baseball's set up now. So a player you might be targeting, if you're the Diamondbacks, may be on a team that's like, we're not sure we're out of it yet. Give us another week. But if you can just make it through today and tomorrow with questions in the rotation, and then get back to Kelly, Fott, and Erod, this just feels like a pivotal moment. You kind of have to piece it together here. I know Mike Hazen hates having bullpen days. I don't know if they're going to do that tomorrow, but I know he has brought up on this show multiple times he hates that they had to go to that during the playoffs, the postseason run that year. Injuries happen, but at the same time, they're looking to get a starting pitcher in here or get Soroka back. Well,
and it's because, it used to be in vogue a couple of years ago, let's do openers and all that kind of stuff, or Seattle was doing piggybacks. But nowadays, you're going to burn your pen doing that way, and that's exactly what happened to teams is they started to burn their pen. And then Jody joined us earlier and said, the pen's been really good. We all know that. But they've been used a lot of times, and Torrey's mentioned that a lot of times, that they want to try to preserve their pen best they can. Well, as you point out, Mitch Bratt is not going to go a bunch of innings tonight. He's just not stretched out to do that. So you are going to have to use your pen tonight. So how are you going to use your pen and still stay in this thing? Because at some point they could get burned out.
Yeah. Here's Torey Lovello after the win yesterday. He was asked if a dramatic comeback like that can really jumpstart a team.
I think so. It galvanizes the group and just solidifies all that hard work that you're doing. And when you group together and have a moment like that, it's a great celebration and a well-earned celebration. We've had a lot of wins like that. The 3 in Dodger Stadium were pretty special. That's why coming in and laying an egg in Game 1 was so frustrating. But these guys rebounded, and that's what stands out.
See if they keep it going. That was a much more extensive answer than his answer earlier that we played, where he's like, I don't want to talk about it.
But he said it was a really great celebration, but then when he was asked about the coaches firing the team up, he said, I don't want to talk about it.
I did, and I don't want to talk about it.
Yeesh.
I know exactly what happened. I don't want to talk about it.
That's going to be a great drop for anything.
I was going to say.
That is a great drop, by the way.
I had started going to that earlier in the show.
That is going to be a great. You got to keep that handy. That is a great drop.
Did you see the Cardinals-Seahawks game yesterday?
I did, and I don't want to talk about it. I know exactly what happened. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, that should be the open for our show.
That's
actually.
So amazing. We still could do that. Hey, what'd you think of Argentina's performance in the World Cup final?
I did, and I don't want to talk about it. I know
Seriously.
exactly what happened. I don't want to talk about it.
Very versatile.
Hey, Tori, did you see Rick dancing earlier in the show?
I did, and I don't want to talk about it. I know exactly what happened. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, this is just going to be. This is amazing.
I love my favorite part now that we've played it 17,000 times is at the end. I know exactly what happened, and I don't want to talk about it.
I mean, that's an amazingly versatile drop.
Don't think I missed it, Rick. Can you put that in some folder that's just always prominently displayed?
It's gotta be.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick,
the Rick
and
dancing
Jamal.
part. That's phenomenal.
Thanks.
Great way to end.
John Lund for filling in. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gibbo next in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible port and no cash access and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. How will the Diamondbacks follow up their 8-run comeback yesterday against the Cardinals? Well, just give it a few more hours and we'll find out. A new series at Chase Field, the first of 3 games against the Athletics. Rookie Mitch Bratt will get the start tonight. He'll go against veteran left-hander Jeffrey Springs. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. Right now on ArizonaSports.com, a couple of things that may be of interest to you. A pre-training camp Cardinals mailbag from our great Cardinals Corner podcast team, where they answer all of your burning questions as camp begins later this week. Also, be sure to cast your vote for the greatest Larry Fitzgerald play of all time as we count down to Canton. Lucky participants will win a football signed by the very soon-to-be Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. Voting will take place over the next couple of weeks. And if you want a direct link, you can always text FITZ, F-I-T-Z, to 620-620. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Pay off your mortgage in 5 years or less without changing your lifestyle with the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending, because 30 years is optional. Just text Galaxy to 620-620, NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Monday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro and Tim Ringer.
The final non-Burnsy day of the week.
Yeah, apparently he's coming back. He's taking a lot of his vacation days early with that trip to Italy and then this one, so I don't know if he's got any more days left, but he has taken a lot of his vacation early, but good for him. Go live your best life, Burnsy. Lauren's back from her vacation. How was it? Was it glorious? Was it everything you wanted it to be and more?
And more, Gambo.
Good.
And
good.
more.
Good.
Mhm.
Life is about memories, experiences, things to do, and so good to have you back. And Mitch is back. So 3/4. One, two, three. Yeah, 3/4 of
That's
us
good,
are
yeah,
back, and then
3/4.
Ringer's you're like a regular here. You're almost like a regular.
Quasi-regular.
Yeah. We got a lot to talk about. I got to tell you something we did yesterday. We've never done this before, but my wife, who is a terrific cook, she does. She's probably gonna be so pissed at me for saying this, but she always cooks for us. She does a great job. She makes a lot of good meals. Last night's meal didn't turn out so good. We went to IHOP for dinner. It was is Espo's open? Is this place open? Like some of the places were closed on a Sunday night at 6:30. I'm like, I can just go for some freaking pancakes.
IHOP is so underrated for
dinner.
Yeah, we do it all the time.
I just went to IHOP for can we just go to IHOP? I literally get 3 pancakes and some scrambled eggs and we'll be good.
Pancakes and bacon for dinner?
Breakfast for dinner. Is there anything wrong with breakfast for dinner?
No.
French toast, pancakes.
I'm telling you, it's an underrated move.
Omelets.
IHOP for dinner.
Yeah.
Check into it.
Or wherever you can go get breakfast for dinner. I don't care where, Waffle House, whatever it is. We just had that last night. It was all right, let's just, I was doing we're driving. I'm let's just go to IHOP. We'll go get pancakes for dinner. We'll make it work. All right, that was after a lot of great things happened in sports. So we will waste no further ado. We'll tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, the top story of the day. Did we have a little montage there? Oh, no, we didn't. Okay, sorry.
The 2-2.
Oh, there it is.
Swinging a drive to right. Going back out of Newport. Still going back. It's over his head. One hop against the wall. Barossa around third. He's coming home. D-backs win.
Mike Ferrin's he's really good. He's really good. He brings a lot of excitement to the table. Yeah, the D-backs walk it off. One of the most incredible victories you've seen all year. One of the most incredible victories in Diamondback history. Down 7-0, left for dead against the St. Louis Cardinals. They rally with 3 runs in the 6th inning. You had a Marte RBI single. You had a Gabby Moreno RBI walk, and then an RBI walk by Tyler Locklear. It's 7-3. You get to the 7th inning.
And you get that. I guess they initially called it a single and an error. And did they change it to an inside the park home run?
I'm looking at the official box score right now. It looks like they did. Which is incredible. Either way.
Right. It's because I guess because it never hit his glove or anything. Fermin in left field. So Perdomo hits a inside the park home run that gets past the left fielder, completely misplayed it, and now it's 7-5. And then you get to the 8th inning, and Nolan Arenado, after challenging a strike, they call, hey, strike 2. He challenges it. Nope, that's a ball. Next pitch, hits a 2-run homer at 7-7, and then they walk it off. They walk it off on the Max Kepler RBI. I don't know if they gave him a single or a double. I didn't even care. At that point, I was just jumping up and down. I was so excited. What an incredible win by your Arizona Diamondbacks. They take the series against the St. Louis Cardinals. They've got another game coming up in a couple days. We'll talk more about what that win means in the next segment. But you don't get to see that very often. I know Sarah Lang, who does a great job covering MLB, was showing like the chart, like the win probability chart. And the Cardinals are hovering about 100% throughout the game. And then it goes down a little bit after the 6th and a little bit more after the 7th, and then just all hell broke loose when the Diamondbacks tied that thing up. I've seen the Diamondbacks lose a lot of games in extra innings. I've seen them do it. So I was really happy when they got out of that with that big double play in the 10th inning. The pinch run of Torres, what a huge mistake. Because Walker hit that pop out to Perdomo, and then they threw him out at first base. And that was huge, just absolutely huge. And then Kepler gets, with Barossa on second base in the 10th, after Moreno had flew out, Kepler starts out 0-2, works the count to 2-2, and then has that RBI single, over the right fielder's head, and they end up winning that baseball game. That was an absolute thriller of a baseball game for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
That was one of the greatest comebacks in franchise history, and you look at how that game began. I mean, most people are kind of got an eye on the D-backs game and an eye on the World Cup game. And as the World Cup game is coming down, pins and needles, edge of your seat. We'll talk more about it later.
Yes.
The Cardinals, meantime, are just hammering Erod in the second inning. They get up 5-0 in the game, and you're kind of like,
very
okay.
patient approach to him. Very patient approach.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left in this game, but 5-0 is 5-0. It's going to be tough to win this game. And then it eventually gets to 7-0. You think, okay, there's no way they're going to win this game. And now the flood of disappointment is kind of coming through you because you're looking at where the Diamondbacks are. It's still July. There's a lot of time. But I always say to myself, like, these are the kind of games that you have to win. Doesn't mean if you lose it, you're screwed. But you got to start stacking these kind of wins together, right? Rubber match of a series, a chance to win the series on your home field with your best pitcher going. These are the kind of games you have to put in the win column.
But ironically, they won another game that Erod started. They have such luck and I'm going to say luck because he's been great. They win the games he started. So it was going to be such a rarity. I think all year long they've lost like 4 or 5 baseball games that he started.
It's been 5. It's been 5.
What is it now, 16-5 or 15-5?
Yeah, so it's all they've lost 2 of his starts since May 16th.
They win when he starts, and they did it again. As bad as he was, 2 2/3, 5 runs, 7 hits, walked 2, struck out 3. And then Jameson comes in, Dre Jameson comes in, he gives up 2 runs. Like, okay, the game's over. But then Abner shut it down, and Clark shut it down. I don't know if they've made it official yet. I was told Abner is being sent down, and they're bringing up Burgos today. I don't know if they made that move official.
They shut him down. I'm sure, Gamble, a lot
they need arms. They've been throwing so many bullpen innings lately.
Yeah, and they obviously didn't get a rest yesterday. But I'm sure the Cardinals' offense, to their uncredit, I guess, they probably shut it down once they got up 7-0. It's getaway day for them. They're probably on to the next city. They're up 7-0. This one's in the icebox and cooling for a W, and they kind of stop hitting the baseball. And the D-backs, like the 3 innings and 3 runs in the 6th inning, just to kind of get them within striking distance, I thought was huge. And then Arenado to do that against any team would be great. Against his former team had to be oh so sweet. Lavello was asked after the game what his team was thinking when they were down 7-0.
They were probably thinking about the score of the World Cup game more so than trying to reload and focus. So it's hard to explain why things happen at some points in time. We came out ready to play, but they pounced on us, and it just kind of it puts you sets you backwards. You know, it's like you got to get to your feet a little bit, and that's what the bullpen was able to do. And we were focused. I mean, I made a joke of what they potentially were thinking. I don't think anybody was, but when they score 5 runs off of one of the best pitchers in the National League, it staggers you, and you have to rebound from that. And that's what looks so good to me is the guys are very focused on their task, despite it being a very rugged terrain for them to climb through, and they managed it.
Yeah, Erod went 2 2/3, gave up 7 hits, 5 runs, couple of walks, and again leaves that game with the Cardinals up 5-0. They had 2, so it's 7-0. The D-backs come back to win it 8-7. D-backs now 51-48 on the year. They've won 6 of their last 7. The A's are in town for 3 beginning tonight.
I'm going to go tonight. Go check out the game.
I know you're always happy with you personal. Well, you are too. But I mean, everybody's happy with the series win. Go out there and sweep this team. Sweep. They've won. They've lost 10 out of their last 11. They got a guy going tonight who hasn't won a game since April 14th.
Oh, we don't even know. But the Diamondbacks have Mitch Bratt going. He didn't pitch well last time out. We don't even know who's pitching tomorrow yet. I don't think they've made an announcement yet.
That's Diamondbacks baseball these days, baby.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I did want to say. I thought with the bases loaded in the 6th inning when they scored those 3 runs, Arenado's up with the bases loaded and he grounds out. And I'm like, damn, that was the game. That was your opportunity. Because now you get to the 7th inning, you're still down 4 runs. You know? I thought that was and then Arenado comes back and it's the 2-run homer to tie it at 7-7 2 innings later. But I had thought that was their golden opportunity. You got the bases loaded. You got 3 runs in. You got Arenado up at the plate, and he grounds out to third base. And I'm like, okay, that's it. There it is right there. They're not able to get it done. But what a terrific win for them. What a great win. And it has a lot of meaning. You may not realize it now on July 20th, but that game has quite a bit of meaning to it. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You know, when you hit 40, your eyesight changes and not for the better. It doesn't matter how many organic carrots you eat. Your eyesight's not going to get better because of that. Your eyesight just naturally starts to change, starts to get worse. For most people, it does. By between 40 and 50, you see a dramatic change in your vision. And now all of a sudden, you've never worn glasses or contacts before, and now you need readers, and then you need glasses. And now because you can't read, and you're either nearsighted or you're farsighted, or maybe you have an astigmatism. There's a lot of things that go on with your eyes between 40 and 50, which is why if you're in that age bracket, I want you to just go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and get a thorough eye exam from the best in the industry. The team eye doctor for the Suns and the D-backs, Dr. Jay Schwartz. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. You can get your eye exam and see where you're at. It's a baseline. Hey, let me just get an eye exam. It's been a while since some of you have had an eye exam. Just get a simple eye exam. Now, if you do need a vision correction procedure or glasses or contacts, you could work through the Schwartz Laser Eye Center right there. I had LASIK surgery done. One of the best things I've ever done for myself. But the first step is going to get that eye exam. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, Arizona, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds. Just honest deals on trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now here's where it gets really good. Grab the 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP, or the 2026 Buick Envista, 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And the best part, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference. Or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Celebrate America's 250th anniversary with the limited edition O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner while supplies last at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 2 cans for $8. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How much of a distraction is the Jacoby Brissett contract situation going to be if it continues into Cardinals training camp later this week? We're talking football tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we'll keep the D-backs rolling because they were rolling yesterday. Once they got down 7-0, an incredible win by them. What does it mean? I always like to talk about stuff when we get later on in the season. I do with everybody, with the Cardinals, with the Suns, with the D-back. Like, what does that win mean? And what the biggest takeaway in taking 2 out of 3 from St. Louis is the tiebreaker. That's the biggest takeaway by far. Yes, they pulled within a half a game of the final wild card spot. And they dropped the Cardinals down a game. So they are now 50. The Diamondbacks are 51-48. They are a half game out of a wild card. But if it comes down to ties, and 2 years ago, the Diamondbacks were in a 3-way tie. They lost out. 3-way tie. If it comes down to a tie now, they have clinched the tiebreaker with St. Louis. So in a close race, you're not saying you've got to get ahead of them. They have to be ahead of you. If you end up tied, the Diamondbacks would get the tiebreaker there. So as you look at all these teams that are bunched up, Cubs, Phillies, Cardinals, Marlins, Pirates, Diamondbacks, Nationals, you start to look at tiebreakers because you've been screwed by this before. The Diamondbacks were screwed by this 2 years ago. So that, to me, is the biggest takeaway that they won that tiebreaker.
Yeah, I know it's only July, but it's a great point. It's important because that's where you want to be. I don't know where these teams are going to be by the end of September. Nobody does, but we've seen this happen before, and now you look at the Marlins and the Pirates, the 2 teams that are directly ahead of Arizona right now. They'll play the Marlins for 3 in September, but the Pirates are coming up right around the corner. That series is going to be in Pittsburgh. They've got the A's for 3 at home. Then they have to play that makeup game on the road in St. Louis. Then it's on the road for 9 straight, 3 at Washington, and then those 3 come up against Pittsburgh. So this is a situation now where the Diamondbacks clearly you want to stack wins because you want to put yourself in position to be in the wild card race and perhaps get one of those spots. But, I don't mean to get greedy here, Gambo, but they're just 4.5 back of the top wild card spot in the National League.
Yeah. And to me, yes, if you could shoot for that, you shoot for it.
Shoot for it.
For sure. Getting in is the most important thing. I'm just going back and looking at 2024. 2024, the Arizona Diamondbacks were 89-73. 89-73. 16 games over 500. At a .549 winning percentage. Also was 89-73? The Braves, they were 89-73. And the Mets, they were 89-73. Who went to the playoffs? The Braves and the Mets went to the playoffs. And the Padres, because the Padres finished 4 games better than the Diamondbacks. So the Diamondbacks tied with the Braves and the Mets and lost the tiebreaker. They went, you didn't. Tiebreakers matter. This wild card format, it just seems like you're always dealing with, really, you're going to deal with 5 teams that are going to go down to the wire. So I thought that was the biggest takeaway. Yes, you won 2 out of 3. Yes, you pulled within a half game. You got to play the Cardinals again on July 23rd. It's the middle of this road trip that they're on, and you don't want that game to matter because that's a really crappy game for the Diamondbacks to have to play that game.
And it's going to be hard for them to win. I think it's
just a tough right. So winning yesterday clinches the tiebreaker, puts you within a half game. It continues the momentum towards the trade deadline in which you want to be a buyer. I was talking with a guy at the gym today, and it was like, are we buyers? Right now, they're buyers.
Absolutely.
Like, they're buyers. Somebody said, like, are they going to sell? Are they going to buy? If they keep doing this, like, they're going to buy a half game out? Certainly not going to sell a half. You sell if there's 5 teams ahead of you. You're 4 or 5 games out. If you're this close, you're buying. And that's the job that they've got to do coming out of this break. Look, they were dead man walking yesterday. I don't know what the hell happened. Perdomo credited the coaches, kind of waking them up, whatever it was, because they were sleepwalking through that game. They rallied just enough. If they would have lost that game, I don't know what we're saying today. The tiebreaker would still be available, but you'd have to win that game. You would have lost 2 out of 3 to the Cardinals. They're not that good. I just don't know you'd feel very good. But it's amazing what 3 innings difference made, because you feel a lot better about the Diamondbacks now because they won that game than had they lost the game and you lost the series.
Yeah, that was a great team win. Torey Lovullo after the game.
Everybody from that point forward grouped together and fought to win a baseball game, and that's what's super inspiring to me, and that's what makes me most proud of these guys is the way they went out there and did it.
Yeah, and Gambo, you talk about the trade deadline. I mentioned the 3 against the A's starting tonight. Then you go to that makeup game on the road at St. Louis. Then you got 9 in a row on the road, really 10 in a row counting the Cardinals game. But at Washington, at Pittsburgh, at Cleveland.
And Washington and Pittsburgh is the teams you're battling with. So that was like the Cardinals are a team you're battling with. You won the series. Now you've got to win those series.
Right, and literally that 9-game road trip in Washington, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland ends right on August 2nd. And the trade deadline is August 3rd. And the D-backs, this is a team that, for whatever reason, is greater than the sum of its parts. We've talked about the problems in the rotations and the injuries to the bullpen and guys not coming back when they thought they'd come back, and Marte not hitting for the first 5 weeks of the season. Corey Carroll goes into a funk. They're getting nothing out of first base. Nothing out of first base. They're getting nothing out of center field either. That doesn't even get talked about. Cole Tucker was on with Bickley and Murata earlier today and talked about the D-backs continuing to stack wins without their big 3 playing all that well.
It's a concern as soon as those guys 4 through 9 stop hitting. I know coming into yesterday's game, that big 3 in Perdomo and Marte and Carroll, they were hitting a $125 collectively in the last 6 games. But the team had won 5 out of 6, so it kind of gets ignored and overlooked, and it's no big deal. But if they start losing ball games, it's a panic button that needs to be hit. But as long as somebody steps up right now, whether it's Tim Tawa, Nolan Arenado, Ryan Waldschmidt, as long as somebody steps up to win the game until these big 3 can get hot and Corbin can get healthy with hyperextended elbow and everything, I think good things are going to happen. But if they go quiet and the bottom of the order goes quiet, we've got big problems.
All right, Cole Tucker, I took him to the first Yankee game he ever saw in his life.
Is that right?
He's friends with my daughter, Gabriella, the one who's getting married in October. They were friends, and I took them to a Diamondback Yankee game when he was a kid. Yeah. Little do you know, you're thinking right there, he ended up making it. He played in the major leagues for about 5 years, and I've run into him and his family, and sometimes such a good kid, such a great family. When I heard him on the broadcast, I was so happy to hear him, doing it. He's not in baseball anymore, but he made it. He made it to the major leagues, and he got a few years in the major leagues. But, yeah, when he was a kid in, middle school, I took him to a Yankee game. Crazy.
Why is he doing the Bickley and Murata show then and not the Burns and Gamble?
What the hell, Cole?
That's what I...
Did any of those guys ever take you to a baseball game?
That's what I'd like to know about it.
They didn't take you to go see the Yankees play in box seats? I did. Who bought you a hot dog and a soda? Me.
A hot dog and a Coke.
Yeah, me. And I think ice cream, too, I had to buy you.
Anyway, Gambo, tonight's game 100. So counting tonight, 63 games left in the season for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And I got to tell you, we talked about this a little bit last week. I just said a moment ago that they're greater than the sum of their parts. I totally agree with that. Crediting the coaching staff for coming back yesterday and winning that baseball game. I think, you're Mike Hazen and you're Derek Hall and you're Ken Kendrick, and you got to look at the job that this coaching staff has done to this point.
Oh, no, you're not going to stick up for the coaching staff, are you?
I always get
Oh,
heat.
my goodness.
I always get heat when I do.
Oh.
I get called a clown.
You don't want to fire Lavello and the whole coaching staff and Hazen? I mean, they're a half game out of a wild card spot. Everybody's injured. Where's Corbin Burns? Where's Ryan Nelson? Where's Zach Gallen?
Apparently,
where's Soroka? Where's Puck? Where's Martinez?
Right.
Where's Gurriel? Wait, you don't want to fire the whole coaching staff because 75 guys are injured?
Yeah, Gurriel, by the way, over the weekend is on the 10-day DL, and I wonder if that's just to
they're doing it with smoke and mirrors. They shouldn't be a half game out. They should be 7 games out of the wild card and should be sellers.
And I'm sorry, when you're
they should
winning
be
with,
sellers.
when you're winning with smoke and mirrors,
they're winning with smoke and mirrors. That's coaching.
I think you got to give some credit to the coaching and the culture.
Right. But there's people out there that just want to fire everybody. They just think they want to fire everybody. Yeah, they want to fire Lauren right now because she went on vacation last week, and they're upset that she wasn't here.
Yeah, they want to fire Mitch because he didn't get Cole Tucker, and he let him go on the morning show.
Yeah, they're like, Mitch, why didn't you get Cole Tucker? Like, if Gambo took him to his first game, like, why is he on the morning show? What the hell? Fire Mitch. Fire Mitch right now. Get it going. Hashtag fire Mitch. Like Cole Tucker go on the morning show. They didn't take him to a Yankee game. I did. I spent money on that kid.
I did that.
The point is that a half game out with all the injuries they've had is a testament to the organization, the team not quitting. They should be 7 games out and be done and be sellers, but they keep finding a way to battle and win baseball games. And yesterday was another example. Doesn't mean that Torey Lavello is the greatest manager of all time, but he does a good job. Like, he cares and he does a good job, and they haven't quit on him. They always respond. Now, you may want more, and I understand wanting more. I mean, I totally get that. You should want more. You should demand more of your team. So I get those people who are kind of on the fence about it, but sometimes you do have to say, okay, let's give this guy a little bit of credit. Like, he does find a way to get them to play hard.
I was going to say, just look at 2026 in a vacuum and the hand that he's been dealt.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Again, I'm expecting Abner, who threw 46 pitches yesterday and would not be available today, to be sent down, and Juan Burgos to be called up. I don't think they've made that official yet, but I tweeted that out last night. That's what I'm expecting. We'll see what happens. Will we end up with the quarterback competition in Arizona? That's next on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch. Swing and a drive. Deep left field. Back is Fermin. He leaps. This game is tied. Nolan Arenado. A 2-run blast to left. And this game is tied at 7.
Can the D-backs continue the bat parade versus the A's at home? We discuss on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
You know, as you get older, you start thinking about your financial situation a lot more. Can you retire? Are you ready to retire? You start reading more financial. You start putting more money away. You're like, you could see the end. You could see the light at the end of the tunnel on the life that you want to live. That's that final phase, the retirement phase. I was actually showing Tim this incredible video that was on Instagram where this guy saying, like, when you hit 60, you got like 12 good years left. That's it. Before chronic illness and all of this stuff takes over, like, you might have 12 good years. Take advantage of that. So, you know, the most important thing you could do is make sure that you're financially secure, to make sure that you're doing the right thing so that you can retire on your terms, not somebody else's terms. So contact Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, ask for Stuart Willis, and let him do a free portfolio review for you. 602-877-PLAN. It's real simple. There's no obligation. If anything, you're going to walk away and be like, wow, I got a lot of great knowledge that I'm going to use to my advantage. And if you end up working with them, well, that's great too. Call 602-877-PLAN for your free portfolio review.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and I need to turn my microphone on so I can tell you what is trending now. How will the Diamondbacks follow up their 8-run comeback yesterday against the Cardinals? Well, we'll find out tonight in a new series down at Chase Field. First of 3 games against the Athletics. Rookie Mitch Bratt will get the start tonight. He'll go against veteran left-hander Jeffrey Springs. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will get started at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Right now on ArizonaSports.com, a pre-training camp Cardinals mailbag, courtesy of our great Cardinals Corner podcast team, where they answer all of your burning questions as camp is set to begin a little later this week. And also, be sure to cast your vote for the greatest Larry Fitzgerald play of all time as we count down to Canton. Lucky participants in the voting will win a football signed by the very soon-to-be Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. Voting will take place over the next couple of weeks. If you would like the link directly sent to you, you can text FITZ, F-I-T-Z, to 620-620. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resorts. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship is back at Talking Stick Resorts, August 13th through 19th, with an estimated $3 million prize pool. Don't miss it.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The Cardinals report to training camp later on in the week. We'll discuss our NFL franchise. Tune in tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Cardinals camp. Let's go. Cardinals camp right around we got 3 shows there. Is the first one this week, Lauren? We're there this week.
On Thursday.
Oh, that's my wife's birthday.
First day of practice. They report on Wednesday, but the first practice is Thursday.
I might have to go home early. No, it is my wife's birthday. Yes.
Happy birthday, Chelsea.
Yes, it'll be Chelsea's birthday on the first day that we have Cardinal camp. All right, a lot of great stuff going on when we talk about the Cardinals. One of the things that people are very focused on is something that we're going to talk about right now, and that is, could there end up being a quarterback competition? Now, we've talked a lot about the Brissett situation and what the range is for current starters. And there was a piece on NBC Sports, and I'll just quote this. It says the range for veteran starters is currently broad, starting in the low 20s and extending into the mid-60s. Under the 2-year deal Brissett signed, his average annual salary is $6.25. So the Cardinals want Brissett to be the starting quarterback. They liked what he did last year. They don't have an obvious option for the future. They drafted Carson Beck in the 3rd round, and they're hopeful that he could be the guy, but they don't know. And they could be in a position next year to draft one of the top quarterbacks, whether it's Arch Manning, a Dante Moore, or your favorite Notre Dame kid, whatever it is. The Carr kid, right?
C.J. Carr.
C.J. Carr. Yeah, I know you like him a lot. So they could be in a position to grab that guy in the 1st round next year. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But what we do know right now is that we've got camp in a couple of days, and we don't know if Jacoby Brissett's going to be there or not. We just do not know if he's going to be there. We know they want him to be the starter, and we know that some people have been outspoken recently, including Buda Baker, about like a deal not getting done. Now, maybe the Cardinals think just be happy with your $6.25 million because we're going to play Carson Beck at some point anyway. And Brissett's more like, even the low-end starters are making $20 million a year. Come on, I can't play for 6.25. Up till now, there's nothing has changed. You're hopeful that it gets done. What you don't want to happen, I don't want it to happen. And maybe they feel like we got Gardner Minshew, we're good. We'll play this out. Now there's an angle that we're going to talk about later, but I'm just going to give you a hint. These quarterbacks like Arch Manning, who could be looking like, you're not going to be looking at this situation too kindly if you see how they're treating their quarterback.
Especially that family.
Yeah. Really? You want to go there? Look what they're doing with they got a guy that's a starting quarterback. They want to play him $6 million, like middle of the I think that's something we'll talk about later because I am curious about that. But we are in a situation where if Brissett is not going to be the starter because he misses all this time, is it just Minshew, or do you really have a battle between Minshew and Carson Beck and let the best man win?
Oh, my God, Gambo, that 11-game stretch to start the season, I don't know if you want to throw Carson Beck into that. I mean, if for some reason he goes through training camp and he's undeniably the best quarterback and he looks phenomenal, then okay, we can have that conversation. But I'd be extremely leery from an organizational and a development standpoint to put Carson Beck out there against that murderer's row.
Me either. Don't want to do it.
That 11-game voyage out of the gate, it's going to be a disaster no matter who's quarterbacking. I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
You never say never. There are no absolutes in sports. I get that. Magic could strike. But honestly, I mean, they're double-digit underdogs in all 11 games. They're underdogs in every stinking game.
The Chargers have a top 10 defense. The Rams have a top 10 defense. These teams that you're playing, Seattle's defense is vicious. The Giants have a good defense. You start to look at all the teams you're going to play, and you're going to play some really, really good defenses that get after the quarterback. And that's why I am all for Beck. I think the schedule, like people have complained about the schedule, I think the schedule worked out perfectly for what you want to do with Carson Beck. I think if those games at the end of the season were early and then later on you're playing the Broncos defense, the Seattle defense, the Rams defense, that kind of sucks because that's when you want him to play. I think the schedule is perfect for him to come in for the final 6 games. 5 of them are at home, plus a bye week against, not great competition. And I think give him a chance to have some success. You want to set the guy up. Listen, I used to manage boxers, okay? You're not always fighting the toughest guy when you're building your guy up. All right, you're taking some tomato cans. You're having. I managed Kevin Kelly. He was a featherweight champion, WBC featherweight champion. Beat Goyo Vargas in Reno, Nevada to win the championship. I managed John David Jackson. He was a middleweight champion. We would pick fights, and it was my responsibility. But we would pick the fights based on what is the end game goal. The end game goal is we want to get you to be a world champion. But sometimes we got to have like 3 or 4 fights to build you up to that, not just take that big fight right away. I don't want Carson Beck to take the big fight right away. I want to build him up with some cupcakes, build confidence for him, build confidence the team around him. So that's why I like the softer landing later in the season for Beck.
Yeah, it's what Mickey did for Rocky after beating Apollo Creed in Rocky 2. The numbers, Gambo, Jacoby Brissett's guaranteed $1.5 million. I'm sure Brissett wants that to be bumped up. Minshew's guaranteed $5.14 million. Brissett is set to make around, they're both set to make around $5 million, give or take a few bucks here and there. If you're the Arizona Cardinals and you're Mike Bidwell, and I've touched on this before, so forgive me if you've heard it, Carson Beck has to play because they have to know what they have before that draft comes up next year and they're in position to take one of these quarterbacks in the top 5. You got to see a lot of Carson Beck so you can make the right decision when the draft comes in 2027. if Carson Beck plays after Week 11, you're gonna guarantee these guys, $10 million to quarterback 10 games? Because both Brissett and Minshew would be gone after this year, right? You'd have your first round pick, and then you'd have Carson Beck, or you'd have Carson Beck and whoever.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, so Josh Weinfuss was on Wolf and Luke earlier today. I'll play what he has to say in a second. But what I'm saying is, if you're Mike Bidwell, I understand Brissett's stance on this. I also understand Mike Bidwell's. Like, listen, we need you two guys to quarterback us probably 10 or 11 games. We're not going to win many. I'm just not throwing money out the window given this situation. Here's what Weinfuss had to say earlier today.
I think part of the reason they don't want to pay him at the moment, or they don't want to give him the number he wants, is because they know he's not part of the long-term plan. I think he knows he's not part of the long-term plan, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, he has 1 year left on his deal. They're not extending him. They're going to find a quarterback in the future, whether they already have that in Carson Beck or they draft another guy this year. So I think they just want to get through this year with what they have on the books.
Yeah, so basically saying what I was saying. But the problem is, Gambo, and this is where it gets dicey, is you don't want to lose your locker room as training camp begins, or in the middle of training camp. We've already seen what Budda Baker did on social media. We assume that was in support of Brissett getting the money that he wants. I understand why Brissett wants more money, more guaranteed money. I understand the going rate for starting quarterbacks.
You're worried about the message to the locker room. Me too. Me too.
It's totally valid, right?
Especially for an organization that word came out when Trey McBride said that they completely lowballed me and they wanted to pay me $12 million a year after I just had the best season for a tight end. We know the report card situation and how bad that is. The Cardinals, and some of this is justified, they get a bad rap. They get a bad rap as an organization. And there's some really good things that they do, as well. Michael Bidwell, I read something not too long ago where he gave up, like, his suite for some couple that's honeymoon. That's a nice gesture. So there are some things that they do well. They're pretty good in the community and things like that. But they are known as a cheap organization. And so if you've got a player of yours, there's a business angle to it. Why would I pay you all this money when you're not going to be here next year? And I've got another quarterback that I have to play, and I'm not going to play you the whole time. So, but why couldn't you do an incentive-laden deal? Like, look, for every start you make, you'll get this much extra, something. And maybe they are negotiating that, and we don't know it because Jacoby's his own agent. But I don't know that playing hardball is the right way to go. I do think there's got to be some leeway there to get. What if Jacoby, and you don't know this, and now we don't expect it, but what if Jacoby Brissett goes out there and he beat the Chargers in week 1? And all of a sudden they're 4-4 after 8 games. They're not going to try to lose football games, even though we want them to. They're not going to. They're going to try to win. LaFleur's going to try to win. Monty's going to. They want to win football games. They don't want to be embarrassed.
Well, then they won't be in a position to draft Arch Manning or C.J. Carr or Dante Moore.
Right, so then it's either, Brissett plays so well, you keep him, or Minshew plays so well, you keep him, or you just go with Carson Beck. Or you can always make a trade to move up in the draft. But I'm saying if you're playing well, that's why, is there an incentive-laden deal that you can give this guy? I don't know. We'll see how it plays out, but that is something to just keep your eye on as training camp is opening up, and we still don't have resolution on Jacoby Brissett. The World Cup goes to Spain. It was a very, very lopsided game, but I'll tell you why I found it very entertaining. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
2nd and 5 now at the Atlanta 42. They're going to keep it on the ground with James. It's a flea flicker. Warner going to throw deep. Near side going for Fitz. He's in double coverage. It doesn't matter. He caught it anyway. Touchdown Cardinals. You can't stop that guy.
Flea flicker! Wow! What a play! The Japanese fighting fish, Larry Fitzgerald, deadly and single-minded of purpose, stabs the ball out of the air.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
Ready! At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
All right, our social poll is up on ArizonaSports.com. Go check it out and read all the great content, which is free. Content on your Cardinals by Tyler Drake, your Suns by Kellen Olson, your Diamondbacks. We've got the podcasts that are up. So take a look at ArizonaSports.com. What is our poll question today, Lauren?
All right, well, we're asking about the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay.
With 13 games left before the trade deadline, how many games do the D-backs need to win to be buyers?
It's a good question.
7 to 9 games?
Yes.
9 to 11 games? 11 to 13 games, or they don't need to worry because they're already buyers?
I would not say they're already buyers. Go lose 7 in a row, and you're not a buyer. So I can't say that they're buyers yet. I would say 7 to 9. 7 and 6, 8 and 5, 9 and 4, you're a buyer.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, you can't go out there and go 3 and 10. You probably wouldn't be a buyer. But just play 500. Play at worst 500 baseball or close to it, and you will be a buyer.
Well, 45% of our audience is going with they're already buyers. 28% going with 9 to 11 games. 20% going with 7 to 9 games. And 8% going to 11 to 13 games.
High amount think they're already buyers.
45%
Wow.
already think they're buyers.
All right, you go to ArizonaSports.com and you can vote for that. We will turn our attention. I did watch the World Cup. I watched it from start to finish, and we thoroughly enjoyed the game. And as one-sided as it was, I even took a screenshot of something while the game was on, because I almost couldn't believe how dominant Spain was throughout the game. Like, just so dominant. Like, wow. It was, at one point, I think it was 19 shots to nothing. 19 shots. Matter of fact, Argentina, their goaltender finished with 11 saves, the most ever in a World Cup final. He was outstanding. He was absolutely outstanding. And the thought was, if it just goes to PKs, Argentina's going to win because they got the goalie. He'll make 2 saves and they'll win the game. That was the thought. Spain ends up playing. Argentina's a man down. Spain ends up getting the goal in extra time. Ferran Torres had come in as a substitute in the 62nd minute. He gets the goal, 1-0. Argentina had to play a man down for, I guess it was somewhere around the 90th minute. They kicked him out of the game, so they had to play all this time a man down, and they were just, at that point, they had no offense. Messi couldn't get going. They were bottling him up. Spain was dominating. I thought it was a very entertaining game because Spain's dominating this whole thing, and Argentina could have won that thing if it went to penalty kicks because their goalie was that good. Their goalie was great.
It was, but let's not have revisionist history. The longer that game went on and Spain could not get a goal, I mean, I'm following this thing on social media, and I also have my own thoughts, even though I don't know much about soccer. I know a lot about sports. I've seen enough hockey in my life to know that when a better team doesn't capitalize and the other team just hangs around and hangs around,
they end up winning.
And they have the best player in the world on their team, you're kind of thinking to yourself, man, Spain's going to regret this. Messi's going to do something. They're going to score late. As it was, Argentina never even got a shot on goal. They did have some.
No, they had a shot. The first shot was Messi, and it got blocked. And that was their first shot. And I was just looking. It was the 117th minute of the game. They registered their first shot at goal, but it got blocked, so it wasn't even on goal.
And they had an opportunity on a Messi corner kick very, very late where...
They had a few corner kicks late.
They did. The Argentina player had one right on goal. He just shot it over the crossbar. So, yeah, the Argentinian goalie was fantastic, but Spain just continued to pepper him. And 20 shots, 11 shots on goal. He made the saves when he had to, and finally... Yeah, I mean, Torres comes off the bench and is able to get the biggest goal in, obviously, his career. Right. And Spain is... Steve McManaman talked about Spain winning a terrible game over Argentina.
I hated the Argentina performance. There's this thing where they'll do anything to get a victory and, they'll try tricks and the dark arts, etc., etc. We've heard it, but it's a really bad image for them, isn't it? It doesn't look good. It doesn't look great. You're talking about arguably the greatest player in the world. Yet his teammates act as if, they're not interested in football. They just want to do anything else apart from win a football match. They'll just do it by fair means or foul. They'll kick, they'll punch, they'll drag, they'll dive, they'll do anything. I mean, we went crazy over Paraguay's performance against France. That was worse. That was awful today. And as you said, in the biggest game in the world, the eyes of the nation, the eyes of the whole universe looking at this game, and you're subjected to that, where, as you said, if you're a neutral, all you're praying for is, I hope Spain score. Yeah. I hope Spain score, and then let's finish this game and get it over with. I mean, I'm glad the result's gone. Yeah. Argentina were awful, and I thought their performance today was terrible.
Well, the awful that may be, and obviously that's a soccer expert.
Because they kind of mucked it up a little bit. They were kind of dirty, and a lot of people did not like the way Argentina played in that game. There's going to be some reviews over it as well.
And Fernandez goes down with the red card, so they were shorthanded for the better part of the end of the game.
Got to give credit to that Nico Williams. That Nico Williams had the header that set up the goal. That was such a great freaking play. Like, he knew he couldn't get a shot on goal. Mm-hmm. How often you see the guy headed the ball backwards that set up the goal. I thought that was one of the most spectacular plays I've seen out of a lot of great plays in the World Cup. Credit to Nico Williams, who gave I was just reading a story that he gave his World Cup medal to his mom, who walked from Ghana to Spain while pregnant. And he gave it to her. So, but that play by him was a thing of beauty because it was a cross, and he didn't have a great angle to get a shot on, so he headed it backwards. And Argentina wasn't prepared for it, and the guy got a clean shot on goal and scored, and it held up. And I'm glad Spain won. But I really did think it was an entertaining game for such a lopsided, one-sided affair.
I thought it was entertaining for the first 5-6 minutes, and then there was a bit of a lull. I thought the last certainly
the goalie was so good.
Certainly extra time and the way the game finished, maybe the last 40 minutes of time. I'll tell you this: the one thing this World Cup has done for me as a very, very, very casual is I've come to appreciate the nothing game, the scoreless game, the low-scoring game.
Yeah.
And that's been the knock on, the way the Americans have embraced this sport over the last 50 years. There's just not enough scoring. But I think really the nuances of a scoreless game and just how difficult it is to score a goal when two of the best teams in the world are going at it, you can appreciate the way it's played. Martinez had the World Cup record for saves. And Argentina, what was it? For Spain, it was their second World Cup
Second
win?
one. Argentina was trying to win back-to-back first since Brazil had done it in the 60s. I actually told my wife last night, I said, go online and see if you could buy World Cup tickets for Spain. Like, it's going to be in Spain. So we went online because I was like, we'll go. In 4 years, we'll go. So we went online. It says tickets are expected to officially go on sale late 2028 or early 2029. Because I'm like, if you could buy the tickets now, get them now. Let's go. We'll go to Spain. We'll watch the World Cup, but they're not on sale yet. So I got to wait that thing out to try to. And I'm gonna make a FIFA account and try to get in the queue so I can get those tickets. When we come back, still a lot to come on the program. Corbin Carroll, he got injured against the Cardinals. What's the timeline for his return? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership, and they're ready to help you right now with all of your needs. If you are looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, well, they've got you covered, and they do a great job of it when it comes to taking care of you and your family, and that's where we shop. Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln, nobody does it better. If you are looking for a new Ford F-150 truck, check out Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. You could also go online at sandersonford.com. Right now, the summer sales event, you could get a 2026 Ford Bronco Sport. It's $28,495. That's over $5,000 off the MSRP, or you could choose 0% financing for 36 months plus $1,000 plus zero payments for 90 days. Head on over to Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com.
Most of us are one good deal away from finally replacing that worn-out rug, fixing up the backyard, or getting the bedroom we actually want. Good news, that deal's almost here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bic, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what is trending now. Diamondbacks, how are they going to follow up that 8-run comeback they pulled off yesterday? We'll find out tonight. Brand new series down at Chase Field, the first of 3 games against the Athletics. Ahead of tonight's game, right-hander Juan Burgos has been recalled from AAA Reno. Left-hander Philip Abner has been sent back down in his place. Additionally, we learned yesterday that Corbin Carroll is listed as day-to-day going into this upcoming series, and as it turns out, he is not in the lineup tonight due to that injury that he suffered in yesterday's game. As far as on the mound tonight, rookie Mitch Bratt will get the start. He'll go against veteran left-hander Jeffrey Springs. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. Right now on ArizonaSports.com, a pre-training camp Cardinals mailbag, courtesy of our great Cardinals Corner podcast team, where they answer all your burning questions as camp is set to begin for the Redbirds this week. And also, be sure to cast your vote for the greatest Larry Fitzgerald play of all time as we count down to Canton. Lucky participants in the polling will win a football signed by the very soon-to-be Hall of Famer. Voting is going to take place over the next couple of weeks. If you want the link directly sent to you, you can text FITZ, F-I-T-Z, to 620-620. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation.
Hey, it's Luke. Was Mitch Bratt able to keep up the good vibes for the Diamondbacks against the A's? We're reacting to Game 1 of the series tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Tim Ring filling in for Bernstein. We're going to take it right up till 6 o'clock. Then I'm going to head on over to the ballpark at Chase and watch the D-backs play some baseball. Corbin Carroll will not be in the lineup today. He will not be in the lineup. That was a ugly situation last night. Bottom of the 7th inning, he swung at a pitch, and you could see him kind of grimace when he swung, and he kind of, you knew he hurt himself right there. He stayed in the game, But then when it was his turn to bat, they pinch hit Jorge Barosa for him. And I know we got some sound from Torey Lovello after the game. Here's what he said about Corbin Carroll and the injury.
Corbin is day-to-day. It was a hyperextended right elbow, and he just felt a little zing in there. And it was very unusual, I'm sure, as it was happening, to pinch hit Barosa for Corbin, but Corbin could play defense. I was told he was unable to take his at-bat, but I was going to run it out as far as I could and keep him on the field for as long as possible. But he'll be day-to-day.
Any concern it can kind of linger for longer than?
I have a small part of me says he'll be good enough to play in the game tomorrow, but we're going to monitor him for the next 24 hours.
Did you get any imaging?
No.
Yeah, well, he's not
I was told just a short time ago he is not in the lineup today. He is not in the lineup today. They'll give him the day. Hyperextended elbow. Could be a couple days. Maybe we'll see. That is too important of a player
Corbin
to mess with.
actually just spoke to the media. We're cutting the audio right now, but he said he should be available off the bench to play
Off the bench to play. Okay.
Okay.
So that would off the bench. That'd be a pinch hitting situation. They took him out last night for a pinch hitter. And now he could be available. We'll get that sound for you once we get it. Hyperextended right elbow, considered day-to-day, not expected to undergo any imaging from what we knew last night. Timeline for this injury, it could be just a couple of days. He bounces back from injuries very quickly. He always has. This is not a guy you could lose for any extended period of time. He's too valuable to the lineup.
Yeah, even though he's really, struggling in July. I'll give you the numbers in just a bit. But first, the bookkeeping for tonight's lineup. Marte is going to lead off. Perdomo will hit second. Timmy Tawa is going to hit in that 3-hole.
He's on fire.
Yep, and rightfully so.
Tawa has been on fire. Gabby, too.
Yep, and Barosa, though, will be in the 9-hole, and he'll play right field in place of Corbin Carroll. Watching Carroll
Give me the rest of it.
Okay, Marte, Perdomo, Tawa, Moreno, Vargas, Arenado, Locklear at first, Waldschmidt, and Barosa. With Brad on the mound.
You know that Arenado already has more home runs this year than he did last year?
He did not have a good year last year.
He's already got more home runs this year. And he doesn't have as many RBIs, but he has 13 home runs this year. Last year he hit 12. Last year he played in 107 games, 401 at bats. This year it's 93 games, 320 at bats. So 81 less at bats. He's got more home runs already.
I think when you bring in Santana and Arenado, Santana absolutely was abject failure. I think Arenado at this stage in his career, looking at what he did last year, I think he's given the D-backs a pretty good year. A pretty good year for where he's at right now in his career.
Yeah.
Especially based off of what he did last year. When you watch Carroll on the pitch he got hurt on, I'm not surprised something got hyperextended because he really flailed out of the batter's box. It did not look good, and you could tell he was hurt right away. I know where he just spoke a moment ago, but after the game last night, here's what Carroll had to say about what that injury felt like when he flailed and swung and missed in the batter's box late in the game.
Was having difficulty kind of getting that arm back extended without it kind of tightening up, guarding up on me. So just wasn't able to go for today. But I think tomorrow or the next day should be in a good spot.
Had the big home run over the weekend. His only home run in July, by the way. I mentioned that. I mean, we're getting towards the final week of July here now. Carroll in this month hitting 118 with 1 homer and 4 RBIs, 7 total hits. So this is what we talked about in that opening segment, how the D-backs are greater than the sums of their parts. And Corbin Carroll's a prime example of that. He has not done much of anything in July.
It goes against everything that you know about baseball.
Yet.
They beat the Dodgers. They swept the Dodgers before the break. Their 3 main batters, right? Marte, Carroll, Perdomo went 3 for 36.
I think 2 for 32, something like that.
2 for 30, something. Like, it was brutal.
In that Dodger series, yeah.
Like, they did nothing and they swept. Corbin Carroll's in a terrible slump, but they're winning. They just won a series. They won. Marte's having a decent year, but not a great year. Last year he had a great year. It's a decent year.
His numbers are decent, but they were all pretty much in 1 3-week stretch.
No, we're going to talk about what he did the other night later on because that has to get mentioned. And Barosa, too, because they should have won the freaking game Friday probably. But we'll talk about that later on. But, boy, it really is an oddity that this team is where they are, above 500, half game out of a wild card spot. And you say, who's the biggest contributors to the team? Erod, nobody would have ever thought that. Soroka, nobody would have ever thought that. Seawald's got one blown save. I mean, I know the ERA is high, and it is, and he did not have a great weekend but he's got one blown save. Taylor Clark's been great. The bullpen's been phenomenal. The bullpen, which sucked last year, has been phenomenal. Offensively, Gabby Moreno's been carrying the team lately. Been carrying him.
Gurriel rushed back and gave them nothing.
Gurriel give him nothing. Carroll's not having a good year. Marte's been decent, but not great. Perdomo's down compared to what, way down compared to what he did last year.
None of this makes sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, how are you winning baseball games? How are you winning games? You won a game last night because you got. Well, they blew it because they just really blew it because obviously the mistake in left field by Fermin with the Perdomo inside the park homer, and then they had a pinch runner get doubled up on first base on a pop up to Perdomo and at shortstop. They kind of gave the game away, but a couple of RBI walks, an inside the park home run on a mistake. Max Kepler, who's not eligible to play in the postseason. A lot of people were asking about that today. I'll go over it later because I know people are curious.
It's pretty simple.
I mean,
we'll go over it later, but it's pretty simple.
But people just still don't understand it. Well, if he served the suspension, but we'll go over it later. I don't want to talk about it now. But Max Kepler with the big hit last night. Nolan Arenado with the huge 2-run homer. It's an oddity how they've been able to find ways to win baseball games. Considering you're not having a great season from Corbin, you're not having a great season from Jerry, you're not having a great season from Marte. Merrill Kelly has not had a great season. No. Zach Allen's been terrible. Corbin Burns hasn't pitched. It is kind of odd that they've won as many games as they have.
And real quick, Gambo, it's not even like they're hitting in the clutch. In June, they hit 162 with runners in scoring position. And then entering the weekend in July, they're hitting 196.
Yeah.
I mean...
The Summer Suns, the season is over. We reported last week they were going to shut down Kaman Malawach and Pete, and then also Rashia Fleming. Those guys did not play in the final game. One of their young stars got a lot of notice in the Summer League. We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
The red, white, and blue sale is on at Liberty GMC, and I mean it when I say it. There has never been a better time than right now to go get yourself a truck than it is right now at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns back here with you because the red, white, and blue sale going on right now at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com, features something that Liberty GMC hasn't done for 8 years, and it's substantial. You pay what they pay. Employee pricing right now on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. You're going to pay what they pay. Or you could take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. Either way, if you want to get your hands on the best truck out on the road, the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, there's never been a better time than right now. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed down from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the all-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the all-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877-0429.
Hey, y'all. Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with a Ford Summer Sales Event. And the deals, they are too hot to ignore. Don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings. And that ain't no bull. Get serious, sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long. Get it now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discounting samples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Hey, it's Vince Marotic, and the D-backs keep it going against the A's. We'll talk about that and a lot more Tuesday morning starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Will be a big week for the Phoenix Suns. They'll introduce Luke Kennard and Miles Bridges. I know a lot of people have been waiting for that, waiting for it. They had to have some trades go down, especially the Charlotte trade, to get there to that point where they could finalize the Miles Bridges trade. And then the signing of Luke Kennard. And then the Suns, the whole staff was in the Summer League in Vegas, so they couldn't do a press conference here because nobody was here. They were all in Vegas with the Summer League team. Mm-hmm. So we will have that. There was a story on ESPN, NBA Summer League superlatives.
Yes.
Which players impressed? I took a look at it, and they obviously go through a whole lot of players there. But the one that kind of hit me was most improved sophomore, and it went to Kaman Malawach. It said Malawach logged the fewest minutes among last year's top 10 picks during the 25-26 season, setting up Summer League as a pivotal chance to remind Phoenix coaches what he can do. He seized the opportunity, averaged 19.5 points, 12.8 rebounds, 2 blocks per game in 4 appearances, while looking like the best center in Las Vegas. They were very happy with the way he played. And, Tim, I guess the thing that stands out the most is shooting 23-pointers and knocking down 8 of them. His ability to stretch the floor is going to get him on the floor quite a bit if he can do that.
Yeah, in rebounding and playing defense, if he can do those things, Jordan Ott's going to find minutes for him, I think, sooner than later. I'm very curious to see what the center rotation looks like coming right out of the gate. Not talking about February or March for Malawach. I'm talking right out of the gate after the way he played in Summer League. And I understand the disclaimers are there always. It's Summer League. It's only Summer League. Most of those guys aren't NBA players. I understand that. But Malawach also played in Summer League last year, and he didn't look like this.
No.
He looked like he looked like he didn't belong last year.
Right.
I was a little worried after watching Summer League last year, but every element of his game has improved. Basically 20 points a game, basically 13 rebounds, led the Summer League in rebounding. As you mentioned, shot 40% from 3, but also made critical plays at critical times. Like he wasn't stat padding, he wasn't putting up stats in garbage time. He was delivering in crunch time of the fourth quarter of these games. And I know the outcome of these games don't really matter, but they matter to the players on the court in that given moment. And Malawach always rose to the occasion with a big bucket or a big three, or most importantly, simply a big block or a big rebound. And I think at his size and his skill set, as he gets older and he gets bigger and he gets stronger, he's going to find minutes, I think, right out of the gate when this thing tips off in late October. I'd be shocked if he were not a part of the rotation right away.
Well, I think what's going to happen is that there are, I believe there's 16 back-to-backs, even though we don't have the schedule yet. I think there's going to be like 15 or 16 back-to-backs. He will start, in my opinion, I expect he's going to start. Like, they're not going to start Mark Williams in back-to-back games. They got to keep him healthy. So Mark's probably going to have 15, 16 games he just doesn't play in, even if he's healthy all year long. So those games I would expect Malawach to start, not Oso. The other thing is that there's a feeling that they can play Malawach and Oso together. You could have two bigs. Last year they were too small, and they got clobbered sometimes on the defensive end because they were just too small. If Malawach and Mark Williams probably can't play together, but Malawach and Oso, because of the things that Oso does, can play together. So now you can play bigger at times. You could be a bigger lineup with Oso and Malawach on the court. So I do think that, number one, he's going to play more with another big when they want to go bigger. It's not going to be Mark Williams and Malawach. It's going to be Oso and Malawach. So I think that they can play bigger. There's minutes right there. Number two is I don't think Mark Williams is going to play in back-to-backs. And if he doesn't play in back-to-backs, I think Malawach starts, not Oso. So there's a bunch of starts that he can get under his belt. How much time he plays, again, he's still very young and he's still developing. But what he did in that summer league impressed everybody, and it's earned him the opportunity to get some major minutes for this team right away.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying right out of the gate. He's going to get some burn. He's going to get some run. He's going to get some minutes. Now, after watching him for 10, 15 games, giving him that run, if Jordan Ott decides to kind of pull back a little bit because, yeah, the NBA is not Summer League, we'll see if it translates what he did in Summer League to playing meaningful, productive minutes in the real NBA games when they begin this season. But he's going to get the opportunity, I think, based on how he's improved. His hands are a lot better now. Gambo's hands were garbage last year, constantly dropping the ball or having the ball knocked out of his hands. He's bigger and stronger in that regard. And I think the biggest thing with Malawach is, yeah, he needs to be a good player from a skill standpoint. He needs to defend. He needs to rebound. He needs to knock in some shots. But I think the character of this young man, I mean, every time I hear him speak, I mean, it lights out. I mean, kudos to Brian Gregory. It doesn't mean he's going to be a great player. There's still a long way to go. But the way that this young man handles his business and the way he talks about helping this team.
Yeah.
Dwayne Rankin had an exclusive interview with Malawach. You can read about it on AZ Central. Came out, I believe, on yesterday or this morning. Just a really good kid. And while that's no precursor to greatness in the NBA, I think it helps that he's got his head on straight.
He couldn't have helped them win basketball games last year. No. Wasn't ready to help them win basketball games. There's some things that he could do. And he does, like, I had one executive on another team said, the light just comes out of this kid. Said his personality, he's got a great personality, has light coming out of him. Because like you said, I mean, he just wants to be great, and he's going to work. You're never going to question his work ethic, his desire to be great. I told you the scouting report I got from Jeff Hornacek on him was through the roof. He said to me, this kid, he's not a big stiff. He has incredible skills. He said when they tested him, they were blown away by his spinning jump hook, how he uses his offhand, how he posted up, how he worked off the elbow. The fact that he practiced against Flagg and Knuppel are going to have him a lot, ready a lot quicker. Like there was so many good things that I heard about this kid at the draft. I know he doesn't play a whole lot last year, but there were only 2 top rookies that actually played on good teams last year. The rest of them didn't play. Like you're saying, the top 10 teams sucked last year. So did some rookies play on bad teams? Yeah. But there were only 2 top rookies that were on good teams and played a lot. Harper with San Antonio and Edgecombe with Philly. Nobody else. So a lot of, like, Malawach didn't get a lot of minutes. They're comparing him to, if he was on a bad team, not a team that was going to make the playoffs, like, he probably would have played more, like some of those other guys did. But there weren't a whole lot of the really, the teams that are good, they didn't have a lot of their rookies play a lot of minutes. So that's one thing to keep in mind as well.
He just wasn't ready to play.
He wasn't ready to play.
And I think Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia, when they were putting this thing together, I think they knew that, and that's one of the reasons why they went through with the Mark Williams trade on a draft night where they were going to take Kaman Malawach to be their center of the future. And I think he's got every opportunity to be exactly that. Just watching him play again in Summer League, albeit against inferior competition, just the way he moved in the post. Again, his hands were so much more improved from last year, the ability to step up and knock down a three. But I just thought getting critical rebounds and critical blocks at critical times spoke to the character and the basketball character of this young man. He's still young, 19. He's going on 20. Eventually, you can't use that as an excuse. Sooner or later, you got to put up when the real bullets start flying in the NBA. But he's going to have the opportunity to do that. And again, as I mentioned, if he gets that opportunity in November and it's not working, they're going to pull him back. And you go with Mark Williams and Oso, and then you try again at a different point in the season. But right now, after what he's done here in the offseason and the way that this young man has improved, I think he's earned every right to at least get an opportunity to help this team win basketball games as part of the rotation early on in the season.
There's a lot of people are questioning whether Arch Manning could spurn this Cardinals if they get the number one pick. I don't know about that, but there is an angle that I have on this that I think could come into play, and we'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend does it again!
Larry Fitzgerald is headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th as a first ballot inductee. And we're celebrating with the ultimate fan debate.
Larry Fitzgerald, the Japanese fighting fish.
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win.
16 plays, 4 rounds, 1 winner. It's a bracket-style showdown. Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. Round 1 voting is open right now through July 22nd. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, Dave Burns here. They're changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up fees and watching your hard-earned cash disappear, Global helps members keep more of what they earn. Last year alone, they helped members save over $194 million through better rates and fewer fees. That is real money staying in your pocket. Being a member comes with perks, too. With early payday, you could access your paycheck up to 3 days in advance, giving you flexibility when you need it most. And if you ever have a question or need help, Global offers 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support, something you just don't see at many banks these days. Joining is simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 branches to experience it for yourself. I'm a member myself, and I can honestly say it feels good to have a financial partner that actually has your back. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code MULTIPLY.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good. Ew, what's that smell? If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood. Now what do I do? If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas. From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home. Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas. I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
I'm Mitch Varelvis, and here is Apples that I'm hiding away. And here is what's trending now. Diamondbacks back in action for the start of a 3-game set against the Athletics. They've got a nice little 2-game win streak. Can we call it that, Coach? I'm not sure. But either way, they're trying to make it 3 straight tonight against the A's. Ahead of tonight's game, right-hander Juan Burgos has been recalled from AAA Reno. Left-hander Philip Abner was sent back down in his place. Additionally, the lineup card is out, and Corbin Carroll, he is not in it after suffering a hyperextended right elbow in yesterday's game. Carroll told the assembled media pregame, however, that he is available off of the bench if needed. Rookie Mitch Bratt will get the start tonight. He'll go against veteran left-hander Jeffrey Springs. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage will get started at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. Right now on ArizonaSports.com, a pre-training camp Cardinals mailbag, courtesy of our great Cardinals Corner podcast team. They answer all of your burning questions as camp is set to begin a little bit later this week. And also, be sure to cast your vote for the greatest Larry Fitzgerald play of all time as we count down to Canton. Lucky participants in the voting will win a signed football by the very soon-to-be Hall of Famer. The voting will take place over the next couple of weeks. If you would like a direct link sent to you, you can text FITZ, F-I-T-Z, to 620-620. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
D-backs host the A's tonight at Chase Field. Coverage starts at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
It's a Monday here in Phoenix. We've got a lot of the band back together. We got Lauren, we got Mitch. We don't have
we got Gambo.
We don't have Bernsey. Bernsey will be back tomorrow. Anybody know
Frontman is making his way back, so is the rumor.
Where did he go? I know he was in Italy like a couple months ago. Anybody? Did he just take time off?
He's up north, I believe.
He went up north.
Kayaking.
Game of Thrones up north.
By the
King of
wall,
the North.
defending the watch.
Defending the wall, right? The wall?
Yes, he was on the watch.
Hey,
That's what he was doing.
I saw the crazy. Has anybody seen Odyssey yet? You saw it?
IMAX?
IMAX. Not 70 millimeter, but IMAX.
This is crazy. I took a screenshot of this the other day because I wanted to go see it. And everybody's saying you have to, I don't ever go to IMAXs, but you have to see it in an IMAX because if you don't, the picture shrinks a whole lot because of the way he shot it. So I went online. I'm just like, okay, let me just look and see, if there's any available on these things.
Scale of 1 to 10, Mitch, as Gambo's looking that up.
Was it a 10?
I give it a 10.
Wow.
A 10?
3 hours.
Even though my theater that I went to, that I will not currently blast on the airwaves, did not have functioning AC when I went to go see the movie.
No. You got to be kidding me.
Brutal. But
those people should be fired.
I had a hat, so I was doing the nice little fan.
So you were like Johnny Drama in that Aquaman episode.
So anyway, I was looking, and I'm going to get to my topic here in a second, but I just have to say this. I was looking at like the Odyssey on IMAX at the Arizona Mills. 9:15 sold out, 10 sold out, 10:30 sold out, 10:45 sold out, 2:30 a.m.
I read that they added those times this week.
It was sold out at 2:30 a.m.
This is a big deal, Campo.
You want to get a ticket?
Who's going to the movies at 2:30 in the morning?
People that couldn't get tickets for the 10 o'clock show. Or
You
the
got to get
midnight
there
show.
at 2. You get done at 5:30. It's like it was sold out.
Young people.
It was sold out. Odyssey, IMAX, Arizona Mills, 9:15, 10, 10:30, 10, 2:30 a.m. I thought it was a joke. Like, I thought it had to be a joke. Who goes to the movie at 2? Would you go to a movie at 2:30 in the morning?
No, that's
Heck
too early.
no.
I wouldn't.
Or too late? Too early? Which is it?
But how about, you're talking about people that slept out on the street for Star Wars tickets for like 2 weeks. There's goofy people out there.
2:30 in the
goofy
morning.
people.
Yeah, but they didn't have internet back then, Tim. You had to actually put in the work and the time to get your tickets.
I want to
back
see
then.
it. My wife hates going to the movies, so I wish she didn't. But her she doesn't like going to the movies.
How can you hate going to the movies?
I don't know.
Popcorn,
I
a big
know.
Coke,
I know.
nice comfy seats, kick
Right.
back.
Kick back. I know. I don't get it. Arch Manning. This is what Mike Florio had to say. If Arch Manning decides and says, I don't want to play for the Cardinals, what could happen is just like what happened with Eli Manning, Florio said. Eli said not long ago that he's the one who decided not to go to the Chargers. It wasn't his dad. It wasn't him. He sensed that they weren't on the same page about whether they wanted him. He had a bad feeling. Arch could reach the same conclusion about the Cardinals and could lean on his father, Cooper Manning, as well as Eli, Peyton, and family patriarch Archie to shield him from appearing to be the bad guy. One scenario includes Arch going back to college for one more season and then coming out during the 2028 draft to avoid the Cardinals, a possibility Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian mentioned earlier in June on the Up and Adams show. I know we don't have the sound there, but I just don't see a scenario in which he would go back to college for another year, even though the money's good, and then come out for the 2028 draft class just to avoid going to the Cardinals. But I don't know. Florio said, I'm sorry, Cardinal fans. I'm sorry if the truth hurts. If anything, you should want something pointing out how dysfunctional the Cardinals are in hopes that they stop being dysfunctional. You're stuck with an owner, and in my belief and experience, the dysfunction flows from the top.
Well, Mike Florio obviously dislikes Mike Bidwell, and he obviously dislikes the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
And
he's obviously wrong with a lot of his information.
And he's obviously wrong with a lot of his information. It's almost personal with him. He's also right sometimes. I mean, I think a lot of Cardinal fans, even though the old saying like, hey, you can't make fun of our family, only we can make fun of our family. A lot of the problems Mike Florio has with the Cardinals, Cardinal fans have those same issues as well. We don't know where the Cardinals are picking. We don't know if Arch Manning will be the number one quarterback on the board next April.
No idea. Might not be. Might be the second, third, fourth, or fifth. You don't know.
He might be the fourth or fifth best quarterback.
Yeah, we don't know.
I think he'll be certainly in the top three, and where he shakes out in the top three remains to be seen. Now, the question is, this is where it gets dicey with a guy like Florio. He is connected. Doesn't mean he's always right. But like when this kind of stuff comes up, and he specifically mentions the Cardinals, like my spidey sense, my radar on this is like, did he talk to somebody? Has he talked to Eli Manning? Has he talked to Peyton Manning? Was the name Arizona Cardinals as a team non grata put into his ear by somebody in the Manning family? And he can't go out and report it because he's not going to create that storm, but he can drop little seeds, little kernels like this.
He doesn't like the Cardinals. I've called him out on wrong stuff, not even too long ago. I can't even remember what it was, but there was something that I put out there because he had put something out, and I was like, this is totally wrong. I'll try to find it for you, but it was totally wrong. I said it was wrong. Here's what I would worry about, and this is the angle that I wanted to talk about. I think you've got to have an eye on the future with all the moves you're making now. I think, look, the report card speaks for itself that comes out every year that gives the Cardinals a bad grade, but they are building a beautiful brand new facility that's going to be state-of-the-art in a few years.
I drive by it every day.
We know that's coming.
They're working on it. Yep.
We know that's coming. That's a really positive thing for them. That's a really positive thing. They'll have an updated place to play and more field and more space and a better way. Like all of that stuff's going to change, and that's for the good. And that's still a few years down the road. And it should have happened earlier, and it didn't. You want to blame Michael Bidwell? You can. But it is going to happen, and that's a real positive that they're going to have that facility. I worry about everything negative that comes out about your organization. If there is a guy that has that ability to say, I'm not going to play for you, like an Arch Manning, I don't think the negotiations with Jacoby Brissett help. I don't think lowballing Trey McBride helps. I don't think going, over the division every year helps. Or I just you just fired your coach. And then if you have a losing season issue, are you going to fire your general manager? I think a lot of the instability, a lot of the history of losing, and then the McBride thing about he was joking around the Cardinals don't have any fans. That kind of sucks. And then, the low ball offer that he talked about on the podcast.
He thought he was going to leave.
You make an offer like that. You make an offer that's obviously very, very low, and it's probably insulting to a player like Trey McBride. And that gets out in the public, everybody sees that. Oh, that's the Cardinals organization. Oh, that's I'm always trying to get somebody on the cheap. Now, Jacoby Brissett, he's only got $1.5 million guaranteed for this year, right? A lot of people, including Cardinal players think okay, just take care of the guy a little bit. Let's get this done. But they haven't yet. My fear is what is the negativity around these situations do for the people that are helping Arch Manning make his decision?
It doesn't help. Now, Peyton Manning back in 2012 almost signed here. Everybody remember that? Okay, Mike Bidwell was the owner then. And Peyton Manning, the Cardinals.
He came to visit.
He came to visit. Mm-hmm. I was there. We all were there looking over the fence like the grassy knoll, trying to get a glimpse of Peyton Manning in his quarter zip. He was here. Now, I get it. That's 14 years ago. That's a Ken Whisenhunt era. The endorphins of a Super Bowl run were still very, very strong and evident within the building. So it's different now. And the Arizona Cardinals' history of losing and history of dysfunction certainly goes back many, many, many decades. Few bright spots. 5 division titles all time. That's it. Okay?
When you're in that facility and you see the last championship they had was, whatever it was, 100 years ago.
It was 1947.
It feels like it, right? It's wow. There's just not that many banners there. There's plenty, it does start with ownership. And I thought that maybe they would have been over the hump when they started to have a little success. Then they got to the Super Bowl and a little bit success with Carson. But they have one of the longest droughts of not winning a playoff game. They're at 10 years of not winning a playoff game. It's one of the longest droughts in the NFL.
I don't believe Eli Manning when he says he acted unilaterally when he spurned the Chargers back when that went down. I think his father had something to do with that. The Manning family certainly would be the one family that might redirect Arch to college for another year. He makes millions of dollars in NIL money. It wouldn't come close to what he'd make as the number 1 pick.
Not close. And it wouldn't start the clock on your next contract either, which everybody likes to get to.
I just think the Manning family would be, if the Cardinals are in position to pick Arch Manning, and he's going to be the number 1 pick, and it's indisputable after this 2026 season. C.J. Carr from he comes from a football family. His grandfather's Lloyd Carr. Won a national championship at Michigan.
Hell of a coach.
I don't think anybody would expect C.J. Carr to go back to college because the Cardinals have the pick. Never say never. But I don't think you'll have talk about that. Mike Florio's not talking about that. Dante Moore probably wouldn't go back to Oregon because the Cardinals had the rights to pick him and he was going to be the consensus number 1 pick. I think the Manning family is the reason why Mike Florio is even speculating about this. So the question I have is Florio completely speculating or has he talked to somebody in the Manning family? This is not something we have to worry about now. We have to worry about it in spring, if that.
My point is just do the right thing by your players. Word will get out. The organization will have respect. I just think that everything that's Trey McBride on the podcast talking about how lowball the offer was, that sucks. You don't want to hear that about your team. Take care of the guy. He's been a great Cardinal.
I know.
Just take care of him. Get it done.
And he says the Cardinals have no fans. I mean, that was a rough podcast.
Yeah, and then you've got your best player who's been here for 10 years now, Budda Baker, coming out and getting really tired of the Jacoby Brissett situation. This stuff gets out. The people representing these players and the players know about it. That's what I'm saying. I just don't know that they think things through the way that they should, because if they're thinking things through the way that they should, they realize that every single move they make does have some correlation to what's going to happen in the future. So I just think you got to be smarter than that to make sure that you put yourself in the best position where people think highly about your organization.
But nothing
not
changes,
lowly.
Gambo. Nothing changed. Derek Anderson blasted the organization on a podcast about a year ago. So nothing changes. Why is it going to change now between now and the draft?
The Cardinals executive that was suspended by the NFL for violating the league's gambling policy calls it blatantly false. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
The horse that Sammy and his siblings bought a stake of ownership for his father was scheduled to make its debut this weekend.
Right. I was heading to a wedding, but it just so happened that horse was running in Saratoga. As they start to bring the horses out of the paddock and walk them around, as soon as the jockey gets on the horse goes up and over and falls down. At Saratoga, there's a rule, and if a horse goes up and over in the paddock, it's an automatic scratch.
Oh.
And it was on the day of the wedding, so I'm trying not to make it about the horse. So I'm trying.
As we all do during weddings.
As we all do.
Bickley and Morata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, I want to talk to you about something that has nothing to do with sports, but might be the most important thing that you hear today. Heart disease is the #1 killer in this country. #1, not even close. And here's the thing that gets me. Most people have no idea there's a problem until something happens, a heart attack, a trip to the ER. That's how they find out. Lifeguard Imaging can change that. They do a heart scan that takes minutes. You're in, you're out, no needles, no fasting, nothing invasive, and it shows you exactly what is going on with your heart. Calcium buildup, blockages, stuff you can't really feel, but absolutely need to know about. I had my heart scan recently. So did Tim Ring. June 14th, he went in for a heart scan on June 14th. Now, this scan normally costs $599. That's already worth every single penny, because what's the alternative? But right now, Lifeguard Imaging is doing something special for the listeners of this radio show. The first 10 callers get the heart scan for $99, $99. And if you want to do it with your spouse or your significant other, you can both get scanned for $99. Both of you, $99. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what to do with your health, but I will tell you this. If you can get a look at your heart for less than a dinner out, there's no reason not to. Call 602-755-5003 right now. Grab your phone. Get in on this great deal. That's 602-755-5003.
The D-backs host the San Diego Padres at Chase Field for a 4-game weekday series starting August 3rd. Get your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Luke. How much of a distraction is the Jacoby Brissett contract situation going to be if it continues into Cardinals training camp later this week? We're talking football tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. Ringer filling in for Bernsey. Going to take you up till 6, and I'm going to head out to the ballpark and watch some D-backs baseball. D-backs after that incredible come-from-behind win last night, one of the best in franchise history when they got that one in there. I did want to talk about this. 2 days after he was indefinitely suspended by the NFL for violating the league's gambling policy, the Cardinals director of college scouting, Ryan Gold, is now appealing his suspension, according to his lawyer, Mike Caspino. So I took a look at this. It was some interesting things. Caspino said that the gambling activity was Gold's wife making $10 weekly bets with a group of high school friends on parlays that Gold was not involved. So my wife was making $10 bets on parlays with her friends. Okay. He also said, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I mean,
okay, go ahead.
I don't know, but this is what he's saying. He also said that Gold could not have divulged the Cardinals draft picks because he didn't know who they were picking, and that only the team owner, Michael Bidwell, and the general manager, Monty Ossenfort, did. Caspino said he doesn't believe the league's case against Gold is strong. The NFL said that the Cardinals fully cooperated with the investigation and that the league has seen no indication that any other member of the organization, coach, or player was aware or involved in the activity. They also said there was no indication that any play or game was affected by the activity, which I believe. Now, the one thing I think, having covered the drafts for a number of years and doing what I do, I think it's really hard, almost impossible. You may be able, like, even if you saw a team's board, to be able to put all these picks together and win some big bet. Like, because the chances of the guy being there when you pick is, it could be slim to none, the way your board is going. Like, you've got a draft board and you've got guys. So, like, that thing was pretty interesting to me when they said that there was this big payout on a small bet for picking, like, a bunch of the draft picks and doing it right. Like, boards change all the time right up until the day of the draft. And then for you to be able to, like, say, this is what they're going to do in the first, second, third, and fourth round, I just, like, that's got to be a lot of luck. I don't even know if you knew the board, I don't even know if you could hit it.
Well, also, I don't think anybody was picking Carson Beck, though, to go before them. And if you kind of have an idea that, hey, Beck's going to be our guy, we're going to take him in the third round, you could certainly pass that along to your wife. Obviously, we don't know what happened. We can only go by what's reported. And what has been reported right now is that the NFL did an investigation. They must have had probable cause to come down with the suspension, the indefinite suspension. No matter what Mike Caspino, the attorney, says, the NFL had to have more than, my wife was making some $10 bets with college friends. Now, the Cardinals not only were exonerated in terms of any other involvement, the Cardinals actually released a statement that said they, quote, fully support the league's decision. And you know how these things go down. At some point, way before this thing became public and the investigation was underway, Mike Bidwell and Monty Ossenfort, or maybe just Mike, sat down with Ryan Gold and said, Ryan, what in the hell happened? Tell us right now. And if Gold told him, I did nothing, I'm innocent, my wife made these bets, she made $10 bets, I had nothing to do with it.
Well, that's what he's saying.
But then why?
I'm sure he told the Cardinals the same thing he's telling, like he's fighting this suspension.
But then the Cardinals clearly don't believe him because they fully support the league's decision in the matter. Direct quote from the Arizona Cardinals. If the Cardinals believed him, don't you think they'd have their guys back?
I don't know.
The Cardinals must have cause to say we fully support the league's decision. They must have information as well.
I can't imagine that a guy, this is the stupidity part to me, and then maybe I'm naive. I can't imagine somebody would be so stupid to throw away a career in the NFL that you built up for 13, 14 years for some parlay bets. I just can't believe that somebody would be stupid enough to do that.
Jonte Porter made a hell of a lot more money than
I know.
Ryan
It happens.
Gold.
Like, it happens.
It's the thrill.
It happens.
It's the thrill. This is why gambling can be an addiction. It's the thrill of the kill and the win, and also the idea, and this is where some people are wired differently, the thrill of getting over on somebody or something.
The league said that Gold participated in parlay bets on the NFL and college games. There was some, I got to find it, but there was some bet that was made on the draft.
Yeah.
Do you have it? Like, he turned, again, because, that's the thing that passed, I just don't know. Man, I have a lot of information on drafts. I couldn't win I don't gamble, but I wouldn't be able to win a bet because it's just it's just so hard, you know?
You could put a bunch of bets in on the Gambo 5 if you've got good
I've
intel.
had people. I have had people that have. I have this one guy wants to take me out to dinner. He said I made so much money off of you in my career.
Well, there you go.
Because I know, but if you put a Gambo 5 out, I know it's going to be one of those guys. So I could look. Look at
there you go. I can't stress this enough. Innocent until proven guilty. I hope Ryan Gold is innocent. I hope he gets his job back. You hate to see that. But if he's not, you're going to have to pay the piper on this thing. And I'd like to think the NFL did a relatively thorough investigation before dropping the indefinite suspension. And I'd like to think the Cardinals have enough information that they're supporting the NFL and not their employee, Ryan Gold, because they fully support the league's decision. So the Cardinals have information. The NFL has information. Gambo, the security system's in place on these sports betting
I think
accounts.
That's what triggered it, right?
Yeah.
Some crazy.
They don't mess around.
I'm trying to find what the bet was. I'm kind of pissed off right now that I can't find it.
I saw one report where it turned in.
It turned into a lot of money. It was one bet that turned into quite a few. And again, I'm literally ticked off right now that I can't find this thing. But there was one bet that was on the draft that turned into quite a bit of money.
If that report, in fact, was accurate.
If it's accurate.
I have not seen that any other place since that came out because I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm alluding to?
Yeah, it was like a $25 parlay bet on their picks that paid out $700,000.
Right, that's the one that's kind of crazy to me.
But
I don't even know if you could you know how many things have to go right for you to hit on that? That seems almost impossible. Even if you knew what was going on, I don't know if you could hit on that.
Right. Well, because the guy that you think they're going to draft, this happens to the actual front office. We were about to draft this guy, but the team in front of us took him.
Right. That's why I think we'll see how it plays out, but that's the newest information. When we come back, we'll get you caught up on everything going on in the world of sports. It's the 4 o'clock reset right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The Lund Mortgage team is helping people every single day by getting them pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. So if you are looking to get out of renting and get into your home, well, the Lund Mortgage team is ready to help you, and they're helping so many people right now. One of the great things out there that they do is they kind of explain to you, if you're spending $2,200 a month on rent, that you start to add that up, that's over $26,000 a year. Say you're paying $2,200 a month. That's over $26,000 a year that goes straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, you've now handed somebody over $132,000. You own nothing, zero. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month in something that's yours. That's your home. That's your money. It's working for you. Here's what I want you to do. Call Lisa Lund or Matt Oliver or any of the great people at the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. Get pre-qualified and let them show you within a few hours what type of house you would be able to buy and afford. The Lund Mortgage team can help you. They have great pricing, family-owned company, over 30 years in the business. Call them at 623-889-0130.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home. And he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. Diamondbacks hoping to follow up the excitement of that 8-run comeback yesterday. We'll find out how tonight goes. The start of a new series down at Chase Field, first of 3 games against the Athletics. Ahead of tonight's game, right-hander Juan Burgos was recalled from AAA Reno. Left-hander Philip Abner was sent back down in his place. Additionally, Corbin Carroll, who is day-to-day with a hyperextended right elbow, is not in the lineup today. He did tell reporters before the game, however, that he is available off the bench, and manager Torey Lavello confirmed as much as well. Rookie Mitch Bratt will get the start tonight. He'll go against veteran left-hander Jeffrey Springs. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. Right now on ArizonaSports.com, a pre-training camp Cardinals mailbag, courtesy of our great Cardinals Corner podcast team. They answer all of your burning questions as camp is set to begin later this week. Also, be sure to cast your vote for the greatest Larry Fitzgerald play of all time as we count down to Canton. Lucky participants in the voting will win a football signed by the very soon-to-be Hall of Famer. The voting will take place over the next couple of weeks. If you would like the link directly sent to you, you can text FITZ, F-I-T-Z, to 620-620. And for everything else going on at sports, the 4 o'clock reset up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, we're halfway there, halfway home on a Monday. And Burnsy will be back tomorrow. We'll have the full crew with us, but we're going to turn things over to Lauren for the 4 o'clock reset. I know you've been on vacation. You had a nice vacation. Nice to have you back. And you're going to tell us everything that's going on in the world of sports, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
All right, well, we'll start with the D-backs because, like Mitch said just a few minutes ago, Corbin Carroll out of the lineup tonight. Tim Tawa, he's batting third in the lineup. But here's Corbin Carroll from about an hour ago on whether or not he will need imaging on his hyperextended elbow.
No imaging. Just plain and simple hyperextension. But, you know, with testing and all that and how I woke up today, like, in a good spot and ready to go.
He then went on to say that he is available off the bench tonight if needed.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Good news.
That's
He's got good, we call them in boxing, recuperative powers. He's got good recuperative powers. He heals very quickly.
Yeah, maybe he could use a day off anyway.
Yeah.
He's not hitting well.
Not hitting well.
They had the big home run the other night, but not hitting well.
Likely give him the full day off, but we'll see. He says he's available to pinch hit. Good thing. You don't want to be without him for any extended period of time, although they're winning games with him not playing great anywhere.
And the D-backs made a roster move today. Juan Burgos has been recalled from AAA. Philip Abner has been optioned down to AAA.
Yes, we reported that last night. We got wind that after Abner threw all those pitches that they were going to need. Their bullpen's been torched. Erod not getting through 3 innings, and then the last game against the Dodgers, and they've had their bullpen, the up and downs. So they needed a fresh arm. Because tomorrow might be an opener. It's either going to be Cole Drake or an opener tomorrow.
Right, I was going to say, Mitch Pratt goes tonight. He's the guy that pitched in L.A. the Sunday before the All-Star break. He gave him 3, and the bullpen had to take it from there. And they did so very well. Who knows what's going to happen with Brad again on the mound tonight.
Yeah, so we reported that last night. They make the move today. Burgos up, Abner down, just to give him a fresh arm in case they need it.
And the D-backs, they start a series versus the A's tonight. First pitch, 6:40.
Vida Blue's not walking through that door. Come on, give me an old A. Who's the oldest A you remember? And don't say McGuire and Canseco.
No, Joe Rudy.
Joe Rudy, Gene Tennis.
Reggie Jackson.
Bert Campaneris.
Reggie Jackson.
That game.
Ricky Henderson.
Ricky's, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dwayne Murphy. Tony Armas.
I'm going back to the early 70s. They had Raleigh Fingers. Oh, they had some great players.
The early 70s is where you thrive, Gambo.
Isn't it crazy? I think when you're my age, you're going to remember Chicago sports more from this era than when you're older.
Could be true.
I think it's true. I don't know why our brains work the way they do, but I can name every single player that played in the major leagues in the 70s. Like, almost, like, I honestly feel like I can name you name a player, I'm like, yeah, I know who that guy. Like, I always know who they are.
Well, that's a good talent to have.
Yeah.
I could probably give you the 1987 college basketball Final Four, and I couldn't tell you who played in the Final Four.
Exactly.
All right. And a 3-team trade in the NBA happened.
Oh, this is a big one.
It is a big one. All right. The Oklahoma City Thunder receive 3 second-round picks. The Dallas Mavericks receive Risa Shea. And the Hawks receive Lou Dort and Ryan Nembhard.
Dort couldn't shoot. It hurt him last year in the playoffs a lot because he just can't shoot. He shot like 20%. This is about saving money. They've now gotten rid of Wiggins, Dort, and Isaiah Joe because they need to stay under that second apron. So they've cleared like $40 million in salary. They got 3 second-round picks for Lou Dort. I like the trade for Dallas. That kid's big. He hasn't played great yet. But I like Dallas taking a flyer there on a kid who's got a lot of talent to see if he can just turn into something.
And again, the dangers of the second apron.
They're brutal.
There are currently no teams in the NBA in the second apron. Now, I get it. Oklahoma City, you're still going to have Holmgren and you're still going to have SGA.
And Caruso could guard anybody.
But the second apron is chipping away at some valuable depth. I think Isaiah Joe and Lou Dort, to a certain extent, and Wiggins a little bit, but those two guys were kind of a big part of.
But Wallace played really well for them, didn't he?
Ultimate success. I'll tell you who's thrilled that Lou Dort's no longer playing for the Thunder. That's Devin Booker. I mean, Lou Dort gave them a toughness and a defensive specialist that fit in seamlessly and fit in very well with the scorers that surrounded him. I mean, he was a big part of what. I get it. He didn't shoot well. It hurt him in the playoffs.
But they could have just declined his option. And instead, they turned that into 3 second-round picks, right?
That's why Sam Presti is regarded as the best GM in the league.
Instead of just, we'll decline his option, now he's off the books. No. We'll keep him, and we'll make a trade, and we'll get 3 second-round picks from him. That's smart business right there.
And the NBA is launching an investigation into the 4-year, $64 million deal between Gary Trent Jr. and the Milwaukee Bucks for possible salary cap.
Of course they are, because the guy's like a vet minimum player, isn't he?
Yep, the last deal he signed was a vet min.
How does that guy get that contract?
Well, that's what the NBA is going to figure out, because it does look like a salary cap circumvention.
Is he married to somebody in the organization's daughter or something, or?
Don't know. I mean,
that's the weirdest contract I think I've ever seen. Makes absolutely no sense.
I expect their investigation to be completed in year 2035.
On cue
I mean, my God.
with the rest of the NBA's investigations
come on.
there. All right, moving on over to the NFL. Devin Fitzgerald will be the presenter for his father, Larry Fitzgerald, at the Pro Football Hall of Fame enshrinement on August 8th. The original plan was for Devin and Larry Sr. to present him with that award, but as we covered on this show a few months ago now, Larry Sr. passing away.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. You know, not too long ago, Larry had a few of us that have covered him throughout his career together. You were there, I was there.
Yep.
And he just rented out this restaurant, and it was a fantastic meal. I know you had to leave early, so you didn't get to have your meal because you had to pick up your kid.
Did you finish my steak?
I didn't get you. I wasn't able to stay for the dessert but it was a terrific thing that Larry put together for a few of us that have covered him for a long time. And he just real gracious and loved, and he told some great stories, and he just had us out to just say thank you for all the years that you covered me. And it was a fantastic thing that he did.
It really was.
It was a really great thing.
And I think Devin's going to do a fantastic job. He got a high school degree, diploma from Brophy. He's at Notre Dame. He's a bright kid. It's always emotional, Lauren, when you go into the Hall of Fame. Like, you know, when Larry's inducted, it's going to be really hard on him with his father just recently passing.
Sad.
Okay,
he made his father very proud, man. He knows that. He made his father very proud.
And he also knows how great it would be for his father to be there in Canton on the day that he's enshrined, and he's not going to be there. I'm just guessing it's going to be a wonderful day for Larry Fitzgerald, but it's going to be tough in that regard. It would be for me, and I think it will be for him.
And ESPN has parted ways with Ryan Clark in the first of several layoffs happening this week. Not as good. Ryan Clark was informed that he was laid off mid-show on NFL Live. He was then pulled from the show and did not finish it.
Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out. Was not a very good analyst, and didn't respect people who didn't play in the game's opinions. Like, he just didn't respect you if you didn't play the game, and he would call you out and stuff like that. I just, not a fan of his. I think they'll be better off without him.
And we'll wrap
Hell of a player, though.
Yeah. We'll wrap up this reset with some ASU news, because LSU canceled their 2-game home-and-home series versus ASU that was supposed to take place in 2029 and 2030.
Who canceled it?
LSU.
LSU. Run and hide, Lane Kiffin. Run and hide.
Wow.
Last time ASU hosted Lane Kiffin, he ended up getting fired on the tarmac, so he's scared to come back. No, you know what? This is the SEC complaining and whining about having to play 9 conference games now. So we've seen in the last calendar year, we've seen Texas drop ASU a home and home.
Florida.
We've seen Florida drop ASU home and home. We've seen LSU now drop ASU with a home and home. ASU between now and 2034 only has 2 Power 4 non-conference teams on its schedule. Texas A&M a couple of times and Stanford a couple of times. That's it.
Yeah.
And the SEC's running scared. Texas is talking about dropping Notre Dame as well. So,
And that's as the SEC looks to possibly leave the bigger NCAA picture. And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
All right. That's everything going on in the world of sports. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate that. We still got a lot more to come on the program. When we come back, we'll talk about the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks won this series against the Cardinals, but should they have swept them? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 2-2. Swinging a drive to right. Going back out of Newport. Still going back. It's over his head. One hop against the wall. Barossa around third. He's coming home. D-backs win. D-backs win. D-backs win.
Can the D-backs continue the bat parade versus the A's at home? We discuss on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular two-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What could you do if you didn't have a mortgage payment? Hi, I'm Tom Chambers, and I played 16 seasons in the league before I retired. Harold, you and the team at Galaxy Lending Group help your clients retire their mortgages in an average of 5 years? Come on.
We do. The Ownership Accelerator loan makes it happen. And it's an incredible feeling paying off your house decades ahead of schedule.
To learn more, text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
D-backs host the A's tonight at Chase Field. Coverage starts at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Let's talk a little D-back baseball here, as they did get the incredible win yesterday. Where I was just thrilling win, one of the best wins you've ever seen. Down 7-0. Only once before have they ever been down at 7-0 in a game, came back to win. That was against the Phillies a few years ago. D-backs get the win. Incredible rally. Max Kepler walks it off. Just best win of the year for the D-backs. Much needed win when it looks at the standings. But I still go back to the series overall. And Saturday they win the game. Brandon Pfaadt was outstanding, just outstanding again. In his 4 starts since he returned to the rotation, he is 4-0 with a 2.04 ERA. 22 innings pitched, 22 hits, 5 runs allowed. He keeps winning. So that's good news. Friday was an odd game. Because on Friday, if you look at that baseball game, it was a very odd game to watch because they had their chances to win, and 2 really bad boneheaded plays kind of did them in. They lost the game 5-4. They went 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Let's talk about the 2 boneheaded plays. Jorge Barrosa, pinch running for Nolan Arenado, gets picked off first base by Riley O'Brien for the first out of that 9th inning. You can't do that. You can't get picked off. I mean, and couldn't even review it because it was so clear cut that he got picked off. And then Tawa doubles. He would have scored the tying run. He would have scored easily, even if he was on first base. But he gets picked off. And then one of the biggest boneheaded mistakes was Ketel Marte. He gets called out on strike 3 on a pitch clearly outside of the strike zone. And he starts heading towards the dugout. Once you commit to going to the dugout, you can't challenge. No challenge, but they had 2 challenges left. And he strikes out to end the game on a pitch that wasn't really that close. And you're all sitting there like, what are you doing? To me, that's just not knowing the situation, maybe not caring enough about it. And people are going to be like, oh, you're knocking Marte. Yes, I'm knocking Marte. I'm knocking Marte right here. You can't do that. You can't do that. You have to challenge. Now, earlier in the game, because I watched that whole game, early in the game, Marte challenged a strike and it was a ball. It was early. It was like let me see if I can go to my notes here. It was early in the game. I think in like the 6th inning, he had challenged a call that he thought the pitch was a ball. They called it a strike. He challenged it, and he won the challenge. It's not like he doesn't know how to challenge. He did it earlier in the game.
He lost his head. His head wasn't in the moment.
How? How?
I don't
How
know.
do you not know to? I just, for the life of me, how do you not know to challenge that? Even if, no matter what, even if it is a strike, you challenge it. You've got 2. It's the last out of the. It could have been right down the middle of the plate. You should have challenged it. He could have threw it right down the middle. Strike 3, challenge. Throws another one, strike, challenge. You've got 2 challenges left. You can't walk away into the dugout. So Barrosa, terrible pinch running mistake, getting picked off. Marte, completely boneheaded decision to just head to the dugout and not challenge the ball that was clearly outside of the strike zone because it was high. It was up by his eyes.
Maybe Marte had bottle service reservations at the club. And
I don't know.
He had to get there. I was a little disappointed. It's funny. I've been praising Torrey for the job he's been doing the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I was a little disappointed after the game in Torrey's response to the Marte deal. Like, Torrey, bless his heart, but, man, he will not publicly criticize. Now, he criticized in general the play of the team. He was none too happy after that game Friday night. That's about as mad as I've ever seen him.
Yeah.
But he was able to kind of duck the Marte deal by saying that, hey, listen, I haven't talked to Marte yet. I haven't talked to Ketel yet. My priorities are to come here and talk to you. And I was like, okay, come on now.
There's plenty of times that they go talk to the players, and we have to wait.
Of course, the media waits all the time.
Well,
and I just think
a lot of it's a roster decision, but
right.
sometimes, yeah.
But sure, but I just think that was his way of like, okay, I can get beyond this right now by just saying I haven't talked to him yet.
7th inning, Marte strikes out, but he used the ABS and for ball 2, so he didn't strike. He ended up striking out, but he used the ABS system. He used it in the 7th inning.
I know. I'm pretty sure he understands
in the 7th inning. I'm going to challenge that. But you do it in the 7th inning. You don't do it when you strike out to end the game on a pitch that clearly is not a strike. I just like...
And were the coaches and Torrey yelling from the dugout, like, challenge, before he stepped out of the batter's box?
I believe once you give yourself up, it's almost, once you start to go back to that's it. Like, he didn't challenge it. You don't...
He just said,
you don't get to go to the dugout, talk to your manager, and be like, hey, can I challenge it now? No.
I understand that. But it's clear that for whatever reason, and only Marte knows, is that his head was not in the game at that particular moment, and it cost his team a potential chance to tie that game up. Marte, after the game, with a translator, answered some questions. Marte also had an error earlier in the game, but we won't talk about that.
Yeah, it was the first inning with Merrill Kelly. That's how they got down 2-0. He had the error.
But two very quick answers from the translator and Marte on what happened at the end there. Here we go.
I was looking for a breaking ball. I got the 2-seamer, so I was a little bit surprised.
Okay, so he was surprised and maybe shocked, and he walked off. Okay, still not an excuse. Here's Marte now on Torrey being frustrated by the sloppiness.
Those are things that happen. He's the manager. He's totally within his right to feel that way. Nobody wants to commit errors. Nobody wants to strike out, but those are things that happen in the game.
Okay, so of those answers, and I heard the whole thing coming from the clubhouse on the post-game show. What happened was never really addressed. Like, why did you not challenge it, except for saying I was a little bit surprised?
Yeah, I was a little surprised. I was looking for one pitch, and I got something else. I was a little surprised.
Okay, still, though, you challenge it. I mean, come on.
Every player on that team would have challenged that, except for him.
Every player
on the team would have challenged it. Every player in the league would have challenged that.
All right.
Nobody would, he's the only guy that wouldn't have challenged. But this is the good and bad of Marte. This is the give and take. Like, he's a really good player. He's a historically good Diamondback player, but there are always issues with him that leave you scratching your head. And, this was one of them. Now, he's done a lot of good things to help this baseball team win. Nobody's saying he's not a great player. But I even had, it was crazy because, social media. So I think...
well, speaking of social media, while you're looking for that, Marte was persona non grata again Friday night. On D-backs Twitter, if you will. Fans were none too pleased with the way he played that game and the way it ended. None too pleased.
But this is the typical, I'm like, hey, inexcusable for Barrosa to be picked off first base as a pinch runner. Should never happen. And how does Marte not challenge the pitch? First guy, just to give you a reason to complain about Marte, you're nothing if not predictable, Gambo. Now, 85 people were like, dude, you're an idiot. You're like... you're just an idiot because, come on.
Wait. Somebody was critical of
just
you?
to give you a reason to complain about Marte, you're nothing if not predictable, Gambo. Terrible, but everybody jumped on this guy. Terrible take, Terry. It's okay to criticize the player in that moment. Marte should have challenged it. More literally, this guy's like, you're kidding, right? I love Kittel and his tallies, but not. I love Kittel and his talent, but not challenging that pitch was inexcusable. Another guy, it was a shocking lack of awareness in that moment. It doesn't matter who the player is; they deserve criticism. So there was a lot more people, but people think that you're just looking to Kittel Marte made a really boneheaded decision to make, of course, the Arizona Diamondbacks a baseball game there. And that part really sucks. And, they may have been able to come out with a sweep. If they missed the playoffs by a game, we may look back at that to see what happened. Why is Max Kepler not available to help this team in the postseason if they get there? We'll talk about that next because a lot of people have been asking.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Backs are in an eye. Fitzgerald to the right. Johnson to the left. McCown back to throw. Looking for Fitzgerald and throwing it to him in the end zone. Fitzgerald leaps. Fitzgerald catches it. It's a touchdown. The first career NFL score for Fitzgerald.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $17.76 off a brand new pool, plus by Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Waltz off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. How will the Diamondbacks follow up that 8-run comeback yesterday against the Cardinals? We'll find out tonight in a new series at Chase Field, the first of 3 games against the Athletics. Ahead of the game, right-hander Juan Burgos was recalled from AAA Reno. Left-hander Philip Abner was sent back down in his place. Additionally, Corbin Carroll, who is day-to-day with a hyperextended right elbow, not in the lineup today. He did tell reporters, however, before the game that he is available off of the bench, and manager Torey Lovello confirmed as much. Rookie Mitch Bratt will get the start tonight. He'll go against veteran left-hander Jeffrey Springs. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage begins at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. In a mutual agreement between the two universities, Arizona State and LSU will no longer face each other in a football home-and-home series later this decade. The cancellation due to the SEC's adjustment of adding a 9th conference game to their yearly schedules. About time, guys. Come on. Additionally, LSU will not have to pay a cancellation fee. And right now on ArizonaSports.com, a pre-training camp Cardinals mailbag, courtesy of our great Cardinals Corner podcast team. They answer all of your burning questions as camp is set to begin later this week. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Arizona, the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event is on. 0% financing, 0 payments for 90 days, and $1,000 towards your down payment. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer expires August 31st.
Hey, it's Vince Marotic, and the D-backs keep it going against the A's. We'll talk about that and a lot more Tuesday morning starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I love talking some baseball with you. We'll talk a little bit about Max Kepler because he had the big walk-off for the D-backs last night. Max Kepler is... he's been okay for them. I mean, overall, .213 batting average. He's got 1 home run, 9 RBIs. I mean, nothing great. They needed somebody.
15 games.
He's played in 15 games.
Small sample size.
And he was suspended. He was suspended for a long time. But I did have some people today, quite a few to be honest with you, that were just asking about why is this guy. Is one guy, Bobby Gamble, why can't Kepler play with the Diamondbacks if they made the playoffs? Haven't players in the past been picked up later than him and played postseason before?
Yeah, it's not about that.
I said, listen, on the MLB's joint drug agreement, PED suspensions cover regular season and postseason games. And people are like, well, I didn't understand. He served his 80-game suspension. So what am I missing? There's another guy said, I don't understand it either. So I wanted to talk about it because I just think there are people that really don't understand it. Like, okay, he served his suspension. He didn't come in like after the deadline. Why would this guy not be available for postseason? Under Major League Baseball rules, any player suspended for testing positive for performance-enhancing drugs is automatically ineligible to play in the postseason for that year, regardless of whether they complete their regular season suspension. So he's ineligible no matter what based on the MLB rules. The rules state if you test positive for performance-enhancing drug, you cannot play in the postseason that year. So he can't play in the postseason no matter what, but he can play in the regular season. So I know it's something that a lot of people just didn't really understand, but that's in a nutshell why, because of the agreement with Major League Baseball.
It's nice these people don't use Google. They use Gambo, apparently, to get their answers. They could easily use Google and look it up, but they like to interact with the king, I guess, right?
I don't know.
Well, you know what?
He got an 80-game suspension from Major League Baseball. He tested positive for a banned substance, and it applied to his time with Phillies. They signed him. The D-backs signed him to a 1-year deal on June 7th. Just a low-cost, flyer on a guy. He was serving that 80-game suspension for testing positive.
So the suspension started last year, obviously, if it was 80 games, right? I didn't do my homework on this particular aspect of it. So
but he was a free agent, and it counted. So he had to serve the 80 games even as a free agent. So while he wasn't even playing,
I see
those games. So when the Phillies played their 65th game, Kepler still had 15 games left, so he wasn't eligible to return until June 25th. That allowed him to go on to the minor leagues, and then he was eligible 15 days after that. So, but because of the rules of the suspension, he cannot play in the postseason. So he was able to come back to the team, to the Diamondbacks, but he was always in line with the Phillies games. He was always in line with the 80 Phillies games. So once the Phillies had crossed that threshold, then he was eligible to play for the Diamondbacks. While he was a free agent, the suspension still counted. So while he wasn't playing, he was still, those games were counting because he was suspended for those games.
But the Phillies won the division last year, so he would have been suspended for their playoff run in 2025. So really, he ends up biting the bullet on two. I didn't do my homework on this particular aspect, so I'm kind of thinking out loud. We can kind of look it up during the break.
They didn't announce his suspension until earlier this year, the 80 games.
Okay.
I believe that's when it was.
I see what you're saying. So the suspension did not start at the end of. Okay, I got
yes.
you. Okay.
Yeah. So it had to be it had to be 80 games this year.
Okay.
Because the suspension didn't come into play, and they announced the suspension in January. So it didn't matter last year. What mattered was this year, and it lined up with the Phillies. So once the Phillies played that
80
games, then at that time, but he was allowed to go on like a minor league assignment and practice and stuff like that. That's like up to like 2 weeks before he was eligible to play, he was able to do that. So that, in a nutshell, that's kind of, that's everything that I know about it. But a lot of people are asking, and I understand people like confused by it. Like, the guy served his suspension.
He served his time. Why can't he play?
He's playing now. Why can't he play in the postseason? It's just a deal that they had worked out.
And it's a deal for performance-enhancing drug offenders. If you were suspended for some other reason, it wouldn't apply. But when you cheat with PEDs, they ding you for the postseason, even after you complete your regular season suspension. It's a tough deal. Listen, it'd be a great problem to have. Oh, my gosh, the D-backs don't have Max Kepler for the postseason.
Right.
Because that means they would have made the postseason. It's just a bummer, especially if he's instrumental.
So he was
in them getting a bid.
He was with the Phillies on a 1-year deal. So when the season was over, he got suspended, but he didn't sign with anybody. So he was a free agent. It's not like he was under contract with the Phillies, and the Phillies didn't cut him or anything. Okay. He was on a 1-year deal with the Phillies. 1-year deal, and then the season ended. He's a free agent. They suspend him in January, 80 games, but he's not on any teams. And then the Diamondbacks took the flyer on him. And listen, one of the reasons he wasn't that good. It's not like he's a great player, and he wasn't that good. I mean, a guy hit 216, last year. He's been in the big leagues for a long time.
He's had some good years.
Yeah.
Power-wise.
Yeah. He's got 180-something home runs in his career, I think. So how many home runs does he have in his career? 180?
I will tell you.
179. I think he had 179 going into the season. He has one.
He has 180.
180. So there's 180.
He has 180. He had 36 homers for the Twins in 2019.
Yes.
He had 24 homers for the Twins in 2023. He had 18 for the Phillies in 2025.
Born in Berlin, Germany.
But, of course, if he was using performance-enhancing drugs, then we take that with a grain of salt, all these power numbers. Unless he just decided to start in 2025.
He's got one home run and how many at-bats with the D-backs?
He's got 47 at-bats.
And one home run. That doesn't project to a lot of home runs over the course of a season. But he helped them win a game last night. He did help them win a game. And
they need him right now, Gamble. I mean, good. They're not getting anything out of Gurriel. Tommy Troy's down now for a while.
Tommy Troy's down. Pavin Smith is in the minors. They got rid of Tom with Pavin Smith, and then he cleared waivers.
He's
and
back.
Reassigned them to the minor leagues. I know. It's just somehow I think in 5 years, Pavin Smith is still going to be a part of the Arizona Diamondbacks organization somehow. I just don't know if he'll ever go away. But, yeah, so 213 batting average, 1 home run, 9 RBIs. Helped him last night. That was a big hit that he got. Walked it off. That was great for him. Again, now, in a perfect scenario, they get somebody that's a left-handed bat in the middle of the lineup that forces them to not have to play Max Kepler a whole lot. That's like a perfect scenario. This is like they need better production than that. They needed better production than what Pavin was giving them. They also need better production than what Kepler's giving them. Now, again, he hasn't played a whole lot this year, so you probably give him a few more games or weeks, whatever. But eventually, you can't live with that. The guy batting .213 with 1 home run and 47 at bats. You need better. So that's where the trade deadline is going to come in, where they're going to have to do better at the trade deadline to get themselves a middle of the order left-handed bat that has some power.
Do you still prioritize that over a starting pitcher, given the landscape of the team right now?
I do. I think they
prioritize that over a bat over an arm. Okay.
Thought's pitching great. Kelly's fine. I'm not worried about Erod. That was one good start. If Soroka comes back, I got 4.
Yeah, you got back-to-back games. You're putting Mitch Brad and Cole Drake out there. So, I mean,
yeah.
It all seems good now because they've won. What have they won? They've won 6 or 7.
6 out of 7. Can Walter Nolan be a star player? We'll give you some thoughts on that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Next time it's in like Morocco and Portugal and Spain, actually. I'll enjoy it then, too. It wasn't just because it was here. I did enjoy it more because it was here.
The time zones, right?
That's
do
why.
we know what time it is in Morocco right now?
We're big in Morocco. This show's huge.
We are. We're huge in Morocco.
We are.
That's our target audience.
We are Morocco's sports leader.
Yeah,
but,
that's true. We don't say it because it's just implied. I would assume it's probably about 8 hours ahead.
It is 6:33. Luke, you're on it. Wow.
How do you know your time zones like that?
I know my Morocco because we're Morocco's sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Advanced Window Products is the local manufacturer of high-grade vinyl replacement windows. The name homeowners trust here in Phoenix. And right now, we're offering $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Hi, I'm Joe with Advanced Window Products. Imagine your home feeling cool and comfortable, even in this extreme summer heat. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to boost your comfort and lower your energy bills by keeping that precious cool air inside your home. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for this crazy Arizona climate. And we install them and guarantee them for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600. Don't forget, you get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Call 480-676-3600 and get a free estimate on upgrading your windows today. Advanced Window Products. Check us out at advancedwindows.com. Again, advancedwindows.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family. When we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers, that means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update.
I think the question is, would you go see a movie like Odyssey at 2:30 a.m. in the morning? Is that a poll question? How many people would go see a movie at 2:30 a.m. because that theater was open at 2:30 in the morning?
And you won't find Gambo or Ringer there.
I don't know how you could do that.
You know, if I really wanted to see it and I couldn't wait and I had nothing to do the next day and I could get home at 5 and sleep till 1, I could do it. The question is, could I last until 2:30 in the morning? I'd be dying.
Fair enough. Sadly, the Odyssey has nothing to do with our poll question today. We are asking, with 13 games left before the trade deadline, how many games do the D-backs need to win to be buyers? 7 to 9 games, 9 to 11 games, 11 to 13 games, or they're already buyers.
I think
around 500 baseball.
The 7 to 9. I think that keeps them in there. 7 to 9. I like that.
Ringer, you like 7 to 9?
I mean, just they got to stay around 500. I hope they're better than that, but to stay buyers, yes, play 500 baseball over the next 13 games, sure.
And 43% of our audience already thinks that the D-backs are going to be buyers. 27% going with 9 to 11 wins. 21% of our audience going with 7 to 9 wins. And 8% going with 11 to 13.
This is a 3-hour movie.
Yeah, you're done at. Oh, you'd be done at 5:30. Home at 6.
I don't know if it was just that one day they added that the extra seating, the extra one. Because I'm looking now, like all of them are like, let's just say we want to go Friday, 10 a.m., 2 p.m., 6 p.m., 10 p.m. But the other day they added like a 2:30 in the morning one because people just want to go see the movie. I want to see the movie. I showed the trailer to my wife. She's like, that's such a you movie. I'm like, yeah, it looks freaking great. Look at the cast. It's a great cast. Your Spider-Man guy's in there. And
Your Spider-Man guy.
I don't know their names.
Tom Holland, man.
I don't know. I don't know the guy. Tom Holland.
Tom Holland.
Let me see. Tom Holland movies. I'm going to talk about Walter Nolan in a second here. So he was in this movie the other day, like that we watched, or TV show not too long ago. And my wife was like, that's Spider-Man. I'm like, that's not Spider-Man. That guy's like the geekiest little, there's no way that guy's Spider-Man. And she goes, he was. He was in something. We were watching something. And I'll try to see what it was. But she said, that's the Spider-Man guy. And I almost couldn't believe it because he was like this little skinny geeky guy. I'm like, how could that guy be Spider-Man? But he was. All right, anyway, as we get ready for camp, training camp's going to start this week. We'll be down there on Thursday, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, with that Thursday. So we'll be at Cardinals camp on Thursday. I looked at a pretty good story that Bucky Brooks did about breakout players for 2026. And I look at these and I say, I wonder if there are any Cardinals that are going to be in there. And they mentioned defensive players, Abdul Carter and Mike Green, Darius Alexander, Jahad Campbell, Cedric Gray, Travis Hunter, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Upton Stout. They did mention a Cardinal. They mentioned Walter Nolan. They said, Nolan, this is interesting. I'm going to read this because I really did find it interesting. Nolan teased the football world with game-wrecking ability as a rookie, but injuries limited him to 6 games. With better health, the number 16 overall pick from last year's draft should wreak havoc as a full-time starter on the interior. Nolan's explosiveness, strength, and power overwhelm opponents unable to deal with his disruptive skills at the point of attack. Despite being limited to 160 defensive snaps, he amassed a pair of sacks, 5 tackles for loss, 5 quarterback hits, and a fumble recovery. Given his flashes as an interior monster, Nolan's second-year jump could catapult him into Pro Bowl consideration in 2026. Very, very high on Walter Nolan.
Well, that's the kind of jump the Cardinals need out of Walter Nolan. They need playmakers. They need Pro Bowl caliber players on the defensive side of the football and the offensive side, for that matter. Walter Nolan. See, here's the thing with Nolan last year. This is why it's exciting to kind of see where he's going to be in year 2. He had the calf injury in August, and it lingered, and he missed 7 games. Then he had the knee injury late against the Falcons. I forget what date that game or what week that game was. So, as you mentioned, he only played in 6 games. But, man, when he played, he was noticeable. That Cowboy game, my gracious. It was like, okay. And you think back to Darius Robinson, a former number 1 pick on the defensive line, the year before.
I know if these guys do pop, they could have something special if they pop.
Right, but here's why I'm not as excited about Darius Robinson. That when Robinson had the calf injury, he eventually came back and he didn't do anything.
No.
And then his second year, he didn't do anything. But Walter Nolan showed flashes in very limited action as a rookie, and it was an eye opener, and it made you say, okay, let's see what this guy can do. That would be such a boon for the Cardinals defensively, for Nick Rawlis, for Mike LaFleur, obviously, if this guy can turn into one of the best defensive interior players in the National Football League. I mean, outside of Budda Baker and Trey McBride and little smatterings of like David Johnson in 2016.
Oh, yeah.
The Cardinals haven't had a lot of those dudes on their team. Chandler Jones was a dude for a while. They need some dudes now. And Walter Nolan's got the potential to be a dude.
When I did the Gambo 5 last year, and I had, Walter Nolan in there, I had him in there with Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama, Kelvin Banks Jr., the offensive tackle from Texas, Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State, and Mikhail Williams, the pass rusher from Georgia, and I had Walter Nolan in there. So he was a guy, I knew they liked him. I knew they liked him a lot. And as the draft went on, it seemed like that was going to be the guy. He had just the one season at Ole Miss. He had 6.5 sacks. He had a lot of tackles for loss. He was first-team All-American. He was a finalist for the Outland Trophy. He's got great size. He's got great explosiveness. But to your point, Darius Robinson came back, and he didn't pop. Like B.J. Ojulari, I think it feels like we've been waiting forever for B.J. Ojulari to pop. It's been a couple of years, but you're hoping that he plays well. You're hoping Darius Robinson figures it out. You're hoping Walter Nolan figures it out. Look, at any other side, you're hoping Marvin Harrison Jr. figures it out.
Yeah.
Could he be a breakout player for them this year? Could he finally get it going? I think that's where the new coaching staff comes in. We've talked so much about the Suns and developing players, the way that they're really committed to developing their players, and you could see it with the Suns, that they're actually good at it and it's working. That's got to be the philosophy for Arizona. You can't keep drafting these players so high and having them flame out. You got to develop them. And if it takes a year or 2 years, so be it. Don't give up on these guys, because that's a lot of inventory and that's a lot of money spent on them. So I would think out of all the players, Walter Nolan has the best chance to pop. If I told you
to be an elite player in this league, him and Will Johnson, I think would be.
But I think Will Johnson was really good last year. Yeah, I think he already popped. I think he was great when he played.
I'm talking about the potential to be like an all-pro. Like
if I told you
not
pick
a pro
one,
bowler, an all-pro,
Marvin Harrison Jr. or Darius Robinson, who do you have more faith in?
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I do too.
Yeah.
Damn, it just hasn't.
And I don't think that speaks to my belief in Marvin Harrison Jr. as it speaks to my,
non-belief in Darius Robinson. Big series versus the A's coming up for the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll talk a little bit about that. And what did Geraldo Perdomo say about the coaching staff yesterday? That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from 2 neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, We do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, Goettl, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. Diamondbacks looking to follow up that 8-run comeback they had yesterday against the Cardinals. They start a fresh series against the Athletics downtown at Chase Field. Ahead of the game, right-hander Juan Burgos was recalled from AAA Reno. In his place going back down is Philip Abner. Additionally, Corbin Carroll, who is day-to-day with a hyperextended right elbow, not in the lineup today. He did tell reporters before the game, however, that he is available off of the bench, and manager Torey Lovello confirmed as much. Rookie Mitch Bratt will get the start tonight. He'll go against veteran left-hander Jeffrey Springs. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. In a mutual agreement between the two universities, Arizona State and LSU will no longer face each other in a football home-and-home series at the end of this decade. The cancellation is due to the SEC's adjustment of adding a 9th conference game to their yearly schedules. Additionally, LSU will not have to pay a cancellation fee. And right now on ArizonaSports.com, a pre-training camp Cardinals mailbag, courtesy of our Great Cardinals Corner podcast team. They answer all of your burning questions as Cardinals camp is set to begin later this week. Oh, and by the way, speaking of the Cardinals, Larry Fitzgerald, I don't know if you heard this. He's going to Canton, and Arizona Sports is celebrating with the Countdown to Canton bracket. Vote for the best fits moments now. Round 1 voting is open through Wednesday, and when you vote, you're entered to win one of 3 autographed Larry Fitzgerald footballs. To get your link to the bracket, text FITZ, F-I-T-Z, to 620-620.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Corbin Carroll is out of the Diamondbacks lineup against the A's, but is available off the bench. LSU football has reportedly canceled its home-and-home series against Arizona State. And what is the Cardinals' 2026 ceiling? I'll look at that and more in the pre-training camp mailbag. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, our good buddy Greg Esposito. You know Espo, right?
Oh, I love Espo.
Yeah, I love Espo,
He's
too.
my boy. He's my buddy. He's my pal.
He sent me a screenshot. Arizona Mills tonight, 1:30 a.m. They've got a showing, 1:30 a.m. for Odyssey. Problem is, there's like
9 seats.
There were 9. Now there's like 5.
And they're in the front row.
And they're all in the front row. So I've been literally going through every single showing. I'm like in the middle of August. I cannot get a seat that's not in the front, the first or second row.
You can't.
At any time. Not even like 1:30. 1:30 in the morning, like August 9th or something is the first time I could do it. At 1:30 in the morning.
I can't. I mean, sitting in the front row is bad enough. I can't imagine watching an IMAX screen in the front row. Oh, my gosh.
Right.
Have you ever seen a movie in the front row?
No, I would never. I would never do it.
I saw Castaway in the front row.
In the front row?
Yeah, and you're literally, well, you guys, if those watching on YouTube, I mean, your neck is back. You're just like looking up. I mean, it's a miserable experience.
You're miserable. Yeah.
Miserable.
I was like, I'm in freaking August to get like a decent seat. Like I want to go see this movie, but you can't get in. So I might have to wait this out even longer. So that's the update. There is a 1:30 showing today, and there's a couple seats available. They're all in the front row, which I'm not going to go sit. And I'm not going to a movie 1:30 in the morning. I'm like 3 hours into my sleep by that time.
Forget the front row. If they had 2 seats in the middle of the theater, you still wouldn't go at 1:30.
I like the back of the movie theater. I like the last row. I like the back.
Shooting spitballs at people.
I just like I don't like to have anybody behind me. All right, big series. The A's are 42-57. They're out of it in the West, in the American League West. They're out of it in the wild card race. They got off to a good start. They were 17-14 to start the season, but they've really fallen apart. They've lost 10 in a row before they finally won a game on Saturday. They had lost 10 in a row.
So they lost 11 out of 12.
They lost that series finale on Sunday, so 11 out of 12. And they've just been a terrible baseball team. They have a 644 OPS on the road, which is absolutely disaster. Now, their ERA on the road is better than their ERA at home. They got a 4.07 ERA on the road, but a 6.54 ERA when they're at home. This is just a really bad baseball team. And you'll throw Mitch Bratt out there against Jeffrey Springs tonight. You'll have got a TBA tomorrow against Jack Perkins, and a Merrill Kelly against Gage Jump, who's been good for them in the finale on Wednesday. You said you want to see this team. Sweep the A's.
I do.
We'll see if that's the case. We'll see if they can get that done. You got to at least win this series. Now, tomorrow, Cole Drake is on the taxi squad. I would think it's either him or they go a bullpen game. So it's one of the two. So if they can I would think it's Cole Drake because he's on the taxi squad. But if not, maybe they have an opener. And then Cole Drake comes in after the opener type of thing. But that's the problem you run into for the Diamondbacks. Like 2 of the 3 guys you're pitching in this series against the A's, you're like, oh, you should sweep the A's. Mitch Bratt and probably Cole Drake are an opener tomorrow before you get to Merrill Kelly.
Okay. Get it done. I mean, that's the MO of this baseball team. They'll probably win 2 out of 3. But I just think, looking at the landscape right now, you got that mutant game hanging out there in St. Louis. I don't care what anybody says. That's going to be a tough game to win. It turned this thing into a 4-city road trip. The players aren't happy about going to play that game. They're pissed off at the Cardinals because they wouldn't change the game time when they knew it was going to rain.
Right.
So that's shaping up to be a loss. So, I mean, the A's are not good right now. They fired their pitching coach. There's dysfunction right there in that organization. Again, they've lost what is it, 11 out of 12? What did we just say? Yeah, I mean, so.
Yeah, they lost 10 in a row, then they won one, then they lost another one. So 11 out of 12. They were 17 and 14 to start the season. Now they've fallen apart. You look at the pitcher tonight that's going for them in Jeffrey Springs. He's been just brutal. He's given up 38 runs and has an ERA over 10, including 14 home runs in the last 31 innings he's pitched.
Let me tell you something.
That's really bad.
Let me tell you something about Springs. He won a game on April 14th of this year to go 3-0 on the season. He's now 3-9.
Hasn't won since.
He has not won a game on the mound since April 14th. He's lost 9 straight decisions. Now, the A's have won a few of his starts, but decision-wise, he's lost 9 straight. So I know you got Mitch Bratt out there tonight, but you found a way to beat the Dodgers with Mitch Bratt on the mound at Chavez Ravine in a game you fell down 3-0 in the 5th inning. Into the 5th inning, you were down 3-0. Found a way to win that game. Find a way to win the game tonight and try to sweep this team before you go out on the road. Because the road's not going to be kind. I mean, you got 10 in a row on the road because of that game in St. Louis against some pretty good baseball teams. So, as they said, make hay against a struggling A's team.
Well, that's a team, too. Like, this is one of the teams that trade deadline's coming up. They're going to be sellers. They've had this brutal stretch where they haven't been able to win. They've had some injuries, like they lost their leader and all-star slugger, Brent Rooker, for the season. You've seen Severino been injured, and Nick Kurtz, who's a good player, been injured, and Denzel Clark been injured. But then performance has been a big problem for them, too. Their performance hasn't been good. So where do they go? They're a seller. They're a seller at the deadline. They're going to get calls on some of their young stars. They got a terrific young catcher. Probably going to get some calls for them. Some of their pitchers could get a call. They got some veterans like Mark Leiter Jr. and Jeff McNeil. That could be guys that they could probably trade. They've got some big chips. I think Tommy White's a big chip for them as a prospect. So we'll see what they do. But that's a team that's obviously bracing for the trade deadline coming up and seeing what guys are going to go. But for the Diamondbacks, you're coming off of a nice series win against the Cardinals. Before that, you had the All-Star break. You swept the Dodgers. You're feeling pretty good about yourself. You're also hoping to get guys back soon. Like, they do believe that Soroka's getting closer. You've lost Gurriel now, and Troy's out. Lawler's going to be interesting to see. He had been making progress, so we'll see if Lawler comes back. And then at some point, maybe you get Corbin Burns back for maybe 5 games. I think the most you could expect out of Corbin Burns coming back would be about 5 games. That would be, every 5th day in September to get you through there. And if he can help you win some baseball games, I'm all for it. If you're out of it, it'll be interesting to see if they do anything at all.
Torey Lovello on Saturday actually gave a couple of injury updates. I'll run through them real quick. First, Justin Martinez faced live hitters on Saturday. He's going to face live hitters again on Wednesday. A.J. Puck, the shoulder capsule not fully healed. He's going to visit the doctor again for a second opinion, so it's not looking good for Puck coming back at all this season.
No.
Looking a little better for Ryan Nelson, though, showing enough improvement to where he can begin playing catch and throwing again. Still hope he can pitch again this season, whether as a starter or a reliever. That's what Lovello had to say about those guys on Saturday.
Some of those guys, listen, and I've been told, too, like their success is going to hinge more on guys that they can get back than what they can do at the trade deadline. It's very dependent on what guys they're going to get back, because so many guys if Lawler comes back and Gurriel comes back and Troy comes back, and if Soroka can come back and Burns can come back and Martinez can come back, you're adding a lot of players. So it's very much the guys they could get back rather than the guys they can add at the deadline. The Phoenix Suns have a lot of money tied into their guards. Is that a good thing? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Murray to Fitz on the far side, caught at the 45, and number 2 takes it to the 36. Larry Fitzgerald moves past Tony Gonzalez, number 2 all-time on the NFL receptions list.
Larry Fitzgerald, number 2 all-time. Unbelievable.
And what did he do? Spotted the ball for the referees, spotted it, and went out and stood the slot.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Hey y'all, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with a Ford Summer Sales Event. And the deals, they are too hot to ignore. Don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings. And that ain't no bull. Get serious, sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long. Get it now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find a full lineup of JBL Party Box speakers. These are perfect for tailgating, perfect for backyard parties or indoor events. They bring the sounds, the lights, and the energy to the party, no matter where it's happening. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner to check out their great selection, great pricing, and extremely knowledgeable staff. And while you're there, remember to drop my name for big discounts. Shop online at waltz.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The Cardinals report to training camp later on in the week. We'll discuss our NFL franchise. Tune in tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
My good buddy Lorenzo Alexander, he says, Gambo, you're famous enough for them to create a showing just for you. Invite me when they do.
Yeah, like Michael Jackson and Kobe, you get your own,
Come on, showing. Can you just open up a spot for me? Okay. What time? Yes. We've got 4 a.m. available. Would you like the 4 a.m. spot? It also costs you $100,000.
Why don't you just buy a movie theater like Magic Johnson? You don't own a bunch.
Does he own movie theaters?
Magic Johnson? Yeah, I mean, he used to. I think he still does.
Couple things on the Phoenix Suns we want to talk about. NBA Summer League, the player that impressed the crew at ESPN the most was Kaman Malawach as far as most improved sophomore. They raved about how he shot the ball, raved about how good he was, seized the opportunity, very, very comfortable. So that was an interesting thing. ESPN did this story on the most impressive players in the Summer League. Summer League MVP, they gave it to Cameron Booza. Most electric rookie, they gave it to Caleb Wilson, who looked great. Most intriguing rookie, Darren Peterson with the Jazz. Most inconsistent rookie, Morez Johnson Jr., the Mavericks. Most disappointing, Ade Mara, Oklahoma City Thunder. And it goes on and on and on, but they said the most improved sophomore was Kaman Malawach. That's a really good sign because he played extremely well in those 4 games, and that's something we're all keeping our eye on because I do think, as I said earlier, I think he is going to play the games. I think he will start the games that Mark Williams does not play. And I think on any back-to-back, I don't think you'll see Mark Williams play, so I think that will be a lot of starts for Malawach. And I do think that they could play double bigs with Malawach and Oso. I don't think Malawach and Mark Williams, but I think Malawach and Oso could allow them to play double bigs. As you know, like how many times last year did we talk like, you're just too small. Right. You're just too small. You need to be a little bit bigger because there was a problem defensively that they were just too small.
Well, the inability for Oso to score outside the paint is a problem. Mark Williams, same thing. But Malawach, what we're seeing, I mean, he shot 40% from 3 in Las Vegas. I know Las Vegas doesn't automatically mean he's going to do that with major minutes at the NBA level. But still, Malawach has the ability to shoot the ball, and he can spread the floor a little bit. Oso's a pretty good passer from the high post, but basically, Oso's a inside the paint score. And even that's a little iffy, if you know what I'm saying. I would like Mark Williams to be as good in March and April as he was last year in November and December.
His body kind of gave up a little bit on him. I loved what he did early. I loved how he was running the floor. He was getting up and down. He was very motivated. Listen, he played well enough to turn it into a 3-year contract for a lot of money.
That's right. No, it was the way he played in November and December. I thought it was a no-brainer that they extend him.
Yeah.
After getting hurt, production kind of tailing off a little bit, I was like, okay. Is this guy ever going to be rock solid
I would have preferred a 2-year deal.
75 games?
I would have preferred a 2-year deal, but he got a 3-year deal. But the problem is the average annual value was not that high, so they gave him the 3rd year.
Yeah, and they got him on a good deal.
Good deal, very tradable contract. They're in a good spot. The NBA's top 10 highest-paid shooting guards dominated by the Phoenix Suns. Devin Booker is the top highest-paid shooting guard in the NBA at $57.1 million a year. And then after Donovan Mitchell, Zach LaVine, Anthony Edwards, Austin Reeves, and Desmond Bain comes in Jalen Green at $36 million. So they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 of the top 7 shooting guards, because neither one of them are really a point guard, in the NBA are with the Phoenix Suns. Add that up. That's what, $193 million?
$93 million.
With those 2 guys.
Oh, but by the way, throw another $20 million for Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal's still making $20 million next year.
He is.
So throw that on the fire.
And he's a free agent, by the way.
Right. So
nobody signed them.
$117 million for Booker, Green, and Beal. Now, here's the deal. Booker's going to go up and up and up. I mean, it's going up to $61 million the following year.
But the cap goes up.
Cap goes up. I get that. But you get back to, okay, man, we got the most expensive backcourt in the league.
What's about 35% of their salary goes to Book on the cap? About 35%?
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
Like that.
It's a lot of money. You expect a lot out of a guy like that. That's why the expectations are very high.
Right, that's where I'm going with that. Like, okay, you're going to have the highest paid backcourt in the league. You're going to be a play-in team. You're not going to win a playoff game. You're not going to win a playoff series. Like, that's where it gets a little dicey. And that's what the powers would be.
Minnesota went all in on a backcourt of Lonzo Ball and Anthony Edwards. They got rid of their bigs to try to do it. I don't know if I like it or not. In a league where everybody's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and they're going to go smaller, and I don't know if it's the right decision. I just think that this is a year that, and I know everybody loves Devin Booker. I just want to see him play better. I want to see him take games over. I want to see him be that assassin. I want to see him be the guy that he once was. I want to see him shoot the 3 better. I think he's just so reluctant to shoot the three because it hasn't fallen for him the last couple of years.
I think he shoots a lot of threes because he feels like he's supposed to. I think if he goes back to prioritizing the mid-range game that we saw him flourish with in 2021 and 2022, you may see him actually, from a percentage standpoint, become a better three-point shooter. I think. Well,
that has to happen. He has to get better.
I also just think the way he played in the playoffs, and I just think they need more out of him. And
They do. I know a lot of people don't want to touch the subject, but they do. They need more out of him. Because one of the highest paid players in the entire league. Like you've got to play better. I think he was beaten down, and I know he was beaten down during the Durant, Beal, Budenholzer era. That was a really tough time for him.
100%.
I think last year he got some of the joy back, but he also has to. But Dylan Brooks comes in, high personality, alpha male. I think Book has to get back to being the guy that can just take over games for them. Look, as much as like Chris Paul was so good at making sure that you were great. Like Chris could go for 35 if he needed to, but his preference was that you go for 35 and he gets 10 assists. That was his preference. I think the guys that Book played with after Chris were a little bit different. Chris didn't need to score. He didn't have to score. He would if he
He did when it was closing time.
Closing time, he was great. He was one of the best in the history of the game.
The two of them were.
Right. Yeah, Chris would get to that elbow jumper and just never miss. He never missed that little elbow, mid-range jumper. He'd always just get there and get that shot off and it would go in. But I think Book got to be more of himself with Chris because Chris wasn't even though Chris was ball dominant, Chris He was a
distributor. Yes,
he was a distributor.
He's a team player.
And then you play with Durant, you play with Beal, then you play with Dylan. I think it's just been. I think Book's got to find a way to find his path. He's got to find a way to get back to being who he was, what made him great. I do think it hurts him that he's got to bring the ball up so much. I think it's. I've always said this. It's not a matter of if Devin Booker could play the one. It's should he. He can, but he probably shouldn't. So I think if he can get back to being that alpha scorer that he was, that's what he does best. I think that'll help the basketball team. I'm concerned because I don't want to see Booker have another year where he regresses because then it's a little bit of a decline for 3 years. I want to see him get back to leveling things out and being one of the great players in the league.
Well, his timeline right now, like if Malawach and Fleming turn out to be really, really good players and Koa Pete turns into be a really good player, like all-star caliber players. I mean, maybe not all-stars every year, but caliber players. By the time that timeline's not jiving with Book's age, right? By the time
not the 19 and 20-year-olds,
right?
No,
right. So
probably not.
If this is going to happen, it's got to happen in the next 4 years. So either Pete and Malawach and Fleming need to make a ridiculous jump in their early 20s over the next couple of years, if not this year. It's going to be tough to win a championship. I know Matt Ishbia has said we're going to win.
Not this year. They know they're not going to win this year.
Of course they're not going to win this year. But really, let's say Booker's prime is another 5 years? He's not going to be a LeBron. He's not going to play at a high level until he's 40. He's just not. I mean, LeBron's an outlier in history. So this got to happen sometime in the next 4 or 5 years.
And even that puts him at 35.
And that puts him at 35. So.
And he's not the most athletic guy out there. He's just he's a great mid-range. He's a really great player. I don't think he's a superstar. I never thought he was a superstar. Just think he's a really, really good basketball player. And at times great. And at times he can take over games and lead teams. There's greatness in him. Not going to say he's not. I reserve superstars for literally 5 to 10 players every year in the league.
Don't misremember, though, 2021 and I man, he was there. He earned
him that contract.
Superstar caliber player. This guy could go for 50 in a heartbeat. And I'm not saying he still can't, but those days are.
Which years?
2021, 2022.
Before they made the finals?
The year they made the finals.
The year they made the finals, he was great. In the playoffs, he was great.
And the year they won 64 games before the infamous flameout against the Mavericks, he was absolutely a superstar caliber player. He just was, but we haven't seen that guy in a while.
The Cardinals ranked 31st in odds to win their division, but their wild card odds are actually not terrible. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The pitch, swing and a drive, deep left field. Back is Fermin. He leaps. This game is tied. Nolan Arenado, a 2-run blast to left,
Can the D-backs continue the bat parade versus the A's at home? We discuss on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard. But QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
What could you do if you didn't have a mortgage payment? Hi, I'm Tom Chambers, and I played 16 seasons in the league before I retired. Harold, you and the team at Galaxy Lending Group help your clients retire their mortgages in an average of 5 years? Come on.
We do. The Ownership Accelerator loan makes it happen. And it's an incredible feeling paying off your house decades ahead of schedule.
To learn more, text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey y'all, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with a Ford Summer Sales Event. And the deals, they are too hot to ignore. Don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings. And that ain't no bull. Get serious, sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long. Get it now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discounting samples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. Diamondbacks looking to follow up that 8-run comeback they pulled off yesterday. They started fresh series against the Athletics, first of 3 games down at Chase Field. Ahead of the game, roster move, right-hander Juan Burgos was recalled from AAA Reno. He slots in where Philip Abner slots out, goes back down to Nevada. Additionally, Corbin Carroll, he's day-to-day with a hyperextended right elbow. not in the lineup today. However, he did tell reporters before the game that he will be available off of the bench, and manager Torey Lovello confirmed as much. Rookie Mitch Bratt will get the start tonight. He'll go against veteran left-hander Jeffrey Springs. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on the home of the Diamondbacks, 98.7 FM, and the Arizona Sports app. In a mutual agreement between the two universities, Arizona State and LSU will no longer face each other in a football home-and-home series at the end of this decade. The cancellation is due to the SEC's adjustment of adding a 9th conference game to their yearly schedules. Additionally, LSU will not have to pay a cancellation fee. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money. So when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? Brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org.
I'm going to the D-backs game.
Your world of financial possibilities. Let me read for the sponsor now. Then you can pipe in with what your plans are. I'm going to watch the D-backs game tonight. They take on the A's, 6:40. You can watch that on your D-backs viewing channel of choice, if you will. Gambo, you watching any good shows lately?
Yes.
On the Netflix or the Amazon Prime?
Yes.
What do you got?
So, this girl that did the Queen's Gambit is on a new show called Lucky. You're watching it too, Lauren? Started watching it last night. I watched the TV show that I liked on HBO. It was called The Task. The Task. Very good.
Task.
Or
Not
just
the
Task.
Just Task.
Task.
Great show.
It was a great show.
Great show.
It was a great show. Really enjoyed it. Ending was terrific. Everything was good about it. And then I'm like, do you want to watch, like, we have the House of the Dragon thing recorded, and I said, you want to watch? She goes, no, what else do you got? I go, I kind of tagged this Lucky thing. We liked that girl in the Queen's Gambit. So we watched the first 2 episodes last night. It was pretty good.
My son Dylan and I have been watching Twin Peaks from the early 90s, the David Lynch vehicle, if you will. Did you watch that back in the day? It was extremely popular. It's still talked about today, so we finally dug into it. It's freaking weird, man. It gets really weird.
Twin Peaks.
Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. All right, that's what's on tonight. What's on tonight? Brought to you by Global Credit Union.
All right, we talk about the Arizona Cardinals. Aaron Schatz put this out there. I thought I found it pretty interesting. He goes, when we posted our odds to make the playoffs last week, people were very surprised about Arizona. I'm so okay. I mean, you got my attention. What were they surprised about? He says the Cardinals ranked 31st in odds to win a division, but their wild card odds are surprisingly okay at 15.5%. He goes, they're not the worst team in the league. He says they are not the worst team in the league. This is Aaron Schatz, and he just put their playoff odds, and I thought that was really surprising because, like, nobody's expecting the Cardinals to make the playoffs, but the odds are 15.5%. He said when we posted our odds, and so he's chief analytics officer and whatever he does.
Okay.
But he's got their odds at 15.5%, which I think is relatively high from other odds that I've seen. But again, he says, like, they are not the worst team in the league.
Are they not the worst team in the league? I'll buy that. I can buy that. There may be a couple of teams that are worse from a talent standpoint, maybe a coaching standpoint than the Arizona Cardinals. We don't know about the head coach yet, obviously. But the problem is the part of the equation that you just can't get around is the difficulty of the schedule. You could be the 4th least talented team in the league, but when you're playing a schedule like this, I mean, the first 11 games, not only are the underdogs, they're double-digit underdogs, and they're underdogs in every game they play. And if they start out 0-11, that locker room, the veterans in that locker room are going to be so beaten down and ready for the offseason, you wonder what you're going to get.
Yeah.
You wonder what you're going to get in the final 8 weeks of the season.
The only thing I found interesting is we had a story up on ArizonaSports.com that Tyler Drake did and said ESPN's Mike Clay, Aaron Schatz, and Seth Walder took into account the Cardinals' projecting starting lineup, X factors, and key non-starters, and said the Cardinals roster ranks among the worst in the NFL. You know, they said they had the Cardinals tied with the Falcons at 29th when they did it. Only the Browns and the Dolphins ranked worse. So, that was so Aaron Schatz is giving up this thing hey, their playoff odds aren't that high. He was one of the guys that ranked them as one of the worst teams in the league.
It's funny.
With only 2 teams worse.
It's funny. A writer from The Athletic was kind of giving his best over-under predictions, your best bets for all 32 teams.
Yeah.
And one of his best bets is the Cardinals' win total over 3.5.
But I read that. Read the last line, the very last line.
The very last line. Okay.
Yeah, read the last line.
The quest for the 4th win.
There you go.
Will come down to the wire as the Cardinals finish up against the Jets, Saints, Raiders, and 49ers.
Okay.
Who might be resting old players in the finale.
So his thought, that's what I took out of that was,
right?
Yeah, the 49ers may have absolutely nothing to play for, and they might give you that game, and that gets you from 3 to 4 wins.
Yep.
And wouldn't it be just typical Cardinals, they have the number 1 spot locked up and they go win a game against a team that's got nothing to play for? That's I dread that scenario. I dread that scenario.
I mean, he's assuming they'll beat the Jets, Saints, and Raiders, and then that 4th win to win your over bet may come down to the 49ers, who may have nothing to play for. Or they may have a division championship to play for, and you're going to lose 49-3. Again, though, you make the bet. It's interesting. It's funny. I'll read you the other part of this passage because it's kind of funny. He gives the Cardinals over 3.5 wins as one of the best bets for all 32 teams in 2026. And the first thing he says is, my Cardinals pick here is so bad. And he actually wrote LOL, which you don't often see in formal writing, in sports writing, or any writing for that matter. The schedule is impossible, he writes. They're going to be 0-3 after starting out against the Chargers, Seahawks, and 49ers. And then maybe 0-6 after having hit the road to play the Giants, hosting the Lions, and the Rams. But while I don't believe in drafting running backs early, I think Jeremiah Love is a day 1 star, not starter, star. And though the Cardinals flushed a 3rd-round pick when they took Carson Beck, which I think is funny, we can talk about that if you want.
So he hates the fact that they drafted Beck. Yeah. He likes the fact that they drafted Love, but he doesn't like the fact that Love's a running back.
No, and he thinks there's sneaky talent on the roster, especially on defense, with the aforementioned on this show today, Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. Yeah, so he thinks Love is going to be not only be a starter, but we know he's going to be a starter. He thinks he's going to be a star from day 1. Now, flushing a 3rd-round pick, I brought this up before, and people may disagree, and that's fine. A 3rd-round pick is not... You want a player out of the 3rd round. You can draft Hall of Famers in the 3rd round. Okay? I mean, there have been great players.
I don't know about you'd like to get a starter.
Yeah, of course you'd like
to get a starter. It doesn't always happen.
But good.
1st round should be a starter. 2nd round should be a starter.
Third round should be 2. Yes, come on, man.
Not all 3rd rounders are starters. Not all 3rd rounders are starters.
Not all 1st rounders are starters. But what we're saying is a guy that's picked in the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd round should be starters, if not certainly contributors, big time on your football team. And there have been, first of all, there have been Hall of Famers drafted in every round. But you can get great football players in the 3rd round. If they finish so poorly this year that they have a top 5 pick, I don't think there's any way they're passing up on one of these quarterbacks. So now you spend a 3rd round pick in the 2026 draft on a backup quarterback in Carson Beck. That's not good draft management. Just not.
If I go back and look at some, they've had a lot of hits and misses on 3rd rounders. And I'll just take it from...
But that's a product of the front office. I mean...
Chad Williams was a 3rd rounder. Mason Cole was a 3rd rounder. Zach Allen was a 3rd rounder. Josh Jones was a 3rd rounder.
Tyrann Mathieu was a 3rd rounder.
Myjai Sanders was a 3rd rounder.
David Johnson
Cameron
was a 3rd
Thomas
rounder.
was a 3rd rounder. Yeah, Tip Ryman, Isaiah Adams, and Trey Benson were all 3rd rounders.
Right, but just because they missed...
It's probably 50-50.
But just because they missed doesn't mean that you shouldn't be getting quality, capable players in the 3rd round. I'll die on that hill. Of course, you're never going to hit on 1st and 2nd round picks all the time. But the idea of a 3rd round pick is whatever. I mean, it's a 3rd round pick. No, you got to get guys who can play in that round.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's the 1st and 2nd round. It's absolutely you should get it. Chances, but historically, it's not as great as you think it is. that you're going to get a starter in the third round. Sometimes you just get a fringe player, a rotation player, or a guy that's a good special teams player.
I know, but if you do a deep dive on the great GMs and the great organizations in this league, I bet you their percentage of hits in the third round is better than teams like the Cardinals who can never seem to get it right.
No, I understand. And I would have preferred not to take Beck because I'm all in on the quarterback next year.
Me too.
I'm all in on it. But their point is going to be, like, we could always trade Carson Beck. Right. If he plays well in those games and we want to take somebody, we could always trade him because there's value. And plus, if he's good enough to be a backup, there's a lot of value. Look what backups are getting. If we have this guy and he's capable of being a good backup quarterback, there's value there too. So they felt like it was worth taking him for two reasons. One, you have three reasons. One, you have the ability, maybe the kid pops and he's a starter. Okay, or maybe he doesn't pop and he could be a backup for you for many years. Or number three, he plays well enough. You don't want him as a starter, but another team likes him and you trade him and you get some value back. So there's a lot of ways the Carson Beck thing could go. We're not sure how it's going to go, but those are probably three of the best options. When we come back, the D-backs getting ready for a game against the A's. We'll do D-backs on deck. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
You gear up, you ride safe, you follow all the rules. Then someone crashes into you and suddenly you're guilty until proven innocent? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you're a rider, you're already fighting every day just to be seen. Distracted drivers love to blame riders, even when the facts say otherwise.
We have been promoting motorcycle safety and trusted by the riding community for nearly 30 years. Do your research after a motorcycle injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus. Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with the Tropical Cream Slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what can customers expect right now from your service department?
What's up, Dave? It's our red, white, and blue sale all month long. You can save $25 off any service, including oil changes. Plus, with our after-hour drop-off, you can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and we'll have it back to you on the road by the next morning.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, it is that time. We get ready for the D-backs against the A's.
Do it, Mitch.
Vida Blue is not walking through that door.
No
but
Satchel Paige.
I will tell you,
Jose Canseco.
You got Canseco,
Mark
McGuire,
McGwire.
Connie Lansford,
Connie
Ricky
Lansford.
Henderson. Oh, Ricky.
Walt Weiss is busy. But
Walt Weiss. My memories goes even further back. I go to Vida Blue, Joe Rudy, Gene Tennis, Bert Campaneris. Some of those great A-team. Reggie Jackson, of course. Some of those great. Ken Holtzman. Remember Ken Holtzman?
Ken Holtzman was my favorite pitcher when I was 9 years old. He was on the Cubs.
But he was with the A's.
I know, but when he was on the Cubs, he was my favorite pitcher.
Wow. Interesting. I think my favorite pitcher was Tommy John. I hated him with the Dodgers, but then when he got to the Yankees, I loved him. Tommy John. Like, how do you get guys out throwing the ball 50 miles an hour? I just never understood it. How can you throw that slow and get people out? All right, we're going to turn it over to D-backs on deck. For that, we turn it over to Mitchy Mitch.
Hello.
What's up, Mitch?
Let's talk about this Diamondbacks game.
Let's do it.
It's game 1 of a 3-game set against the A's.
The Bad News Bears. Don't even call them the A's. Bad News Bears.
Currently playing in Phoenix, but right now they reside in Sacramento, formerly Oakland, soon to be Las Vegas. And they're sending Jeffrey Springs to the mound in the pitching matchup, which is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know that the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. It's actually a battle of lefties because you got rookie Mitch Bratt on the opposite side. 2 starts, 3 innings apiece. I wonder, guys, is this going to be his first start beyond the 3rd inning in this one?
I hope so. They need it because the bullpen's been wrecked. You know, that last Dodger game, this Cardinals series, Eduardo Rodriguez not being able to get in the 3rd inning yesterday. I was talking with some people in the organization today just about the amount of guys, you know, that have been up and down. Dre, Murillo, Clark, 2 ups, Ginkel, Sewald, and Garcia will be 3 or 4 if they pitch today. 3 out of 4. If they have to pitch today, it'll be 3 out of 4 days that they have to pitch. Say Thompson pitched 2 games in a row.
Right.
This bullpen is spent.
But having said that, they have been outstanding in their last 7 games.
Crazy.
Last 7 games, 1.82 ERA, 6 earned runs in just over 29 innings. Hitters hitting an average of 152 against this bullpen over the last 7 games.
You know what would help? If they score a lot of runs against Jeffrey Springs and they give Bratt some cushion. He's 0-9 with a 7.64 ERA over his last 15 starts, the longest losing streak of his career. He's actually left with the lead in 3 of his 6 no decisions, but he's got a 9-game losing streak. 9-game losing, the longest in the majors this year, the longest by an A's pitcher over the last 47 years. Yes, tied for the longest.
As far as the bottom of the ERA standings go, he's down there with Zach Gallen. So if anything, the Diamondbacks could be nice and try and bump up that Springs ERA so that Gallen doesn't have the worst.
Matt Keogh lost a franchise record 18 straight in 1978.
That was a long time ago.
Who was once on the cover of Sports Illustrated, I believe, with the A's.
He was no Ken Holtzman.
Injuries are a key factor in this
Norris.
matchup on both sides. The injury report is brought to you by the Barrow Neurological Institute. You can learn more at barrowneuro.org. On the A side of things, just being really quick, the significant loss of Nick Kurtz for them, the talented first baseman in his second season. Won't have to deal with him these next 3 games, which is a plus. The downside on the Diamondbacks side of things, Corbin Carroll not in the lineup, but if you want any sort of positive, he is available off the bench if necessary. He said as much pregame.
I'm available. Yeah, I mean, if there's a situation late in the game, you know, I'm sure I'll be in there. But you know, if that situation doesn't arise, then yeah, just give it a day.
Hyperextension of the right elbow is what he's dealing with right now.
Listen, him as a pinch hitter might be pretty good. I was looking at the A's pinch hitters. They're 1 for 23 dating back to June 20th and are batting 124 overall. Second lowest in the major leagues to the Padres as far as pinch hitters are concerned. But to your point, Corbin Carroll could be available as a pinch hitter later on.
Positive news, I would say, in regards to what Torey Lovello had to say in regards to Justin Martinez, his live session over the past weekend.
The J-Mart live went really, really well. He threw 15 pitches. He's going to throw another live on Wednesday, and we'll see where he's at. Potential pen after that, potential bridge game after that. But I'm getting a little bit far down the road here. Let's focus more on the next live, which will be Wednesday.
And if you want to feel queasy about some injury updates regarding pitchers, Lovello went on to say that both Zach Gallen and A.J. Puck will be visiting with Dr. Neil Elatrosh at some point. I think Gallen in today, he said, and Puck a little bit later. I always get queasy when I have to mention Neil Elatrosh because usually his visits result in key surgeries that keep pitchers out for several months.
Yeah, I mean, with Gallen especially, right? I mean, he's going to be a free agent this year, after this year, like he was last year. He didn't pitch very well. He's going to be on another 1-year deal with somebody. But if he's not, like, the worst time to get an injury is late in the season because it shuts you out for a lot of, you're not ready for spring training. You're not ready for it. Better to get hurt in, March or April than to get hurt in July, August, or September.
MLB Standings is brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Well, we got a lot of good news as a result of that Cardinals series. Of course, the Diamondbacks taking 2 out of 3. That's the big one. How about the Marlins dropping another 3-game set against the Brewers? And they're struggling against the Astros right now, so keep an eye on that.
Struggling.
Pirates getting knocked around by the Yankees now.
Yankees
So you got 2 teams to root for, Gambo, if you want.
Well, it's good to scoreboard watch around this time of year. As we get close to August, it's time to scoreboard watch.
Those are the 2 teams ahead of the Diamondbacks that are fighting for that last spot, currently occupied by St. Louis, which, as we just said, they took 2 out of 3 from. But it's time now for a key for Game 1 against the A's.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Yesterday we saw an inside the park home run by Geraldo Perdomo. We also saw Nolan Arenado hit a 2-run homer that tied it up at 7. So we got to see the long ball a little bit. The key to today's game is also going to be the long ball. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. Today's starting pitcher, Jeffrey Springs, has allowed at least 1 home run in each of his last 10 games. 19